A top assassin finds himself on the brink of death after being poisoned, only to encounter a mysterious girl who comes to his aid. Gunshots suddenly shattered the eerie silence on Yunwu Mountain. Dressed in a black trench coat, Fu Tingye darted through the forest, his clothes soaked. Several burly foreign men were in hot pursuit, their rough voices echoing behind him. Keep chasing. He's been poisoned, won't get far. Fu Tingye hid behind a massive centuries-old tree, his eyes narrowing dangerously. It was only due to the unexpected poisoning that his movements had slowed, allowing a bullet to graze him. Pulling out a silenced pistol, he aimed at the curly-haired leader and squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck with deadly precision, dropping the man instantly. Just then, two more men armed with advanced weapons closed in on his position. Fu Tingye swiftly slid down a nearby slope, his sharp brows furrowing beneath the human skin mask on his face. A wry smile tugged at his lips. She hadn't expected to meet his end here. Suddenly, a stunning woman appeared silently nearby, pressing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. You're hurt. Take this, Shen Xingwan said softly, extending a small pill toward him. The weakened man's gaze turned icy as he abruptly seized her arm, pinning her against the slope. Who are you? Why are you here? In this treacherous forest, her unscathed appearance was far from ordinary. Meeting his cold stare, Shen Xingwan's voice remained calm. If you don't want to die, let go of me first. Before her words fully landed, Fu Tingye collapsed from blood loss. Shen Xingwan pushed him aside and turned her sharp gaze toward the two men searching nearby. Without hesitation, she hurled her throwing darts, each one striking their targets in the throat with lethal accuracy. Once the threat was neutralized, she swiftly examined Fu Tingye's injuries, discovering both a gunshot wound and severe poisoning. She took out a black pill and fed it to him before using silver needles to seal acupoints and stop the bleeding. After relocating him to a safer, open area, she skillfully extracted the bullet and dressed his wounds. Fu Tingye eventually regained consciousness, noticing that the intense pain had subsided. As Shen Xingwan noticed a crack forming on his human skin mask, she reached out to remove it, only to be interrupted by the roar of a helicopter overhead. Quickly packing her belongings, she placed a small bottle of antidote beside him. The poison in your body will act up again. Take one of these when it does. I have to go. Fu Tingye, still groggy, instinctively reached out to grab her hand but could only watch as her petite figure disappeared swiftly into the dense forest, vanishing without a trace. 5 years later, in the countryside during a spring evening, a gentle breeze swept through the air, and peach blossoms were in full bloom, filling the surroundings with life. At the foot of a mountain stood a serene Chinese-style courtyard, where classical and modern design blended seamlessly, showcasing a simple yet elegant aesthetic. Inside the courtyard, Shen Xingwan sat on a rocking chair, her delicate and refined features appearing even more radiant under the soft glow of the setting sun. A small laptop rested on her lap, and her slender fingers moved deftly across the keyboard. After a moment, she propped her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering on a photo displayed on the screen. A flicker of interest flashed in her eyes. He's quite handsome. I wonder what he's like in real life, she murmured to herself, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. But seconds later, her brows furrowed slightly as her attention returned to the screen. His profile is way too simple. Seems like he's not an ordinary man. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open. A young woman dressed in casual attire with her hair tied up in a bun walked in. Her lively and youthful appearance carried a hint of playfulness. She glanced at the laptop in Shen Xingwan's hands but couldn't make out the content. Curious, she asked, Xingjia, are you really planning to marry that guy with the surname Fu? Shen Xingwan lifted her head, set the laptop down on a small side table, and looked at her calmly. Yes, it's a marriage arranged by my grandmother before she passed away. It was her last wish. Bai Tan pulled out a wooden chair nearby, sat down, and frowned slightly, her tone tinged with concern. I heard Fu Tingye is cold and ruthless, sharp in his methods, and completely indifferent to women. Not to mention, there's talk of some mysterious force backing him. He doesn't sound like someone easy to deal with. Shen Xingwan smiled nonchalantly, her tone light. I'm already 22. Sooner or later, I have to get married. It's just a partnership, really. It doesn't matter. She paused briefly and added, besides, the person I'm partnering with isn't bad-looking. Bai Tan pouted, pulled a small bottle from her pocket, and handed it to Shen Xingwan with a raised eyebrow. Xingjia, this is my special creation. Consider it a gift. If that guy ever bullies you, use this on him. It won't kill him, but I'll teach him a lesson. Shen Xingwan took the bottle, glanced at it, and said with a hint of amusement, What? Are you suggesting I make myself a widow? Bai Tan was momentarily stunned, then blinked innocently. You haven't even married him yet, and you're already defending him? Anyway, this stuff won't make you a widow. She rolled her eyes, then pulled another white bottle from her bag and handed it over seriously. Take this instead. It's my own invention in itching powder. Trust me, you'll find it useful. Shen Xingwan chuckled helplessly, her mind briefly flashing back to the handsome face she'd seen in the photo. Her tone was relaxed. Don't worry, I won't need it. Besides, I've looked into his background, doesn't seem like that kind of person. But Bai Tan wasn't convinced. She clenched her fists and declared fiercely, "He'd better be decent. Otherwise, if he dares to mistreat you, Xingjia, I'll gather my people and deal with him overnight." Shaking her head with a hint of exasperation, Shen Xingwan replied, "I'm getting married, not starting a fight." She then scooped up the small cat curled up at her feet and spoke softly, "I'll be busy for a while. The matters at headquarters are in your hands now. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." Bai Tan nodded in understanding. "Got it. You focus on your wedding. I'll head back to headquarters tomorrow." She plucked a small flower and toyed with it, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Xingjia, are you still taking cases? Someone recently offered a hefty sum for you to make a house call." Leaning back lazily in her rocking chair, Shen Xingwan gazed at the sunset-streaked sky beyond the courtyard. Her voice was calm but lighthearted. "No, I'm not taking any. I don't have the time." A faint smile appeared on her lips as she added, "They'll be busy getting married and falling in love." Bai Tan stared at her intently, sensing that Shen Xingwan's priorities might shift in the future. She said nothing more, instead lowering her head to continue plucking at the flower petals in her hand. Suddenly, a phone rang. Shen Xingwan reached for it, glanced at the caller ID, and a trace of impatience flickered in her eyes. She answered, her tone cool. "Hello." On the other end of the line came a voice brimming with excitement. "Xingjia, I heard you're coming to S City. When will you arrive?" The caller was Chu Yinan, a childhood friend of Shen Xingwan and now a doctoral researcher at a medical institute. "Next week," Shen Xingwan replied casually. Chu Yinan sounded thrilled. "That's great. The lab's been facing some issues lately. You'll be able to help us sort them out when you're here." Hearing this, Shen Xingwan frowned slightly, her tone indifferent. "Who said I was going to the medical institute?" Chu Yinan was momentarily stunned, his voice filled with confusion. "Xingjia, aren't you coming to S City to return to the institute?" Absent-mindedly stroking the cat in her arms, Shen Xingwan replied with a hint of impatience, "I'm busy. I don't have time for experiments. As for your so-called little issues, figure them out yourself." Chu Yinan was left speechless on the other end of the line, seemingly unable to process her response. But Shen Xingwan had already hung up, placing the phone back on the table. Her gaze once again drifted toward the view beyond the courtyard, her expression calm yet tinged with a trace of anticipation. Although she held a position at the Medical Research Institute, the work there was overwhelming and riddled with trivial matters. She had always preferred peace and quiet, so she was reluctant to get involved. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinan was momentarily stunned, his tone full of reluctance. "Don't say that, Sister Xing. I'm counting on you. What could possibly be keeping you so busy? Just let me handle it for you." Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. "You? Help me? Of course. Anything that concerns Sister Xing is my business, and I'll make sure it's done perfectly." Chu Yinan replied, full of confidence. Shen Xingwan continued playfully, her tone light. "So, if I'm busy getting married or dating, you'd help with that too?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the other end of the line fell silent. Clearly, Chu Yinan was caught off guard by this unexpected statement. After about 10 seconds, he couldn't hold back anymore, his tone filled with disbelief and excitement. "No way. Sister Xing, are you serious? You're getting married? To who?" "Fu Tingye," Shen Xingwan replied succinctly and directly. The other end of the line went quiet again, and Chu Yinan's shock seemed to double. He couldn't resist prying further. "Sister Xing, what's going on? When did you and Fu Tingye even become acquainted? I've never heard of any connection between the two of you. But if it's true, wow, talk about a power couple." Feeling a bit annoyed by his endless questions, Shen Xingwan's tone turned slightly dismissive. "If you don't have anything else to say, I'm hanging up." Chu Yinan panicked and quickly said, "Wait, Sister Xing. Even after getting married and dating, you'll definitely get bored. Why not guide me a little in your free time?" Shen Xingwan pinched the bridge of her nose lightly, letting out a helpless sigh. "I've already promised Grandpa Gu to go to Jinghai University. Don't worry, I won't be bored. As for the Medical Research Institute, I'll visit whenever I have time." Hearing this, Chu Yinan felt a bit down. Sister Xing was going to Jinghai University. But on second thought, at least she'd still be in S City, making it easier to meet up. The night was deep, and the world outside the window was silent. Shen Xingwan sat at her desk, her gaze drifting through the glass to the pitch-black night sky. With her left hand supporting her cheek, her right index finger idly tapped on the desk, her expression tinged with a trace of distraction. She had been raised in the countryside by her grandmother, who treated her like her own granddaughter, showering her with love and care. Gifted with extraordinary intelligence and a remarkable memory, she absorbed everything her grandmother taught her. Later, her grandmother sent her abroad to further her education. Before passing away, her grandmother revealed that she had an arranged marriage with Fu Tingye, the head of the Fu family in S City. Her grandmother's only wish was for her to marry him, so she could have a home of her own and someone to rely on. Thinking of her grandmother, Shen Xingwan's eyes gradually reddened. She murmured softly, "Grandma, don't worry. It'll fulfill your last wish." 1 week later, in S City, outside the Fu Group's headquarters, Shen Xingwan stepped out of the taxi and looked up at the imposing skyscraper before her. A faint smile played on her lips, carrying a hint of amusement. Not bad. This building is pretty extravagant. Seems like the Fu family isn't short on money. With steady and confident steps, she walked toward the lobby. Inside, 2 receptionists were busy with their work. When they looked up, they were momentarily stunned by the sight of a young woman with striking beauty and an aura of cool detachment approaching them. Their eyes were filled with awe. "Oh my god, she's gorgeous. Way prettier than any female client or celebrity who's ever come here," whispered Xiaozhou, one of the receptionists. "She's like a real-life fairy. Her skin, her figure is so enviable." Xiao Zheng, the other receptionist, chimed in, her tone full of admiration. Shen Xingwan stopped at the front desk and offered a polite smile. Her voice was calm and courteous. "Hello, I'm here to see Fu Tingye. Could you please notify him for me?" The 2 receptionists stared at her in a daze, as if frozen in place, completely mesmerized by her smile. Seeing their reaction, Shen Xingwan's smile deepened slightly, and she couldn't help but think to herself, the receptionists at the Fu Group are quite adorable. She repeated her request, her tone still gentle. "Excuse me, I'm here to see Fu Tingye. Could you please notify your president's office?" The 2 receptionists finally snapped out of their trance, their expressions a little awkward. Xiaozhou quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, miss. Could you please register first? May I ask where you're from, your last name, and whether you have an appointment?" Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow, a trace of humor in her voice. "I'm from the countryside. My surname is Shen, and no, I don't have an appointment." The 2 receptionists exchanged a look, silently marveling at her. Who would have thought someone from the countryside could be this stunning? Xiaozhou pursed her lips and patiently explained, "I'm really sorry, but it's company policy. Without an appointment, you can't go to the top floor to meet Mr. Fu. Besides, our president is known for being indifferent to women. He's always kept his distance from them." Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, Xiaozhou quickly added, waving her hands apologetically, "Oh, but I didn't mean you, of course. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Who knows? Maybe Mr. Fu will fall for you at first sight." Shen Xingwan's lips twitched slightly, her thoughts drifting. "So, the man doesn't like women? Well, that's great. Makes things easier, less hassle for both of us." At the front desk, Xiaozheng looked at the elegant and stunning woman in front of him. Afraid of offending her with the slightest misstep, he lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of flattery. "Miss, perhaps you'd like to wait in the lounge for our President Fu? We really can't make the decision to let you up to the top floor on our own. But I promise, once President Fu sees you, he'll definitely be charmed." Shen Xingwan couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable behavior of the 2 receptionists. Covering her mouth lightly with her hand, she smiled warmly and said, "All right, I'll wait over there for a bit. I won't make things difficult for you." From their conversation, she had already gathered that the man's office was on the top floor, and a plan was beginning to form in her mind. The 2 receptionists exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, they both started imagining a potential match. Xiaozheng muttered softly, "Wow, this lady and President Fu are a perfect match." While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a little girl clutching a stuffed toy suddenly stumbled into the lobby, her teary voice trembling with sobs. "I want my mommy. I want my mommy." Her tear-streaked face and heart-wrenching cries quickly drew curious glances from those nearby. Xiaozhou, the other receptionist, immediately stood up from her seat and hurried over to the little girl. Squatting down, she gently tried to comfort her. "Don't cry, sweetheart. Big sister will help you find your mommy, okay?" But no matter how she tried to console her, the little girl's cries only grew louder, attracting an even larger crowd. Having just turned to leave, Shen Xingwan paused when she heard the commotion. She glanced back, raising a brow slightly at the scene, then smiled and said to Xiaozheng, "I'll go wait over there. You should check on the situation. Maybe you can help." Xiaozheng nodded, realizing she was right, and quickly rushed to the entrance. With both receptionists distracted, Shen Xingwan's lips curled into a faint smile. Maintaining a calm and unhurried pace, she turned and walked toward the elevator. Without hesitation, she pressed the button for the top floor. A few minutes later, the little girl's mother arrived in a flurry of panic. Scooping up her child, she apologized profusely to the receptionists. "I'm so sorry for the trouble. I just took a quick call," and she wandered off. "It's all right, but be sure to keep a close eye on her next time," Xiaozhou replied with a relieved smile. Seeing the mother and daughter reunited, she and Xiaozheng returned to their posts. Looking around, Xiaozhou suddenly asked, "Where's that beautiful lady from earlier? Did she leave?" Xiaozhen glanced around as well and shrugged. "Not sure. She probably left." "What a shame. President Fu missed out on meeting such a beauty." The two exchanged a glance, shrugged, and quickly moved on from the matter. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Fu Corporation, inside the president's office, by the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a man, tall and commanding. He wore a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding an air of sophistication and authority. His broad shoulders and upright posture were as unyielding as a statue. Up close, his tanned complexion accentuated his chiseled, sharp features. Beneath his thick, defined brows, a pair of piercing black eyes glimmered with intensity. His high-nosed bridge and tightly pressed thin lips added to his aura of unapproachable dominance. This was Fu Tingye. At just 22, he had taken over the Fu Corporation from his father, Fu Jinyao. In just a few short years, he had propelled the company to unprecedented heights, becoming a legend in the business world. Seated on the leather sofa nearby was Song Jingyan, who was reviewing a medical report with a serious expression. He spoke in a low, grave tone, "Tingye, your test results from yesterday don't look promising. While the toxins in your body are gradually decreasing, this recent poisoning episode has caused significant damage. You must follow through with treatment." Fu Tingye turned around at those words, casting a cold glance at Song Jingyan. His expression remained impassive. "What about the pills I gave you? Have you analyzed their composition?" Song Jingyan lowered his head slightly, a mix of admiration and helplessness in his voice. "The pills are incredibly effective at suppressing toxins, but I haven't been able to fully decipher their formula yet. Who on earth could have created such a potent antidote? If we could find the person who made them, they might be able to completely detoxify your body." Fu Tingye's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze sharp and pensive. He, too, had been trying to locate the girl who had once saved his life, but all these years, there had been no trace of her, almost as if she had never existed. Moreover, given how young she had been, it was uncertain whether the pills were even her own creation. A flicker of frustration crossed his eyes as he silently berated himself. If only he hadn't handed over the pills for research, he could have held on to that precious connection. Seeing Fu Tingye's silence, Song Jingyan cautiously suggested, "Tingye, have you reached out to Drive W, the one I mentioned before? She's a genius in the medical field and might be able to help." Fu Tingye narrowed his eyes and turned to Chen Dong, his assistant, who was standing stiffly to the side. His voice was cold and commanding. "What's the update on that?" Chen Dong replied carefully, "Sir, Drive W has declined our invitation. She's highly regarded in the medical community, known for her miraculous ability to heal with just a few needles. However, her whereabouts are unpredictable, and she only takes cases based on her mood. Even with our offer of 50 million, she refused without hesitation." Fu Tingye showed no surprise at this response. His gaze lifted slightly as he remarked coolly, "Double the offer and keep trying." "Understood." Chen Dong nodded and promptly exited the room. At that moment, the sudden ring of a phone broke the silence in the office. Fu Tingye's long fingers effortlessly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. In a low voice he said, "Grandma." "Aye, are you busy?" came the familiar voice of Grandma Fu on the other end, warm yet carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Fu Tingye softened his tone, showing a trace of respect. "Grandma, what is it? Please go ahead. The girl from the Jiang family has returned to the country recently. I've already arranged dinner with the Jiang family for tonight. After work, you should go meet her," Grandma Fu said, her tone calm but resolute. Fu Tingye's brows furrowed slightly, and his expression instantly turned colder. "Grandma, there's no need to trouble yourself. I won't go, and I don't need a woman. I don't care. Other people your age already have kids running around, and you don't even have a girlfriend." Grandma Fu's voice carried a tinge of dissatisfaction. "I've looked into the Jiang family's girl. She's beautiful, gentle, and highly educated. She's more than good enough for you. Either you bring me a granddaughter-in-law, or you go to this meeting." Before Fu Tingye could respond, the call ended abruptly with a beep sound. Clearly, Grandma Fu was quite upset. Fu Tingye stared at the disconnected phone with a sense of helplessness. He raised a hand to massage his temples, his gaze shifting toward the window. A faint trace of weariness flickered across his face. Standing nearby, Chen Dong suppressed his laughter as he stole a glance at his boss's expression. Internally, he felt a wave of relief that he wasn't the one being pressured to marry. On the other hand, Song Jingyan was laughing so hard he nearly doubled over, clearly finding the situation highly entertaining. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, clapped Fu Tingye on the shoulder, and said with a mischievous grin, "Man, I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be in this position." Fu Tingye shot him a cold glance, his tone indifferent. "I think you'd be a better candidate for this." Song Jingyan immediately raised his hands in protest, backing away. No. I'm perfectly happy as I am. I have no interest in wasting my time on women, he said with a nervous chuckle, clearly eager to distance himself from the suggestion. Just then, the sound of light, confident footsteps echoed from outside the door. A figure strode purposefully toward the top-floor office. The door swung open, and Shen Xingwan stepped inside. Her gaze swept over the three men in the room before landing on Fu Tingye. Her eyes brightened slightly as she tentatively asked, "Fu Tingye?" Her voice was soft and sweet, like a refreshing spring breeze that seemed to cleanse the air. Fu Tingye turned at the sound, his eyes meeting hers. He froze for a moment. Could it really be her? The girl was dressed in a cream-colored knit sweater, paired with a flowing skirt, her feet clad in simple flat shoes. Her long, slightly wavy black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. Her demeanor exuded a cool elegance, with a hint of liveliness. Her features were delicate and refined, her skin fair and flawless, and her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. She was even more beautiful and composed than he remembered, having shed the naivety of youth for a captivating maturity. Even Song Jingyan, who was used to being around stunning women, was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, this woman, she actually seems like a good match for Fu Tingye. Fu Tingye quickly composed himself, his tone calm and distant. And you are? Shen Xingwan glanced briefly at Song Jingyan and Chen Dong before fixing her gaze firmly on Fu Tingye. When she saw the face that matched the one in the photo, her eyes flickered slightly. The man before her was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, lean frame. His sharp features were highlighted by his healthy, sun-kissed skin, with a strong jawline and a high-bridged nose. Beneath it, his thin lips carried an air of quiet allure. He looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, radiating an aura of maturity and authority. Shen Xingwan spoke with a steady, unwavering tone. My name is Shen Xingwan, and I'm your fiancé. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. Chen Dong froze for a moment before the corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. How did this woman even get up here? Doesn't the front desk know the rules? Letting just anyone through. But I have to admit, her approach is bold. Huh. Chen Dong couldn't hold back a laugh, quickly lowering his head to hide his amusement. He thought to himself, over the years, there've been plenty of women trying to get close to our boss, enough to form a line around the city. But someone this straightforward? It's a first. Song Jingyan, meanwhile, slid his hands into his pockets, a playful smirk on his face. Wow, you're something special. But do you even know who he is? I have to say, your entrance is impressive. Too bad your target is an ice-cold guy who doesn't even like women. Such a shame. Shen Xingwan cast Song Jingyan a dismissive glance, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. To her, irrelevant people were not worth her time. Fu Tingye raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly intrigued by her declaration. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he responded in a low, teasing tone. Oh? Funny, I don't recall having a fiancé. His deep, magnetic voice seemed to brush against Shen Xingwan's heart like a feather, causing a subtle stir within her. Remaining composed, she reached into her bag and pulled out a jade pendant, holding it out to him. This is the Fu family's heirloom. It was given as a token of the marriage agreement by your grandfather years ago. Fu Tingye took long, measured strides toward the girl, accepting the jade pendant she handed over. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he examined it carefully. The jade pendant felt smooth and warm in his hand, its craftsmanship exquisite, clearly a rare treasure among jade artifacts. He recognized it instantly. It was a family heirloom of the Fu family. He recalled having seen it a few times in his grandfather's study as a child. The small, delicate Fu character engraved on the pendant was unmistakably his grandfather's handiwork. A faint, playful smile tugged at the corner of Fu Tingye's lips. Who would have thought that the jade pendant his grandfather had once cherished so dearly would now end up in the possession of this young woman? Shen Xingwan lifted her head, her clear, bright eyes meeting his gaze with calm determination. Her tone was steady yet resolute as she asked, Mr. Fu, would you be willing to marry me? Standing nearby, Chen Dong stifled a laugh and stole a glance at his boss. Internally, he couldn't help but mutter, what is going on here? This is unusual. The boss actually seems intrigued? That's definitely not normal. Fu Tingye met Shen Xingwan's unwavering gaze, and for a fleeting moment, his heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly regained his composure, his tone cool and indifferent. And what if I say no? Shen Xingwan remained poised, her voice calm and unyielding. This was my grandmother's wish, but if you're unwilling, I won't force it. Raise your pendant back, and the engagement can be annulled. Her tone was serene, yet carried an undeniable confidence. She had never believed in forcing anything, least of all happiness. Even though she hadn't anticipated rejection before coming here, she was prepared for it. Fu Tingye let out a low chuckle and stepped closer, standing directly in front of her. There was a hint of mischief in his voice as he said, the Fu family values integrity above all. Since this engagement was arranged by my grandfather years ago, wouldn't backing out now make us look dishonorable? Standing nearby, Song Jingyan and Chen Dong were left utterly speechless. Chen Dong couldn't resist muttering internally. This doesn't make sense. Isn't this the part where the boss kicks her out? Why does it seem like he's enjoying this? Shen Xingwan blinked, her gaze becoming more inquisitive as she tentatively asked, "So, does this mean Mr. Fu agrees?" Fu Tingye's thin lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. His tone was casual, yet carried an undercurrent of seriousness. "I'm 27. It's about time I got married. Who I marry doesn't make much difference to me. Since my grandfather already chose someone for me, why not go along with it?" His words were light, but the final sentence held a weight that couldn't be ignored. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward again and asked, "Do you have any preferences for the wedding?" Hearing this, Song Jingyan and Chen Dong's eyes widened in shock. What kind of twist was this? Not only did he not refuse, but he's also asking about wedding details? Just minutes ago, wasn't he on the phone with the old madam adamantly refusing? What changed so suddenly? Could he really have been bewitched by her looks? But that doesn't match the boss' usual behavior at all. Over the years, countless socialites and beauties had tried to get close to Fu Tingye, only to be met with cold rejection or worse, thrown out entirely. There were even rumors that he wasn't interested in women. Yet this was baffling. Shen Xingwan met his deep, penetrating gaze and momentarily froze. In person, he was even more striking than in photos. Up close, his commanding presence was almost impossible to ignore. Internally, she couldn't help but marvel. This man is like a devil born to captivate. Yet there was something oddly familiar about his figure, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. Shaking off the thought, she refocused. Wedding planning is too complicated. "Let's just register the marriage directly," she said with a calmness as though discussing the most mundane matter. Fu Tingye's smile deepened, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Why wait? Let's do it today. Did you bring the necessary documents?" Shen Xingwan paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, but then gave a small nod, realizing he had a point. Since they were going to marry anyway and her documents were already in her bag, why not today? Seeing her agreement, Fu Tingye's smile grew even more pronounced. He reached out and took her slender hand in his. "All right, let's go now." Turning to Chen Dong, who was still in a daze, he said impatiently, "Bring the car around to the front." Startled by the command, Chen Dong snapped to attention and quickly responded, "Yes, Mr. Fu," before rushing out. Song Jingyan stood frozen in place, watching the two leave. He muttered under his breath, "What the hell did I just witness? This is surreal." In the lobby, Fu Tingye emerged from the elevator, holding Shen Xingwan's hand. The two receptionists and passing employees stared in stunned silence. Receptionist Xiao Zhou tugged on her colleague Xiao Zheng's sleeve, whispering in disbelief, "Wait, what's going on? Didn't the girl leave earlier? Why is she coming out of the elevator now? And Mr. Fu is holding her hand." Xiao Zheng was equally shocked, replying in a hushed tone, "I have no idea. But honestly, they look amazing together. Their looks are just off the charts. Seems like Mr. Fu isn't completely indifferent after all." Noticing their curious glances, Shen Xingwan gave them a small, polite smile and nodded. "Thank you for earlier," she said graciously. The two receptionists stared at her, momentarily entranced by her smile, completely forgetting to respond. Fu Tingye took in the woman's expression, his sharp eyes capturing every subtle detail. His gaze then swept over the two receptionists, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. In a relaxed tone he said, "From now on, whenever my wife comes to the office, let her go straight up. You both did well today, your salaries will be double this month." As soon as he finished speaking, he naturally took Shen Xingwan's hand and led her toward the Maybach parked outside. Shen Xingwan glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her expression indifferent. Internally, however, she let out a cold laugh. "Wife?" He seemed to say it so effortlessly. Considering they were about to get their marriage certificate, she didn't bother to argue and simply followed his lead. The two receptionists stood frozen for a moment before snapping out of their daze, their eyes wide with disbelief. "The little fairy is actually the boss wife?" One murmured. "President Fu is married?" The other echoed in shock. They exchanged incredulous looks before breaking into bright smiles, as if they had just won the lottery. The joy of a doubled salary was overwhelming, and they became even more convinced this little fairy was their lucky charm. Elsewhere in the lobby, other employees were equally stunned, unable to recover from the surprise. All eyes followed the couple as they walked away. This was explosive news. Within moments, the story of Fu Tingye's marriage spread through the office like wildfire. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the Maybach came to a smooth stop. Fu Tingye stepped out of the car and, without hesitation, took Shen Xingwan's hand, leading her toward the building. His large, warm hand enveloped hers with a firm yet gentle grip, as though this gesture was second nature to him. Shen Xingwan glanced down at their clasped hands, a faintly amused smile playing at her lips. This man sure acts familiar, she thought. We just met today, yet he's already so at ease holding my hand. She silently grumbled to herself but ultimately decided to let it slide. After all, they were about to get married, there was no point in nitpicking over such trivial things. Her gaze lingered on his hand for a moment. Those long, well-defined fingers carried an air of strength and elegance, unexpectedly captivating. The warmth of his touch seeped through her skin, stirring a strange, fleeting emotion within her that left her momentarily distracted. Nearby, Chen Dong, Fu Tingye's assistant, couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the scene. Was this still the same cold, aloof Fu Tingye who kept all women at arm's length? His boss behavior today was so on point that it was downright astonishing. As the pair entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff inside were momentarily stunned. The man was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of nobility, while the woman was stunningly beautiful and radiant. Together, they looked like they had stepped straight out of a painting. The paperwork was processed swiftly, and in no time at all, the two of them were holding their brand new marriage certificates. Shen Xingwan stared down at the small red booklet in her hand, a sense of surrealism washing over her. She was married just like that. And it was a flash marriage, no less. After a few seconds of staring at the certificate, she shrugged off the odd feeling. Her new husband was good-looking, wealthy, and met all her practical criteria. By her assessment, this deal wasn't a bad one. Fu Tingye reached over and took the certificate from her hand, placing it together with his own. A soft smile curved his lips and his deep, gentle voice broke the silence. Mrs. Fu, I look forward to spending the rest of my life with you. I'll keep these safe for us. Shen Xingwan lifted her gaze to meet his, her bright, clear eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Why? Isn't each person supposed to have their own copy? She teased lightly. Fu Tingye responded with an air of seriousness. It's more convenient to keep them together in one place. This way we won't lose them. She chuckled softly, deciding not to argue over such a minor detail. Fine. Do as you like. Chen Dong was waiting outside the bureau when they emerged, his face lighting up with an irrepressible grin. Congratulations, boss. Wishing you a happy marriage and a growing family. Fu Tingye shot him a glance, his smile still lingering. Double your bonus this month. His tone was light, reflecting his good mood. Then he turned to Shen Xingwan, his voice lowering as he asked, Mrs. Fu, where are you staying? Should I take you home first or bring you to my place? Hearing him call her Mrs. Fu, Shen Xingwan felt her cheeks flush slightly. This man's enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. After a brief moment of thought, she replied, I came from the countryside and have been staying temporarily at Yujing Bay. All my things are there. Fu Tingye paused briefly before his gaze softened. Give me your phone, he said, his tone serious. Puzzled, Shen Xingwan reached into her bag and handed him her phone. He quickly entered his number and added himself on her WeChat before returning the device to her. Here is my contact information, he said. I'll take you there now and pick you up after work this evening. His deep, magnetic voice carried a warmth that unexpectedly touched her. She nodded lightly, a small voice in her heart whispering, so this is what it feels like to have a home. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up at the entrance of Yujing Bay. Chen Dong turned back with a cheerful smile. We've arrived, young madam. Shen Xingwan grabbed her bag and glanced at Fu Tingye beside her. Mr. Fu, I'll head up now. Bye. Fu Tingye smiled faintly, his gaze gentle. All right. See you later. She gave him one last look before turning and walking into the complex without another word. That evening, Fu Tingye arrived at Shen Xingwan's apartment. The interior was modern and minimalist, exuding a cozy and clean atmosphere. As he looked around, he casually asked, when did you buy this place? Shen Xingwan handed him a bottle of water and replied nonchalantly, 2 years ago. I bought it through someone, but I haven't lived here much. Fu Tingye fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. A strange sense of wistfulness crept into his heart. To think we were so close all this time yet never crossed paths. His gaze landed on her, a mix of tenderness and complexity in his eyes. A faint smile curved his lips as he said softly, it's better this way. Shen Xingwan looked at the man across from her, his smiling face full of mystery, and she couldn't figure out what he was so amused about. Without asking further, she turned around and began packing her belongings. 10 minutes later, she returned, dragging a small suitcase behind her. Her gaze swept over the man standing nearby, and her tone was crisp. Let's go. Fu Tingye's eyes landed on her suitcase, a faint smile flickering in his gaze. He spoke gently, I've already had everything prepared for you this afternoon. You won't be missing anything. As he reached out to take her suitcase, he added, let me carry this. Shen Xingwan didn't hesitate and handed the suitcase over. All right. She thought to herself, if he's willing to handle it, she might as well let him. By evening, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep hues of crimson. Jingyuan, located in the outskirts of S City, was Fu Tingye's private residence. The estate's design was an exquisite blend of the classical elegance of Chinese gardens and the romantic charm of Western architecture. Rock formations, arched bridges, and winding streams were arranged harmoniously. A central fountain gurgled softly, while the garden's vibrant flowers and plants exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance, creating a serene and picturesque atmosphere. The Maybach glided through the estate's entrance and came to a stop in front of the villa. A middle-aged man in a suit approached promptly and respectfully opened the car door. "Young master." Fu Tingye stepped out gracefully, with Shen Xingwan following closely behind. The butler, Mr. Wang, greeted them warmly, his face adorned with a polite smile. He took the suitcase from Fu Tingye and addressed Shen Xingwan enthusiastically. "Good evening, young madam. In the butler here. Let me have the staff take your luggage upstairs for you." Shen Xingwan glanced around briefly and nodded. "All right, thank you." She followed the staff to the master bedroom on the second floor. As the door swung open, she was greeted by a minimalist yet elegant European-style interior. The black and white color scheme gave the room a clean and polished look, while maintaining a sense of coziness. Walking into the adjacent walk-in closet, she paused in slight surprise. The left side of the wardrobe was neatly filled with Fu Tingye's tailored suits and shirts, all in monochromatic tones. On the right side, however, were rows of women's clothing trendy styles from this year's collections, all in her exact size. A faint smile tugged at Shen Xingwan's lips, and a trace of warmth flickered in her heart. This man was quite thoughtful, had managed to prepare everything so meticulously in just one afternoon. After a brief moment of reflection, she began organizing her belongings. Once she was done, she freshened up and headed downstairs. In the living room, Fu Tingye was seated on the sofa, phone in hand, quietly giving instructions regarding work. Hearing the sound of footsteps descending the stairs, he turned slightly, his deep eyes lighting up. The girl wore a white knitted top with delicate cutouts, paired with a pale yellow skirt. Her long, silky black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her skin was fair and flawless, and her demeanor was ethereal, like a celestial being untouched by the mortal world. Fu Tingye ended the call, his gaze lingering on her as he spoke softly. "Let's have dinner." "All right," Shen Xingwan replied. Since the butler wasn't familiar with the young madam's preferences, he had thoughtfully prepared a variety of dishes from different cuisines. The dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of delicious, aromatic dishes. During the meal, the dining room was quiet, save for the occasional clinking of cutlery. After dinner, Fu Tingye handed Shen Xingwan a sleek black card, his tone calm yet tinged with indulgence. "This card has no password. Buy whatever you like." Shen Xingwan didn't accept it right away. Instead, she raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "I'm not short on money." Fu Tingye's lips curved into a faint smile, his eyes filled with a gentle humor as he gazed deeply at her. He spoke slowly. "Wanwan, remember, we're married now. You're my wife, and this is only natural." Hearing him call her Wanwan in that low, magnetic voice, Shen Xingwan felt a slight flutter in her chest, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She couldn't help but think to herself that his voice was simply too captivating. It even seemed to make her heart skip a beat. Seeing that she was still reluctant to take the card, Fu Tingye's tone turned a little wistful. "Since you married me, doesn't that mean you plan to spend your life with me? If you don't accept my money now, does that mean you're not planning on staying with me forever?" Looking at his expression, which seemed oddly pitiful, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "Fine then." She reluctantly accepted the black card and casually slipped it into her pocket. After dinner, Fu Tingye headed to his study to continue working, while Shen Xingwan took a stroll in the garden. The night breeze was cool, and the floral scent in the air was soothing, allowing her to unwind. After some time, she returned to the bedroom. After washing up, she lay on the bed, scrolling through her phone. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a notification chimed. Shen Xingwan opened WeChat and saw a message. "Jiang Jining, Xingjie, I'm back in the country. Let's grab a meal in S-City sometime." Shen Xingwan smiled, the corners of her lips curving slightly as a wave of amusement washed over her. Did this girl time her return perfectly on purpose? Jiang Jining was a friend she had met years ago in M Country, and the two had remained close ever since. Shen Xingwan replied, "Sure, I'm in S-City too. Just let me know when." Jiang Jining responded immediately. "Really? Don't you dare be kidding me." Shen Xingwan chuckled as she typed, "How about in a couple of days?" Jiang Jining, deal. It's a date. Setting her phone aside, Shen Xingwan glanced at the time. It was already past 10, and Fu Tingye was still busy in the study. Without waiting for him, she placed her phone on the nightstand, closed her eyes, and soon drifted off to sleep. In the study, Fu Tingye was deeply engrossed in the documents in his hands. The sudden ringing of the phone shattered the silence in the room. He glanced at the screen, a trace of helplessness flashing in his deep-set eyes, and then answered the call. "Grandma, it's late. What's the matter?" His voice was low and calm, with a faint hint of weariness. On the other end of the line, Grandma Fu's tone was filled with anger. You brat. I went out of my way to arrange a dinner for you with the Jiang family's girl tonight, and you dared to stand her up. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Fu Tingye frowned slightly, his tone even calmer. I told you before that I wouldn't go, but you insisted on setting it up. Besides, I'm already married. Please stop worrying about these things. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Grandma Fu was clearly stunned by his words. After a few seconds, her voice came through, tinged with disbelief. What did you just say? Married? This morning you were still single, and by tonight you suddenly have a wife? Humph. I may be old, but am not senile. Thinking of that little woman, Fu Tingye couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at the corner of his lips. Yes, Grandma. You now have a granddaughter-in-law, I have a wife. Grandma Fu's tone was filled with suspicion. I don't believe you. Unless you bring her here for me to meet, don't think you can fool me. Fu Tingye rubbed his forehead in exasperation and patiently explained, it's a marriage arranged by Grandpa before he passed away. Grandma, please get some rest. I'll bring her to visit you when I have time. Without waiting for her to ask more questions, he ended the call and returned to his work. On the other end of the line, Grandma Fu held the disconnected phone in her hand, staring blankly for a long time. When had her late husband arranged a marriage for this brat? And how had she known nothing about it? If she'd known, all her previous efforts would have been unnecessary. By the time Fu Tingye finished his work, it was already past 11 at night. He pushed open the bedroom door to find the room dimly lit by a warm bedside lamp. The soft glow outlined a petite figure curled up on the bed. Shen Xingwan was hugging the quilt, soundly asleep. The man walked quietly to the bedside, his gaze falling on her peaceful sleeping face, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he murmured softly, Even when you're asleep, you look so captivating. He carefully took off his jacket and went to the guest room to wash up. 10 minutes later, he returned to the bedroom. As he lifted the quilt to lie down, Shen Xingwan suddenly stirred and opened her eyes, alert. Half asleep, her voice carried a soft laziness. Fu Tingye, you're done working? Seeing her sit up, his voice was gentle, with a slightly hoarse quality. Did I wake you? She shook her head, her voice barely audible. Maybe I should sleep on the couch. Sharing a bed with a man she wasn't familiar with made her feel uncomfortable. Fu Tingye's eyes darkened slightly, but his tone carried a teasing edge. Mrs. Fu, it's our first night as newlyweds, and you're already suggesting we sleep apart. How very considerate of you. Shen Xingwan froze for a moment, then looked up at his strikingly handsome face, momentarily dazed. Snapping out of it, she turned her back to him, lay down and mumbled, Fine. You're good-looking, I'll tolerate it. Hearing this, Fu Tingye couldn't help but chuckle softly. His gaze softened as he watched her turn away. Not long after, her even breathing indicated she had fallen asleep again. He turned his head to look at the space between them, wide enough for another person to lie down, and raised an eyebrow. Inwardly, he mused. Is this bed a little too big? Acting on impulse, he gently pulled the little woman closer to the middle and wrapped her in his arms. Looking at Shen Xingwan sleeping peacefully in his embrace, he lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead, whispering softly, Good night. The next morning, Shen Xingwan woke up after a restful sleep. Still groggy, she noticed her pillow felt unusually warm, though the texture seemed off. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it, and the realization jolted her awake. She opened her eyes abruptly. Their eyes met. Fu Tingye's gaze held a hint of amusement, his expression teasing. Shen Xingwan glanced down and noticed her hand resting on Fu Tingye's waist, while her leg was draped over his. Her face instantly turned crimson. She stammered, Good morning, Mr. Fu. Fu Tingye looked at her flustered expression, the corners of his lips curving upward. Good morning, Wanwan. Although, my leg feels a bit numb from you pressing on it all night. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan immediately retracted her hand and leg as if she'd been electrocuted. She scrambled off the bed in a panic, muttering, I am going to wash up. With that, she darted into the bathroom as though fleeing. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at her slightly flushed cheeks, raised a hand to pat her face, and muttered to herself, Calm down, calm down. Even if he's your legal husband, you can't just take advantage of him like that. Meanwhile, Fu Tingye watched her retreating figure, his mood inexplicably brightened. The smile on his lips refused to fade as he murmured, My Wanwan is truly adorable. After collecting himself, he grabbed his change of clothes and headed to the guest room to freshen up. After finishing her morning routine, Shen Xingwan noticed that the man was no longer in the room. She walked into the walk-in closet, selected a loose-knit sweater and a pair of light blue jeans, changed into them, and then headed downstairs. In the dining room, Fu Tingye was seated at the table, holding a financial magazine in his hands. The coffee in front of him was still steaming. Good morning, young madam. Breakfast is ready, Butler Wong said respectfully. Hearing this, Fu Tingye set down the magazine and looked up at Shen Xingwan, who was descending the stairs. His gaze softened, and the corners of his lips curved into a faint smile. He gestured to her, saying, "Wan Wan, come and have breakfast." Shen Xingwan walked over to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Fu Tingye handed her a warm glass of milk, skillfully peeled a boiled egg, and even spread some jam on a piece of bread for her, placing it in front of her. Watching his meticulous actions, Shen Xingwan froze for a moment. A subtle warmth welled up in her heart. "Thank you," she murmured softly and took a bite of the bread. Fu Tingye reached out to gently stroke her long hair, his eyes filled with affection. "Wan Wan, I need to take a business trip abroad in the next few days. Do you want to come with me?" he asked in a gentle tone with a hint of probing. Knowing that Shen Xingwan was new to S City and unfamiliar with the people and surroundings, he couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Shen Xingwan put down the egg in her hand and, upon hearing this, silently grumbled to herself. Why would she need to tag along on a business trip? She had no intention of going. She shook her head, raised her eyes to meet his handsome face, and replied calmly, "No, I won't go. I have to be at Jinghai University next Monday." "You're a student at Jinghai University?" Fu Tingye raised an eyebrow, a trace of curiosity in his tone. "No, I'm going there to teach," Shen Xingwan explained softly. Hearing this, Fu Tingye's deep black eyes flickered slightly in surprise before a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He picked up the glass of milk on the table and handed it to her, his tone gentle. "All right, finish your milk first. If you need anything in the next few days, just ask Butler Wang. And don't forget to call me." Shen Xingwan accepted the glass of milk, took a sip, and nodded. "Okay." Fu Tingye gazed at her obedient demeanor, his heart softening. He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes thoughtful, as if lost in contemplation. He realized that he knew almost nothing about this girl's past. In the president's office of the Fu Group headquarters, Fu Tingye stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall figure exuding an air of authority. His tie was slightly loosened, giving him a relaxed yet stern demeanor. He sat silently in his chair, his gaze deep. After a long while, he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. His voice was low and steady. "Look into Wan Wan's background for me." With that, he hung up the phone. A sudden laugh broke the silence in the office. "Seriously, Yaga, you've already got the marriage certificate, and now you're thinking of digging into her background? Isn't that a bit redundant?" A man lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, chuckled with abandon. "But I have to admit, I'm curious. What kind of beauty managed to melt the ice around you? Flash marriage, of all things, this is so not like you." The visitor was Qin Yu, heir to the Qin family of S City. Having just heard about Fu Tingye's sudden marriage from Song Jingyan, he couldn't sit still and rushed over to confirm the news. Fu Tingye raised his head and shot him a frosty glare. His voice was low and commanding. "Shut up." The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Fu Tingye wanted to check Shen Xingwan's background only to understand her better, nothing more. Meanwhile, in the assistant's office, Chen Dong was muttering to himself in confusion. "Wan Wan." A few seconds later, he slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh, he means young madam." He quickly started typing on his keyboard. Moments later, he grabbed a stack of documents and hurriedly made his way to the president's office. "Sir, here is the young madam's information. But it's just the basics," Chen Dong said nervously, lowering his head as he handed over the file. Fu Tingye took the file and skimmed through it, his gaze turning colder. He looked up at Chen Dong. "Are you sure this is all the information I asked for?" Chen Dong spread his hands in innocence, looking aggrieved. "Boss, it's not my fault. I couldn't find anything else. It's like someone deliberately erased her records." Fu Tingye didn't respond. He lowered his head and continued flipping through the file. When his eyes landed on the girl's photo, the corners of his lips subconsciously lifted. He murmured softly, "My wife is beautiful." Qin Yu, seeing his reaction, couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. "Yega, if even Qin couldn't dig up her details, it means your wife isn't an ordinary person. You better watch out." Before he could finish, Fu Tingye's hand holding the file paused slightly. He raised his eyes and shot Qin Yu a cold look. "Too noisy. Quiet down." Qin Yu shut his mouth but still had a teasing grin on his face. Fu Tingye thought to himself, if Wan Wan didn't have some skills, how else could she have saved him on Yunwu Mountain 5 years ago? Qin Yu noticed a dangerous glint flash through Fu Tingye's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little wronged. He muttered under his breath, "Brother Yi, you're prioritizing love over friendship." "I haven't even said anything yet." All he did was casually state a fact, and now this man was already so protective. Fu Tingye raised his head slightly, his sharp gaze piercing straight at Qin Yu as he spoke in a frosty tone. "Oh? I'm protecting my wife. Do you have a problem with that?" Startled, Qin Yu immediately shook his head, silently lamenting to himself. This man isn't human, he's a completely unreasonable tyrant. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, not at all. How could I dare? But honestly, Brother Yi, do you really know her? He couldn't help but test the waters. Standing nearby, Dong's heart tightened when he heard this, worried that the young master might dig himself into a deeper hole and anger their boss. He quickly interjected, trying to steer the conversation away. Boss Fu, while we haven't found much else yet, I did discover that your wife's name is on the list of visiting professors at Jinghai University. She's a visiting professor in the Department of Architectural Design. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Yu looked at Fu Tingye in shock, his tone filled with disbelief. Wow, Brother Yi, your wife from the countryside is really something. So young, and already a professor at Jinghai University. A faint smile appeared on Fu Tingye's face as he glanced at his watch. In a calm voice he asked, "When do we leave?" Dong quickly responded, "The plane is ready. We can depart in 10 minutes." Fu Tingye nodded. "Good. Assign someone to secretly ensure Wan's safety." With that, he picked up his coat and strode toward the door. Watching his retreating back, Qin Yu muttered in frustration, "So unfair. He won't even wait for me." 2 days later, under a clear blue sky, sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. Inside a chic cafe in S City, soothing melodic music floated through the air. Outside the window, the streets bustled with life. By the window, 2 strikingly beautiful women were engaged in a quiet conversation. Shen Xingwan lifted her coffee cup, taking a small sip, her expression calm and serene. Across from her, Jiang Jining gazed at her with a playful smile on her lips. "Xingjia, aren't you even a little excited to see me?" Shen Xingwan glanced at her briefly, set her coffee down, and replied in an even tone, and then Jiang Jining was momentarily at a loss for words, her lips twitching slightly. Internally, she couldn't help but complain. This woman hasn't changed at all, still as aloof as ever. Shouldn't there at least be a heartfelt hug or some excitement for a reunion after so long? Seeing Jiang Jining pouting in silence, Shen Xingwan smiled faintly and asked, "What brings you back all of a sudden? Have you sorted everything out at the architecture firm?" Jiang Jining sighed, taking a sip of her coffee before responding with a touch of exasperation, "Don't even ask. I've said goodbye to that place. I'm staying here for good now. The old man at home keeps nagging me to come back and take over the family business. Can you believe it? I'm so young, why do I need to inherit anything yet? It's torture." She paused, her curiosity piqued, and turned the question back on Shen Xingwan. "But what about you? What are you doing in S City? Weren't you supposed to be enjoying life in your little paradise?" Shen Xingwan replied simply, "My husband is here." Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jining nearly choked on her coffee at those words, her face full of disbelief. You're married?" She stared at Shen Xingwan as if she'd just heard the most unbelievable news. How could it be that in such a short time apart, this woman had actually gotten married? What kind of person could have managed to marry her? Shen Xingwan nodded, her gaze drifting toward the window. A rare softness graced her features as she smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm married." Jiang Jining finally regained her composure, and couldn't help but ask, "When did this happen? Who's your husband?" A part of her even suspected she might know him. Shen Xingwan's tone remained casual. "Fu Tingye. We registered 2 days ago." Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jining was once again caught off guard, choking on her coffee and hurriedly taking another sip to recover. Fu Tingye? Her mind raced. Wasn't he the man her father had arranged for her to meet just 2 days ago? Thank goodness she had cleverly slipped away that evening, otherwise, wouldn't she have ended up offending Xingjia and gotten herself into big trouble? Thinking of this, Jiang Jining shrank back slightly, suddenly feeling guilty. She didn't dare press further. The 2 women continued sipping their coffee, chatting about mundane topics. Most of the time, Jiang Jining was the one enthusiastically talking while Shen Xingwan listened quietly. About half an hour later, the 2 stunning figures emerged from the cafe. Jiang Jining clung to Shen Xingwan's arm, pouting coquettishly. "It's still early. Come shopping with me, please." "Pretty please, Xingjia." Shen Xingwan felt a wave of helplessness, her skin crawling at the overly sweet tone. She had never been a fan of shopping, but seeing Jiang Jining's expectant expression, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She nodded. "All right." With that, she turned toward the car parked by the side of the road and said coolly, "Butler Wang, you can head back now." Butler Wang gave a slight nod, his gaze briefly sweeping over Jiang Jining before respectfully responding, "Understood, young madam." He then turned and left. The gentle spring breeze caressed their faces, the grass grew lush, and the chirping of orioles filled the air with vitality. Everything seemed to brim with life. Jiang Jining and Shen Xingwan arrived at the busiest shopping mall in a city, where the neon lights along the streets blended harmoniously with the flowing traffic, creating an atmosphere of vibrant energy. "Xingjia, this mall is super famous in S City. I used to love coming here," Jiang Jining exclaimed excitedly, gripping Shen Xingwan's hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Come on, let me show you around." Shen Xingwan glanced at her enthusiastic expression, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She casually looked around and said, "Not bad." As they approached the entrance of a boutique offering affordable luxury clothing, Jiang Jining suddenly stopped and pointed at the display inside. "The clothes here are perfect for you. Let's take a look." Without waiting for a response, she had already pulled open the glass door. Shen Xingwan cast a cursory glance at the store's interior design, her lips curving slightly upward. She said nothing more and followed Jiang Jining inside. The store assistant had noticed them as soon as they entered and quickly greeted them with a professional smile. "Hello. Is there anything I can help you with?" Shen Xingwan gave a slight nod, her gaze calm as she scanned the racks. Just looking around. Jiang Jining, on the other hand, was much more enthusiastic. "Bring out all your new arrivals. Let us take a look." "Of course, please wait a moment," the assistant replied promptly. In no time, she returned with an armful of seasonal collections, neatly arranging them on the display rack. "Miss, these are our latest arrivals. Feel free to try them on. If none catch your eye, I can help you pick something else." Shen Xingwan glanced at the small mountain of clothes before her and lightly rubbed her temple. She had always found trying on clothes to be a tiresome and energy-draining task, but Jiang Jining seemed brimming with excitement. "Xingjie, go try them on," Jiang Jining urged. Before Shen Xingwan could respond, Jiang Jining's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and then winked at Shen Xingwan. "You go ahead, I'll take this call outside." "All right, go ahead," Shen Xingwan replied with a faint smile. After Jiang Jining left, the store assistant picked out a minimalist yet stylish dress and handed it to Shen Xingwan, her smile brimming with confidence. "Miss, this dress complements your aura perfectly. Would you like to try it on?" Hearing this, Shen Xingwan turned her head, her gaze landing on the dress. She responded casually, "No need to try it. Just wrap it up." She then pointed to another chic outfit nearby. "And that one to prepare it in my friend's size as well." The assistant's eyes lit up, and her smile grew even brighter. Of course, Mississippi. Encountering such a decisive customer who would purchase without even trying the clothes on was a rare delight for her. However, just as she finished speaking, a sharp, slightly haughty voice rang out from behind. "I'll take that dress." Shen Xingwan turned to see a fashionable young woman with flawless makeup and high heels striding over, her gaze fixed intently on the dress. The assistant hesitated momentarily, maintaining her smile with some effort. She apologized, "I'm sorry, but this dress has already been selected by this lady. We do have other new arrivals, would you like to take a look?" The young woman, however, showed no intention of backing down. She raised her chin arrogantly and spoke impatiently, "I'm a diamond member of your store. I have priority purchasing rights." As she spoke, she pulled a black membership card from her designer handbag and cast a disdainful glance at Shen Xingwan. "Judging by your cheap outfit, this doesn't seem like a place you can afford to shop at." Shen Xingwan narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of danger flashing within them. She hadn't intended to argue over the dress, but the girl's arrogance was indeed grating. She walked over to the lounge area, gracefully took a seat, and cast a calm, fleeting glance at the girl. A faint smile played on her lips as she said lightly, "Even so, she won't be taking this dress." The girl scoffed with a sneer, her tone dripping with derision. "You? Can you even afford it? What a joke." Shen Xingwan had no interest in arguing further. She shot the girl a cold glance, then pulled out a gold card from her bag and handed it to the assistant. The assistant froze momentarily upon seeing the card. Under the lights, its golden surface gleamed brilliantly, exuding an air of exclusivity. She had never encountered such a card before and, unsure of how to proceed, hastily called for the store manager. Moments later, a middle-aged man arrived in a rush, his face adorned with an overly polite smile. His demeanor was excessively respectful as he said, "Dear valued customer, we deeply apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. As a token of our apology, this dress will be complimentary today." The assistant stood there, stunned, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Her mind went blank as she silently speculated about the extraordinary identity of this poised and elegant woman. Shen Xingwan remained composed, as if everything had unfolded just as she had anticipated. She rose slowly, dusted off her skirt lightly, and replied calmly, "Thank you." Then her gaze shifted to the girl, and a subtle, enigmatic smile played on her lips. Fu Qingqing watched helplessly as the outfit she had her eye on was snatched away. Her face turned pale with anger, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. Her gaze fixated on Shen Xingwan, and she silently wondered who this woman really was. The manager, wearing a professional smile, handed the packaged clothes to Shen Xingwan. The latter accepted the bag, casting the manager a faintly amused glance before leisurely standing up. Shen Xingwan's gaze landed on Fu Qingqing's face, whose expression was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. In a calm, unhurried tone tinged with an undeniable authority, she said, "Your young don't be too arrogant." With that, She took the bag from the manager's hand and turned to leave. Fu Qingqing watched her retreating figure, stomping her foot in frustration and muttering through gritted teeth, "Who does this woman think she is? How dare she lecture me? She's infuriating." As Shen Xingwan stepped out of the store, she was immediately met with Jiang Jining's incredulous gaze. Jiang Jining stared at her in disbelief. "Xingjia, you're done trying on clothes already?" She glanced at her watch, her face full of surprise. "It's only been a few minutes. Did you really try on all those clothes?" Shen Xingwan smiled faintly and handed another bag to Jiang Jining. "No need to try them on. I just bought them directly. These are for you." Jiang Jining took the bag and looked inside. Her eyes immediately lit up with joy. Unable to contain her smile, she exclaimed, "Xingjia, you know me best. Come on, dinner's on me tonight." The styles and fabrics of the clothes were exactly to her taste. Nighttime, Dingyun. After dinner, Shen Xingwan took a walk in the garden before returning to the living room to relax in front of the TV. Knowing that tomorrow would be her first day at Jinghai University, she decided to go to bed early and headed to her room to rest. In the early hours of the morning, as Shen Xingwan was sleeping soundly, she suddenly felt the bed dip slightly beside her. Instinctively alert, she turned over to investigate, only to hear a familiar deep voice behind her. "Wanwan, it's me." Fu Tingye reached out and pulled her into his arms. Shen Xingwan looked up at the man before her, her elegant brows arching slightly as she softly asked, "Fu Tingye, you're back? Didn't Butler Wang say you wouldn't return until tomorrow?" Seeing the joy in her eyes, Fu Tingye's lips curved into a slight smile. He reached out to gently tousle her hair, his tone warm. "I missed you, so I came back early." Originally, he had planned to finish his work the next day, but the thought of her first day at Jinghai University compelled him to return overnight. Caught by the tenderness in his gaze, Shen Xingwan froze for a moment. They had only known each other for a few days, so why did she see emotions in his eyes that shouldn't have been there? She chuckled softly, brushing aside her doubts, and said gently, "It's late. Let's sleep." But as soon as she lay down, Fu Tingye pulled her into his embrace again. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, Shen Xingwan shifted slightly, trying to free herself. However, his low, raspy voice sounded in her ear. "Don't move. Just sleep. I won't do anything." She tilted her head slightly to look at him, her voice soft. "I'm not used to this. I've been sleeping alone for so many years that suddenly being held like this feels strange." Fu Tingye lowered his head, brushing against her hair with a tender gesture. His voice was so gentle it made her heart quiver. "It's okay. You'll get used to it in a few days." Shen Xingwan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Fu Tingye continued, "Wanwan, we're married. From now on, it'll be a part of your life, and you'll slowly get used to it." His lips brushed lightly against her ear, his warm breath making her shrink her neck involuntarily. How could this man be so affectionate? Wasn't he rumored to dislike women? Could those rumors have been false? To change the subject, she spoke softly. "Fu Tingye, I'll need to study at home for some of my work. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Fu Tingye chuckled lightly. He lowered his head and playfully nipped her ear, his tone indulgent yet teasing. "I'm already yours. What could you possibly not decide?" The gentle bite made Shen Xingwan shiver slightly, and she sighed inwardly. This man was truly a master of charm. She stood no chance against him. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her finger. Looking down, she saw a pink diamond ring adorning her ring finger, its brilliance catching her off guard. She stared at the exquisitely designed ring in a daze, overwhelmed by a rush of indescribable emotions. Fu Tingye's low voice broke the silence. "Do you like it?" Shen Xingwan turned to look at him, her eyes meeting his as she nodded slightly. "I like it. Did you get this abroad?" She recognized at a glance that this pink diamond wasn't something you could casually buy on the market. It was likely crafted from a carefully selected raw stone. Fu Tingye wrapped her in his arms and explained softly, "No, I acquired a pink diamond raw stone some time ago. After we got our marriage certificate, I had it designed into this ring. It was just completed during this trip." Shen Xingwan was momentarily stunned. So he had started preparing the ring right after they registered their marriage. Fu Tingye then took out a matching men's ring and handed it to her. "Wanwan, put it on for me." She took the ring and examined it closely. It was a simple yet elegant design, featuring a small, understated diamond. Smiling, she slid the ring onto his ring finger. Fu Tingye lowered his gaze to the ring on his finger, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now, everyone would know he was a married man. Content, he pulled Shen Xingwan into his arms, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after finishing her breakfast, Shen Xingwan was about to leave for Jinghai University. Just as she was stepping out, Fu Tingye suddenly grabbed her hand, his gaze filled with deep affection. In a low voice he said, "Wanwan, let me take you there." Shen Xingwan glanced at him briefly, her tone calm and slightly distant. "No need. Butler Wang can take me." You have work to do. Don't let me delay you. Fu Tingye's expression darkened slightly as he turned to look at Butler Wang. His face grew colder. She would rather have an older butler drive her than let him take her? The thought left a trace of displeasure in his heart. Butler Wang, sensitive to his young master's shifting mood, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and offered a nervous smile. Young madam, it might be better if the young master takes you. I still need to run to the market later to pick up some items for your study. Shen Xingwan didn't overthink it. Her decision was purely based on not wanting to disrupt Fu Tingye's work. After a moment of consideration, she nodded. All right, it doesn't matter who takes me. Jinghai University, one of the top institutions in the country, is renowned for nurturing high-caliber talent. The Maybach came to a smooth stop in front of the university gates. Fu Tingye remained in the back seat, his gaze lingering on Shen Xingwan with reluctance. His voice carried a trace of hesitation. How about I walk you in? Shen Xingwan picked up her belongings and shook her head gently. No need. Go take care of your work. A faint sense of disappointment stirred in Fu Tingye's heart. Did his Wanwan truly dislike having him by her side so much? Just as Shen Xingwan was about to open the car door, the man beside her suddenly pulled her back. In the next moment, she found herself sitting on his lap. From the front seat, Chen Dong caught a glimpse of the scene through the rearview mirror. His eyes widened in shock, and he nearly lost control of the steering wheel. Was the boss taking lessons from some kind of romance manual? His moves were downright textbook. Fu Tingye shot Chen Dong a cold glare, his dissatisfaction evident. Meeting that icy gaze, Chen Dong snapped to attention and quickly raised the partition, giving the backseat a private space. Shen Xingwan froze for a moment and tried to get up, but Fu Tingye's arms held her firmly in place. His deep voice resonated softly by her ear, tinged with tenderness. Wanwan, let me hold you for a bit. Shen Xingwan hesitated, confusion filling her mind, unsure how to respond. Fu Tingye rested his chin lightly on her shoulder, his tone so gentle it was hard to refuse. Call me after class. I'll come pick you up. If anything comes up, you must let me know. Shen Xingwan nodded slightly, about to reply, when she felt his presence draw even closer. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she grew visibly flustered. Fu Tingye gazed deeply at her shy expression, his eyes darkening. Finally, unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her lips. Shen Xingwan blinked in surprise, her mind momentarily blank. Her first kiss, just like that taken by this man? It felt sudden and unexpected, yet her heart inexplicably raced. Strangely, she didn't feel repulsed. Instead, there was a faint, indescribable flutter in her chest. I should go now, she said softly, pushing him away with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Fu Tingye's lips curled into a faint smile. His long fingers brushed lightly against the corner of her lips as he whispered, All right, go on. Avoiding his gaze, Shen Xingwan quickly got out of the car and walked toward the university gates. In April, Jinghai University was a picture of vibrant beauty. Cherry blossom trees lined the pathways, their petals swaying gently in the spring breeze, blanketing the campus in a veil of soft pink and white. Walking under the canopy of blossoms, Shen Xingwan extended her hand to catch a falling petal. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes curving into crescent moons, her mood lightened by the serene scenery. The environment here is really lovely. Such beautiful views, she murmured to herself as she strolled along, appreciating the landscape. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Gu Mingxian sat at his desk, his expression a mix of concern and impatience. He alternated between staring at his phone and glancing at the clock on the wall. Turning to Lu Shu, he muttered, That girl, Xiaowan. I offered to meet her at the gate, but she insisted I didn't. She still hasn't arrived. Do you think she got lost? Lu Shu chuckled and reassured him, Principal, don't worry. Xiaowan has been here before. It's not her first time. Besides, she's not late yet. Hearing this, Gu Mingxian looked at the clock again and sighed, his tense expression softening slightly. I suppose you're right. There's still time. 10 minutes later, Shen Xingwan walked in at an unhurried pace, a faint smile on her face. Grandpa Gu, Uncle Lu. Xiaowan, you're finally here. Gu Mingxian's face lit up with unmistakable joy as he eagerly gestured for her to come closer. Come, have a seat. Shen Xingwan casually placed her bag to the side and sat gracefully on the sofa, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. What's this, Grandpa Gu? Were you worried I'd change my mind and not show up? Lu Shu chuckled from the side. The principal was more worried you'd get lost. He's been fretting about it for quite a while now. Shen Xingwan picked up the teacup from the coffee table, took a small sip, and replied nonchalantly, Grandpa Gu just loves to worry. Do you really think I could get lost? Gu Mingxuan's face crinkled into a smile, full of affection and anticipation. Sitting upright, his tone carried a hint of seriousness. Xiaowan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider another major? Sai, I was hoping you'd choose medicine. Who would have thought this girl would insist on architecture? Such a waste of your remarkable medical skills. Shen Xingwan shook her head lightly, her tone breezy and indifferent. No, I'm too busy. Her attitude was as gentle as a passing breeze yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. If she were here for medical experiments, she might as well have stayed at the research institute. There was no need to take such a detour. Gu Mingxuan's smile faltered slightly, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to freeze momentarily. He muttered to himself, busy huh? Does she really have that much going on? But he didn't press further. Waving his hand, his tone carried a trace of resignation. Fine, suit yourself. As long as you're willing to come to Jinghai University, I won't ask for much else. With that, he picked up his teacup and took a sip, a helpless smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. Shen Xingwan glanced at his balding head, which had only a few strands of hair left, and casually pulled a small bottle out of her bag, handing it over. Here, take this. One pill a day, it'll help you live longer. Gu Mingxuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the bottle, grinning so widely his eyes turned into slits, like a child who had just received candy. You're such a thoughtful girl. Come to my place for dinner tonight. I'll have someone cook something delicious for you. Not going, Shen Xingwan replied nonchalantly, her tone light yet resolute. I'm heading home to be with my husband. No time. Maybe next time. Gu Mingxuan's cheerful expression froze in an instant, his face full of disbelief. You're married. His eyes widened in shock. When did this happen? And to whom? Not a single hint. Shen Xingwan couldn't be bothered to explain. Narrowing her phoenix-like eyes slightly, she picked up her teacup and took a leisurely sip, as if savoring the old man's tea. Her tone was calm and unhurried. Yep. Why else do you think I came to S City? Gu Mingxuan's face stiffened again, and his grip on the teacup nearly faltered. His heart sank. Wait, so she didn't come here because of me? His mind raced. He had even been considering setting her up with his grandson. Clearly, that idea was now out of the question. Fu Tingye. From the Fu family, Shen Xingwan added casually. Hearing this, Gu Mingxuan's expression finally softened a little. He nodded slightly, murmuring to himself, the Fu family boy, huh? Not bad, not bad. He's a good match for her, although a bit cold. He recalled the pride in old Master Fu's voice when he had spoken of his grandson years ago, and Gu Mingxuan's heart finally settled a bit. Watching the ever-shifting expressions on Gu Mingxuan's face, Shen Xingwan said no more and continued sipping her tea. After a while, she glanced at the time and slowly stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll head to class now. She had finalized her employment paperwork days ago. This visit was merely a courtesy call to Gu Mingxian. All right, just bring that boy over for a meal sometime. Gu Mingxian sighed, watching as Shen Xingwan waved a hand and left without looking back. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. This girl barely sat down for a few minutes before leaving. Soon after, the dean escorted Shen Xingwan to the architecture department. Inside the lecture hall, students were chatting and laughing together. The moment Shen Xingwan stepped onto the podium, the room fell into an abrupt silence. A few seconds later, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Oh my god. She's the special appointed professor? And so young. She's absolutely stunning. Perfect skin, amazing figure, I'm so jealous. She looks about our age. I wonder if she's actually qualified for this. All eyes were fixed on Shen Xingwan, full of surprise and curiosity. Among the students, Fu Qingqing sat frozen in her seat, her face turning deathly pale. She stared intently at Shen Xingwan on the podium, her expression a whirlwind of emotions. Wasn't this the woman who had humiliated her in public? Fu Qingqing never expected their next encounter to be in such a setting. Her feelings were indescribable. Her pupils contracted, and her brows furrowed tightly. Shen Xingwan was dressed simply and elegantly, yet her aura and beauty effortlessly overshadowed Fu Qingqing. What stung even more was the fact that this woman was now her professor. Shen Xingwan's tall and graceful figure moved toward the podium with a natural air of authority. Her gaze swept over the students, pausing briefly before her lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile as she glanced at Fu Qingqing. Fu Qingqing's heart clenched, and cold sweat began to bead in her palms. Picking up a piece of chalk, Shen Xingwan swiftly wrote her name Shen Xingwan on the blackboard in neat, bold strokes. Turning to face the class, her voice was calm yet commanding. This is my name. No need for unnecessary introductions. Let's begin. With that, she immediately launched into the lecture, delving into the characteristics of architectural culture. The students below sat in rapt attention, their focus completely captured by her presence. As the next class began, Shen Xingwan stood confidently at the podium, holding a design blueprint in her hand. Using real-life examples, she eloquently explained architectural knowledge to her students. She started with the essence of ancient architectural culture and gradually transitioned to the unique characteristics of modern architecture. Her lecture seamlessly covered the grandeur and precision of Western architecture while delving into the fluidity and depth of Chinese architecture. Whenever students raised questions, She patiently provided clear and detailed explanations, making complex concepts easier to understand. The atmosphere in the classroom was both professional and engaging. Finally, with a gentle smile, she scanned the room and announced, "All right, that's it for today's class. Now, here's your assignment. Design a blueprint and write a paper focusing on the characteristics of Huagua's architectural culture. This task will count toward your regular grades, so please take it seriously." Her tone was firm, exuding an undeniable confidence. By the end of the class, the students were left in awe of the young visiting professor, and any initial doubts about her had completely vanished. As the bell rang, Shen Xingwan watched the students leave. Her gaze unintentionally lingered on the back of Fu Qingqing. She frowned slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing through her mind. Why is her last name also Fu? But the thought passed in an instant. She chuckled softly to herself and shook her head, dismissing the notion with a bit of self-mockery. There are plenty of people with the surname Fu. It probably has nothing to do with her. Gathering up her lecture notes and materials, she turned and left the classroom. Shen Xingwan had her own private office at Jinghai University, a thoughtful arrangement by Gu Mingxian. She pushed open the door and stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over the space. The office was simple yet cozy, with a few potted plants adorning the desk and sunlight streaming in through the windows, creating a tranquil atmosphere. She nodded in satisfaction and sat down at her desk to organize her materials. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by the soft chime of her phone. She picked it up, unlocked it, and opened WeChat. The screen displayed a message from Fu Tingye. "Was your first day of teaching exhausting?" Shen Xingwan's lips curved into a faint smile as a hint of warmth flickered in her eyes. Her fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard. Not at all. Moments later, her phone buzzed again with another message from Fu Tingye. "Are you done with class? I'll come pick you up." Glancing at the time, she realized it was almost noon. After a moment's thought, she decided it wasn't necessary for him to make a special trip. She replied, "No need. I'll come to your office instead." Meanwhile, in the conference room of Fu Corporation, Fu Tingye sat at the head of the table. With a ring on his hand, he occasionally rested his forehead on his fingers or rhythmically tapped the table, his mood visibly cheerful. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, and the smile on his lips deepened, a rare trace of joy lighting up his usually stoic eyes. The senior executives seated around the table exchanged puzzled looks, whispering among themselves, "What's going on with the boss today? He seems so different from his usual cold demeanor." But upon closer observation, that smile seemed to carry an inexplicable tension, leaving them slightly uneasy. One person murmured under their breath, "Could this be the calm before the storm?" Standing to the side, Chen Dong's gaze fell on the ring adorning Fu Tingye's hand. The more he looked, the more convinced he became that his boss was deliberately showing off. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble, "Isn't this a bit too obvious, boss?" Fu Tingye put down his phone and glanced around the room, his good mood evident as he said, "No rush on the revisions for this proposal. Take your time, just finish it by the end of the week. Once it's done, hand it over to Chen Dong." After speaking, he checked his watch, then stood up decisively and announced, "It's almost time to clock out." Meeting adjourned. The conference room erupted into a chorus of disbelief. The executives exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Since when does the boss care about the time when holding meetings? And when did he become this considerate? Someone couldn't help but quietly ask Chen Dong, "Assistant Chen, is the meeting really over?" Chen Dong shrugged, equally baffled. Internally, he was just as confused. The meeting isn't even finished yet, why did it suddenly end? But he quickly caught on and hurried after Fu Tingye. "Boss, the meeting's not over yet," he cautiously reminded. Fu Tingye stopped in his tracks, his sharp gaze sweeping over Chen Dong, his expression tinged with displeasure. He smirked faintly, taking a step closer as he asked in a tone laced with impatience, "Do you enjoy meetings that much?" Chen Dong felt a chill run down his spine under that icy glare, and immediately shook his head. "Not at all." Fu Tingye withdrew his gaze, turned, and continued walking. His tone softened slightly as he explained, "My wife is coming. I don't have time to waste here. Go downstairs and wait for her. Also make sure lunch is ready." Without waiting for a response, he strode off without looking back. Chen Dong suddenly understood, a wave of realization washing over him. So the young madam is coming. No wonder the boss is acting so differently today, even cutting the meeting short so decisively. He quickly replied, "Understood, I'll take care of it right away." An hour later, Shen Xingwan stepped into the grand lobby of Fu Corporation. As soon as she entered, she spotted Chen Dong standing there, his posture straight and his expression serious, as though he had been waiting for a while. When he saw her, his face lit up with a warm smile, and he quickly approached her. "Young madam, you're finally here. President Fu is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." Shen Xingwan paused briefly, giving him a curious look, but nodded and followed him toward the elevator. As they passed the reception desk, She noticed out of the corner of her eye that the two receptionists from her previous visit were waving at her. She responded with a polite, gentle smile and continued walking. The two receptionists watched the goddess-like young madam leave, clutching their chests in excitement. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. She's so graceful and charming when she smiles. The elevator ascended to the top floor, and Chen Dong led Shen Xingwan to the door of the CEO's office. With a respectful tone, he said, "Young madam, President Fu is waiting for you inside." With that, he turned and left, not wanting to intrude further. Shen Xingwan knocked lightly on the door before pushing it open. Inside the office, a man dressed in a black shirt sat upright at his desk, his head lowered as he focused intently on the documents in his hands. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over him, enveloping him in a serene and captivating aura. Shen Xingwan stood frozen for a moment, her heart skipping a beat as she took in the sight before her. Fu Tingye sensed someone entering and slowly raised his head. The sternness in his eyes softened into a gentle smile the moment he realized it was Shen Xingwan. Setting aside the documents, he quickly stood up, crossed the room in a few strides, and pulled her into his arms. A faint smile played on his lips as he murmured in a low voice, "Fun. I missed you." Shen Xingwan blinked in surprise, silently grumbling to herself. This man is way too straightforward. Besides, they had just seen each other this morning. It had only been a few hours. Was this really necessary? Despite her inner complaints, she didn't bother to struggle and allowed him to hold her. Just then a knock came from the door. Fu Tingye frowned slightly but reluctantly loosened his hold on her. Taking her hand, he led her to the sofa and gestured for her to sit. His voice was calm yet commanding as he called out, "Come in." Chen Dong entered, carrying a bag of lunch. He respectfully placed the food on the table. Shen Xingwan glanced at the steaming dishes and asked curiously, "You haven't eaten lunch yet?" Fu Tingye casually opened the containers, handed her a pair of chopsticks, and said naturally, "No, I was waiting to eat with you." Shen Xingwan froze for a moment. It was already past 1 o'clock, and this man had waited all this time just to have lunch with her. A wave of warmth spread through her chest. She looked up at him with a soft gaze, smiled, and picked up a piece of ribs, placing it in his bowl. "You must be starving. Hurry up and eat." A faint smile appeared on Fu Tingye's face as he responded softly, "All right." His eyes lingered on the ribs in his bowl, a sense of contentment filling his heart. She had actually served him food. Shen Xingwan, having already eaten lunch, only took a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Sitting quietly to the side, she found herself observing the man next to her. Fu Tingye's features were chiseled and striking, his deep-set eyes carrying a hint of sternness. Even as he ate, his movements were graceful and composed, exuding an air of refined elegance. Sensing her gaze, Fu Tingye looked up, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Do I look good?" Without hesitation, Shen Xingwan nodded. "You do." His smile deepened, and he pressed further. "Does Wanwan like it?" "Like it," Shen Xingwan blurted out instinctively, only to realize the deeper meaning behind his words. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she shot him a glare. "Just eat your food." Fu Tingye couldn't help but chuckle, his low laughter carrying a hint of mischievous charm. After lunch, Fu Tingye led Shen Xingwan to the lounge. The two of them lay side by side on the sofa for a brief nap. Half an hour later, Chen Dong called to remind Fu Tingye of an important meeting scheduled to start in 10 minutes. Looking down at the sleeping Shen Xingwan in his arms, Fu Tingye's eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her rosy lips, whispering softly, "Mon, I have to go to a meeting. You can keep resting." Hearing the reluctance in his voice, Shen Xingwan chuckled lightly. "All right, go handle your work." Fu Tingye got up and took a few steps before turning back. He planted a light kiss on her forehead before leaving reluctantly. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh to herself. This man was so adorable, was practically glued to her. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The days were sunny and full of the vitality of spring. Shen Xingwan's life was peaceful and fulfilling, and her relationship with Fu Tingye grew increasingly harmonious. One afternoon, with no classes to teach, Shen Xingwan decided to take a leisurely stroll around Jinghai University. A gentle breeze rustled through the lush greenery of the campus, prompting her to slow her pace and take in the serene scenery. As she approached a small arched bridge, a sweet voice called out, "Xingwanji?" Turning toward the voice, Shen Xingwan saw a young girl with a bun hairstyle and a sweet, bright face running toward her. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her smile was radiant. "Qin Shuang?" Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't this girl studying abroad? What was she doing here? Qin Shuang reached her side and clung to her arm, her voice brimming with joy. "It really is you, Xingwanji. It's been so long. Why are you here?" Shen Xingwan smiled at her. "Weren't you studying overseas? Why are you back?" Qin Shuang nodded enthusiastically, her eyes shining with admiration. I'm studying at Jinghai University now. I can't believe I ran into you here, it's such a happy surprise. Shen Xingwan was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled warmly. I'm a visiting professor in the architecture department. Qin Shuang's eyes widened in awe before her face lit up with admiration. That's so amazing, Xingwanji. You're incredible. Clinging to Shen Xingwan's arm, Qin Shuang beamed and suggested excitedly. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Shen Xingwan looked up, meeting Qin Shuang's doe-like eyes filled with anticipation. She smiled faintly and nodded. All right, I'll head to class first. See you at the school gate this afternoon. A sweet smile immediately lit up Qin Shuang's face, her dimples faintly visible. Shen Xingwan reached out and gently ruffled the high bun on Qin Shuang's head, her tone carrying a hint of fondness. All right, off you go now. Don't be late. Watching Qin Shuang dash toward the teaching building, Shen Xingwan turned and strolled around the campus for a while before heading back to her office. Sitting at her desk, she opened her laptop and began efficiently handling the emails in her inbox. Afterward, she logged into another private website and quickly wrapped up a few tasks. Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification. She glanced at the screen. It was a message from Baitan. Xingjia, someone's requesting a consultation from you. It's the same person who placed an order last time. This time, they're offering an additional 100 million. Should we take it? Baitan's tone hinted at some hesitation. Shen Xingwan's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she scanned the message. She hadn't bothered with this person for a while now, yet they remained persistent, even raising the stakes with such an enticing offer. Another message quickly followed. The person is also in S City. Shen Xingwan stared at her phone for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. 100 million was indeed tempting. She typed a brief response. Who's the client? They've concealed their real identity. All I know is that they were poisoned 5 years ago. No other details were provided. Baitan replied. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but think this person's background must be extraordinary to keep their information so well hidden. After a moment of contemplation, she made up her mind. Her fingers danced across the screen as she replied, take the job. Set up a time with them and send me the address. After sending the message, she leaned back in her chair, resting her chin on her hand as her fingers lightly tapped the desk. Her thoughts began to drift elsewhere. Suddenly, she remembered that Tingye had mentioned he would pick her up. She quickly grabbed her phone and opened WeChat. No need to pick me up tonight. I have plans. It didn't take long for a reply to come through. All right, call me after dinner. Seeing the message, a subtle smile curved Shen Xingwan's lips. She glanced at the time and realized her meeting with Qin Shuang was drawing near. She began tidying up her things to leave. Meanwhile, in a Maybach parked elsewhere, the atmosphere inside the car was a little tense. Head back to the office. Tingye ordered coldly from the back seat, his brows slightly furrowed, his tone as icy as a winter wind. Sitting in the front, Chen Dong was baffled. He couldn't help but mumble under his breath. He postponed an important meeting earlier, saying he'd spend the evening with the young madam. Now we're almost at Jinghai University, and he wants to go back to the office? As he drove, Chen Dong cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror and tentatively asked, Boss, we're practically at Jinghai University's gate. Why not pick up the young madam? Tingye cast him a frosty glance, his voice low and sharp. Do you have too much free time on your hands? Chen Dong shivered instantly under that knife-like gaze. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the steering wheel and quickly shut his mouth. The last thing he wanted was to be sent to the training camp for special treatment. Better to focus on driving. At that moment, Shen Xingwan had just arrived at the school gate and spotted Qin Shuang waiting for her from a distance. She raised her hand and called out, Qin Shuang, over here. Hearing her name, Qin Shuang turned and immediately ran over with a cheerful smile. Xingwanji, let's go. I'll take you to some delicious food. Seeing Qin Shuang's excitement, Shen Xingwan's lips curved into a gentle smile. All right. The two of them drove to the central plaza. Shortly after parking, a familiar voice called out to them. Professor Shen, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal too? Turning toward the voice, they saw Fu Qingqing approaching with a few companions. Qin Shuang's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of Fu Qingqing. She couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly and tugged on Shen Xingwan's arm, whispering, Xingwanji, do you know Fu Qingqing? Qin Shuang didn't have a good impression of Fu Qingqing. Despite her outwardly gentle and graceful demeanor, the Fu family's heiress was arrogant and rude at heart. Back in high school, Qin Shuang had even clashed with her directly. Shen Xingwan glanced at Fu Qingqing, her tone indifferent. She's my student. Seeing Shen Xingwan's aloof attitude, a flicker of anger flashed across Fu Qingqing's face. Her hand clenched into a fist. She had already investigated Shen Xingwan's background, just a girl from the countryside who had somehow risen to become a visiting professor. It was infuriating. Forcing a smile, Fu Qingqing said, Professor Shen, There's a new restaurant at the Central Plaza. To make up for last time, let me treat you to some steak." Then she turned to Qin Shuang with a meaningful look and added, "Oh, Qin Shuang, I didn't know you knew Professor Shen. Why don't you join us too?" Qin Shuang could hear the underlying hostility in Fu Qingqing's words. She rolled her eyes again internally but chose to remain silent. Shen Xingwan glanced at Fu Qingqing calmly, sighing inwardly. This student certainly knew how to make her presence felt. But since the invitation had been extended, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse outright as her teacher. She nodded lightly. "All right, lead the way." Fu Qingqing fixed her gaze on Shen Xingwan, a faint sneer curling at the corners of her lips as she thought to herself, "This woman from the countryside has probably never even seen a steak before, let alone used a knife and fork properly. Just wait and see how she embarrasses herself." Feeling triumphant, she led the group into an upscale restaurant, deliberately choosing a prominent table by the window. As soon as they sat down, Fu Qingqing spoke in a seemingly casual but pointed tone. "This restaurant serves only the freshest imported steaks. Professor Shen, I bet you've never had anything like this before. Be sure to enjoy it and hold back." Her voice carried a hint of ostentation, and her eyes glimmered with a trace of disdain. Shen Xingwan glanced up, her phoenix-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as a sly smile played on her lips. "Oh, I will make sure to enjoy it thoroughly," she replied nonchalantly, her composure catching Fu Qingqing off guard. However, Fu quickly masked her surprise. Just then, the waiter arrived with the menus. Fu Qingqing took one, casually tossed it onto the table, and said generously, "Order whatever you like. Don't be shy." However, Shen Xingwan didn't even glance at the menu. Instead, she cast a fleeting look at Fu Qingqing before addressing the waiter. "We'll have your freshly air-flown Australian lobster, New Zealand steak, caviar, foie gras, and all the signature dishes on the menu. Please bring them all." The table fell silent. Fu Qingqing's expression froze, her face shifting between various shades of discomfort. Sitting nearby, Qin Shuang couldn't hold back a chuckle, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Fu Qingqing, didn't you just say we could order whatever we wanted? Now that Xingwan has made her selections, you're not regretting it, are you?" Fu Qingqing's face turned an ashen gray as she silently cursed both Qin Shuang and Shen Xingwan in her head. Forcing a stiff smile, she replied, "Of course not. Why would I?" Soon enough, the dishes began to arrive, filling the table with a dazzling array of gourmet delicacies. Shen Xingwan, noticing the barely concealed fury on Fu Qingqing's face, smirked faintly. She pushed the foie gras toward Qin Shuang and said, "You're still growing, eat more." "Thanks, Xingwan." Qin Shuang beamed, her mood visibly lifted as she dug in with gusto. Fu Qingqing, watching the two of them enjoy themselves so casually, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration that left her appetite in shreds. As Qin Shuang nibbled on a lobster, she noticed Fu Qingqing staring intently at her. With a mischievous grin, she offered the lobster in her hand to her. "Qingqing, don't just watch us shave some too. Were you eyeing this lobster? Here, it's already peeled for you." Fu Qingqing stared at the salivaslicked lobster, her face alternating between pale and green. Her eyes widened in horror, and she nearly gagged on the spot. "No, no, you go ahead," she stammered, silently berating Qin Shuang for being utterly disgusting. When the meal finally ended, Fu Qingqing's forced smile had long since vanished. At the cashier, she handed her card to the waiter, only to be informed moments later that her balance was insufficient. She froze, her embarrassment palpable as the curious gazes of other diners bore into her. She wished she could disappear into the floor. Clenching her teeth, she shot a venomous glare at Shen Xingwan and Qin Shuang, who sat across from her looking completely unbothered. She regretted inviting them to dinner in the first place. "Damn country bumpkin," she fumed inwardly. She had to order the most expensive items on the menu. Just as she was about to ask her companions for help, Shen Xingwan nonchalantly handed over a sleek black card. "Use this," she said coolly. "No password needed." The waiter accepted the card with a respectful nod, processed the payment, and returned it along with the receipt. Taking back the card, Shen Xingwan turned her gaze to Fu Qingqing, her tone icy. "Next time, focus on learning some basic knowledge and proper manners." Fu Qingqing trembled with rage, her teeth grinding audibly. She had been humiliated, publicly reprimanded, no less. And by her own professor. She seethed with fury, vowing to remember this humiliation. Shen Xingwan, noticing Fu Qingqing's contorted expression, shook her head slightly, finding the scene somewhat amusing. She decided to let it go after all. Fu Qingqing was still her student. This could serve as a lesson. Turning to Qin Shuang, she smiled faintly. "Let's go, Xiaoshuang." "Coming, Xingwan." Qin Shuang chirped cheerfully, grabbing her bag and following her out. Fu Qingqing stood frozen, watching their retreating figures with a face like thunder. Her friend, Zhang Xiaoro, quickly stepped in, linking arms with her in concern. "Qingqing, are you okay?" Fu Qingqing, who had never endured such humiliation in her life, felt her eyes sting with tears. Her voice was thick with grievance as she said, "How could Professor Shen do this to me? I just wanted to treat her to dinner. It was just a small misunderstanding before. Did she really have to go this far?" Zhang Xiaoro hurried to console her. "Don't take it to heart, Qingqing. This isn't your fault. Honestly, how could someone so young become a special professor at Jinghai University? There's probably something shady going on." "Who even is she?" Fu Qingqing sniffled, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. "I don't know. All I've heard is that she's from the countryside. As for her academic background, the dean hasn't said a word." "The countryside?" Zhang Xiao's face twisted in disdain. "I knew it. How could someone just a few years older than us become a special professor at Jinghai University? She must have some powerful connections behind her." Hearing this, Fu Qingqing's tears stopped, replaced by a calculating glint in her eyes. Qin Shuang followed behind Shen Xingwan as they exited the restaurant, her grin practically stretching from ear to ear. As she walked, she couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Sister Xingwan, that Fu Qingqinga, I've never liked her. She's got that spoiled princess attitude written all over her." Seeing her face twist like that just now was so satisfying. "Come on, let me treat you to some drinks tonight to celebrate." After saying this, she sneakily glanced at Shen Xingwan, her eyes flashing with a hint of mischief. A little plan was already brewing in her mind. Her single older brother and someone as outstanding as Sister Xingwan, wouldn't they make a perfect match if sparks flew? The thought made Qin Shuang even more excited, silently patting herself on the back for her cleverness. She had already arranged for her brother to meet them at a bar when they were still at the restaurant. Shen Xingwan glanced at the girl beside her, who was grinning like a child, and couldn't help but shake her head in exasperation. But in the end, she couldn't resist Qin Shuang's enthusiasm and softly agreed, "All right, we've got time anyway." Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Fu Corporation's headquarters was entirely different. After returning to the company midway, Fu Tingye immediately called a meeting with the senior executives. Inside the conference room, everyone sat up straight, barely daring to breathe. From his seat at the head of the table, Fu Tingye's cold, piercing gaze swept over the employees presenting their reports. His brows furrowed slightly as his long fingers pressed against his temple. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and a sharp, intimidating aura emanated from him. "You have the audacity to present this kind of proposal? Fu Corporation pays you high salaries for this garbage?" His voice was icy, with a faint undercurrent of anger. "If you can't come up with a feasible plan within a day, pack your things and leave. Fu Corporation doesn't support freeloaders." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the documents in his hand onto the table with a loud snap. The senior executives seated below instantly broke out in cold sweat, each one sitting on pins and needles, not daring to even lift their heads. Suddenly, the sound of a phone notification broke the oppressive silence in the room. Everyone instinctively checked their phones, collectively sighing in relief when they realized it wasn't theirs. Fu Tingye glanced down at his phone. The screen displayed a message from the group chat with his close friends. Qin Yu had sent a message. "Drinks at the usual spot. Fu Tingye Song Jingyan." Song Jingyan replied quickly, "Not coming, I'm working on an experiment." "Busy." Qin Yu wasn't about to let it go. "You have to come. Shuanger is introducing me to a beauty tonight. You can come and give your opinion. Besides, you're single too. What are you so busy with?" Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan retorted helplessly, "Other than Tingye, the two of us are in the same boat." "What about Tingye? Are you coming?" Qin Yu tagged Fu Tingye again. Fu Tingye stared at the screen, raised an eyebrow, and casually typed a reply, "Not coming. Spending the evening with my wife. Unlike you single guys." The group chat exploded instantly. "Damn. Bro. That's just cruel." Qin Yu replied instantly. A faint smile tugged at Fu Tingye's lips as he put the phone down, his expression quickly returning to its usual sternness. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. "Let's continue the meeting." But before long, his phone buzzed again. This time, his expression darkened noticeably as he picked up the device. Opening WeChat, he saw a new message from Qin Yu, accompanied by a photo. His brows furrowed instantly, and his gaze turned icy. "Where did you get this photo?" Fu Tingye typed back quickly. "Shuanger sent it to me. She said she's introducing her to me. What do you think? Pretty, right?" Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Fu Tingye's face turned completely cold. He replied curtly with 4 words, "You're dead meat." Qin Yu was baffled. Song Jingyan chimed in with a hint of schadenfreude. "Ha, you're done for." "Qin Yu." Fu Tingye stood up abruptly, grabbing his phone. His expression was stormy as he strode out of the conference room. His assistant, Chen Dong, quickly followed, cautiously asking, "Boss, is the meeting over?" Fu Tingye shot him a cold glance. "Demise." Chen Dong froze, his face full of confusion. "The meeting isn't finished yet. Why are we heading to a bar?" On the other side, Qin Shuang dragged Shen Xingwan around Central Plaza for a while before finally bringing her to the agreed-upon Barmise, the largest entertainment venue in S City. It was 8 p.m., and the bar was already buzzing with energy. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and nicotine, the lights flashing, and the music pounding. The two of them entered a luxurious private room on the second floor, where Qinyu was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. When he looked up and saw Qin Shuang, he waved casually. "Shuanger, over here." Qin Shuang responded with a cheerful coming, and pulled Shen Xingwan over. Leaning close to her brother, she whispered, "Big bro, let me introduce you to my good friend Shen Xingwan. What do you think? She's gorgeous, isn't she?" Then, turning to Shen Xingwan, she added with a smile, "Sister Xingwan, this is my brother, Qinyu." Hearing his sister's words, Qinyu looked up at Shen Xingwan. His peach blossom eyes lit up with a trace of amazement. He stood up with a broad smile. "Hello, Miss Xingwan. I'm Qinyu, Shuanger's brother." He gave her a once-over, silently marveling at her beauty. Fair-skinned, with an air of elegance and a touch of aloofness, looked like an ethereal goddess untouched by the mundane world. Shen Xingwan cast a glance at Qinyu. The man in front of her exuded a casual, roguish charm, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Compared to Tingye, he was clearly several levels inferior. Keeping her expression calm and her tone indifferent, she said, "Hello." Then she walked past Qinyu and sat down directly on the sofa. Qinyu noticed her reaction, and a mischievous smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He casually sat down beside her, acting completely at ease. "Xingwan, beautiful lady, let's add each other on WeChat. It'll make it easier to stay in touch," he said with a grin, pulling his phone out of his pocket. Just as he opened the app, a cold voice interrupted him. "There's no need," Shen Xingwan replied in a detached tone, shifting slightly away from him, clearly showing her displeasure at his proximity. After all, she was a married woman now, and it was only proper to maintain a respectful distance from other men. If the man at home found out, he would likely be upset. Qinyu was momentarily stunned by her blunt rejection. Clutching his chest in mock heartbreak, he looked at her with a wounded expression, as though he had suffered some great injustice. Qin Shuang couldn't hold back her laughter and stuck out her tongue, shaking her head in exasperation. "Brother, you're hopeless. You couldn't even get Xingwan's contact info, losing your charm, are you?" Shen Xingwan paid no attention to their teasing. Calm and unbothered, she picked up a piece of fruit from the table and began eating, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Qinyu, unfazed, continued smiling cheerfully at the two of them. He then picked up a bottle of low-alcohol wine and poured some for them. Handing a bottle to Shen Xingwan, he raised an eyebrow. "A couple of friends are coming over later. Let's start with a drink." Qin Shuang froze for a moment, her expression skeptical. "Wait, you invited more people?" "Yeah, Yega and Ian will be here soon," Qinyu replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of his drink. "Thought it'd be nice to have a little gathering." Hearing this, Qin Shuang rolled her eyes and silently grumbled to herself, "Serves you right for being single." 20 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, and Tingye and Song Jingyan walked in briskly. Tingye's gaze swept the room and immediately landed on Shen Xingwan, who was sitting on the sofa with a glass of wine in her hand. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. He strode over quickly, his tone gentle. "1-1." Shen Xingwan looked up, surprised to see Tingye heading toward her. Her clear, bright eyes showed a hint of astonishment as she curved her lips slightly. "Tingye, what are you doing here?" Looking at her puzzled expression, Tingye's lips curved into a subtle smile. "I'm here to pick you up." Shen Xingwan was momentarily taken aback, silently wondering, "Did I even tell him where I was?" Tingye turned his attention to Qin Shuang, his tone calm. "I heard you were trying to set my wife up with your brother?" Qin Shuang froze, completely baffled, and felt like Tingye was making things up. "What are you talking about? I don't even know your wife." She paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something, her face filled with shock. "Wait, you're married?" Tingye casually tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa and sat down naturally next to Shen Xingwan, his arm resting on the back of the sofa. His tone was unhurried. "Shen Xingwan, me wife." The room fell silent as Qin Shuang and Qinyu both stared at them, mouths agape, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Shuang's mind raced with confusion. What's going on? Isn't Tingye known for disliking women? There were even rumors that he wasn't interested in women at all. How did he end up married all of a sudden? Qinyu, equally stunned, blurted out, "Yega, so Xingwan is the wife you married on impulse?" Tingye shot him a cold glance, his tone indifferent. "What? Is that a problem? Remember to call her sister-in-law from now on." Qinyu was left speechless, struggling to process the shocking revelation. It was all too sudden for him to wrap his head around. At this moment, Song Jingyan spoke up, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity as he looked at Shen Xingwan. His tone was polite. Hello, I'm Song Jingyan. Shen Xingwan recognized him as someone she had seen before in Fu Tingye's office. She gave a slight nod. Hello. Song Jingyan smiled faintly, then casually took a seat nearby and sipped from a glass of wine on the table. Qin Shuang, still reeling from the shock, leaned closer to Shen Xingwan and asked in a hushed voice, Xingwan, what's going on? When did you meet Yega? And when did you get married? Her face was full of curiosity, clearly unable to recover from the sudden news. She had been plotting to matchmake her brother with Shen Xingwan, only to find out it was all in vain. Seeing her curious expression, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but chuckle. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you when I have time. Song Jingyan noticed Qin Shuang's face filled with curiosity and couldn't help but chuckle. Kids shouldn't be too curious, he said with a teasing smile. Qin Shuang rolled her eyes in defiance and muttered, I'm not a kid. Song Jingyan shook his head with an amused grin and reached out to ruffle her bun hairstyle, his gesture carrying a hint of doting affection. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly squeezed between them, wearing a slightly exasperated expression. Bro, that's just not cool. Xingwan is Yi Ji's wife, and you didn't think to give me a heads up about something this important. Song Jingyan leisurely took a sip of his drink, his gaze drifting toward Fu Tingye with a trace of mischief in his tone. Oh, what about it? Qin Yu clenched his teeth, looking as if he'd been gravely wronged. Some brother you are. Fu Tingye shot him a cold glance, but seeing his wife safe and sound, he couldn't be bothered to respond. He continued holding Shen Xingwan close, whispering sweet nothings that only the two of them could hear. The group exchanged glances and collectively rolled their eyes. This man could change his attitude faster than flipping a page. Were they here to drink, or to witness this public display of affection? After a while, Qin Shuang, feeling bored, stood up and announced she was heading to the restroom. Although there was a bathroom in their private room, she made an excuse to leave. Shen Xingwan asked with concern, Do you want me to come with you? Qin Shuang shook her head. No need, I'll be back soon. In truth, she just wanted to check out the lively scene downstairs, which seemed much more exciting than their private room. All right, Shen Xingwan replied with a nod. She picked up her glass, intending to take another sip, but Fu Tingye swiftly took it from her. His gaze shifted to Qin Yu, his tone sharp. Who told you to let her drink? Get her some juice. Then, turning to Shen Xingwan, his voice softened considerably. Be good. Alcohol isn't good for you, have some juice instead. Qin Yu looked utterly speechless, silently cursing in his head, damn. Coming to a bar and not drinking? Might as well stay home and sleep. But outwardly, he forced a smile and called for the waiter to bring over some juice. Shen Xingwan frowned, looking at Fu Tingye with a mix of exasperation and helplessness. But I already had some earlier. I want to drink. Her clear, innocent eyes gazed straight at Fu Tingye with a hint of playful pleading. Meeting her gaze, Fu Tingye's heart softened. He reached out to gently stroke her hair, his expression so tender it could almost melt. All right, just a little. I'm here to watch over you. Meanwhile, downstairs near the restroom, Qin Shuang had just stepped out when a man blocked her path. He wore a sly grin and looked her over. Hey there, pretty lady. All alone? Come have a drink with me, he said. Zhang Jun's eyes roamed over her from head to toe, his smirk growing even more lecherous. He'd had his eye on her for a while now, young and sweet. She was impossible to resist. Qin Shuang's face turned cold as she shot him a frosty glance. Move. Zhang Jun, however, seemed unfazed, his excitement only growing. Oh, feisty. I like that. Make me happy and I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Alarm bells went off in Qin Shuang's mind. How had she run into such a creep? She quickly tried to think of a way to escape and made a move to slip away while Zhang Jun was distracted. But Zhang Jun was prepared. He immediately blocked her path again and waved over two bodyguards. Take her to my private room. The two bodyguards stepped forward and grabbed Qin Shuang by the arms. Shocked and furious, she struggled, desperately shouting, Let go of me. Help. Her thoughts raced as panic set in. Her brother and the others were all upstairs. What was she supposed to do? Just as she was losing hope, a cold, commanding voice rang out. Let her go. Qin Shuang looked up to see Shen Xingwan approaching from the end of the hallway, her gaze icy as it swept over Zhang Jun and his men. Her tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Relief washed over Qin Shuang, and a wave of gratitude filled her heart. Xingwan Jia always seemed to show up just when she needed her most. She was truly her goddess. Xingwan Jia, they were bullying me. They were trying to drag me away. Qin Shuang cried out, her voice tinged with grievance. Zhang Jun turned to look at Shen Xingwan, his eyes lighting up instantly. The woman before him was stunning, her elegance and beauty making it impossible to look away. He made no effort to hide his lust, even licking his lips. Not bad. Such a beauty. Why don't you join us too? Shen Xingwan's gaze turned even colder as she stared him down. Her voice was as sharp as ice. Let her go. I won't say it again. Zhang Jun, seeing that she was just a delicate-looking woman, dismissed her entirely. His expression was filled with disdain and excitement. Feisty, aren't you? I like that. Before he could say more, Shen Xingwan moved swiftly, delivering a sharp kick to his abdomen. Caught off guard, Zhang Jun doubled over and collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. His face contorted with anger and malice as he growled, "Get her. Tie her up." The two bodyguards immediately lunged at Shen Xingwan, but she was quick and agile, dodging their attacks with ease. She took the opportunity to sweep one of them off his feet with a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Then, with a swift punch to the head, she took down the second bodyguard. Furious, Zhang Jun pulled out a knife and hurled it at Shen Xingwan with all his strength. Shen Xingwan's lips curved into a sly smile as she gracefully spun around, effortlessly catching the flying dagger in midair. In the next instant, her wrist flicked, and the dagger shot forward with a sharp whooshing sound, slicing past Zhang Jun's arm. A ripping noise echoed as his sleeve tore open, revealing a thin line of blood that quickly seeped into the fabric. Unhurried, Shen Xingwan stepped forward and pressed her right foot firmly against Zhang Jun's chest, pinning him to the ground. Resting one hand on her knee and propping her chin with the other, her gaze was as icy as the depths of winter. "Still thinking about kidnapping us?" Her voice was light, almost casual, but carried a chilling authority that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Jun gasped for air under the pressure on his chest, his breathing labored. His two bodyguards stood frozen nearby, too intimidated to act. "Cuff. I was wrong. I won't do it again, I swear." Zhang Jun sputtered, his words dripping with panic, though a glint of malice lingered in his eyes. Shen Xingwan looked down at him with a cold smirk, her tone laced with disdain. "Do you really think I need both hands to deal with you? One is more than enough. But lucky for you, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off. Just know this." She paused, her gaze cutting into him like a blade. "Next time, your tools of the trade will be confiscated." At her words, a cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jun's forehead. His legs instinctively clamped together, and a chill ran down his spine. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn woman, just you wait." As Shen Xingwan turned, her eyes swept over Qin Shuang. She smiled faintly and said in a light-hearted tone, "Shuang, let's go." Qin Shuang stared at her, admiration shining in her gaze. "Sister Xingwan, you're amazing. You're my idol, so cool and unstoppable. Honestly, you should have taught that scumbag a proper lesson so he wouldn't dare mess with anyone else again." Shen Xingwan glanced at her with a half-smile, her tone lazy. "Too much trouble." Qin Shuang blinked in surprise before quickly understanding. It was true this was a public place, and Sister Xingwan had to maintain her image. Zhang Jun watched the two women walk away, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. He glanced at his bleeding arm, then pulled out his phone, dialing a number. His voice was low and menacing. "Find out everything about this woman for me." Meanwhile, as Shen Xingwan and Qin Shuang approached the private room, a group of men happened to walk out. "Xingwan, what took you so long? Did something happen?" Fu Tingye asked gently, his tone carrying a hint of concern as his gaze lingered on her. Shen Xingwan looked up at him, shook her head, and smiled sweetly. "Nothing, just a worthless fool." Fu Tingye's eyes shifted between her and Qin Shuang before he subtly signaled to Chen Dong. Then, his attention returned to Shen Xingwan. He reached out to gently tousle her silky hair, his dark eyes brimming with affection. "Shall we head home?" Feeling a bit bored, Shen Xingwan nodded. "All right." She turned to Qin Shuang, about to say something, but Fu Tingye had already taken her hand and was leading her downstairs. Watching them leave, Qin Yu clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath, "That guy is so unfair. Got a wife and forgot all about his buddies." Song Jingyan patted him on the shoulder, laughing as he teased, "Bro, haven't you noticed? Fu Tingye's like a completely different person around Shen Xingwan. You better get used to it." Qin Shuang rolled her eyes, her tone exasperated. "Brother, let's go home. My plans for tonight were a total waste." The night deepened, and the streets sparkled with neon lights, a kaleidoscope of colors painting the city. Inside the backseat of a Maybach, Fu Tingye held Shen Xingwan's hand as he asked softly, "Xingwan, when did you and Qin Shuang meet?" Shen Xingwan tilted her head slightly, seeing the seriousness in his expression. She didn't hold back. 2 years ago, when I saved her abroad." Fu Tingye's brows furrowed slightly, and his tone carried a faint trace of jealousy. "No wonder she tried to introduce you to that Qin Yu guy today." His voice grew a little more aggrieved as he spoke. Shen Xingwan blinked, puzzled. "What?" Leaning closer to her ear, Fu Tingye murmured, "Someone tried to introduce my wife to another man. What do you think I should do about that?" Shen Xingwan met his deep gaze and couldn't help but laugh softly. "Are you upset?" Fu Tingye felt his heart itch under her bright, lively gaze. He pulled her onto his lap, leaning in close to her ear with a voice that was both tender and slightly playful. A little. What are you going to do to make it up to me? Up front, Chen Dong's hand slipped on the wheel, causing the car to jolt slightly. He quickly glanced in the rearview mirror and immediately met Fu Tingye's sharp glare. Panicking, he hurriedly raised the privacy screen. Listening to Fu Tingye's low, magnetic voice, Shen Xingwan felt a faint flutter in her chest. Meeting his gaze, she smiled slyly. Fu Tingye, you're very handsome. She was undoubtedly someone who appreciated good looks, and this man perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. His dark, captivating eyes, sharp features, and strikingly handsome face were a feast for the eyes. Fu Tingye lowered his gaze slightly, a hint of grievance in his voice. So you only like my looks? Not me as a person. Shen Xingwan didn't hesitate to nod, her eyes curving into a playful smile. I like both. Under the influence of alcohol, she suddenly leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Fu Tingye's neck. She gave him a light kiss on the chin and then looked up at him with a mischievous grin. Does this count as compensation? Fu Tingye fixed his gaze on Shen Xingwan, catching the subtle shifts in her expression and movements. The gloom that had clouded his mood dissipated in an instant. Her initiative filled him with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his deep, husky voice murmured, "Not enough." Before the words had fully left his lips, he cupped the back of her head with one hand and wrapped his other arm securely around her slender waist, pulling her closer with an undeniable force. Without hesitation, he claimed her soft lips in a kiss that was both domineering and passionate. The faint aroma of alcohol mingled with their breaths, turning the air between them into a smoldering heat. Shen Xingwan felt a tingling sensation spread from her limbs, like an electric current coursing through her body. Her breathing quickened, and a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. She felt lightheaded, as if she might lose consciousness at any moment. Only then did Fu Tingye release her, his deep, gravelly voice carrying a trace of indulgent affection as he whispered, breathe." Gasping for air, Shen Xingwan raised her eyes to meet his, only to find his gaze filled with tender affection. Her eyes involuntarily drifted to his enticing Adam's apple, and a flicker of curiosity sparked within her. She reached out to touch it lightly, but that wasn't enough to satisfy her. Leaning closer, she gently nipped at it. Seeing the faint marks her teeth left behind, she flashed a sly smile, clearly pleased with herself and prepared to pull away. However, Fu Tingye's patience had clearly reached its limit. In an instant, he tightened his arms around her, pulling her back into his embrace. His voice, hoarse and tinged with a warning, was almost a growl. Don't play with fire." A fleeting trace of restraint crossed his brows, evidence of the self-control he was struggling to maintain. The once composed and distant man, who had always been indifferent to women, was now utterly undone by the woman in his arms. Finally aware of the heated tension between them, Shen Xingwan blinked, a barely noticeable smile tugging at her lips. She turned her head to look out the window, pretending as if nothing had happened and remaining perfectly still. In the study of Jingyuan, Fu Tingye's expression was cold and unyielding as he spoke with an authoritative tone. "Have you found out everything about what happened at the bar tonight?" Chen Dong cautiously handed him a phone, his demeanor respectful. "Boss, this is the surveillance footage from the bar. That Zhang Jun's the young master of the Zhang family. He's notorious for using his family's influence to prey on women. Once he sets his sights on someone, he'll stop at nothing to get them." Fu Tingye's dark eyes were as deep as the night. At the mention of the Zhang family, a flicker of icy contempt flashed through them. "The Zhang family?" he asked in a low voice. Chen Dong immediately elaborated. "Zhang Jun is the son of Zhang Jianhe. The Zhang family made their fortune in real estate and have been expanding rapidly in S City in recent years. That plot of land in the west of the city, it belongs to them." Fu Tingye let out a faint scoff, a cold smirk tugging at his lips as if recalling something. His long fingers casually loosened 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing his collarbone. His voice carried a chilling edge of amusement as he commanded, "Good. Find someone to capture Zhang Jun, break one of his legs, keep him locked up for a day, and then dump him at the Zhang family's doorstep." His tone was low and unrelenting, brimming with decisive ruthlessness. "Dare to lay a hand on my Wanwan? Think of kidnapping her? Let's grant him his wish." After speaking, his gaze returned to the phone screen, his attention fixed on the footage. A faint smile spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "Not bad. My wife is fierce even when throwing punches. She's so impressive." Chen Dong glanced up cautiously, stealing a look at his boss, only to have his attention caught by the faint bite mark on Fu Tingye's Adam's apple. His eyes widened, and he barely resisted the urge to cover his face. Noticing Chen Dong's slip in composure, Fu Tingye raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a half-smile. He lightly touched the mark on his neck and asked, "Seen enough?" Chen Dong quickly snapped back to reality, trying to maintain an air of professionalism as he stammered, "Boss, should I get some ointment?" If you show up at the office like this tomorrow, it's bound to make headlines. Fu Tingye cast him a disinterested glance. No need. Chen Dong was momentarily at a loss for words but quickly recovered, his tone turning excited as he reported, Drive W has accepted the invitation. The meeting is set for 3 days from now. Fu Tingye's gaze darkened slightly, his expression resolute. Good. His voice softened ever so slightly, betraying a rare trace of gentleness. He had already made up his mind now that she was back by his side, he would do everything in his power to heal her. In a dimly lit basement, Zhang Jun, blindfolded with a black cloth, was dragged in by several men dressed in black. His voice was filled with anger and defiance as he shouted, Who are you people? How dare you kidnap me? Do you even know who I am? Chen Dong sat calmly in a chair nearby, his gaze cold and disdainful, as if looking at nothing more than a petty clown. He spoke with deliberate indifference. Still acting tough in a place like this? With a subtle gesture from him, one of the men moved forward, and Zhang Jun's screams soon echoed throughout the basement. I'm the eldest son of the Zhang family. How much do you want? I'll have my father pay you to stop hitting me. Zhang Jun's voice quivered with panic, but Chen Dong remained unmoved. Irritated by the noise, he ordered, Gag him. He's too noisy. Keep going. The basement was filled with Zhang Jun's anguished cries, which gradually diminished as the punishment continued. Once Chen Dong deemed it sufficient, he spoke in a calm, detached manner, lock him up for a day, then deliver him to the Zhang family's doorstep. His tone was so composed, it was as if he were discussing something as trivial as the weather. As the screams faded into silence, the basement was left in an eerie stillness. The next morning, Shen Xingwan once again woke up in the arms of a certain man. Unlike the initial shyness she had felt, this time she was already accustomed to waking up like this. She tilted her head slightly, her sleepy eyes landing on the strikingly handsome face in front of her. With a soft voice, she greeted, Good morning. Then she got up, adjusted her disheveled nightwear, and headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. Fu Tingye watched her petite figure disappear behind the bathroom door, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile as a low chuckle escaped his throat. Leaning against the headboard, he was clearly in an excellent mood. It pleased him to no end that Wanwan had grown used to waking up in his embrace. Slowly, he pulled back the covers, his movements unhurried as he got out of bed and walked toward the wardrobe. Not long after, Shen Xingwan finished freshening up and pushed open the bathroom door, only to freeze at the sight before her. Fu Tingye stood in the center of the bedroom, his upper body bare, gracefully getting dressed. His long, slender fingers were fastening the button on his black suit pants, and his defined chest, sculpted abs, and the faint outline of his vline were on full display. His composed yet subtly seductive demeanor made him look like a masterpiece come to life. Sensing her gaze, Fu Tingye turned his head slightly to glance at her, his lips curling into a playful smirk. He took a few steps toward her and asked in a low voice, Wanwan, all freshened up? Shen Xingwan's eyes involuntarily fell on his toned chest, and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How could this man have such an incredible physique? Catching herself, she cleared her throat softly, turned her head slightly, and said, Yes, I'm done. You can go freshen up now. But Fu Tingye didn't move. Instead, he stepped closer, trapping her between the wall and his chest. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss near her ear and murmured teasingly, I already freshened up in the guest room. Shen Xingwan looked up, meeting his deep, playful gaze, and found herself momentarily stunned. How could this man be so effortlessly charming? Every move he made, every word he spoke, seemed to draw her in completely. Seeing her dazed expression, Fu Tingye's eyes sparkled with amusement. He took her small hand and pressed it lightly against his firm abs, his voice low and magnetic. Wanwan, are you satisfied? Shen Xingwan felt her cheeks heat up, her heartbeat quickening against her will. This devilishly attractive man had the audacity to tease her so early in the morning. Without saying a word, she hooked her arms around his neck, leaned in, and planted a quick kiss on his tempting lips. Then, with a mischievous smile, her slender fingers brushed over his chest as she quipped, Not bad. Quite satisfied, actually. Fu Tingye's eyes darkened instantly, a fiery intensity flickering within them. Before she could react, he scooped her up and pressed her onto the bed. His voice was husky as he murmured, If Wanwan likes it, then take your time to appreciate it. With that, he leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss possessive yet tender, alternating between deep passion and playful nibbles, leaving her utterly spellbound. Just as the atmosphere between them heated up, the abrupt ringing of a phone broke the moment. Shen Xingwan pushed against his chest, catching her breath as she said, Your phone is ringing. Let it ring, Fu Tingye replied, his voice thick with reluctance to stop. But Shen Xingwan, her eyes twinkling with mischief, placed a finger against his lips and whispered, Answer the call. I'm heading downstairs for breakfast. With that, she pushed him aside, straightened her clothes, and walked out of the room. Fu Tingye watched her retreating figure, a fond smile playing on his lips. Picking up his phone, he answered, "Hello?" On the other end, a familiar voice filled with urgency came through. It was his grandmother. "You rascal. When are you bringing my granddaughter-in-law over to meet me? It's been ages, and I haven't seen her yet." Tingye rubbed his temples with a hint of helplessness, his tone soft. "Grandma, Wanwan just moved to S-City. She's still getting used to everything here. Give it some time." His grandmother, unimpressed with his excuse, retorted with a trace of threat in her tone. "I don't care. If you don't bring her to me, I'll go find her myself." "Fine, fine. I'll bring her to the old house this Friday evening." Tingye relented. "Now that's more like it." His grandmother replied, satisfied, before hanging up. After ending the call, Tingye quickly got dressed and headed downstairs to the dining area. There, Shen Xingwan was seated at the table, engrossed in her breakfast. He walked over, handing her a peeled egg and a slice of bread he had already spread with jam. His voice was gentle as he said, "Wanwan, we'll be going to the old house for dinner this Friday evening." Shen Xingwan paused, her expression slightly surprised as she looked up. "The old house? Why all of a sudden?" Tingye picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and smiled lightly. "It's the Fu family's old house. Grandma wants to meet you. But if you don't feel like going, we can skip it." Shen Xingwan took a sip of milk, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "Since she's your family, of course I should go." Tingye's gaze darkened slightly as he noticed a trace of milk lingering on her lips. His Adam's apple bobbed subtly as he reached out with his long fingers to gently wipe it away. His voice was low and tender. "There's no need to force yourself. Your happiness is what matters most." Shen Xingwan listened to the man's deep voice, and a faint warmth spread in her heart. She couldn't help but curve her lips into a soft smile. "No compromises. They are your family." Her mind flashed with the information she had briefly looked into about Tingye's family. His mother had passed away during childbirth when giving birth to his younger brother, Fu Yiming. Less than a year later, his father had been forced to remarry. Since then, Tingye's relationship with his father had hit rock bottom. She turned her head slightly to glance at the man beside her, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "What does your grandmother like? What kind of gift should I prepare?" Tingye's eyes softened with a trace of amusement as he heard her question. He suddenly leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her soft lips, a natural yet affectionate gesture. His deep gaze lingered on her, and his sensual, thin lips curved into a faint smile. His low voice carried a hint of intimacy as he whispered in her ear, "You don't need to prepare anything. Your presence is the best gift." Shen Xingwan's heart fluttered at his words, and she felt her cheeks grow warmer. She turned her head away, but the corners of her lips betrayed her, lifting into a smile. "I'll figure something out myself," she replied lightly. Inwardly, however, she marveled at how irresistible this man was, as if she was being gently led along by him, step by step. After breakfast, Tingye, as usual, dropped Shen Xingwan off at the gates of Jinghai University. As she got out of the car, she turned back to glance at him and said, "I'm going. Go back to your company." Leaning casually against the car, Tingye chuckled softly, "Wanwan, aren't you going to give me a goodbye hug?" Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh. This man was worlds apart from the cold and distant CEO described in the rumors. She took a few steps forward, reached out to wrap her arms lightly around his waist, and looked up at him. "Is this good enough?" Tingye gazed down at her, his expression full of contentment. He leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips and murmured softly, "Now it is." From the driver's seat, Chen Dong caught a glimpse of the scene and silently shook his head, thinking to himself, "This is so sweet it's almost unbearable to watch." Jinghai University. After finishing her morning classes, Shen Xingwan stayed in the office to handle some tasks. Just then her phone chimed with a notification. She picked it up to check and saw a message from Jiang Jining. "Xingjia, free to join me? There's a race at Nanshan track this afternoon. Let's have some fun. The prize is 5 million. Shen Xingwan glanced at the message, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She knew this girl had been busy with her studio lately and was probably exhausted. It had been a while since she herself had raced, and since Jiang Jining wanted to have fun, she decided to accompany her. The 5 million prize didn't matter. What mattered was enjoying the moment. She quickly replied, "Sure." After finishing up her lesson plans, Shen Xingwan checked the time. It was about right, so she packed her things and prepared to head to the track. As she stepped out of the teaching building, she noticed Qin Shuang sitting alone on a stone bench by the roadside, lost in thought. Shen Xingwan walked over and gently tapped her on the head, smiling as she asked, "What are you thinking about, so absorbed?" Qin Shuang turned her head and, upon seeing Shen Xingwan, beamed sweetly. "Xingwan jia, it's you." Shen Xingwan sat down beside her, giving her a once-over before asking, "Feeling down? Why are you sitting here all alone, daydreaming?" Qin Shuang shook her head and sighed lightly. "Just a bit bored. Everyone at home is busy, some with work, some playing mahjong. I'm the only one left with nothing to do." Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "Want to do something fun this afternoon?" Qin Shuang's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? Where are we going?" Shen Xingwan stood up and smiled. "Come on, I'll take you to do something thrilling." Nanshan Track. This was the largest racing track in S City, buzzing with energy and excitement. Shen Xingwan, dressed casually in a ponytail and a gray baseball cap, walked into the parking area with Qin Shuang by her side. "Xingjia, over here." Jiang Jining spotted her from a distance and waved enthusiastically. Bringing Qin Shuang along, Shen Xingwan walked over and introduced her. "This is Qin Shuang. I brought her along to relax a bit today." Jiang Jining gave Qin Shuang a playful wink and teased. "Hey there, little sister. I'm Jiang Jining. Have fun today, but don't get too scared by Xingjia's driving skills." Qin Shuang flashed a sweet smile and replied politely, "Hello, big sister. I'm Qin Shuang." Jiang Jining found the cheerful young girl in front of her to be utterly adorable. Handing a set of car keys to Shen Xingwan, she casually asked, "Xingjia, how's the studio doing?" After returning to the country, Jiang Jining had chosen not to join her family business and instead co-founded an architectural design studio with Shen Xingwan. However, Shen Xingwan acted only as an investor and left the management entirely to Jiang Jining. Shen Xingwan took the keys and replied calmly, "It's going well. Everything's on track now. I'll drop by when I have some time." Leaning against a Ferrari with her arms crossed, Jiang Jining smirked. "You're quite the laid-back boss." Shen Xingwan glanced around the lively track and asked, "When does the race start?" Jiang Jining checked the time and said, "Soon, in about 10 minutes. She turned to Qin Shuang and added, "Xingjia, you take her for a spin. I'll just be a spectator today and cheer you on. This little sister is adorable, perfect for experiencing your driving firsthand." Shen Xingwan nodded lightly. "All right." Shen Xingwan slipped into a striking red racing suit, effortlessly climbed into the driver's seat, and slowly maneuvered the car to the starting line. Qin Shuang sat in the passenger seat, her eyes darting around with curiosity and excitement. This was definitely an unconventional way to unwind. She couldn't help but turn to Shen Xingwan, her voice tinged with excitement. "Xingwan Jia, you can race too? You're truly my idol." Shen Xingwan casually rested one hand on the steering wheel and leaned the other arm against the car window. Her gaze swept indifferently across the surroundings. She responded with a soft, Not far away, a group of men, casual and cocky, noticed her. Seeing that she was a woman, they immediately gathered around, their words dripping with mockery. Well, a pretty lady playing with cars? Have you even seen a car like this before? Or did you get it from some sugar daddy?" Qin Shuang's face flushed with anger at the harsh remarks, and she was about to retort when Shen Xingwan gently stopped her. With a glance, she signaled Qin Shuang to ignore them. Clearly, these irrelevant strangers weren't worth her time. Seeing Shen Xingwan sitting in the car with a cold, unbothered expression, the men escalated their provocations. "Oh, this chick's got an attitude. Doesn't look very old, but she's here to race with the big boys? She won't even know how she lost." "Exactly. Racing isn't for just anyone. Look at that delicate little facey. If you crash, would feel bad for you. Why not hang out with us instead? We'll show you how it's done." As the crude taunts continued, a flicker of coldness flashed in Shen Xingwan's eyes, though her lips curved into a faint, almost mischievous smile. Just then, a man dressed in designer clothes swaggered out of a nearby car, a toothpick in his mouth and a smug grin on his face. His name was Su Xiaoyang, clearly the leader of the group. "Hey there, beautiful. Care to make a bet with me?" Su Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with challenge. Shen Xingwan's expression remained indifferent as she let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Oh." Su Xiaoyang clicked his tongue against his cheek, his gaze insolent. "If you can beat me, I'll bark like a dog 3 times and throw in 5 million for good measure. But if you lose," he trailed off, his meaning obvious. The men around him burst into laughter. "Come on, sweetheart, don't push your luck. Su Xiao here is a professional racer. Don't embarrass yourself, just back out now." Shen Xingwan rubbed her ear, looking utterly bored with their nonsense. Her tone was cool as she responded, "If I lose, I'll give you 5 million in this car." Meanwhile, Jiang Jining, seated in the audience, was leisurely watching the track, completely unaware that his beloved car had just been thrown into the bet. Su Xiaoyang laughed loudly, his face full of scorn. "Huh? 5 million? Can you even afford that? Don't make a scene if you can't pay up. How about saving us the trouble and just coming with me instead?" His gaze roamed over Shen Xingwan, a glint of greed in his eyes. "I've got to admit, thought his one's got a killer look." Qin Shuang's face turned pale with anger at the degrading remarks, her fists clenched tightly. Shen Xingwan glanced at her and chuckled softly, as if amused by a feisty little girl. Calmly, she reached into her bag and pulled out a black card, holding it up outside the window. Her voice was measured and composed. This black card you've seen one before, haven't you? With this, you don't have to worry about me being broke. The men froze, exchanging stunned looks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Who is this woman? Never seen her in the scene before, and she's got a black card? I've always wanted one of those, but no chance. This lady must be loaded. For these self-proclaimed elite rich kids, seeing a woman they'd looked down on casually flash a black card was a blow to their egos. Shen Xingwan narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping over them with a hint of disdain. A mocking smile tugged at her lips. Still want to bet? If you're too scared to lose, now's your chance to back out. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and snapped, bet. Of course he'll bet. What's 5 million? Let's see how I crush you. Shen Xingwan cast him a dismissive glance before turning to Qin Shuang. Buckle up, we're here to have some fun. Minutes later, dozens of luxury sports cars lined up neatly at the starting line. Cheerleaders waved their flags enthusiastically, signaling the start of the race. The roar of engines filled the air as the cars shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Qin Shuang clung tightly to the safety handle, her heart racing as the Ferrari sped down the track. Her voice trembled. Xingwan Jia, let's take it easy, okay? Safety first. Shen Xingwan glanced at her and smiled faintly, her tone light. Relax, we're steady. Let me show you how it's done. A sleek car sped past Shen Xingwan, leaving a gust of wind in its wake. The man inside provocatively raised his middle finger, his face full of disdain. Shen Xingwan watched the arrogant figure retreat into the distance, the corners of her lips curling into a cold smile. Tilting her head slightly, she casually adjusted her car's gear to the highest level, then slammed her foot on the gas. The Ferrari roared forward like an arrow unleashed from a bow. Ah! Qin Shuang, sitting in the passenger seat, let out a piercing scream, clutching her seatbelt tightly as if her heart were about to leap out of her throat. Yet amidst her panic, a spark of excitement lit up her eyes. Ahead of them, Su Xiaoyang glanced into his rearview mirror and noticed the Ferrari quickly closing the gap. A mocking smirk tugged at his lips. Ha, little girl is just stayed a little girl. She's got no idea what she's messing with. He sneered dismissively and floored the accelerator. The Lamborghini roared like an enraged beast, charging forward with ferocity. Shen Xingwan, however, remained calm and composed. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting lightly on the car window, her expression was untroubled. Her foot pressed steadily on the gas pedal, keeping her Ferrari less than a meter behind Su Xiaoyang's car, as if toying with her prey. Su Xiaoyang drove faster and faster, his confidence swelling. But soon he realized that no matter how much he increased his speed, the Ferrari stuck to him like a shadow, never falling behind. His brows furrowed, and a faint unease crept into his chest. Muttering under his breath, he cursed, "Damn woman." For the first time, he had met such a formidable opponent, one he never expected to be a woman. The two cars streaked down the track, the crowd's cheers growing louder with every passing second. The atmosphere was electric with tension. As the final sharp turn loomed ahead, everyone held their breath. Just then, Shen Xingwan abruptly turned her steering wheel, and the Ferrari surged forward, slamming into the rear of the Lamborghini. Su Xiaoyang's car spun wildly in place, its tires screeching against the asphalt. He glanced out of his side window in shock, just in time to see the Ferrari streak past him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in the dust. Whoa, this woman's incredible, gasped someone from the stands as murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. That hit just sealed the deal, young Master Su is done for. Inside the Ferrari, Qin Shuang was practically frozen in fear, clutching her chest with trembling hands and stammering, "Zhengwenji, slow down. I think my heart's about to give out." Yet despite her words, an uncontrollable flush of exhilaration spread across her face. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly, her tone steady and reassuring. "Relax. With me here, nothing will happen." Instead of slowing down, she pressed the accelerator even harder. The Ferrari's engine roared louder, like a savage beast ready to devour its prey. The audience could barely believe their eyes. "Is she insane? She's not slowing down for the sharp turn," someone exclaimed, shielding their eyes, too nervous to watch what might happen next. But in the blink of an eye, the Ferrari executed a flawless drift, its rear tires kicking up a cloud of dust as it cleanly rounded the corner. The track fell into stunned silence. "Holy crap. She passed him," someone in the crowd shouted, their voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. Qin Shuang, now hoarse from screaming, collapsed weakly into her seat. Shen Xingwan, in contrast, remained unruffled. Her slender leg pressed firmly on the gas pedal, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "Hold on tight and grab the safety handle," she said nonchalantly before accelerating even further. "Unbelievable. That was a drift," gasped the spectators, many of them rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. Shen Xingwan's hands moved deftly on the steering wheel, her speed so intense it was nerve-wracking to watch. Qin Shuang's voice trembled as she asked, Xingwanji, did we win? Of course, Shen Xingwan replied with a raised brow, her smile tinged with pride. With one final burst of speed, she executed another drift, the Ferrari's tail swinging gracefully before coming to a smooth stop at the finish line. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Oh my god, she actually won. Unreal. Su Xiaoyang lost to a woman. Incredible. She's an absolute racing genius. In the distance, Jiang Jining sat in the audience, legs crossed, watching the scene with a calm expression. Glancing at the people around him, he remarked casually, it's nothing. Back in the States, she pulled off stunts way crazier than this. His companions rolled their eyes in unison. Sure. Big words from someone so young. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyang remained in his car, his face pale as a sheet. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white with tension. Impossible, he murmured to himself, his voice trembling with disbelief and frustration. How could I Locido a woman? Shen Xingwan strolled over to Su Xiaoyang's car, with Qin Shuang grinning triumphantly by her side. Crossing her arms, Shen Xingwan said in a calm yet cutting tone, What's the matter? Can't accept your loss? Aren't you going to honor the bet? Su Xiaoyang's expression darkened further, his fists clenched so tightly that his veins bulged. After a moment of silence, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Reluctantly, he stepped out of his car, barked 3 humiliating dog sounds as per their wager, and transferred 5 million yuan to her account. Watching this unfold, Qin Shuang couldn't help but snicker. Serves you right. That's what you get for overestimating yourself. Shen Xingwan cast a cold glance at Su Xiaoyang before turning away. She hooked her arm around Qin Shuang's and walked off with an air of effortless confidence, their retreating figures glowing with undeniable brilliance in the eyes of the onlookers. At the top floor of the Fu Group headquarters, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the spacious office with a warm glow. Qin Yu lounged lazily on a leather sofa, legs crossed, casually scrolling through the news on his phone. As he read, his expression darkened, and he grumbled through clenched teeth at Song Jingyan, who sat across from him. Can you believe Fu Tingye? That guy is unbelievable. Just to spend more time with his wife, he leaves us hanging here while he goes off to a meeting. Hearing this, Song Jingyan looked up at him with a meaningful glance. Qin Ye's complaints had noticeably increased lately, especially after Fu Tingye got married. Sensing the look, Qin Yu raised his head, puzzled. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? A faint smirk tugged at Song Jingyan's lips as he raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you're into Fu Tingye. The words hit like a bombshell. Qin Yu shot up from the sofa, his face flushed with anger. What the hell, man? Don't go saying stuff like that. My preferences are perfectly normal. Thank you very much. If that big boss hears you, it'll be done for. Song Jingyan leaned back against the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, watching Qin Yu with a leisurely air and a glint of amusement in his eyes. Then why do you always seem to have an issue with Shen Xingwan? Jealous, are we? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. Frustrated, he flopped back onto the sofa and decided to ignore Song Jingyan, focusing instead on his phone as if to express his silent protest. A few minutes later, however, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He sat bolt upright, holding his phone up as though it might escape his grasp. No way. Song Jingyan glanced over, his tone calm and indifferent. What now? Can you not be so dramatic? Qin Yu scooted closer, thrusting his phone towards Song Jing. Look at this. Isn't this Shen Xingwan? Song Jingyan took the phone and glanced at the video playing on the screen. He nodded. Yeah, that's her. Qin Yu gaped, disbelief written all over his face as he exclaimed, I can't believe it. Fu Tingye's wife, the one from the countryside, can actually race. And her skills are insane. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the corridor. Fu Tingye entered the office, his posture straight and commanding as always. His sharp eyes immediately landed on the two lounging on the sofa. With a slight frown, he remarked in a tone laced with disdain, You two seem to have a lot of free time. He walked directly to his desk, loosening his tie as he picked up some documents, clearly uninterested in engaging with the uninvited guests. Qin Yu, however, remained unfazed, his usual cheeky grin in place as he lounged even more comfortably. Hey, Knight, how about grabbing a drink with us tonight? Without lifting his head, Fu Tingye replied coolly, No. My wife's waiting for me at home. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Oh, come on. She probably doesn't have time for you anyway. Before Fu Tingye could respond, Qin Yu added with a mischievous grin. By the way, Knight, today's race at the Nanshan track was pretty epic. Want to check out the video? Fu Tingye finally looked up, his expression blank and his tone flat. Not interested. But Qin Yu wasn't about to give up. He got up and walked over, placing his phone directly in front of Fu Tingye with a sly smile. Oh, you'll definitely be interested. Fu Tingye's brows furrowed slightly as he took the phone and tapped on the video. Within seconds, his sharp gaze softened ever so slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved upward, a rare hint of amusement lighting up his eyes. Noticing this, Qin Ye's curiosity skyrocketed. He leaned in eagerly. Knight, did you already know Shen Xingwan could race? Her skills are insane. She's been hiding this talent pretty well, huh? Song Jingyan chuckled from his seat, throwing in a playful jab. Knight, your wife's full of surprises. Fu Tingye casually tossed the phone back to Qin Yu, his tone indifferent. Send me the video. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, grinning cheekily. Oh, so now you're interested? Weren't you just saying you didn't care? Fu Tingye shot him a cold glance, his tone dropping a few degrees. Send it. No. Sensing the shift in Fu Tingye's mood, Qin Yu immediately complied, forwarding the video without further comment. But he couldn't resist asking, so Knight, between you and her, who's the better driver? Fu Tingye's eyes flicked up, and he delivered a succinct, icy response. You talk too much. With that, he turned back to his desk, his fingers flying over the keyboard. In no time, all traces of Shen Xingwan's racing videos were scrubbed from the internet. Once finished, he grabbed his phone and dialed Chen Dong, issuing a quiet but firm order to locate Shen Xingwan's current whereabouts. A few minutes later, Fu Tingye stood, his long legs carrying him toward the door with purposeful strides. Qin Yu blinked in confusion, calling after him. Knight, where are you going? We're still here. But Fu Tingye didn't even glance back, his determined steps making it clear he had somewhere important to be. Fu Tingye stopped in his tracks, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I'm off to find my wife. As for you single dogs, go back to wherever you came from. The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Yu and Song Jingyan looked utterly crestfallen. Come on, Knight bro, do you have to hit us where it hurts? Qin Yu protested indignantly. Song Jingyan shook his head and let out a sigh. Man, you're really leaving us no room to survive here. Seeing their dejected expressions, Fu Tingye couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned and continued walking. However, the two quickly followed after him, shouting, Knight bro, wait for us. Fu Tingye halted again, turning to glare at them coldly. Why are you following me? You're off to find your wife. I'm here to pick up my sister, Qin Yu said matter-of-factly, pointing ahead. See? Schwanger's here too. With that, he strode into the elevator, completely ignoring Fu Tingye's reaction. Since Song Jingyan didn't drive today, he had no choice but to follow Qin Yu into the elevator with a resigned look. Meanwhile, a Ferrari sped down the wide road. Inside the car, Qin Shuang was flushed with excitement, still riding the high from the earlier racing competition. She threw her arms around Shen Xingwan's arm, her eyes brimming with admiration. Sister Xingwan, you are absolutely my idol. What do I do? I think I'm falling in love with you. Shen Xingwan glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at her lips, but she didn't say much. From the driver's seat, Jiang Jining chuckled. You might want to ask her husband if he's okay with that first. Hearing this, Qin Shuang immediately straightened up, her lips pouting. I actually am a little scared of Fu Tingye. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow. You're scared of him? Of course. That guy's as cold as an ice block. You can feel the chill from a mile away. Plus, he doesn't even like women, Qin Shuang retorted unreservedly, feeling quite justified in her assessment. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, that man is anything but cold's practically on fire. Changing the subject, she smiled and said, all right, let's go grab a feast. What do you want to eat? At the mention of food, Qin Shuang's eyes lit up instantly. How about hot pot? Jiang Jining, however, shook her head with a laugh. Hot pot? That's hardly a feast. Let's go to that new luxury hotel in S City for some seafood. After winning so much money today, we have to treat ourselves properly. Qin Shuang's mouth watered at the suggestion, and she nodded enthusiastically. Shen Xingwan, on the other hand, smiled nonchalantly. I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. As night fell, the three soon arrived at the upscale hotel Jiang Jining had mentioned. The moment they stepped inside, a server greeted them warmly. Good evening. Would the three of you prefer a VIP private room or a regular one? Jiang Jining gave the server a quick glance and smirked. A luxury private room, please. Coming to a place like this, a regular room just won't do. Certainly, right this way. The server smiled and led them upstairs. Inside the lavish private room, Jiang Jining wasted no time. She leaned back in her chair and instructed the server, bring one of each of your signature dishes, and a few bottles of beer. Qin Shuang chimed in, I'll have a juice please. Shen Xingwan looked at the two of them, chuckling softly. Order whatever you want. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content tonight. That'll be all for now, Jiang Jining said, her mood particularly cheerful. 20 minutes later, the table was brimming with an array of delectable dishes. Qin Shuang stared at the spread in disbelief, her jaw practically dropping. This much food? My stomach's definitely going to explode tonight. Jiang Jining laughed as she passed a plate of Australian lobster to Qin Shuang. Here, eat up, little sis. Thank you, big sis. Qin Shuang beamed, her dimples showing, looking utterly adorable. Hearing herself called big sis, Jiang Jining couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, clearly delighted. An hour later, the three of them were stuffed and thoroughly satisfied. Qin Shuang patted her round belly and let out a small burp. I'm so full. Shen Xingwan glanced at the two of them with a smile. Still want more? Jiang Jining waved her hand dismissively. Nope, I'm done. Let's head out. After Shen Xingwan settled the bill, the three walked out of the hotel together. Just as they reached the entrance, Qin Shuang happened to glance around casually and suddenly spotted her brother striding toward them. Brother? What are you doing here? She asked, puzzled. Picking you up, Qin Yu replied, casting a meaningful look at a certain someone. Hearing the voice, Shen Xingwan turned her head, only to see a familiar figure stepping out of a Rolls-Royce. She frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her mind. What's this guy doing here? Fu Tingye approached with a faint smile on his lips. What a coincidence. You're here too. Not a coincidence, Fu Tingye said as he slid an arm around Shen Xingwan's waist, his tone casual. I came here specifically to pick up Wan. Shen Xingwan met his intense gaze, turned her head slightly, and asked in a low voice, how did you know I was here? Without missing a beat, Fu Tingye glanced briefly at Qin Yu, then leaned down to brush a light kiss on Shen Xingwan's lips. Qin Yu and Song Jingyan mentioned they saw you and Qin Shuang dining here, so I came. Qin Yu stood there, utterly bewildered, silently complaining in his head. Does he even think before he makes things up? Song Jingyan, on the other hand, rubbed his temples, too tired to bother exposing the lie. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang was completely stunned. Watching Fu Tingye's smooth and natural actions, she had only one thought running through her mind. Is this really the same cold, aloof Fu Tingye I know? When did he become so adept at this? After hearing this, Shen Xingwan glanced thoughtfully at the other two men, then pointed to Jiang Jining and introduced her, my friend, Jiang Jining. Hello there. Brother-in-law. Jiang Jining greeted Fu Tingye with a wave. Fu Tingye replied nonchalantly without even sparing her a proper look. Jiang Jining silently rolled her eyes. This guy was seriously unpleasant. Wasn't he afraid she'd tattle on him? Uft. Song Jingyan chuckled at the scene, sneaking a glance at Jiang Jining as the corner of his lips curled ever so slightly. So it was her. Turns out her name is Jiang Jining. But wait, isn't that the name of the Jiang family's young lady? It seems she's the one Fu Tingye was supposed to meet for an arranged marriage back then. Miss Jiang, don't take it personally. That guy only has eyes for his wife, Song Jingyan said with a faint smirk. Hearing his voice, Jiang Jining glanced at him in surprise. It's you? She remarked, startled. She hadn't expected to run into him after returning to the country. Shen Xingwan looked at the two of them curiously and asked, you two know each other? Yes, we do, Song Jingyan affirmed. No, we don't, Jiang Jining denied. The two spoke in unison, leaving the others exchanging strange looks, sensing something suspicious. Shen Xingwan chuckled lightly but didn't press further. Fu Tingye found everyone else an eyesore and gazed at Shen Xingwan with a hint of tenderness. Shall we go home? All right, Shen Xingwan nodded, then turned to Jiang Jining. Should we drop you off first? She was slightly concerned since Jiang Jining had had a few drinks earlier, even if it wasn't much. Jiang Jining took out her car keys from her bag and dangled them in her hand. No need. I'll just call for a driver later. You two go ahead. Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly, and stepped forward to snatch the keys from her hand. I happen to be free. I'll give Miss Jiang a ride. Jiang Jining was speechless. Who asked him to give her a ride? Did she agree to this? After saying their goodbyes, Fu Tingye held Shen Xingwan's hand and led her to the Rolls-Royce. Once seated in the back, Shen Xingwan glanced around the car and asked, Fu Tingye, did you change cars? Thinking about his girl's impressive performance on the racetrack earlier, Fu Tingye's cold, obsidian-like eyes fixed on her as he chuckled softly. The Maybach's in for maintenance. Xingwan, do you know how to drive? Shen Xingwan felt a bit flustered under his intense gaze and quickly averted her eyes. Teasingly, she replied, I used to drive a tractor in the countryside. I suppose it's about the same, right? Fu Tingye arched a delicate brow. Xingwan, want to pick a car from the garage? Shen Xingwan blinked at him, studying him with a hint of suspicion. Why was he suddenly suggesting she pick a car? Could he have found out about her racing earlier? That didn't seem likely. She casually glanced out the window and said nonchalantly, sure, why not? I bet it won't be much harder to drive than a tractor. It's not hard at all. Pretty similar to driving a tractor, Fu Tingye replied, his lips curving into a faint smile as he watched her pretend to be serious. In a low voice he added, Xingwan, when will you teach me how to drive a tractor? I've suddenly developed an interest in it. In the driver's seat, Chen Dong raised a skeptical brow as he drove. What was going on with these two today? Discussing tractors. And since when did Master Fu have an interest in tractors? Weren't the luxury cars in the garage good enough for him? Shen Xingwan chuckled softly. Depends on your performance. This man definitely knew she had been racing. Fu Tingye's smile deepened as he leaned in and playfully nipped at her lips. With a meaningful tone, he asked, Xingwan, what kind of performance are you expecting from me? As he spoke, his hand gently rested on her waist. Shen Xingwan felt goosebumps rise at the sound of his deep, husky voice in her ear. This man was such a tease. Meanwhile, in the Ferrari, Song Jingyan rested one hand on the car window and the other on the steering wheel, driving toward the address Jiang Jining had provided. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Jining stole a glance at him. From the side, he looked quite handsome. Her gaze eventually settled on his long, slender fingers, and her eyes lit up. A man with such beautiful hands, how rare. Noticing her expression, Song Jingyan smirked subtly but didn't call her out. Miss Jiang, weren't you abroad? What brings you back all of a sudden? Snapping out of her thoughts, Jiang Jining casually pushed her hair back and replied, I came back because I felt like it. Why does it matter? Song Jingyan turned to glance at her briefly, his smile warm and gentle. I heard that Fu Tingye's grandmother arranged a matchmaking meeting for him recently. The other party was Miss Jiang from the Jiang family. Miss Jiang, was that you? Jiang Jining was a little surprised. She hadn't expected this man to know about her almost blind date with Fu Tingye. She turned around and glared at Song Jingyan, her expression serious. Shut up. I didn't go, I bailed. Don't go around blabbing nonsense. Song Jingyan found her slightly guilty demeanor rather endearing. Do I seem like that kind of person? Jiang Jining rolled her eyes. Who knows? I don't even know you that well. That blind date had been something her family arranged without her consent, and she still felt baffled about the whole thing. As they stopped at a red light, Song Jingyan turned to look at her, teasingly saying, well, we weren't that close before, but from now on, we'll get to know each other better. This woman had stolen his first kiss, and now she claimed they weren't close? What did she mean by close? Jiang Jining was at a loss for words. She shot him a glare, unwilling to continue the conversation, and leaned back to rest her eyes. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of her apartment building. Thanks for today. I'll head up now, Jiang Jining said as she unfastened her seatbelt and got out of the car. To her surprise, Song Jingyan also stepped out of the driver's seat, leaning casually against the car. His faint smile carried a hint of mischief. Aren't you going to invite me up? I did play chauffeur for you, after all. Jiang Jining hesitated. What was there to invite him up for? She lived alone, and she didn't know this man well. What if he turned out to be some kind of predator? It's late, and I need to rest. I'll skip the invitation this time. How about I treat you to a meal next time? She said with a forced smile, unsure of how to handle the situation. Song Jingyan chuckled softly but didn't press further. He handed her the car keys. All right, go on up. Good night. Jiang Jining glanced at the keys in her hand and asked, how are you getting home? Don't worry, someone's coming to pick me up later, he replied casually. Satisfied with his answer, Jiang Jining nodded and headed upstairs. Leaning against the car, Song Jingyan watched her retreating figure. The smile on his lips deepened as he lowered his head slightly. The next morning, at the Zhang family mansion, Zhang Jianhe was furious after learning that his son, Zhang Jun, had caused trouble at a bar, been captured, and hadn't returned home for an entire day and night. He immediately made some calls to investigate. Not long after, he received a report. Mr. Zhang, the young master was taken by a group of men in black. All the surrounding surveillance cameras were destroyed. Hearing this, Zhang Jian's expression darkened. Anyone bold enough to openly kidnap the young master of the Zhang family clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Madame Zhang, who had been on edge all night, was beside herself with worry. She hadn't slept a wink and now sobbed, dear, Junior won't be in any real danger, right? You have to save him. Her crying only irritated Zhang Jianhe further, and he snapped, stop crying. This is the son you raised, always causing trouble outside. Despite his anger, Zhang Jianhe decided to personally visit the bar to get to the bottom of things. However, just as he was about to step out of the living room, the butler's voice rang out. Sir, the young master has returned. He was dumped at the front gate. Zhang Jianhe stormed outside, his anger boiling over, but he froze when he saw the miserable state his son was in. Madame Zhang rushed forward, her heart aching at the sight of her injured son. Dad, call a doctor. It hurt so much. Zhang Jun's face was pale with pain, his body trembling slightly. One of his legs had been dislocated. His body was covered in bruises, and he had been locked in a basement for an entire day and night. He was now filled with fear and unease. Housekeeper Lin, get a doctor here immediately, Zhang Jianhe ordered coldly, his eyes filled with a dangerous glint. Junior, who did this to you? He asked, his tone sharp. Through gritted teeth, Zhang Jun recounted the events at the bar. Dad, you have to avenge me. I was blindfolded, so I couldn't see their faces, but I'm sure it's related to that woman. Zhang Jian's face darkened, his voice laced with fury. You're always chasing after women without thinking. Now look at what's happened to you. Madame Zhang's heart ached as she wiped her tears. Dear, Jun'er is still your son. You have to help him get justice. Though furious at his son's reckless behavior, Zhang Jianhe couldn't ignore the fact that this was his own flesh and blood. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. He would find out just how powerful this woman was. Humph. To dare lay a hand on Zhang Jian's son, she would pay the price. Jingyuan. After breakfast, Fu Tingye headed to the office for work. Today, Shen Xingwan didn't have to go to Jinghai University, so she was sitting on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, she called for Butler Wang. Butler Wang, I'd like to pick out a gift for Grandma to bring when I meet her. Do you know where I can find something suitable? She asked. Time was tight, and it wasn't possible to find something good at an auction. Plus, the items she had previously acquired from auctions weren't brought here with her. The only option was to look around the market. Hearing this, Butler Wang chuckled. Young madam, the items at Jingshan Pawn Shop are quite good. Would you like to take a look there? Shen Xingwan nodded. All right. She wasn't very familiar with the area since she had only recently arrived, so she decided to go with Butler Wang to Jingshan Pawn Shop. Half an hour later, they arrived at the shop. Shen Xingwan entered and glanced around. The shop was well stocked with a wide range of items, from antiques and paintings to jade and treasures. What kind of item are you looking for, young lady? I can recommend something, the shop owner asked with a warm smile. Something like jewelry, she replied. A gift for an elder. The shop owner grinned and approached her. Young lady, come over here and take a look. These are some of the best pieces in our shop. Following him, Shen Xingwan examined the display case filled with various gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade and gemstones. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a red jade bracelet. Boss, could you take that red jade bracelet out for me to see? She asked. The shop owner, still smiling, promptly obliged. Sure, young lady, you've got a great eye. Shen Xingwan carefully examined the bracelet in her hand and was very pleased. The red jade bracelet had a vibrant color, excellent translucency, and almost no impurities. Its quality was outstanding. Without hesitation, she said, I'll take this one. Please wrap it up for me. The shop owner nodded enthusiastically and quickly instructed his staff to wrap the bracelet. Young lady, this bracelet is 5,000 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? He asked, somewhat awkwardly. Shen Xingwan froze, holding her black card. She looked at the shop owner with a puzzled expression. Are you sure this is 5,000 yuan? A red jade bracelet of such quality should be at least 50 million yuan. How can it be just 5,000? Did you make a mistake? The shop owner looked a bit embarrassed. This piece was indeed a rare gem, and the price of 5,000 yuan seemed hard to believe. But what price should he even say? He glanced discreetly at Butler Wang before awkwardly explaining, I'm certain. Our shop is running a promotion today with discounts. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly, her smile carrying a hint of meaning. Noticing this, Butler Wang quickly reassured her, Young madam, rest assured, everything in this shop is 100 authentic. Shen Xingwan tapped her fingers on the table thoughtfully, casting a glance at the slightly nervous Butler Wang. All right, card it is, she said, handing her card to the shop owner, feeling rather amused. She couldn't let her husband's kind intentions go to waste. She had to play along. Butler Wang let out a sigh of relief and quietly sent a message to their young master on his phone. The next day, the late spring breeze carried a hint of summer's restless warmth. Shen Xingwan was standing by the roadside, waiting for a taxi. Today, she had an appointment for a house call with her employer. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Mingjing Hospital, Fu Tingye was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling traffic and pedestrians below. Song Jingyan, dressed in a white coat, leaned against the desk, visibly excited. Knight, what do you think, is this drive a man or a woman? Old or ugly? They finally took the case. I can't help but feel a bit thrilled. It seems that your billion yuan was well spent. He had been ecstatic ever since he heard yesterday that Drive W had accepted the case. A genius in the medical field couldn't miss the chance to learn from this expert. That billion couldn't go to waste. Fu Tingye glanced at him, his smile faint but amused. You seem quite excited. Song Jingyan walked over to him, placing a hand on his shoulder and raising an eyebrow. Not at all. I'm most concerned about your health. Meeting this legendary doctor is just a bonus. Fu Tingye shot him a look, brushed his hand off, and turned to sit on the sofa. Picking up his phone, his perfectly arched brows softened slightly. He wondered what his Wanwan was up to at that moment. At the same time, Chen Dong was waiting by the elevator for Dr. W's arrival. He was equally curious about what kind of person this Drive W was. It had taken raising the price by 1 billion yuan to get them to accept the case. If I'd known it would take this much, I would have offered it right away instead of wasting all this time. Chen Dong leaned against the wall, imagining Dr. W's appearance perhaps a man in his 50s or 60s, or a balding middle-aged uncle. Every possible image flashed through his mind. About half an hour later, Shen Xingwan arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Following the information provided, she made her way to the designated building, stepped into the elevator, and headed straight to the top floor. Ding moments later, the elevator reached its destination. Shen Xingwan stepped out with a calm demeanor. After taking only a few steps, she spotted Chen Dong standing upright not far away, looking every bit like a bodyguard waiting in position. The moment Chen Dong saw Shen Xingwan step out, he froze, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was here waiting for Doctor. How did he end up waiting for the young madam instead? He quickly approached her. Young madam, what brings you here? Chen Dong asked with a smile. Noticing his slightly flustered expression, Shen Xingwan glanced at him indifferently. Is Fu Tingye here? She asked. Chen Dong nodded blankly. Oh no. Could the young madam have misunderstood and thought Master Fu was ill? What should he do now? A trace of anxiety crept into his heart. How had a simple doctor appointment ended with the young madam catching them? Shen Xingwan gave him a casual glance, already forming her own conclusions. Just as Chen Dong was about to explain, he was interrupted by a cool, composed voice. Drive W. Take me there. Chen Dong froze in place, stunned. What was going on? The Drive W they had been searching for all along turned out to be the young madam? Still reeling from the revelation, Chen Dong remained rooted to the spot. Seeing this, Shen Xingwan walked a few steps ahead, then turned back with an amused look. Not going. Going. Right away. Chen Dong snapped out of his daze and quickly let her inside. He couldn't help wondering how his boss would react when he found out the young madam was actually Drive W. Chen Dong slowly pushed open the door to the room. Inside, his boss was sitting on the sofa, leaning his head on his hand, looking impatient with his eyes closed. Boss, Drive W is here, he announced. At the sound of this, Song Jingyan turned around excitedly. When he saw Shen Xingwan stride in, confusion flickered across his face. Then, catching Chen Dong's meaningful glance, his expression turned to shock. Tugging on Fu Tingye's sleeve, he stammered. "A night, brother Knight, Drive W is here." Fu Tingye narrowed his eyes and shot Song Jingyan a cold glance before slowly shifting his gaze toward the door. He froze. Sitting on the sofa, he tilted his head slightly, remaining motionless as he stared. There she was, his girl, dressed in a flowing long dress with a bag slung over her shoulder, a faint smile playing on her lips as she walked toward him. When Shen Xingwan stopped in front of him, she offered a small smile and extended her right hand. "Hello, Mr. Fu." Drive W. Fu Tingye snapped out of his daze, immediately stood up, and took a few steps forward. Wrapping his arm around her slender waist, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. "One, it's you." Surprised. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow. Fu Tingye nodded, his voice soft and filled with warmth. Yes, very surprised. And excited. He was surprised that the elusive Drive W had been trying to contact turned out to be his beloved. And he was thrilled to discover that his girl was so extraordinary an influential figure in the medical field, no less. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan was still staring in disbelief. He glanced meaningfully at Fu Tingye. This man had truly married a gem. How had he managed to land someone like Shen Xingwan? It almost seemed like he wasn't worthy of her. Shen Xingwan raised her eyes to meet Fu Tingye's, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "Fu Tingye, you were poisoned. Why didn't you tell me?" Fu Tingye stiffened, his voice hesitant and unsure. I'm sorry. Would you look down on me for this?" He lowered his head slightly, looking a little dejected. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh, both exasperated and amused. Seeing the cautious look in his eyes, like a wronged little husband, she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Gazing into his dark eyes, she smiled. "Don't worry. It'll cure you." This man, she thought, was impossible to stay mad at. Song Jingyan, observing Fu Tingye's uncharacteristically soft demeanor, couldn't help but look at him with disdain before turning his attention to Shen Xingwan. "Sister-in-law, you've been hiding this too well. I never imagined you knew medicine. Is that so strange?" Shen Xingwan replied nonchalantly. "I only learned a bit back in the countryside from a barefoot doctor." Song Jingyan was speechless. Barefoot doctor? Bit? Did she have any idea how influential she was in the medical world? It was almost unbelievable. How had Fu Tingye gotten so lucky? Ignoring him, Shen Xingwan gently pulled Fu Tingye to sit on the sofa. She took his hand and placed her fingers on his pulse. A few minutes later, she looked at him with a serious expression. "Since you're paying me to treat you, you'll need to listen to me from now on and follow the treatment properly." "Of course. I'll do whatever you say," Fu Tingye replied, his gaze fixed on her, filled with affection. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow and said casually, "Don't forget to transfer my consultation fee." Hearing this, Fu Tingye chuckled, his smile devilishly charming. He leaned closer to Shen Xingwan and said in a low voice, "All right, I'll throw in myself and my entire fortune as a bonus. Dr. Shen, what do you think?" Song Jingyan and Chen Dong were dumbfounded. Even a simple doctor's visit was turning into a public display of affection, and they couldn't help but feel a little envious. Shen Xingwan felt her heart race. She decided not to continue this conversation with the charming devil in front of her. Her poor heart couldn't handle it. "Bring me your previous medical records. I'll take a look first." "All right." Fu Tingye glanced disdainfully at Song Jingyan. "All these years of studying medicine, and you're still not as good as my Wan. Not long after, Song Jingyan eagerly brought over a stack of documents and handed them to Shen Xingwan. "Here are all the records." Shen Xingwan nodded and quickly flipped through them. She looked up at Song Jingyan and asked, "Can I use your lab?" "No problem," Song Jingyan replied immediately. Shen Xingwan glanced at Fu Tingye and continued reviewing the records. "I'll need to draw some blood from you later. Is that okay?" Fu Tingye's deep eyes sparkled as he nodded obediently. "Of course, I'll do whatever Wan says." Shen Xingwan took a small bottle out of her bag and handed it to Fu Tingye. "This is a new drug developed by the lab at the Medical Research Institute. It can suppress the virus in your body. Take 1 pill a day, and I'll prepare some additional medication for you in a couple of days." Song Jingyan's eyes widened with curiosity. "Sister-in-law, how do you have medication from the Research Institute? Do you know someone there? Their lab's drugs are never available to outsiders." Shen Xingwan responded casually, her tone indifferent as she glanced at him. "Oh, I just hold a position there." Song Jingyan and Chen Dong were shocked once again. She really was a powerhouse. Shen Xingwan didn't explain further. She turned to Fu Tingye and asked, "How did you get poisoned?" "An accident during a mission 5 years ago," Fu Tingye replied nonchalantly. Shen Xingwan listened thoughtfully but said nothing. "Sister-in-law, can brother Yes poison be completely cured?" Song Jingyan asked curiously. "Of course," Shen Xingwan replied calmly. Song Jingyan nodded in admiration. She truly was a master. A moment later, Song Jingyan led the group to the laboratory. Fu Tingye's gaze remained fixed on the petite woman beside him, reluctant to look away. He watched her, dressed in a light-colored dress, her ink-black hair swaying gently in the breeze. She looked like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. Fu Tingye was momentarily lost in thought. "Brother Yi, what are you spacing out for?" Song Jingyan patted his shoulder. "How do you even get distracted while walking?" Fu Tingye shot him a glare. "Focus on leading the way. Stop meddling." In the laboratory's lounge, Song Jingyan summoned a young nurse to draw Fu Tingye's blood. Fu Tingye sat on the black sofa, exuding an intimidating aura. The nurse didn't dare to meet his gaze directly. Shen Xingwan noticed the conflicted expression on his face and couldn't help but tease him. "Are you scared? Does it hurt that much? Why don't you hold me then, Wan?" Fu Tingye put on a pitiful expression. Song Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? This was Fu Tingye, who had survived bullets and knives on the battlefield. And now he was complaining about a little blood draw? Chen Dong, standing nearby, covered his face in embarrassment. He couldn't bear to watch this. Was this really the fearless Master Fu he knew? Shen Xingwan chuckled softly and walked over to hold Fu Tingye's head. She then gestured for the nurse to proceed with the blood draw. Fu Tingye caught a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance and couldn't help but smile subtly. "Miss Shen, the blood draw is complete," the nurse said as she removed the needle. Shen Xingwan immediately pressed on the needle site to stop the bleeding. "Thank you." "No problem at all," the nurse replied before leaving with her supplies. A few minutes later, Shen Xingwan noticed there was no more bleeding from the puncture site and released her fingers. She looked at the man's handsome face, her eyes brimming with amusement. "All right, you're done. You can head back to your company now." Fu Tingye stared at her with reluctance, pursing his lips slightly. His tone was tinged with grievance. "I just had my blood drawn, and now you're already kicking me out?" Shen Xingwan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as she explained. "I need to go to the lab. The poison in your system can't be delayed." What was up with this man today? Why was he acting like a child? So unusually fragile. Fu Tingye's lips curved slightly as he reached out and pulled the petite woman into his arms. He gently nibbled on her ear and said softly, "All right, I'll pick you up later." Shen Xingwan felt his warm breath against her ear, causing her body to tremble slightly. She nodded obediently. As Fu Tingye walked out of the lab's entrance, the tenderness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a cold and sharp gaze. He glanced back at Song Jingyan, who was standing behind him, and instructed, "Keep an eye on my wife." Song Jingyan was speechless. This guy was something else. What was there to watch over? Was someone going to steal her or something? Still, the speed of his mood shift was shocking. One moment he was as soft as a kitten, and the next he was as icy as a glacier. Song Jingyan took a deep breath, slung an arm over Fu Tingye's shoulder, and teased, "Got it." It'll make sure not a single hair is harmed or even a fly gets near her. You can go in peace. Chen Dong couldn't hold back his laughter. Fu Tingye turned around and shot him a cold glare. Back to the office. He was in a good mood today, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with these two single guys. Inside the lab, Shen Xingwan was analyzing virus data when she noticed Song Jingyan walking in. She paused her work and asked expressionlessly, "What is it?" Song Jingyan walked over with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you and Fu Tingye really are a perfect match, both so cold." Shen Xingwan shot him an impatient look. "If you've got something to say it." "I'm busy." Hearing this, Song Jingyan got straight to the point. He pulled out a notebook and earnestly sought her advice. "Sister-in-law, I've got a few medical questions I'd like to ask you." After all, his buddy had spent 1 billion yuan, ought to make good use of the resource. Half an hour later, Shen Xingwan finally managed to send Song Jingyan off and spent the rest of the afternoon immersed in her work. As night fell, her phone beeped with a message. "Fu Tingye, are you done? I'm waiting for you in the parking lot." A smile appeared on Shen Xingwan's lips. She quickly packed up her things and left the lab. However, just as she reached the building's entrance, she spotted a tall, well-dressed figure striding toward her from a distance. Shen Xingwan stopped in her tracks, momentarily dazed as she watched the man in his shirt and trousers walking toward her under the setting sun. What a charmer! He had a way of drawing people in without even trying. Fu Tingye quickly reached her and gently took her delicate hand in his gaze filled with warmth and affection. "Done for the day?" Shen Xingwan nodded with a slight smile. "Didn't you say you'd wait in the parking lot? Why do you come over?" Fu Tingye softly ruffled her hair before leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips. "I missed you and couldn't wait to see you." Shen Xingwan felt her ears heat up. This man was flirting with her again. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then, standing on her tiptoes, she returned the gesture with a light kiss on his lips. Looking up at his handsome face, she smiled sweetly, her eyes curving. "That's a good reason. Let's go home." But Fu Tingye didn't let her move. Wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, he suddenly leaned down and kissed her deeply, passionately lingering on her lips. Under the twilight glow, the two stood beneath a large tree, lost in their own world. In the distance, Song Jingyan caught sight of the scene and immediately took a detour, muttering to himself. Had had enough of this public display of affection lately. It was making him feel a bit envious. Several minutes later, Fu Tingye finally released her lips, looking visibly pleased. "All right, let's go home." With that, he took her hand and led her toward the parking lot. His deep eyes were filled with a contented smile, his heart brimming with happiness. The following evening, Fu Tingye left work early and returned to Jing'an. After picking up Shen Xingwan, the two headed to the Fu family's old residence. The Maybach slowly came to a stop in the courtyard. As Shen Xingwan stepped out of the car, she glanced around. The Fu family's old residence was distinctly different from Jing'an. Its traditional Chinese garden architecture covered an expansive area. Fu Tingye held her hand as they walked toward the main house. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard an elderly voice scolding affectionately from inside. "Oh, you rascal! What took you so long to get here?" Shen Xingwan looked up to see Fu Tingye's grandmother approaching with a warm smile. The elderly woman took her hand kindly and said, "Wanwan, come in. Dinner will be ready soon. Come sit with Grandma for a bit." As she led Shen Xingwan to the sofa, she instructed the staff to bring over some fresh fruit that had been flown in. Shen Xingwan was genuinely taken aback by Grandma Fu's warmth. Looking at the kind and gentle elderly woman in front of her, she felt a deep sense of warmth in her heart. "Grandma, you don't need to be so formal," she said softly. Fu Tingye, rubbing his temples, sat down beside her. "Grandma, don't scare Wanwan," he said with a faint smile. Grandma Fu shot him a glare, pretending to be upset. "Humph, you brat, you're so unlikable." "Am I really that scary?" she retorted. Fu Tingye shook his head with a slight laugh, clearly pleased with how much his grandmother liked Wanwan. At that moment, a well-maintained middle-aged woman, dressed like a wealthy socialite, walked in with a beautiful young girl. The latter stopped in her tracks, her expression turning to shock. "Shen Xingwan? What are you doing here? Why are you here?" Fu Qingqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. Wasn't today supposed to be the day her eldest brother brought his flash marriage wife home? Why was this woman here? Could it be? A certain possibility crossed Fu Qingqing's mind, and she found it hard to accept. Shen Xingwan turned around and was momentarily stunned when she saw Fu Qingqing. However, she quickly pieced things together. A faint, helpless smile flickered across her otherwise calm and composed eyes. So she and Fu Qingqing were truly fated to cross paths again, even in such a manner. Hearing Fu Qingqing's accusatory tone, Fu Tingye's face darkened. His cold gaze swept over her, his voice icy. "Is there a reason my wife can't come to the family home?" Meeting his frosty glare, Fu Qingqing felt a chill down her spine and immediately shrank back. Big brother, that's not what I meant, she stammered. In this household, the person she feared the most was her eldest brother, Fu Tingye. Grandma Fu, noticing the situation, turned to Fu Qingqing and introduced Shen Xingwan. Qingqing, this is your sister-in-law. You're in university now. Don't you know basic manners? Greet her properly. Fu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected her eldest brother's wife to actually be Shen Xingwan. What was going on? Why hadn't anyone told her? Under Fu Tingye's cold and commanding gaze, Fu Qingqing was startled and reluctantly muttered, sister-in-law. Shen Xingwan glanced at her with a faint, almost teasing smile, responding with a simple acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman, Sun Ruoyun, shifted her gaze to Shen Xingwan, her expression growing slightly displeased. The girl in front of her had fair skin and delicate, doll-like features. Whether in terms of appearance or demeanor, she stood out. But her simple attire betrayed a lack of refinement, and a hint of disdain flickered in Sun Ruoyun's eyes. Clearly, this girl wasn't someone who belonged in high society. After a brief pause, Sun Ruoyun turned her attention to her daughter, Fu Qingqing, who looked somewhat aggrieved. Qingqing, do you know her? She asked. Fu Qingqing nodded but didn't say much. Shen Xingwan cast a cool glance at Sun Ruoyun and replied nonchalantly, yes, we know each other. I must say, I didn't expect students from Jinghai University to be so impolite, seeing their professor and not even greeting her. Fu Qingqing clenched her teeth in frustration. She was fuming, but with her eldest brother's icy presence looming over her, she dared not speak up. How infuriating. This woman wasn't just her professor now, she was her sister-in-law too. She felt utterly stifled. Fu Tingye reached out and gently ruffled Shen Xingwan's hair, his tone indulgent yet firm. If she ever makes you angry in the future, don't hold back on my account. Feel free to scold her, even hit her if necessary. Fu Qingqing's face turned pale with anger, but she didn't dare protest. She felt utterly wronged but could only swallow her grievances in silence. Even Sun Ruoyun was taken aback. She hadn't expected this woman to be a professor. Grandma Fu, holding Shen Xingwan's hand, gave it a gentle pat. Her kind eyes, however, couldn't hide a glimmer of surprise. Wanwan, you're a professor at Jinghai University? But you look like you're only 21 or 22. So young and already a professor. Leaning back against the sofa, Fu Ting's eyes gleamed with pride. Grandma, Wanwan is a specially appointed professor at Jinghai University. Qingqing happens to be one of her students. Hearing this, Grandma Fu's face lit up with joy. She hadn't expected her once single grandson to have such good fortune in marrying such an accomplished young woman. Sun Ruoyun, however, let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with insinuation. Tingye, I know your grandmother often urged you to settle down, but that doesn't mean you should marry just anyone. Grandma Fu immediately frowned and shot her a sharp look. If you can't say anything nice, then keep your mouth shut. No one here will mistake you for a mute. Unbothered, Fu Tingye leisurely fed Shen Xingwan a cherry, his demeanor turning icy. What? I love Wanwan. Do you have a problem with that? Shen Xingwan cast a sidelong glance at Sun Ruoyun, her expression growing slightly impatient. It seemed that Fu Tingye's stepmother wasn't going to be an easy person to deal with. Sun Ruoyun's face stiffened in embarrassment. She hadn't expected Fu Tingye to speak so bluntly. Clenching her fists, she fell silent. After finishing the cherry Fu Tingye had fed her, Shen Xingwan wiped her mouth with a napkin and pulled a brocade box out of her bag. Handing it to Grandma Fu, she said warmly, Grandma, this is for you. I hope you like it. Grandma Fu's face was full of wrinkles as she laughed heartily. Girl, it's enough that you came. Why bother bringing a gift? Shen Xingwan smiled politely. It's the least I could do. I wasn't sure what Grandma would like, so I just prepared something simple. Seeing this, Sun Ruoyun perked up, her face full of mischief as if she was waiting for a good show. Exactly, Mom. It's from your granddaughter-in-law. Hurry and open it. Let's see what kind of treasure she brought. Humph. This country bumpkin, let's see what she could possibly gift. Just wait. She's bound to embarrass herself. Fu Qingqing, sitting on the sofa, glared at Shen Xingwan with clear displeasure in her eyes. Grandma Fu, ignoring Sun Ruoyun's snide tone, shot her a quick look before smiling warmly. She then carefully opened the brocade box in her hands. Whatever my granddaughter-in-law gives, I'll love it. However, the moment everyone saw what was inside, Sun Ruoyun froze in disbelief. How could this girl afford something so expensive? Inside the box lay a striking red jade bracelet. Grandma Fu gently patted Shen Xingwan's hand, her smile filled with affection. Girl, this is too grand. This red jade bracelet is a rare treasure. Its luster and color are exceptional. It must be worth at least tens of millions. As long as you like it, Grandma. Shen Xingwan responded with a warm smile. Seeing Grandma Fu so happy, she felt a sense of relief and joy herself. Grandma Fu's kind and caring demeanor reminded her of her own grandmother, and she couldn't help but grow fond of her. Meanwhile, Sun Ryun's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Her tightly clenched fists betrayed her frustration. She had been so sure this girl would embarrass herself, but now it seemed she had only helped her shine. But how could Shen Xingwan afford such an extravagant item? Even a university professor wouldn't make that much money. Thank you, dear. You're so thoughtful. Grandma Fu was overjoyed. Standing up, she added, Wan, you must be hungry. Let me check how the dishes are coming along in the kitchen. You all stay here and chat. After Grandma Fu left, Sun Ruoyan and Fu Qingqing quickly made their excuses and disappeared as well. Fu Tingye, sitting beside Shen Xingwan, looked at her with unconcealed adoration. A soft smile curved his lips as he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, that red jade bracelet is stunning. It must cost a fortune, right? Shen Xingwan glanced at him, chuckled lightly, and raised an eyebrow. Not at all. It was on sale just 5,000 yuan. A bracelet worth tens of millions, and she had only spent 5,000. Fu Tingye lowered his head, coughing lightly as if to cover his embarrassment. After a moment, he spoke again, Wan, I haven't given you a gift yet. How about I give you myself? Shen Xingwan squinted at him, smiling slyly. Aren't you already mine? His eyes darkened slightly as he wrapped her in his arms and kissed her gently. His voice was low and magnetic. I am, but I want to be completely yours. Shen Xingwan, speechless, thought to herself, this man is downright dangerous. Somehow, everything he said seemed to take on a different tone. She glared at him, silently warning him to behave, especially here in the Fu family's ancestral home, where elders and servants were constantly coming and going. Fu Tingye caught her warning, chuckled softly, and decided to behave for now. Just then, a clear male voice came from the doorway. Brother, you're here? Shen Xingwan turned to see two men entering the room. One was a sunny, handsome young man, likely around 18 or 19 years old. This must be Fu Tingye's younger brother, Fu Yiming. The other was a middle-aged man with a calm and composed demeanor, bearing a striking resemblance to Fu Tingye. This, she assumed, must be his father, Fu Zhenyao. Fu Tingye, lounging lazily on the sofa, didn't even look up. He simply responded with a cool. Fu Zhenyao glanced at his eldest son's indifferent posture, then shifted his gaze briefly to Shen Xingwan before heading upstairs without a word. Fu Yiming, meanwhile, stared at Shen Xingwan for a moment before walking over to Fu Tingye with a grin. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Fu Yiming, my brother's younger brother. I'm currently a student at Jinghai University. He had been shocked when he first heard that his brother had gotten married so suddenly. Naturally, he was curious about the woman who had managed to capture his icy brother's heart. Now that he finally met her, he had to admit they were a perfect match. Shen Xingwan glanced at him briefly, her expression calm and composed. Hello. Fu Yiming blinked. That's it? He couldn't help but feel that his sister-in-law seemed a bit cold too. How was he supposed to strike up a conversation? During dinner, the atmosphere was rather quiet. Throughout the meal, Fu Tingye attentively served Shen Xingwan, placing food into her bowl with care. Wan, eat more, he said gently, his gaze full of warmth. Fu Yiming, who had been reaching for a piece of meat, was so startled by this display that he dropped it onto the table. Is this really my brother? He seems like a completely different person. Shen Xingwan looked up, noticing everyone's eyes on her. She smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Grandma Fu observed the scene quietly, her heart filled with relief, and her calm eyes glimmered with a smile. At first, she thought her single grandson was just putting on a show for her. But now, it seemed this rascal genuinely liked the girl. Fu Qingqing, however, was upset but didn't dare say much. She simply kept her head down and ate silently. Just then, Fu Zhenyao set down his chopsticks, looked at Shen Xingwan, and asked, Where are you from? Who else is in your family? Before Shen Xingwan could answer, Madame Fu interjected. Wan, this is Tingye's father. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan nodded slightly toward Fu Zhenyao and replied matter-of-factly, I grew up in the countryside. No parents, no family, just me. Sun Ruoyan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of disdain. So she's just a parentless girl from the countryside. Fu Tingye, however, put down his bowl and chopsticks, his gaze icy as he shot a dangerous look at Fu Zhenyao. Narrowing his eyes, he said coldly, She's my wife. Naturally, the Fu family is her family, and I'm her family. Do you have a problem with that? Fu Zhenyao hadn't expected such a response, and was so furious that the words caught in his throat, leaving his face dark with anger. Fine. Whatever. They were already legally married anyway. Grandma Fu also set down her chopsticks, her expression displeased. This marriage was arranged by the old man when he was still alive. The Fu family is Wan's home now. If anyone dares to say otherwise in the future, don't blame this old lady for being rude. Sun Ruoyan glanced at the old lady, her heart sinking. She hadn't expected her to side so firmly with this girl from the countryside. Fu Xinyao, too, had no interest in arguing further and remained silent. He didn't care anymore. Fu Yiming and Fu Qingqing said nothing either, both keeping their heads down and eating quietly. Shen Xingwan, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all. Seeing the way Grandma Fu and Fu Tingye stood up for her, she felt a warmth in her heart. Her gaze swept over the others nonchalantly. After dinner, Fu Zhenyao needed to discuss something with Fu Tingye, so Shen Xingwan decided to take a stroll in the garden. It was late spring, and the garden was in full bloom. A gentle breeze carried a faint floral fragrance through the air. As she admired the scenery, she slowly made her way to the fish pond. Watching the fish swim freely, she felt a sense of calm. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw Fu Qingqing walking toward her. "Professor Shen, I never thought you'd end up marrying my brother. No wonder you have a black card. My brother really treats you well," Fu Qingqing said as she stomped over, her face full of anger. Shen Xingwan glanced at her, her calm eyes tinged with impatience, and replied coldly, "What does that have to do with you?" Fu Qingqing smirked meaningfully. "My brother's always been distant and indifferent to women. The only person he's ever been close to is Sister Xue. I guess when Grandma pushed him to marry, he just went with you." A faint icy smile appeared on Shen Xingwan's lips as she stared at Fu Qingqing, signaling her to continue. Seeing her unaffected demeanor, Fu Qingqing grew even angrier but maintained her composure. "Sister Xue is the daughter of the Bai family. She and my brother grew up together, practically childhood sweethearts. I heard she's coming back from abroad soon. Professor Shen, you'd better keep a close eye on my brother." Shen Xingwan raised her eyes, her face emotionless, and said with a faint smile, "Oh, is that so? Well, thanks for the heads up." With that, she turned to leave. Fu Qingqing, frustrated by her indifferent reaction, stomped her foot. "Professor Shen, aren't you afraid my brother will divorce you?" Shen Xingwan turned back to look at her, letting out a soft chuckle. "And what does that have to do with you? Remember, I'm still your sister-in-law. Show some respect next time. Don't embarrass the Fu family in public." Fu Qingqing was so furious she nearly jumped up, her frustration boiling with nowhere to vent. Not only had this woman embarrassed her before, but now she outranked her in status. It was infuriating. A malicious thought suddenly crossed Fu Qingqing's mind. She reached out, intending to push Shen Xingwan into the pond. However, Shen Xingwan noticed her movement from the corner of her eye. With a swift turn, she grabbed Fu Qingqing's wrist, twisted it slightly, and pushed her to the ground. Fu Qingqing fell hard, glaring at Shen Xingwan with tears streaming down her face from the pain in her wrist. "Ow, my hand hurts so much." Shen Xingwan stepped closer, looking down at her coldly. "If you try something like that again, I can't guarantee what might happen next." With that, she turned and walked away without a second glance. Back in her room, Fu Qingqing sobbed uncontrollably. "Mom, that Shen Xingwan is unbearable. My hand hurts so much." She held out her wrist for Sun Ruoyan to see. Sun Ruoyan looked at the red marks on her daughter's wrist, her heart aching with anger and frustration. But with Fu Tingye around, she didn't dare make a move. "Sweetheart, don't cry. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with that country girl later, but for now, we can't openly tear into her." Sun Ruoyan comforted Fu Qingqing, who was feeling wronged. Fu Qingqing, still upset, her face full of anger, recounted the unpleasant incidents she had with Shen Xingwan on 2 separate occasions. "Mom, I think Big Brother really likes that woman. She embarrassed me twice, using his black card both times." Hearing her daughter's grievances, Sun Ruoyan felt a pang of discomfort, but there wasn't much she could do. Fu Qingqing was her only precious daughter, and besides, Fu Tingye wasn't her biological son, so she had her reservations about him. Holding Fu Qingqing in her arms, Sun Ruoyan fell into deep thought. Suddenly, an idea crossed her mind. "Qingqing, isn't Bai Shuowei coming back to the country soon?" Hearing this, Fu Qingqing stopped crying and nodded. "Yes, she is." Sun Ruoyan wiped the tears from her daughter's face, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. "It's no secret that Bai Shuowei has feelings for Fu Tingye. Don't worry, Shen Xingwan won't have her way for long. Once that Bai family girl is back, she'll definitely go looking for Fu Tingye, and she'll surely make things difficult for that country girl." Listening to her mother's words, Fu Qingqing felt a sense of relief. Should she inform Sister Xue in advance about Big Brother's marriage? After leaving the garden, Shen Xingwan and Fu Tingye returned to Jing'an. The ride home was quiet, with Shen Xingwan leaning against his shoulder, resting her eyes. At Jingyuan, after finishing an important document in his study, Fu Tingye prepared to head to the bedroom. Ever since leaving the family estate, had sensed that something was bothering his girl. He had intended to ask her about it once they got back, but an urgent document had required his immediate attention. As soon as Fu Tingye stepped into the bedroom, he saw Shen Xingwan emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her slender legs moving gracefully. Her damp hair cascaded down her back, glistening. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and his breathing deepened. Quickly, he turned his head to steady himself. Shen Xingwan, surprised by his sudden return, hurriedly grabbed her pajamas and retreated into the bathroom to change. When she emerged, fully dressed, she was startled to find him standing at the door. Assuming he wanted to shower, she stepped aside. "I'm done. You can go ahead." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Tingye scooped her up in his arms. Startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. With a slight smirk, Fu Tingye carried her to the sofa and gently placed her down. "Be good. Dry your hair or you'll catch a cold." He picked up a hairdryer and began to dry her hair with careful, tender movements. As the low hum of the hairdryer filled the room, Shen Xingwan listened to his deep, soothing voice and felt her heart soften. Even though she hadn't taken Fu Qingqing's words to heart, the thought of this man having a childhood connection with another woman left her feeling uneasy. It hurt. Perhaps, she thought, she really had fallen for him. That would explain why she cared so much. A few minutes later, Fu Tingye turned off the hairdryer after drying her hair. Lowering his gaze, he noticed her staring at him, lost in thought. He set the hairdryer aside, sat down beside her, and pulled her into his arms. "Wanwan, is something on your mind?" he asked softly. Looking into his deep, dark eyes, Shen Xingwan's expression turned serious. "Fu Tingye, are you always this considerate and kind to women?" Fu Tingye chuckled quietly, his gaze brimming with affection. "No, you're the first. And you'll be the only one for the rest of my life." Her heart skipped a beat at his words, and an involuntary smile tugged at her lips. "All right, I believe you." He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Now, will you tell me why you seemed upset tonight?" Shen Xingwan turned her head slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. "Fu Qingqing said you have a childhood friend named Bai Shuwei?" Hearing her question, a flicker of amusement appeared in Fu Tingye's eyes. "Wanwan, are you jealous?" Then, with an innocent expression, he explained, "She's not my childhood friend. The Bai family and the Fu family have been close for generations. When we were kids, Bai Shuwei would visit the family estate with her parents, but I'm not close to her." Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh softly, suddenly feeling much lighter. "Yes, I'm jealous. Just the thought of you having a childhood friend makes me uncomfortable." Fu Tingye's eyes were filled with indulgence as he held her tighter. "My love, I'm glad to hear that. So, are you feeling better now?" Shen Xingwan felt a tingling sensation in her ear as the man's domineering voice resonated. "You're mine now. If you dare look at another woman, I'll break your legs." Fu Tingye gazed at her adorably fierce expression, his heart swelling with warmth. His wife was just too cute. He couldn't help but love her more. Reaching out, he firmly grasped her slender waist. His eyes darkened slightly as he suddenly spun her around, pinning her onto the sofa. "Oh!" Shen Xingwan exclaimed in surprise at his unexpected move. Fu Tingye leaned in and lightly nibbled on her ear, his voice husky. I'm all yours, Wanwan. How about I give myself to you?" Shen Xingwan blinked, speechless. Somehow the way he said it sounded a little improper. Feeling uncomfortable being held down like this, she pushed at his chest, trying to wriggle free. "Fu Tingye, could you move aside first?" Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Tingye abruptly silenced her by pressing his lips against hers. He pried her lips open and swallowed the rest of her words. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Xingwan, kissed to the point of breathlessness, lightly tapped his back, signaling him to stop. Fu Tingye finally paused, but before she could even catch her breath, he leaned in again, deepening the kiss. He traced her lips delicately, gradually making the kiss more intense. Shen Xingwan's body grew weak under his touch, and she found herself slowly melting into the moment. Sensing her change, Fu Tingye's hand began to explore from her waist, and his kiss trailed downward. Startled, Shen Xingwan softly murmured, "Wait, it's that time of the month." Fu Tingye paused, his hand retreating as he firmly clasped her hands. His voice was low and raspy. "Don't worry, baby, just kisses. I won't do anything else." With that, he turned his head and gently bit her neck. Shen Xingwan shivered slightly, her heart fluttering as her ears turned faintly red. Fu Tingye, noticing her reaction, smiled warmly. Not wanting to tease her further, he quickly got up and headed to the bathroom. Moments later, as the sound of water came from the bathroom, Shen Xingwan lightly patted her flushed cheeks. "Sigh, what a devil." The following afternoon, Fu Tingye had to head to the office for an urgent matter. Before leaving, he reluctantly planted a kiss on her forehead. "Won't you come with me?" Shen Xingwan shook her head with a soft laugh. "No, I need to go to the market later." She had to buy some ingredients and herbs for refining pills. Fu Tingye wrapped his arms around her waist, his eyes filled with affection. "All right, I'll come pick you up after I'm done." Shen Xingwan nodded. "All right." She couldn't help but think how clingy this man was, like a child. After Fu Tingye left, the butler, Mr. Wang, accompanied Shen Xingwan to the largest market in S City. She walked deeper into the market, where the streets were lined with vendors selling all sorts of goods. Since it would take some time and Fu Tingye would come to pick her up later, she let Mr. Wang head back. As she strolled through the bustling street, her eyes scanned her surroundings. She stopped in front of a shop that sold miscellaneous items and picked up a finely crafted silver whip, inspecting it closely with a slight smile. "Young lady, are you interested in this? I'll sell it to you for a good price," the shopkeeper said casually, sizing her up. "This whip has been passed down for generations, but it's not really practical these days." Shen Xingwan casually flicked the whip a few times, her delicate features lighting up with satisfaction. "All right, I'll take it. How much?" The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned by her skillful flicks, surprised that this young woman seemed to be trained in martial arts. After a brief pause, he hesitated before saying, since it's an antique, "It's a bit pricey, 800 yuan. Without hesitation, Shen Xingwan nodded. "Deal." She immediately took out her phone and paid. The shopkeeper, seeing how straightforward she was, suddenly regretted not asking for a higher price. Meanwhile, at a stall across the street, a strikingly handsome man stood, a faint smile playing on his lips as he stared at her in a daze. "Why is this little fairy here?" Su Lingfeng, hands in his pockets and a charming grin on his face, strode over to Shen Xingwan. "Little fairy, I saw how well you handled that whip just now. Mind if we become friends?" Shen Xingwan glanced at the man blocking her path, her expression indifferent as if she were looking at an idiot. Without sparing him another look, she replied coldly, "No." Shen Xingwan's expression was indifferent. After speaking, she sidestepped the man and walked away decisively. Su Lingfeng's smile froze on his face, stunned by the abruptness of her departure. He hadn't even managed to exchange a few words with her. Helplessly, he shook his head and chuckled to himself. Who would have thought he'd be rejected by the little fairy so quickly? Watching Shen Xingwan's retreating figure, he smiled faintly. She was still as stunning as ever. "Look into her background," Su Lingfeng ordered with a slight arch of his sharp eyes, glancing toward the butler beside him. "Yes, young master," the butler responded calmly. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan's mood remained unbothered by the earlier encounter. She continued her casual stroll down the street, stopping occasionally to purchase items like stoves, clay pots, and herbal medicine jars. She eventually visited a pharmacy and stocked up on various traditional herbs. By the time she had gathered everything she needed, the sky had begun to darken. Shen Xingwan looked at the bags of items in her hands, feeling satisfied, and started walking back through a quiet alley. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Setting down her bags, she pulled out her phone. "Where are you?" read a message from Fu Tingye. A small smile curved Shen Xingwan's lips as she quickly sent her location along with a reply. "I'm here." "Got it, I'll be there soon," Fu Tingye responded almost instantly. Seeing his reply, Shen Xingwan chuckled softly, put her phone away, and continued walking. Moments later, she noticed a black car speeding directly toward her with clear intent. Narrowing her eyes, she swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the vehicle. The car screeched to a halt nearby, and several burly men stepped out, their expressions sinister. "Hey, pretty lady," one of them, a scar-faced man, sneered as he reached for her delicate face. "Carrying all that stuff, need a ride?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Xingwan's long leg lashed out, striking his face with precision. She quickly set down her belongings, spun around, and grabbed the scar-faced man's wrist, twisting it backward. He let out a faint howl. "Still feel like giving me a ride?" Shen Xingwan asked coldly, her gaze icy. Another burly man, seeing this, pulled out a knife and lunged at her. Shen Xingwan responded with a sharp kick to his abdomen, then spun around, delivering another powerful blow that sent him sprawling onto the hood of the car. The scar-faced man rolled off the hood, groaning in pain. "Damn it!" he cursed inwardly. "This woman looks so delicate and innocent, who would have thought she's a fighter?" His lips curled into a dark smile. "No matter how tough she is, she's not making it out alive tonight." Shen Xingwan's lips quirked into an almost playful smirk. "Oh, if it's a game you're after, I've got time. Let's play." The night deepened, and the air grew heavy with tension, a faint sense of foreboding lingering. Suddenly, the roar of engines shattered the silence as 4 or 5 vehicles sped onto the scene. From them emerged a dozen men in black, exuding menace. Shen Xingwan remained calm, her gaze steady and detached. She let out a cold laugh as she turned to the man leading the group. "Such a grand entrance," she remarked sarcastically. The leader's eyes darkened, his voice gravelly. "Not grand enough. You really don't know who you've crossed, do you?" He stepped aside, revealing a wheelchair-bound man being pushed forward. "It's you?" Shen Xingwan's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the man. "That's right," Zhang Jun sneered, his tone venomous. "You beat me up, crippled me, and now you think you can just walk away like nothing happened?" Shen Xingwan blinked in mild surprise before letting out a soft, amused chuckle. "So you're here for revenge?" Zhang Jun bristled at her calm demeanor, his expression darkening further. "Obviously." He snapped, waving his hand to signal his men to attack. He was then pushed back into a waiting car. As the black-clad men surged forward, Shen Xingwan's serene expression turned deadly. Her delicate, porcelain-like features now radiated an icy, lethal aura. A faint breeze swept past as she reached for the whip she had purchased earlier that day. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the whip lashed out, striking several men and sending them staggering. The remaining men grew more cautious, closing in around her. Shen Xingwan moved swiftly, her movements fluid and precise. She delivered a powerful kick to one assailant's chest, then spun around, sweeping two others off their feet with a single motion. Amid the chaos, one of the men pulled out a silenced pistol, aiming it directly at her chest. Just as he squeezed the trigger, Shen Xingwan sensed the danger. In an instant, she leapt into the air, using a nearby car for support. With a crack of her whip, she disarmed the man, sending the weapon clattering to the ground. Her eyes burned with cold determination as she prepared to face the next wave of attackers. The dark night seemed to pulse with the intensity of the confrontation. On the other side of the street, Chen Dong was driving a Maybach toward the intersection. Qin Yu lounged lazily in the passenger seat, glancing around before speaking in a languid tone. Yega, where's the beautiful Xingwan? Hurry up and call her, I'm starving. Fu Tingye shot him an impatient glare. Are you a bottomless pit? Despite his retort, his long, well-defined fingers instinctively reached for his phone and dialed a number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Fu Tingye frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. Chen Dong noticed his reaction and pulled the car over to the side of the road. Casually glancing out of the window, his gaze landed on a commotion in the alley opposite them. A group of people appeared to be fighting. His brow furrowed in suspicion. Who could they have offended this time, he muttered. Just as Chen Dong turned his head, a familiar figure came into view, and his expression instantly turned frantic. Boss, it's bad. Young madam is being surrounded in the alley. Fu Tingye's gaze followed Chen Dong's direction, and his brows knitted tightly together. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Without a second thought, he leapt out of the car. Qin Yu craned his neck to look, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. What the hell? What's going on? Damn, looks like dinner's gonna have to wait. He quickly followed, while Chen Dong also jumped out and ran toward the scene. Qin Yu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, cracked his knuckles and smirked. Well, it's been a while since I've had a good fight. Time to stretch these muscles. When Fu Tingye reached Shen Xingwan's side, his eyes darkened at the sight of blood staining her clothes. A storm seemed to brew in his gaze, fury barely contained. In the next moment, he pulled her into his arms, his voice filled with urgency and concern. Wan, are you hurt? Shen Xingwan, seeing his anxious expression, smiled faintly. I'm fine. One of the men in black, seeing they had reinforcements, pulled out a silenced pistol and fired. Damn it, these bastards. Qin Yu cursed loudly, dodging the bullet with agility. Chaos erupted as the two sides clashed. Within minutes, the men in black began to fall one by one. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, who had been watching the scene unfold from his car, began to panic. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he pulled out a gun. The sound of a bullet slicing through the air shattered the tension. It was aimed directly at Shen Xingwan. Wan will watch out. Shen Xingwan was locked in combat with one of the men in black, her back turned to the vehicle. Hearing Fu Tingye's warning, she turned just in time to be pulled into his arms. He spun them around, trying to avoid the bullet, but it was too fast. Despite his swift movements, the bullet grazed his right shoulder, leaving a bloody wound that stained his white shirt. Shen Xingwan glanced at his injury, her eyes narrowing coldly as she directed her gaze toward Zhang Jun in the car. Anger burned in her eyes. Without hesitation, she darted toward the vehicle, shattering the window with a single kick. She reached in, yanked Zhang Jun out, and threw him onto the ground. Qin Yu and Chen Dong exchanged wide-eyed glances, both stunned by what they had just witnessed. Standing over Zhang Jun, Shen Xingwan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Do you remember what I told you before? Zhang Jun, thoroughly shaken by her actions, was at a loss for words. Even his men hesitated to act. Shen Xingwan's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her wrist, she lashed a whip onto the ground near Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun cried out in pain. Suddenly, Shen Xingwan picked up a dagger from the nearby car. Her expression was indifferent as she twirled it in her hand, her voice devoid of warmth. You injured my husband. Now how should I punish you? Zhang Jun, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth. Do you even know who I am? If you dare hurt me, my father won't let you off. Shen Xingwan's face remained calm, unaffected by his threats. Oh, I don't know who you are, but I do know one thing, you're not getting away today. She turned toward Fu Tingye, raising an eyebrow. If I deal with him, will it cause you any trouble? Fu Tingye's lips curved into a faint smile, his expression filled with indulgence. Trust your husband. No matter what you do, he'll handle the aftermath. Qin Yu and Chen Dong exchanged another look and rolled their eyes silently. Zhang Jun's face paled in terror. Who were these people who didn't even fear the Zhang family? He was starting to regret provoking this crazy woman. Shen Xingwan looked down at Zhang Jun with a sinister smile. One of your legs is already useless. Keeping the other one seems like a waste. How about I help you make them match? Zhang Jun screamed as a sharp pain shot through his leg. He watched, trembling, as Shen Xingwan's dagger hovered dangerously close to a sensitive area. His voice quivered as he begged. Two was wrong. Please, let me go. Shen Xingwan glanced at him coldly, letting out a mocking laugh. You hurt my husband. Why should I let you go? Qin Yu and Chen Dong both turned their eyes toward Fu Tingye, who was watching the scene with a faint smile. The two of them couldn't help but feel like they were being force-fed dog food. Fu Tingye stood to the side, the corners of his lips involuntarily lifting into a smile. With a doting expression, he took the dagger from the woman's hand and casually tossed it to Chen Dong. Let him handle this kind of thing, he thought. He's more experienced. Then, without missing a beat, he put on a weak expression, his voice soft as he said, Wife, my arm really hurts. Let's go home, okay? Cough, cough. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, shocked enough to cough a few times. Hurts? You're calling that pain. He shot a disdainful look at the man pretending to be fragile. Chen Dong turned his head away, unable to bear watching the scene unfold. Shen Xingwan, hearing this, reached out to support the injured man. All right, let's go home. At Jingyuan, Song Jingyan arrived with a medical kit in hand, his heart filled with disbelief. Who would dare hurt this big boss, he wondered. Brother Yi, take off your shirt. Let me treat the wound. Song Jingyan opened the kit and prepared the necessary supplies. Fu Tingye glanced at him nonchalantly, clearly reluctant. Your technique isn't great, it'll hurt. I'll go upstairs and change first. With that, he strode upstairs, his long legs carrying him away without hesitation. Song Jingyan froze, the bottle of disinfectant in his hand motionless. He stared at Fu Tingye's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. Seriously? Now he's criticizing my skills? He didn't seem to mind before. If you want your wife to treat your wound, just say so. It's just a scratch and he's making such a fuss. Unbelievable. Leaning lazily against the sofa, phone in hand, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow at Song Jingyan, his face full of mischief. Calm down, man. Relax. Shen Xingwan shook her head with a soft laugh and took the supplies from Song Jingyan. He'll do it. In the bedroom. Shen Xingwan carefully tended to the man's wound, her voice gentle as she asked, Does it hurt? Not at all, Fu Tingye replied, a warm smile on his face as he gazed at her. With you taking care of me, it doesn't hurt at all. This little cut doesn't even count as a wound, she teased with a smile, her eyes drifting over his toned chest. His eight-pack abs stood out prominently, catching her attention. She tilted her head, momentarily lost in thought. Not bad. Slim in clothes, muscular without. Though there are quite a few scars. I should get him some scar cream. Fu Tingye noticed her staring at his abs and couldn't help but smirk. Seems like he'll have to keep up this physique, he mused to himself. Clearing his throat lightly, he called out, Wanwen. Shen Xingwan pointed to a scar on his shoulder and looked up at him. How did you get this? Fu Tingye gently ran his hand through her hair, his tone casual. I got shot 5 years ago. Seeing her lack of recognition for his scars, he felt a faint pang of disappointment. Why did you try to act tough earlier? Weren't you afraid of getting shot? She asked, her gaze fixed on him. That bullet, you could have avoided it entirely. Fu Tingye lightly tapped her delicate nose, his voice filled with affection. I wasn't as afraid of getting hurt myself as I was of you getting hurt. For a moment, Shen Xingwan froze. Her fair hand gently traced the scars on his body, a wave of warmth swelling in her chest. This man is such a fool, she thought. Her slender fingers slowly glided downward, resting over his chest. The faint scent of her perfume reached Fu Tingye's nose, and he lowered his gaze slightly. He saw her biting her lower lip in thought, her soft pink lips glistening faintly under the light. His throat suddenly felt dry, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. The primal instincts of a man stirred within him. Fu Tingye, Shen Xingwan asked, looking up at him. Do you like me? This man had never explicitly said he liked her, after all. Fu Tingye cupped her chin gently, his voice low and husky, meant only for her ears. I do. So much so that no one else exists in my eyes. Everywhere I look, it's you. My heart and mind are full of you. Hearing his words, Shen Xingwan's heart skipped a beat. Who said this man is cold and unfeeling, uninterested in women, she thought. He's clearly passionate and intense. What was she going to do? It was too much, her heart was racing. Before Shen Xingwan could react, Fu Tingye wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his embrace. Without a word, He tilted his head down and captured her lips, parting them to savor her fully. His kiss was deep and deliberate, outlining the shape of her lips with precision. Tingye noticed the woman was struggling to breathe, so he loosened his grip slightly. Before she could react, he leaned down again, capturing her lips in a deep, lingering kiss as if insatiable. Gradually, Shen Xingwan froze in place, realizing something was pressing against her thigh. Startled, she gently pushed against the man and cautiously spoke, "We haven't had dinner yet, let's go eat, okay?" Tingye chuckled, clearly amused by her words. At this moment, food was the last thing on his mind. What he craved most was her. Wrapping his arms around her waist, his voice turned husky as he murmured, "Don't move, just let me hold you for a while." Shen Xingwan blinked, puzzled by his intense reaction. She remained still, allowing him to embrace her. Their warm breaths intertwined, and she could feel her heartbeat quickening. "Are you feeling any better now?" she asked softly. Resting his head against her neck, Tingye gently nibbled her skin and replied in a low voice, "No, only you can ease my pain." Shen Xingwan's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. What was she supposed to do? This wasn't the right time. There were people downstairs waiting for them to join dinner. Turning her head, she stammered, "Two don't know how." Seeing her conflicted expression, Tingye leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly, "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'll guide you." Shen Xingwan was utterly defeated by his teasing. Giving in, she cupped his face and kissed his thin lips. This man was like a spellbinding devil, completely stealing her soul. Just then a voice came from outside the door. "Hey, Knight, what are you two doing in there? We've been waiting forever for dinner, I'm starving." Tingye's curious tone was accompanied by a few knocks on the door. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan pushed Tingye away and said with a laugh, "I'm heading down first. Take a moment to collect yourself." Tingye lay on the bed, his expression dark and brooding. He seriously contemplated kicking that glutton Tingye out of Jing'an. This situation was pure torment. 20 minutes later, Tingye finally descended the stairs. "Knight, you're finally here. What were you even doing? Come eat already." Tingye said with a satisfied grin, shoveling food into his mouth. "The food here at Jingyuan is amazing. I should come more often." Tingye pulled out a chair and sat down next to Shen Xingwan. Glancing at Tingye with evident disdain, he said coldly, "Why are you still here?" Chen Dong, observing his boss' frustrated expression, silently thanked his lucky stars for not going upstairs earlier. Tingye, confused by Tingye's frosty demeanor, felt a chill down his spine. "What did I do to upset you this time?" he asked, bewildered. Suppressing a laugh, Song Jingyan nudged Tingye with his elbow. "Relax, man. Just let it slide." Feeling wronged, Tingye chewed his food and turned to Shen Xingwan with a pitiful look. "Miss Xingwan, look at him bullying me again." Shen Xingwan took a bite of her food and responded with a nonchalant, What's that supposed to mean?" Tingye exclaimed, feeling betrayed. "You two are heartless." He clutched his chest dramatically but continued eating, unwilling to let his stomach suffer despite the emotional wounds. After dinner, Song Jingyan left Jingyuan early due to work at the hospital. A short while later, Butler Wang approached Tingye. "Young master, someone from the Zhang family has arrived." Tingye nodded calmly. "Where's Zhang Jun?" he asked, turning to Chen Dong. "Locked in the basement," Chen Dong replied. A mischievous glint appeared in Tingye's eyes as he touched the tip of his nose and smirked. "Well, that was fast. The Zhang family sure didn't waste any time. That guy dared to mess with my sister, haven't even given him a proper welcome yet." He recalled the incident at the bar, where his beloved younger sister was nearly harmed. It wasn't until he saw the surveillance footage later that he learned what had happened. Thankfully, Shen Xingwan had intervened in time, sparing them from a disastrous outcome. He was genuinely grateful to her. Tingye's gaze softened as he looked at Shen Xingwan. "Wanwan, you should rest for a bit. I'll handle this." Shen Xingwan nodded with a gentle smile. "All right." At the entrance of Jingyuan, Zhang Jianhe sat in his car, his fists clenched tightly, his expression dark and stormy. Fury radiated from him. An hour earlier, his bodyguards informed him that Zhang Jun had been taken. After investigating the matter, he learned what had transpired and was livid. His son had dared to provoke the Fu family. And not only that, but he had also recklessly gathered people to confront them, only to be captured so easily. What sheer stupidity! From the driver's seat, the chauffeur noticed someone approaching and cautiously said, "Sir, their people are coming." Zhang Jianhe squinted his eyes slightly and turned to look out the car window. He saw Fu Tingye leading the group ahead, so he got out of the car. "Master Fu, my son is foolish and must have offended someone under your protection. He has already received a lesson for his actions. I sincerely hope you can be magnanimous and allow me to take him back for discipline," Zhang Jianhe said cautiously, apologizing profusely. Although the Zhang family held a prominent status in S City in recent years, it was nothing compared to the Fu family. Not to mention, Fu Tingye was known for his ruthless methods and rumored to have a powerful hidden force backing him. Fu Tingye's gaze remained cold as he glanced at Zhang Jianhe indifferently and spoke in a chilling tone. Oh, really? Without your approval, would he have dared to bring so many people to try and kill my wife? Zhang Jianhe froze at his words, realizing that the woman in question was none other than the Fu family's young madam. Meeting Fu Tingye's piercing, intimidating stare, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly plastered on a smile and explained, Master Fu, this is all a misunderstanding. If we had known she was the young madam, my son wouldn't have dared even with 100 lives. Qin Yu smirked devilishly and let out a cold laugh. President Zhang, we also didn't realize we had brought back your son. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. But not daring, you say? Seems like the last lesson wasn't harsh enough. Fu Tingye's expression darkened instantly as he gave Chen Dong a subtle signal. Moments later, Chen Dong dragged Zhang Jun, battered and bloodied, in front of them. Zhang Jian's body stiffened in shock as he looked at his son. Juna. His eyes turned red with anguish as he called out in distress. Zhang Jun, trembling all over, slowly opened his eyes at the sound of his father's voice. After a moment of blankness, he cried out, Dad, save me. I don't want to stay here. Seeing his son in such a state, Zhang Jianhe trembled with rage. This Fu Tingye was truly pushing him to the brink. Yet, he dared not confront him directly. Forcing himself to calm down, Zhang Jianhe turned and said with a strained smile, Thank you, Master Fu. I'll take my son back right away to discipline him properly. But Fu Tingye's face remained impassive as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Jun on the ground with utter disdain, as if looking at garbage. Did I say you could take him back? It's not every day young Master Zhang visits. At the very least, he should stay for a few days to enjoy some tea. Zhang Jianhe clenched his fists, suppressing his fury as he gritted out. You're going too far. If he had the intent to harm others, did he not consider the possibility of retaliation? Such a simple concept. If he doesn't understand it, you should. Fu Tingye replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. Two is wrong. Please, let me go. Zhang Jun panicked upon hearing he would be kept there longer. Overwhelmed with fear, he burst into tears and pleaded, Dad, save me. Please save me. Qin Yu scoffed, taking a step closer to Zhang Jun and stomping hard on his injured leg. Save you? Do you even deserve it? That night at the bar, you tried to kidnap my sister. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Zhang Jianhe froze at this revelation. So the other girl that night was the Qin family's heiress? His foolish son had managed to offend both the Fu and Qin families simultaneously. Unbelievable stupidity. Zhang Jun let out a pained scream and stammered. Young Master Qin, please spare me. I didn't know she was your sister. Watching this unfold, Zhang Jianhe was heartbroken. His hands balled into fists as he struggled to contain his emotions. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly said, I know the Fu Corporation is interested in developing the west side of the city. I happen to own a plot of land there. I'm willing to offer it in exchange for my son's release. I beg Master Fu and young Master Qin to show mercy. Fu Tingye's tone was unreadable as he responded, Do you think the Fu Corporation lacks your piece of land? Zhang Jianhe was stunned into silence, a sense of helplessness creeping over him. His heart began to race with unease. At that moment, Qin Yu loosened his foot from Zhang Jun, glanced down at him disdainfully, and nudged Fu Tingye with his elbow, raising an eyebrow mischievously. Brother Yi, keeping this waste around is pointless. He's just a drain on resources. Trading him for a piece of land could at least be entertaining. Fu Tingye withdrew his gaze and took a dagger from Chen Dong, tossing it to Qin Yu. All right, he's yours. Zhang Jianhe wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling in relief. Thank you, Master Fu, for your mercy. Fu Tingye gave a faint, enigmatic smile before turning to leave. Qin Yu, however, remained in place, twirling the dagger in his hand as he chuckled darkly. Young Master Zhang, I imagine you've harmed quite a few women over the years. Tell me, how should I reward you on their behalf? Zhang Jian's face twisted in anger. Young Master Qin, you can't go back on your word. You just agreed to spare my son. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with mockery. Did I agree? That was between you and Fu Tingye. But as for us, we still have our own score to settle, don't we? You. Zhang Jianhe swallowed his anger and asked through gritted teeth, What exactly do you want? Qin Yu smirked, placing the dagger into Zhang Jian's hand. Nothing much. I just want to confiscate his tools of the trade. After all, he dared to target my sister and even tried to kill Shen Xingwan. Did you really think he'd get away unscathed? Zhang Jianhe was seething with rage inside after hearing the news, yet he was utterly helpless. If he didn't comply, his son might suffer even more. Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smirk. Before leaving, he didn't forget to deliver a hard kick to that wretched fool. He hadn't taken more than a few steps away when a piercing scream of pain echoed from behind him. Qin Yu remained composed, walking forward as if nothing had happened, his heart as calm as still water. In the bedroom, Shen Xingwan noticed the man entering. She waved him over, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Come here, take off your shirt, and lie down on the bed," she instructed, her tone casual. After saying this, she turned back to fiddle with something in her hands. That afternoon, she had purchased a set of silver needles. This man needed acupuncture in addition to medicinal treatment. Fu Tingye froze in place, staring at her in disbelief, unmoving. Why did she want him to take off his shirt? Was she planning to finish what they hadn't started before dinner? The thought made the corners of his lips arch upward uncontrollably. Slowly, he extended his slender fingers and began unbuttoning his shirt, taking his time, not saying a word, his demeanor resembling that of a concubine awaiting favor. "Are you done yet?" Shen Xingwan didn't look at him, her focus still on the items in her hands. Fu Tingye's eyes sparkled with amusement as he lowered his head and replied softly, "Almost." Hearing this, Shen Xingwan turned around with her needle kit in hand, only to freeze in place. She was greeted by the sight of the man slowly and elegantly unfastening each button with his long, pale fingers, his movements radiating an indescribable grace and sophistication. When Fu Tingye finished unbuttoning his shirt, he casually tossed the black garment aside. Shen Xingwan found herself momentarily dazed, meeting his deep, tender gaze. Her throat felt dry. What was this man doing trying to seduce her? She quickly averted her gaze. Seeing the items in her hands, Fu Tingye's face filled with curiosity. "Wan, what's that in your hand?" he asked. Shen Xingwan waved the needle kit slightly, her expression serious. "Silver needles. For your acupuncture." Fu Tingye's smile instantly vanished. So that's what this was about, acupuncture. All that excitement for nothing. Noticing his dazed expression, Shen Xingwan walked over and urged, "Hurry up and lie down on the bed. Acupuncture helps eliminate toxins. Don't be afraid of the pain, it's a necessary step. Afterward, I'll prepare a medicinal remedy for you." "All right," Fu Tingye replied with a faint smile. Shen Xingwan sat beside him, opened the needle kit, and revealed rows of neatly arranged silver needles of varying lengths. With practiced ease, she sterilized the needles, found the precise acupuncture points, and inserted them swiftly and skillfully. "Does it hurt?" "I'll remove the needles in 20 minutes, Shen Xingwan asked, glancing down at him. "It's fine," Fu Tingye replied softly, his voice carrying a hint of weakness. 20 minutes later, Shen Xingwan carefully removed the silver needles from his body. A faint smile played on her lips as she said, "No bathing for the next 4 hours after acupuncture. Since it's already late, you'll have to make do for tonight." Fu Tingye gazed at her, his sensual lips curving into a subtle smile. Sitting up, he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips, sighing lightly. "All right." Shen Xingwan quickly packed up her needle kit, her brows lifting slightly. "You carry on. I'm going to take a shower," she said, then dashed into the bathroom. This man was always teasing her out of sight, out of mind. Watching her retreating figure, Fu Tingye chuckled helplessly. He had always been indifferent and distant, disliking women hovering around him. But ever since this little woman entered his life, he found himself wanting to be near her constantly, the desire for her growing stronger by the day. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Su Lingfeng sat at the desk in his study, his sharp eyes fixed on the butler standing nearby. "Did you find out?" The butler nodded, his tone solemn. "The young lad's name is Shen Xingwan. She's Fu Tingye's wife. She came to us city from the countryside just a month ago." Su Lingfeng seemed unimpressed, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, and so what?" The butler sighed, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Fu Tingye isn't someone to mess with. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world, young master. It's best not to provoke her. If the old master finds out, he'll be furious again." Su Lingfeng shot him a meaningful glance, his faint smile unwavering, but he said nothing. If the little fairy had only arrived in S City a month ago, then her marriage to Fu Tingye must have been rushed, meaning there was no emotional foundation between them. The thought brought a glimmer of delight to Su Lingfeng's heart. Seeing that Su Lingfeng remained silent, the butler continued, "Tonight, Zhang Jian's son, Zhang Jun, left Jingyuan a ruined man." "Oh." Su Lingfeng stood and walked to the window, raising an eyebrow as he gestured for the butler to elaborate. "I looked into it. Apparently, Zhang Jun led a group of men to trouble Shen Xingwan this evening. Later, Fu Tingye brought him back and left him a cripple." Su Lingfeng let out a cold laugh. "Serves him right. He dared to mess with my little fairy." Su Lingfeng sat down on the sofa, leaned slightly against it, and narrowed his eyes. "Don't we have a collaboration with Zhang Group?" he asked. "Yes, we do," the butler responded promptly. "Cancel it," Su Lingfeng said decisively. The butler was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to make of the sudden decision, but quickly replied, "Understood." The weather was growing increasingly hot. "Zhang Jining," full of anticipation, arrived at Jing'an. She had been busy with her studio's affairs for days, and since she finally had some free time today, she decided to visit her sister, Xingjie. A servant led her to another house within Jing'an. At that moment, Shen Xingwan was fully engrossed in handling medicinal herbs, too focused to notice Jiang Jining approaching. Jiang Jining tiptoed in quietly and looked around. The room resembled a small traditional pharmacy, which left her surprised. She scanned the surroundings, spotting an old-fashioned stove in the corner, along with medicine pots, clay pots, firewood, and other items. She was completely taken aback. Xingjie, are you trying to embrace rural life? Has the luxury of city living failed to satisfy you? She teased. Shen Xingwan turned her head and saw her visitor. A warm smile curved her lips. Perfect timing. Help me tend the fire in a bit. Jiang Jining hesitated. Was she really here as a guest, only to be roped into manual labor? She wasn't thrilled about it. Half an hour later, Jiang Jining sat on a small stool, her head drooping in defeat. One hand propped up her cheek while the other fanned the fire with all her might. Shen Xingwan opened the pot lid, took a glance at the boiling herbs, and said calmly, "The fire's too strong. Lower it a bit. If you keep burning it like this, I'll get ruined." Jiang Jining was on the verge of tears. What had possessed her to come find this woman today? Her hands were already sore. "Xingjie, you're so unfair. You dragged me into this, and look at me, do I look like someone who does this kind of work?" Jiang Jining exclaimed, holding up her soot-covered hands indignantly. Shen Xingwan glanced at her, her delicate features softening into a smile. She couldn't hold back a laugh. Setting aside the herbs she was working on, she walked over, placed a small piece of firewood into the stove, and said, "Go take a break. I'll take over." Jiang Jining didn't argue. She immediately got up to wash her hands. She wasn't cut out for this. Better to step aside and let the expert handle it. A short while later, Song Jingyan walked in, his face full of curiosity. He looked at Shen Xingwan and asked, "What are you doing here?" He had originally come to find Fu Tingye, but the butler, Wang, informed him that Fu had gone to the office for some business. On his way out, he noticed activity in this house and, upon asking a servant, learned that Shen Xingwan was busy preparing herbs here. His curiosity got the better of him, so he decided to check it out. Shen Xingwan glanced at the pot of simmering herbs and added some firewood. "Isn't it obvious? In making medicine." Song Jingyan was speechless. Of course, he knew she was making medicine, but the method she used was so unusual it was like nothing had seen before. Suddenly, Jiang Xining's eyes lit up. She grabbed the fan beside her and handed it to him. "You're just in time. Come help tend the fire." Song Jingyan took the fan, his gaze fixed on Jiang Jining, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Miss Jiang, we meet again. So, when are you planning to treat me to that meal you owe me?" Jiang Jining gave an awkward smile. She had mentioned it casually last time, not expecting him to take it seriously. After pondering for a moment, she tentatively suggested, "How about tonight?" Song Jingyan paused slightly as he added more firewood, a smile tugging at his lips. "Sure." With that, he followed Shen Xingwan's instructions and began tending the fire. Before he knew it, he realized that even this seemingly simple task required skill, and he wasn't quite up to the mark. An hour later, Song Jingyan stared at a few dark medicinal pills, his curiosity piqued. To him, they bore a striking resemblance to the detoxifying pill Fu Tingye had once given him. Was there a connection between the two? He couldn't quite figure it out. He glanced at Shen Xingwan and pointed to the pills. "Can you teach me how to make these?" Shen Xingwan picked up a small bottle, carefully placing the pills inside. She shot him a glance and replied bluntly, "No. Making these pills wasn't something one could learn overnight." She had been learning from her grandmother since she was a child. Song Jingyan raised an eyebrow but didn't take it seriously. He knew not everyone could master this skill. Glancing over, he slid his hands into his pockets and strolled up to Jiang Jining. Looking down at her with a smile, he said softly, "Let's go, time to eat." Jiang Jining paused, the glass of water in her hand hovering midair. She quickly swallowed the water in her mouth and looked at him incredulously. "Now, it's only a little after 4. Isn't it way too early for dinner?" Song Jingyan nodded, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Yes, now." Jiang Jining was speechless but didn't bother arguing. If this man wanted to eat now, then so be it. After all, she owed him a meal. Turning to Shen Xingwan, she called out, "Xingjie, come with us." "My treat." Shen Xingwan glanced at them briefly before shaking the medicine bottle in her hand. "I'll pass. I've got things to do. I still need to treat the little demon at home tonight. I've been paid, so I need to take responsibility." By dusk, the glow of the setting sun painted the sky in hues of red. Song Jingyan drove Jiang Jining to a private restaurant nestled at the foot of a mountain. Jiang Jining furrowed her brows as she looked around, taking in the remote surroundings. No wonder he wanted to leave so early, brought her all the way out here. After parking the car, Song Jingyan unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned toward Jiang Jining, extending his hand. Startled, Jiang Jining instinctively leaned back. What are you doing? A soft smile played on Song Jingyan's lips as he said gently, don't move. There's something on your face. With that, he reached out his slender fingers and lightly brushed her cheek. Feeling the warmth of his hand so close to her, Jiang Jining's face reddened. She held her breath, frozen in place. It must have been dirt from earlier when she was tending the fire. If only he had mentioned it earlier, she could have cleaned up. After wiping her face, Song Jingyan casually unbuckled her seatbelt as well, his expression still relaxed and cheerful. Let's go. It took Jiang Jining a moment to process what had just happened. She quickly patted her slightly flushed cheeks and got out of the car. Inside a private dining room, the restaurant owner greeted them warmly. Ah, Xiaosong, you're here. What would you like today? Song Jingyan handed the menu to Jiang Jining. What do you feel like eating? Jiang Jining glanced at the menu briefly, her tone indifferent. You know this place. You decide. I'm not picky. Leaning back in his chair, Song Jingyan chuckled and then turned to the owner. Just prepare the usual. Got it, the owner replied with a smile. Then, leaning in slightly, he whispered, your girlfriend is very pretty. Song Jingyan didn't correct him. Instead, his refined features softened with a smile. Thank you. The owner tactfully left the room. Jiang Jining, unaware of the comment, looked around curiously. Do you come here often? The design of this place is really unique, nestled by the mountains and water, peaceful and elegant. The blend of classical and modern styles is refreshing. Pouring her a cup of tea, Song Jingyan's lips curved into a faint smile. Whenever I have the time. I like the environment here, away from the city noise, surrounded by nature, with fresh air. After about 20 minutes, the dishes began arriving one by one. Jiang Jining's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious food. She was quite the foodie, after all. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan quietly placed food onto her plate, one dish after another. Before long, Jiang Jining started feeling a bit embarrassed. She had invited him to dinner, yet here she was, eating most of the food. Once the meal was over, Song Jingyan suggested taking a walk to enjoy the beautiful surroundings. As they strolled along the small path, Jiang Jining's expression turned a little sour. She glanced at the man beside her, who had a faint smile on his face. We agreed that I'd treat you to dinner. Why did you secretly pay the bill? Song Jingyan turned to her, his smile deepening. Next time you can treat me. Tonight's on me. Jiang Jining was speechless. Next time? Did this mean there'd be more dinners to come? She ignored him and continued walking, taking in the serene night scenery and breathing in the fresh air. She had to admit, this place was really lovely, peaceful and uplifting. Meanwhile, Song Jingyan silently watched her back as she walked ahead, the corners of his lips lifting ever so slightly. At Jingyuan, for an entire week, Tingye diligently cooperated with Shen Xingwan's treatments. Whether it was taking medicine or enduring acupuncture, he complied without hesitation. Shen Xingwan had made it clear since she accepted the consultation fee, she was fully committed to his health. Tingye, in turn, was fully committed to his wife. He stayed home to work whenever possible and avoided overtime at all costs. At this moment, in the study, Knight, are you really not coming with me to M country? Qin Yu crossed his legs and glanced at the man. Seeing no response, he continued. Come on, it'll be fun. I'm going to be so lonely by myself. How is your loneliness any of my business? I'm staying with my wife. Tingye glanced at him indifferently and said, you can handle the matters there yourself. There's no need for me to go. Qin Yu's face froze. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Wow, this is heartbreaking. Putting romance above friendship, are you even my brother anymore? Hearing the sound of the lighter, Tingye set down the document in his hand. With a slight frown, he said, put that out. My wife doesn't like the smell. Qin Yu stared at the cigarette he had just lit, gritting his teeth. A few seconds later, he gave in and stubbed it out in the ashtray. He looked at Tingye with a curious expression, as if he didn't recognize him anymore. When had this cold, aloof man, who had always been indifferent to women, turned into a doting husband? Seeing Tingye's disdainful expression, Qin Yu didn't care and leaned lazily back on the sofa. Fine, don't go. I heard there'll be a big auction over there soon. I'll just go check it out myself. Tingye's hand, holding a pen, paused. His dark eyes shifted to Qin Yu. An auction. Oblivious to the subtle change in Tingye's demeanor, Qin Yu casually opened the information on his phone. Yeah, look. They say it's the biggest auction in years, with lots of good stuff. Too bad someone doesn't want to go. Tingye walked over to the sofa, glanced at the screen, and suddenly his eyes lit up, a faint smile forming. All right, I'll go. Qin Yu immediately straightened up, eyeing him suspiciously. Why the sudden change of heart? Just a moment ago, it was all about your wife, and now you're ready to go. What gives? Tingye remained indifferent, his tone calm. What? I can't change my mind. Meeting Tingye's slightly cold gaze, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly nodded. Of course you can. I'll make the arrangements right away. You're the boss, you call the shots. He muttered to himself, deciding not to mess with this big boss. Outside, a sudden thunderstorm rolled in. Downstairs, Shen Xingwan was in the kitchen, preparing some homemade dishes. With nothing else to do today, she found herself craving the comforting flavors of home-cooked food, so she decided to cook herself. Half an hour later, she surveyed the spread on the table. Braised pork ribs, minced pork with eggplant, steamed fish, stir-fried greens, and tofu meatball soup. The vibrant colors and tantalizing aromas brought a satisfied smile to her face. These were dishes she often made in the past and some of her personal favorites. Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification. She pulled it out of her pocket and opened WeChat. Baitan, Xingjie, there's an auction in M country in a couple of days. Wanna come check it out? Looking at the message, a flicker of emotion crossed her face. She was tempted to go, but how would she explain it to Tingye? Shen Xingwan sat down at the table, propping her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, wow, what smells so good? What are you cooking? Tingye's excited voice echoed from the staircase. Shen Xingwan glanced up to see Tingye approaching. She put her phone away and smiled faintly. Come try my cooking. Tingye's eyes lit up at the sight of the dishes. Unable to resist, he grabbed a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork rib. He took a bite, his face lighting up with satisfaction. This is amazing. Your cooking is incredible. Tingye picked up a piece of fish, his gaze shifting slightly toward Qin Yu, who was eating with gusto. Suddenly, he found the sight of this freeloader incredibly annoying. Qin Yu, thoroughly enjoying his meal, suddenly felt a cold stare boring into him. He looked up and met Tingye's disdainful gaze. Unfazed, he popped a piece of eggplant into his mouth and casually said, Knight, why are you looking at me like that? The food smells great, doesn't it? Or do you think I'm better looking? Hearing this, Shen Xingwan's clear, bright eyes turned toward the man beside her. Don't like the food? She asked softly. Tingye shot a fierce glare at Qin Yu, then turned to Shen Xingwan with a face full of tenderness. His voice softened. I like it. As long as it's made by you, I'll always like it. After speaking, his intense gaze landed back on Qin Yu across the table. It seemed he'd have to limit this tactless guy's visits in the future. Always showing up uninvited, always talking too much and always eating his food. Eat up if you like it. Shen Xingwan placed a piece of braised pork rib into Tingye's bowl. His expression instantly relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face. Qin Yu watched their interaction and silently rolled his eyes. Chewing on a rib, he complained discontentedly, Can you two stop showing off your love in front of me? Could you at least consider my feelings? Tingye set down his chopsticks and looked at him with a faint smirk. What's the matter? Even eating can't keep your mouth shut. I'm eating. Qin Yu muttered, noticing the faint chill in the man's gaze. He wisely chose to keep quiet and focused on his food. After dinner, Tingye sat on the sofa, pulling Shen Xingwan into his arms. His gaze was tender and full of affection. Wanwan, I have to go abroad for a business trip later. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. What should I do? I already miss you. Thinking about not seeing her for the next few days, he couldn't help but feel reluctant. Shen Xingwan felt a little flutter of joy in her heart. She raised her head, cupped his face, and planted a quick kiss on his thin lips. All right, now you don't have to miss me. Go ahead, she said with a playful smile. After all, she thought, since she had kissed him, he should be fine now. Plus, it would give her a chance to have some fun herself. Tingye's eyes darkened. Without giving her a chance to react, he leaned in and captured her lips in a deep kiss. A few minutes later, he finally let her go, his thumb gently brushing against her slightly swollen lips. Remember to text me, and if anything comes up, contact Butler Wang. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly. Alright, don't worry about me. She couldn't help but think how adorable he was. Make sure you take this medicine on time. Shen Xingwan handed him a bottle. Although the toxins in his body were mostly cleared, a bit of medication would ensure a complete recovery. Tingye took the bottle and, before leaving, leaned down to steal another kiss from her lips. Got it. Shen Xingwan laughed at his actions. Was he some kind of kissing addict? Why did he keep kissing her all the time? By evening, Tingye and Qin Yu boarded a private jet and departed. Shen Xingwan sat on the sofa in the living room, picking up her phone to reply to a message from Baitan. Shen Xingwan, I'm going. Tomorrow. She then sent another message to Jiang Jining. Shen Xingwan, get me a ticket to M country for tomorrow morning. The reply came almost instantly. Jiang Jining, got it. What are you going there for? Does your man know? Shen Xingwan, just to look around. He's on a business trip, so I didn't tell him. Jiang Jining, too bad I'm tied up with work. Otherwise, I'd join you. Shen Xingwan smiled faintly at her phone before setting it down. She glanced at Butler Wang, who was walking over. Butler Wang, it'll be out for the next 2 days, so no need to prepare meals for me, she said casually. Butler Wang looked a bit troubled. Before leaving, the young master had specifically instructed him to ensure the young madam's safety. What should he do now? Young madam, do you have something important to attend to? How about I accompany you, he suggested hesitantly. Shen Xingwan gave him a faint, amused glance. No need. With that, she turned and headed upstairs. Butler Wang watched her retreating figure, her indifferent demeanor reminding him of the young master. They were both people you wouldn't want to mess with. The next morning, Shen Xingwan dressed in a casual gray outfit and wore a baseball cap as she drove a Bentley down the road. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, and the traffic was fairly heavy. She drove at a steady pace, unhurried. Suddenly, through her rearview mirror, she noticed a black sedan following closely behind her. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Great. She was being tailed again. In the next moment, she stepped on the gas, maneuvering the Bentley swiftly through the traffic. Inside the black sedan, Butler Wang followed closely behind. As they neared the next intersection, Shen Xingwan caught a clear glimpse of the people in the black car. Smirking, she timed it perfectly and sped through the intersection just as the light turned red. The black sedan attempted to follow but was forced to stop as another car blocked its path at the red light. In the driver's seat of the black sedan, Butler Wang sighed in frustration. The young master had specifically instructed him to ensure the young madam's safety, and now he had lost track of her. Meanwhile, inside the Bentley, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but smile faintly as she left the black sedan behind. Imagining Butler Wang's worried expression, she shook her head and chuckled softly. In M Country, Shen Xingwan had just exited the airport when she heard Bai Tan's loud voice calling out to her. Xingjia, over here. Bai Tan stood across the way, waving excitedly. Carrying only a large shoulder bag, Shen Xingwan removed her sunglasses and tucked them into her bag as she walked toward Bai Tan. Did you cut your hair? She asked, noticing Bai Tan's shoulder-length bob. Bai Tan beamed as she hooked her arm around Shen Xingwan's. Yeah. How does it look? Not bad. It's quite nice, very lively and beautiful. Shen Xingwan replied with a smile. Bai Tan noticed her cold expression but couldn't help laughing softly at her unexpectedly flattering words. Not bad, she teased. The two quickly arrived at the parking lot. Bai Tan opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Xingjia, where to? Back to the villa. Shen Xingwan fastened her seatbelt, glanced out the window, and asked, when does the auction start? In the afternoon, Bai Tan replied while starting the car. Then find a hotel for me to rest for a bit. We'll go straight to the auction later. Bai Tan hesitated. All right, she said reluctantly. Such a huge villa, yet you prefer a hotel. It'll never understand the minds of the elite. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, a burly man with yellow hair knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Boss, I was wrong. I swear I'll never do it again. Please spare me this time, he begged desperately. Qin Yu, wearing a mask, let out a cold chuckle and kicked him. Do you really think there'll be a next time? He sneered. The man panicked, crying and pleading, boss, please. Have mercy. I was blinded by greed, but I swear it won't happen again. A few days ago, tempted by money, he had leaked some confidential information from the organization. Now, seeing these two men who seemed like devils from hell, he was utterly terrified. Qin Yu stepped on the man's chest as if crushing an ant. Did you really think your antics at the underground casino would go unnoticed? Fu Tingye, sitting on a single-seater sofa with a human skin mask on, frowned as he occasionally glanced at his phone. Wan hadn't replied to his messages for hours, and his mood was sour. He stood up, walked over to Qin Yu, and glanced down at the yellow-haired man with impatience in his eyes. Handle it however you see fit. I didn't come here for such trivial matters, he said coldly. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode out of the room, his long legs carrying him away. The yellow-haired man collapsed to the ground, defeated. He was done for. Qin Yu watched Fu Tingye's retreating figure and clenched his teeth. Damn it. That guy is so detached. Is he even going to bother with this? He muttered under his breath. He shook his head with a half-smile and turned to Chen Dong, who stood nearby. Deal with him according to the rules. Understood, Chen Dong responded. Not long after, the basement echoed with the yellow-haired man's agonized screams. Afternoon, at the auction hall. Bai Tan, visibly excited, led Shen Xingwan toward the VIP room. Shen Xingwan, wearing a baseball cap, glanced around lazily. Downstairs, the main hall was packed with people. She smirked. Large auctions like this were always lively. Entering the VIP room, she removed her sunglasses and leaned back on the sofa. Watching the excited Bai Tan beside her, she smiled. How much longer until it starts? She asked. Bai Tan checked her watch. It should be soon, maybe 10 or 20 minutes, she guessed. She then scooted closer to Shen Xingwan and clung to her arm, pouting. Xingjia, when you go back, can you take me with you? I want to visit S City. Shen Xingwan glanced at her and, without hesitation agreed. Sure. Baitan's face lit up with excitement as she threw her arms around Shen Xingwan. Xingjie, you're the best. I love you. Don't worry, I won't be any trouble. Shen Xingwan looked at the girl clinging to her, a faint smile on her lips. She gently pushed Baitan's head with her fingers, teasing, "Stop hugging me like that. Watch your image, I'm a married woman, you know?" Baitan froze for a moment, then glanced at Shen Xingwan with a curious look, sensing a hint of romance in the air. She was surprised. Could it be that man had already won over her Xingjie? She blinked and asked inquisitively, "Xingjie, is that Fu guy handsome?" Leaning lazily on the sofa, Shen Xingwan thought of that alluring man and couldn't help but smile. He's alright. Looks a bit like a fox spirit." Baitan was speechless. She had every reason to believe Xingjie was showing off, but no solid proof. Intrigued, Baitan leaned in closer, her face full of gossip. "So, has he managed to charm you?" Thinking of the times he flirted with her, Shen Xingwan felt her ears heat up. She awkwardly pinched her nose and replied, "Not telling you." Noticing the slight blush on her face and her demeanor, Baitan silently shook her head. Her Xingjie had definitely been captivated by that fox-like man. Shen Xingwan, done with the conversation, picked up her phone and opened WeChat. She casually glanced at her messages. "Fu Tingye, Wanwan, what are you doing? Have you eaten? Fu Tingye, I miss you. Do you miss me?" Oops. She had forgotten to reply. Without a second thought, she quickly typed back a few words. "Miss you. Waiting for you at home." Meanwhile, the voice of the auctioneer echoed from the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our auction house. Let's begin today's auction. Up first, we have the first item of the day." The auctioneer, wearing a smile, introduced the piece. This is a traditional landscape painting from country Z. It is an ancient artwork, with a blend of realism and abstraction, lighting tones, and a serene, distant ambience. The starting bid is 5 million. 5.5 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately raised the bid. 6 million. 20 million. Shen Xingwan glanced at the painting displayed on the screen, a faint smile curving her lips. 2 million, she said. She found the painting quite appealing. Baitan turned to her with curiosity. "Sister Xing, why are you buying a painting?" Shen Xingwan casually pulled out her phone and glanced at it. "To give as a gift," she replied nonchalantly. "Last time, the gift I got for Fu Tingye's grandmother was a last-minute purchase. Since we're at an auction, I might as well buy something I like and keep it for when I need it." The auction continued with a variety of items on display: antiques, jade pieces, gemstones, medicinal herbs, and more. Shen Xingwan remained indifferent, showing little interest. About half an hour later, the staff presented a ruby necklace. In another VIP room, a man sat watching the scene unfold. "Brother Yi, the main event is here," Qingyu said, his tone tinged with excitement. Fu Tingye raised his eyebrows as his dark eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement while he observed the item being showcased. The auctioneer smiled as he introduced the piece. "This ruby necklace is named Stellar Radiance. It features a design inspired by stars and moons, with vivid red rubies as the centerpiece, accented by pink diamonds. The style is both elegant and luxurious, exuding a timeless beauty. The starting bid is 20 million. Shen Xingwan's eyes lit up as she looked at the necklace. Beautiful, she thought. She liked it. She wanted it. Baitan noticed the sparkle in her eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Xing, this necklace suits you perfectly. Let me help you win it." The bidding began in earnest. 30 million. 35 million. 60 million. The auction attracted prominent wealthy individuals, and the competition was fierce. 100 million, a woman's voice rang out from a VIP room. The sudden jump in price left the crowd momentarily stunned. 150 million, a man's cold and composed voice called from another VIP room. 200 million. 250 million. 300 million. Baitan glanced nervously at Shen Xingwan, unsure of what to do. Hesitantly, she raised the bid. Shen Xingwan sat on the sofa, her hand lightly tapping on the armrest as a mischievous smile played on her lips. "Well, this is the first time I've encountered someone willing to go head-to-head with me," she mused. 500 million. The man in the other VIP room decisively raised the bid to 500 million. It was clear he was determined to win the necklace, no matter how high the price went. Baitan sneaked a glance at Shen Xingwan, who now looked displeased. "Sister Xing, what should we do? This guy is clearly trying to outbid us. Should we keep going?" she asked cautiously. At this point, the 500 million bid had caused quite a stir in the hall. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. 500 million? That's insane. How many times the starting price is that? Do you think the other bidder will keep going? No way. It's obvious that guy is dead set on getting it. There's no point in bidding anymore. The auctioneer's excitement was barely contained as he tried to maintain composure. What a display of extravagance. Forget it. It's not worth the trouble, Shen Xingwan said, shaking her head. She put on her sunglasses and stood up, ready to leave. Continuing to bid would just be a waste of time. This guy clearly wants to go against me. Bai Tan followed her and suggested softly, Sister Xing, why don't you wait in the car for a bit? I'll catch up with you soon. Shen Xingwan nodded and without much thought, gracefully walked out. Bai Tan stayed behind to settle the matter with the painting. However, the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. No, she couldn't just let it go like this. She had to do something big. She couldn't let Sister Xing come all this way for nothing. Placing her hands on her hips, Bai Tan suddenly had an idea. A mischievous smile spread across her face. 20 minutes later, Shen Xingwan was sitting in the car, casually playing a game on her phone. She caught a glimpse of Bai Tan approaching with something in her hands, looking quite pleased with herself. What happened to make you so happy? Shen Xingwan asked, leaning back against the passenger seat as she gave Bai Tan a curious look. Bai Tan blinked innocently and replied nonchalantly, oh, I just took care of that 500 million situation in my own way. Shen Xingwan froze for a moment, then suddenly realized what was going on. She reached out and ruffled Bai Tan's hair, unable to hold back a chuckle. You little troublemaker. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Bai Tan grinned nonchalantly. Relax. That's my exclusive formula. It doesn't take effect until an hour later. Nobody can trace it back to me. Shen Xingwan gave her a helpless glance, shaking her head with a smile. Fine, be as mischievous as you like. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Just then a notification chimed. She glanced at her phone. It was a message from Tingye. Alright, I'll be home tomorrow afternoon. Shen Xingwan's eyes widened. He's coming back so soon? She immediately turned to Bai Tan and instructed, let's go. Book the earliest flight back to S City. Bai Tan was taken aback and hadn't fully processed the situation. What's going on? Why the rush? Xingjia, is it really that urgent? At least let me pack my things. Shen Xingwan dismissed her concerns. What's there to pack? Well, just buy what we need when we get there. Bai Tan sighed dramatically. Wow, we really are coming and going in a whirlwind. I can barely keep up. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Qin Yu had just left the auction house when he started feeling strange. There was an inexplicable discomfort creeping over him. Tingye, sitting in the car, glanced at him coldly. What's wrong with you? Stop squirming around. Qin Yu looked genuinely puzzled. Brother Yi, I have no idea. Ever since I left the auction, I felt itchy all over. Can you take a look? Is something biting me? As he spoke, he untucked his shirt. Tingye's face darkened instantly. His eyes were reserved only for Wan. Qin Yu lifted his shirt and leaned closer for inspection. Tingye, clearly reluctant, cast a quick glance and was instantly taken aback. Qin Yu's torso was covered in red rashes, looking quite alarming. Without hesitation, Tingye ordered the driver, Chen Dong, head to the hospital. No. Qin Yu protested, confused. Why do I need to go to the hospital? 20 minutes later, Chen Dong pulled up at the nearest hospital. As Qin Yu got out of the car, Chen Dong couldn't help but grimace. Should he laugh or pity him? The once dashing Qin Yu now had his face covered in red spots, and his lips were swollen like sausages. Chen Dong couldn't hold back a laugh. Chen Dong, you're so heartless. Look at me, I'm suffering and you're laughing? Qin Yu's voice was full of grievance. What had he done to deserve this? Chen Dong tried to stifle his laughter. Sorry, young Master Qin. I couldn't help it. No offense. Meanwhile, Tingye pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. This is too good to miss. I'll save it for you, he said nonchalantly before striding into the hospital with his long legs. Qin Yu watched their antics, seething inside. Seriously? Laughing at my misery? Some brothers you are. Grabbing his suit jacket from the back seat, he wrapped it around his head, leaving only his eyes exposed, and hurried into the hospital. In the hospital room, after a series of tests, Qin Yu was diagnosed with exposure to a special toxin. While it wasn't harmful to his body, it caused redness, swelling, and itching, which would subside over time. The doctor could only prescribe 4 drips to alleviate the itching, with the other symptoms left to resolve naturally. Standing at the door, Chen Dong looked at the rash-covered Qin Yu, puzzled. Young Master Qin, think carefully, did you eat or drink something unusual? The 3 of us were together the whole time. Why were you the only one poisoned? Qin Yu tilted his head, thinking hard. His swollen lips moved slowly. I didn't eat anything strange. At the auction, I just had an apple and some tea. He recalled feeling a bit hungry and thirsty, so when someone brought in fruit and tea, he grabbed an apple and took a sip of tea. Chen Dong, contact the auction house and investigate, Tingye instructed, standing up and walking out. He couldn't bear to look at Qin Yu's current state any longer. 10 minutes later, Chen Dong entered the lounge with a laptop. Boss, I've got it. The fruit Qin Yu ate was brought in by this girl. He opened the laptop to show the surveillance footage. Fu Tingye narrowed his cold eyes as he watched the girl in the video. His brows furrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, "Who is she? To dare poison them like that, she must have a death wish." Chen Dong cautiously explained, "She's the one who bid against you for the ruby necklace at the auction." Then he clicked on another surveillance video. I had the auction house send over footage of the bidding scene. But just a few seconds into watching, Chen Dong froze, his gaze fixed on the screen. Slowly, he turned his head toward his boss, his voice trembling. "Guys, isn't this the young madam?" Fu Tingye was also momentarily stunned. His gaze locked on the little woman in the video, the one who occupied his thoughts day and night. His brow twitched as he raised a hand to cover the uncontrollable smile tugging at his lips. "Huh, my little darling is truly adorable and mischievous. She sneaked all the way to M country." In the hospital room, Qin Yu finished his 4 treatment 2 hours later. "Brother Yi, have you found anything yet? If I find out who poisoned me, I'll skin her alive." Qin Yu scratched his arm, speaking with venomous resolve. "Who are you planning to skin?" Fu Tingye shot him a cold glance, his aura instantly chilling the room. His tone carried an icy warning. "Your head should stay swollen for a few more days." Qin Yu was dumbfounded. What did he do to deserve this? Had been poisoned for no reason, and now his brother was scolding him? He felt utterly wronged. Was he just supposed to suffer in silence? Chen Dong glanced at Qin Yu, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Young Master Qin, you'll just have to swallow your grievances this time." The next day, at Jingyuan. After returning from M country, Shen Xingwan temporarily arranged for Bai Tan to stay at Yujingbei before hurrying back to Jing'an. However, she waited from afternoon until night, and Fu Tingye still hadn't returned. That evening, as she lay in bed, she felt a twinge of disappointment and worry. The man had clearly said he'd be home in the afternoon, but now it was past 11 p.m., and there was no sign of him. He hadn't even replied to her messages. Could something have happened to him? Shen Xingwan realized she was growing more attached to this man. She missed him during the 2 days they were apart, worried about him. He had already taken root in her heart. When Fu Tingye finally returned to the villa, it was already past 3 a.m. Not wanting to wake the sleeping woman, he washed up in the guest room before quietly entering the bedroom. Seeing the small figure on the bed, the corners of his lips involuntarily curled up. What a little liar. Fu Tingye gently lifted the thin blanket and lay down beside her. The moment he got into bed, the woman stirred awake, her sleepy eyes gazing at him. "Did I wake you?" Fu Tingye wrapped his arms around her, stroking her soft hair with a tender voice. Shen Xingwan looked at him through her drowsy haze, shaking her head slightly. She then nuzzled into his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her voice was soft and delicate. "You're back? I was so worried about you." Fu Tingye suddenly remembered promising her he'd be home in the afternoon, but his plans had been delayed because of Qin Ye's situation. When he saw her messages after landing, it was already late, so he hadn't replied. Looking at the gentle, soft woman in his arms, his heart melted completely. So she worried about him. Did that mean she was starting to care for him, perhaps even like him? "Yeah, I'm back," Fu Tingye murmured softly. His voice was deep and magnetic, like the rich resonance of a cello. Then, without hesitation, he lowered his head, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. He kissed her deeply, claiming her, taking everything she had to offer. Shen Xingwan felt his deep affection and slowly reached out to wrap her arms around his neck, clumsily responding to his kiss. Feeling her response, Fu Tingye's heart surged with emotion, his breathing growing heavier. His kisses became more fervent, lingering and intense. After a long while, Shen Xingwan felt short of breath, her heart racing. Fu Tingye finally loosened his grip slightly, though his lips didn't stop. He trailed kisses down her neck, her earlobe, and continued downward. Gasping for air, Shen Xingwan felt her mind turning to mush, her body growing weaker. Just as she thought something might happen, the man suddenly stopped. "Sleep, my love," Fu Tingye said, his voice husky with emotion. He gently stroked her soft hair. His darling must be exhausted from all the traveling over the past 2 days. Shen Xingwan blinked her wide, round eyes at him, puzzled. What was going on? Was that it? Could it be that he couldn't? But she had clearly felt his reaction. Fu Tingye looked at the enchanting woman before him and realized that if he kept staring, he'd lose control. He held her tightly, his voice tinged with a hoarse restraint. "Baby, it's too late tonight. There's not enough time." Shen Xingwan, this man was driving her crazy. She was utterly speechless. After a peaceful night's sleep, Shen Xingwan was awakened by the chirping of birds outside. Groggily lifting her head, she realized she was nestled in a man's embrace. She shifted slightly, propping her head up with one hand, and gazed down at the impossibly handsome face beside her. Her brows curved into a smile. How could someone look this good? His lashes were so long, and his skin so smooth. Shen Xingwan studied him intently, unable to resist reaching out her fair fingers to gently touch his face. As her admiration deepened, she leaned in and placed a soft kiss at the corner of his lips. Seeing he was still sound asleep, she decided not to disturb him and began to rise ever so slowly. But just as she turned, Fu Tingye's arms snaked around her slender waist, pulling her back. "Baby, am I good looking?" Fu Tingye asked, his eyes glinting with amusement, the tips of his ears faintly red. He was secretly thrilled she had just stolen a kiss. Overjoyed, his heart raced. Shen Xingwan met his tender gaze, her own heartbeat quickening. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Yes, you're very good-looking. I thought so the first time I saw you. Well, since I meet Wanwan's standards from now on, let's make it so you'll only have eyes for me, okay?" Fu Tingye leaned closer, his voice a low murmur in her ear. Shen Xingwan felt her heart flutter wildly. He was such a charmer. But how should she respond? She looked at him, her lips curving into a faint smile, then leaned forward to plant a light kiss on his jawline. In a soft voice, she replied, "All right, I'll only look at you." With that, she naturally got up to freshen up. Fu Tingye felt his heart skip a beat. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, chuckling softly to himself. What was he supposed to do? His wife's little gestures were driving him crazy, and his heart wouldn't stop racing. After calming himself down, he eventually got up, changed, and headed to the bathroom. By the time the two of them had finished breakfast and come downstairs, it was almost 10 o'clock. Fu Tingye pulled Shen Xingwan onto the sofa in the living room, his arm draped casually around her waist. Noticing that he showed no intention of leaving, Shen Xingwan smiled lightly. "Don't you need to go to the office today?" "No," he replied, holding her close. "I'm staying home with you." His lips curled into a teasing smile as he asked, "What has Wanwan been up to these past few days?" Shen Xingwan cleared her throat, avoiding his gaze with a hint of guilt. "I've been a bit bored at home, so I went out for a couple of days." Fu Tingye leaned down, brushing his face against her silky black hair, a trace of amusement in his eyes. "How about I take you out for some fresh air in a couple of days?" Shen Xingwan looked up, meeting his warm, steady gaze, and nodded. "Sure." At that moment, Butler Wang approached, casting a thoughtful glance at Shen Xingwan before addressing Fu Tingye. "Young master, Miss Bai from the Bai family is here." Fu Tingye's expression remained calm, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. "Let her in," he said coolly. Shen Xingwan stole a glance at Fu Tingye but stayed silent. "Understood," Butler Wang replied before leaving. Moments later, Bai Shuowei entered the living room, following the butler. "Brother Yi, it's been such a long time," Bai Shuowei greeted softly, her tone gentle and sweet. Shen Xingwan turned her head to see a tall, elegantly dressed woman with immaculate makeup walking toward them. A flash of coldness flickered in Shen Xingwan's eyes. That Brother Yi sounded particularly grating to her ears. Oh, how bold to address her husband so intimately right in front of her. Shen Xingwan shot a meaningful glance at the man beside her, then casually pulled out her phone to play a game. Fu Tingye caught her subtle reaction, the corners of his lips lifting in a faint smirk. He placed his hand on Shen Xingwan's waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Then, with an expressionless face, he glanced at Bai Shuowei, his tone icy. "Miss Bai, I don't recall having a sister. Don't call me that." If not for the long-standing ties between their families, he would have thrown her out long ago. Bai Shuowei froze for a moment before forcing a graceful smile. "I went to your office earlier, but your assistant said you weren't there, so I decided to come here instead." Fu Tingye didn't even spare her a proper look, replying coldly, "Do you need something, Miss Bai?" His distant and indifferent demeanor stung Bai Shuowei, but she consoled herself with the thought that he didn't like women in general. "Oh, it's nothing serious. I just brought back some gifts for everyone from overseas. This one's for you." She sat on the sofa opposite them, handing over a beautifully wrapped gift box. Shen Xingwan's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze becoming more dangerous. She glanced at Fu Tingye, a faint, unreadable smile playing on her lips. Fu Tingye, however, took Shen Xingwan's hand in his, playing with her fingers and occasionally tickling her palm. "I don't use this brand," he said flatly. Bai Shuowei's hand froze slightly, but her face still maintained a polite smile, showing no sign of awkwardness. She glanced at Shen Xingwan and asked, "Who is this lady?" Though she already had an answer in her heart, she couldn't help but ask, unwilling to accept it until she heard it directly from Fu Tingye. Fu Tingye wrapped his arm around Shen Xingwan, gently brushing aside the strands of hair on her forehead, his eyes filled with a soft smile. "My wife," he said. The smile on Bai Shuowei's face froze instantly. When she first heard the news that Fu Tingye was married, she couldn't accept it. She had hurriedly arranged her affairs and returned to the country ahead of schedule. She had assumed it was a forced marriage and that he must dislike the woman. But why did she just see a look of affection and tenderness in his eyes? Why was he holding that woman in his arms? Wasn't he someone who despised women? Jealousy surged within Bai Shuowei, but she quickly composed herself, giving Shen Xingwan a slight smile. "Hello, Miss Shin," she said. Shen Xingwan heard Bai Zui's voice but didn't even glance up, continuing to play on her phone as if she hadn't heard anything. The audacity of this woman to covet her husband. She was already being kind by not teaching her a lesson. Besides, it was obvious that Bai Shuowei was fishing for information. After all, no one had mentioned her last name was Shen earlier. Fu Tingye looked down at the woman in his arms, his voice full of affection. "Want some fruit?" he asked. Shen Xingwan tilted her head to look at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Are you going to feed me?" Leaning closer to her ear, Fu Tingye whispered, his voice low and teasing. "Which way would you like me to feed you, darling?" "Whatever," Shen Xingwan replied casually, still focused on her phone, though a trace of annoyance lingered in her heart. Suddenly, the man's handsome face loomed closer. In the next second, Fu Tingye's lips pressed against hers, gently transferring a cherry into her mouth. Shen Xingwan blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "Is it sweet?" he asked, his eyes smiling as he leaned down to brush the cherry juice from the corner of her lips. Shen Xingwan touched her lips, staring at the man in front of her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She nodded unconsciously. "Sweet. Sweet to the core." As she finished the cherry, the annoyance in her heart completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Bai Shuowei, watching their public display of affection, could no longer maintain her smile. Her expression stiffened, and a dark glint flickered in her eyes. She clenched her fists so tightly that her palms were nearly bleeding. What was Fu Tingye doing? Wasn't he someone who disliked women? Didn't he hate when women got close to him? Bai Shuowei struggled to suppress her anger, but as she looked at the woman in front of her, a flicker of hatred arose in her heart. Standing up with her bag, she forced a smile and said, "Mr. Fu, I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." Fu Tingye didn't even glance at her, his voice cold and indifferent after a few seconds. "Take your gift with you." Bai Shuowei had only taken a few steps when she stopped, her eyes reddening. She turned back, picked up the gift box, and left in embarrassment. The moment she walked out the door, she pulled out her phone and sent a message. "Find me information on someone named Shen Xingwan." Not long after, she received a reply. "Understood." Sitting in her car, Bai Shuowei gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed on the villa. Her heart churned with anger, jealousy, and resentment. She had loved this man for years. She couldn't just give up like this. A trace of malice flashed in her eyes as she took a deep breath, started the car, and drove away. For the next 2 days, Fu Tingye insisted on personally driving Shen Xingwan to and from work, worried that she might encounter danger as she had before. Seeing how happy this made him, Shen Xingwan didn't object. After her morning classes, Shen Xingwan texted Bai Tan, letting her know she would accompany her for a shopping trip in the afternoon. After all, it had been 3 days since she returned from M country, and she hadn't spent any time with her friend, which made her feel a bit guilty. After sending a quick message to Fu Tingye, she left the office. That afternoon, in the heart of the shopping district, two stunningly beautiful women strolled along the street, drawing numerous admiring glances from passers-by. Bai Tan clung to Shen Xingwan's arm, a hint of playful grievance on her face. "Xingjie, you don't love me anymore. I finally came all the way to S-City, and you just left me alone in that apartment. My heart is broken," Bai Tan complained. Shen Xingwan turned to look at her, amused by her dramatic antics. She rubbed her temple with a chuckle. "Aren't I here shopping with you now? What more do you want?" Bai Tan crossed her arms, still sulking. "Sister Xing, you've ignored me for 3 days now. I'm new here, don't know anyone, and feel so out of place. I want to stay with you. That apartment is too quiet and boring." Shen Xingwan looked at her and shook her head helplessly. She spoke calmly, "How about you come with me to Jingyuan? I'll have someone prepare a room for you. Jingyuan is big enough. One more room for you won't make a difference." After all, Bai Tan had grown up with her and was practically family. Bai Tan's face lit up instantly. She threw her arms around Shen Xingwan and said playfully, "Sister Xing, you're the best. Love you to bits. Don't worry, I'll behave and won't disturb you and that fox-faced guy with the surname Fu." Shen Xingwan sighed. All right. She had no choice but to give in to this girl. To stop Bai Tan from rambling further, Shen Xingwan took her shopping buying clothes, shoes, makeup, and more. After over 2 hours, Bai Tan finally slumped in exhaustion. "Sister Xing, I think we've bought enough. I'm so tired. I just want to go back and rest now," Bai Tan complained weakly. She had spent the entire time trying on clothes and shoes, and now all she wanted was to lie down. Seeing her worn-out look, Shen Xingwan took the bags from her hands and smirked slightly. "All right, let's head back." Shen Xingwan wasn't much of a fan of shopping either, but today was all about accompanying Bai Tan. On their way back, they passed by a boutique selling luxury men's clothing and accessories. Shen Xingwan glanced at the store casually, and something caught her eye. Without hesitation, she walked in. Bai Tan followed her in, puzzled, and looked around. The store was filled with men's fashion and accessories. She sneaked a glance at Shen Xingwan and asked uncertainly, Sister Xing, this is all men's stuff. Are you buying something? Shen Xingwan's gaze landed on a shirt in the display case. She replied nonchalantly, yes I am. Bai Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you buying clothes for that fox-faced guy with the surname Fu? Seriously. The store assistant noticed the customers and greeted them with a professional smile. Hello. How can I assist you today? Bai Tian pointed at Shen Xingwan and raised an eyebrow. I don't need anything, but my sister does. The assistant picked up a white shirt and introduced it enthusiastically. This is one of our latest arrivals. The design and fabric are top-notch. Please take a look. Shen Xingwan examined it carefully, feeling the material. It was indeed impressive, lightweight and breathable, perfect for the increasingly warm weather. She was quite satisfied with it. Without hesitation, she glanced at the assistant and said, I'll take this one. The height is around 190 centimeters. Please help me pick the right size and wrap it up. She then turned and walked toward the accessories section. Her eyes scanned the displays until they landed on something that caught her attention. She waved at the assistant. Please wrap this pair of cufflinks as well. The assistant's smile grew wider, and they excitedly explained, You have excellent taste. These cufflinks are also a new seasonal release. They're made with obsidian in the center and surrounded by diamond accents, giving them a sophisticated and elegant look. They pair beautifully with any shirt. Shen Xingwan listened to the introduction with a faint smile but didn't say much. Just then, a female voice interrupted from behind, Miss Shen? Shen Xingwan turned and saw Bai Xuewei walking toward her with another girl wearing a baseball cap and mask. Miss Shen, it really is you. Are you here shopping for clothes too? Bai Xuewei's tone was gentle, her smile poised and elegant, the demeanor of a proper lady. From outside, she had thought the figure looked familiar and came in to confirm. To her surprise, it was indeed that woman. Before investigating her, Bai Xuewei had thought Shen Xingwan might be someone impressive. But after digging into her background, she discovered Shen Xingwan was just a country girl with no parents and nobody. Bai Xuewei smirked inwardly at the thought. What a small world. This store was certainly not a place someone like her could afford. Shen Xingwan glanced at her indifferently and responded with a simple. Seeing this, Bai Tian quickly walked over from the seating area, glanced at Bai Xuewei, and asked, Sister Xing, who's this? Do you know her? No, I don't, Shen Xingwan replied, her expression indifferent and her tone calm. Hearing this, Bai Xuewei's face stiffened, and a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. This country girl really didn't know her place. Vivi, who is she? The girl next to Bai Xuewei, Shuya, who was wearing a cap and mask, scrutinized Shen Xingwan for a moment. This girl wasn't dressed expensively and didn't look like someone wealthy. However, her face was stunning. Shuya had seen countless beauties in the entertainment industry, but Shen Xingwan's unique combination of looks and aura was rare. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her. She's a professor at Jinghai University, Bai Xuewei replied with a dismissive tone. Shuya nodded slightly after hearing that, but a trace of doubt crept into her mind. How could someone so young become a professor at a prestigious university? Bai Xuewei glanced at the shirt and cufflinks in the sales assistant's hands and smiled gracefully. Miss Shen, are you picking out clothes and cufflinks for Mr. Fu? You have quite the eye, but this brand isn't exactly cheap, is it? Hearing this, Bai Tian immediately got annoyed. She frowned, pointed at Bai Xia, and snapped, Hey lady, who do you think you are? My Xingjia already said she doesn't know you. So why are you meddling in other people's business? Got nothing better to do? What a pain. How dare you question Xingji's spending ability? The sales assistant and nearby customers turned to Bai Xuewei with curious and awkward looks. Bai Xuewei, visibly upset by the confrontation, forced a soft tone and replied, I was just kindly reminding Miss Shen, considering those items cost at least over $1 million. Oh, just a little over $1 million? Shen Xingwan cast a cold glance at Bai Xuewei before turning to the sales assistant. Wrap them all up for me. Her expression remained indifferent, but inwardly she thought, this little white lotus seems to have done her homework on me. Interesting. Let's see what tricks she can pull. The sales assistant smiled professionally. Of course, ma'am. Bai Xuewei, however, felt a chill run down her spine as she met Shen Xingwan's icy gaze, sensing an invisible pressure. How could this country bumpkin have such an overpowering aura? No way I'm letting her win. Regaining her composure, Bai Xuewei spoke with a deeper meaning in her tone. Miss Shen, perhaps you forgot Mr. Fu mentioned the other day that he doesn't use this brand. Shen Xingwan smirked faintly, her red lips curving slightly. Oh, that depends on who's buying it for him. After all, she knew her man better than anyone. Who was this woman to lecture her? Without sparing another glance, Shen Xingwan walked toward the counter. Shuya watched in disbelief as she pulled out a black card for payment. Her eyes widened, and suspicion bubbled up inside her. Are university professors really this wealthy nowadays? Meanwhile, Bai Xuewei stood frozen, her face stiff with embarrassment as anger bubbled within her. 2 days ago, Fu Tingye had coldly rejected her gift, leaving her humiliated. Now, this woman was mocking her indirectly. When Bai Shuai noticed the black card in Shen Xingwan's hand, her eyes widened even further in shock. How does this countryside woman have a black card? Did Fu Tingye actually give her one? Consumed with jealousy, Bai Shuai quickly strode forward as Shen Xingwan was about to leave, forcing a strained smile onto her face. Miss Shen, you might not know this, but the Bai family and the Fu family have been close for generations. Nige and I grew up together, were childhood sweethearts. He's never been fond of women. Shen Xingwan casually slid a hand into her pocket, looking at Bai Shuai with an amused yet indifferent expression. Oh, and so? Bai Shuai, annoyed by her nonchalant attitude, stepped in her way. Miss Shen, don't you think you're not a good match for Nige? I advise you to be sensible and divorce him sooner rather than later. A cold smile graced Shen Xingwan's lips as she took a step closer, her voice calm and deliberate. Oh, in what way are we not a match? Bai Shuai scoffed, her expression full of disdain. Nige is the head of the Fu family, while you're just a girl from the countryside with no family, no background, and at best, the title of a university professor. Meanwhile, in the daughter of the Bai family, whether it's family status, education, or looks, in the one who's truly suited for him. Bai Shuai sneered inwardly, confident that her blunt words would make Shen Xingwan realize her place. However, Shen Xingwan turned away, casting a glance at Bai Shuai from the corner of her eye, finding her increasingly annoying. Especially that constant Nige. It's so grating. Not wanting to waste her breath, Shen Xingwan walked over to Bai Tan, her gaze landing on the buttons of Bai Tan's shirt. An idea sparked in her mind, and she leaned in slightly, whispering, "Lend me your buttons." Before Bai Tan could react, Shen Xingwan swiftly yanked 2 buttons off her shirt. Bai Tan stood there stunned. What the Xingjie just ripped my buttons? Ignoring her, Shen Xingwan turned her attention back to Bai Shuai, her eyes glinting with mischief. She smiled faintly. You like talking so much, huh? But what if I don't like it? The next second, she flicked one of the buttons toward Bai Shuai, hitting her somewhere with a faint thud. Bai Shuai exclaimed. Bai Shuai hadn't even processed what was happening when a startled cry escaped her lips. She froze in place, unable to move or utter a single word. Xue glanced at her and asked, Wei Wei, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly scream like that? Bai Shuai shot her a furious glare, her face full of anger, but no words came out. Passers-by noticed her standing stiffly at the entrance with a distorted expression and cast curious, puzzled looks her way. Shen Xingwan took a few steps closer, crossing her arms as she regarded Bai Shuai with a faint, mocking smile. How does it feel? Next time you want to get in my way, think about the consequences first. She dusted off the high-end dress Bai Shuai was wearing and leaned in to whisper in her ear. The next moment, Shen Xingwan's gaze turned icy cold, her voice sharp and chilling. If I hear the words, Yi Gij, from your mouth again, I'll make sure you'll never speak another word for the rest of your life. Bai Shuai's eyes reddened, her spine tingling at the woman's words. She suddenly felt lost and overwhelmed. This countryside woman was far more brazen than she had ever imagined. To think she dared to lay hands on her in public. Shen Xingwan turned on her heel and walked toward the store's entrance. In one swift motion, she flicked a button that hit Bai Shuai squarely, then left with Bai Tan. Bai Shuai gasped for air, staggering back a few steps. Feeling the judgmental stares of the onlookers, she was overcome with humiliation and rage. Her face twisted with anger as she glared at Shen Xingwan's retreating figure, her heart burning with fury. Shen Xingwan, just you wait. I won't let you off so easily. On the street, Bai Tan trailed quietly behind Shen Xingwan, sneaking a glance at her own clothes. Oh no. Xingjie, you pulled off a button earlier, it's so embarrassing, she said, her cheeks flushing as she spoke shyly. Shen Xingwan stopped in her tracks, turned to look at her, and couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and adjusted Bai Tan's outfit. Aren't you wearing a base layer underneath? That button was unnecessary. Bai Tan immediately crossed her arms defensively, her wary eyes fixed on Shen Xingwan. She couldn't shake the feeling that one day, she might just get turned. The two continued walking, and Bai Tan curiously asked, Xingjie, who was that annoying woman? Someone insignificant. Not worth your attention, Shen Xingwan replied dismissively. They left the bustling commercial street and headed straight back to Jing'an. Young madam, you're back. Butler Wang greeted Shen Xingwan warmly as she entered with Bai Tan, a trace of relief in his voice. He then glanced at Bai Tan and asked, and this is? Shen Xingwan nodded slightly and led Bai Tan to sit in the living room. This is Bai Tan. She'll be staying here for a while. Please arrange a room for her. Butler Wang gave a polite nod and smiled. Of course. There are plenty of rooms in Jinjiwan, it's no trouble at all. Bai Tan stood up from the sofa, taking a quick look around. Not bad. Jingyuan really is a great place to live. What about that house in the back? Can I stay there instead? She asked. She had noticed the building earlier and thought it would be perfect, quiet enough not to disturb Xingjia while also being convenient for anything she needed to do. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Sure, but you'll have to choose a room on the second or third floor. The first floor is already my medicine room. She had set up a small pharmacy there to prepare and brew remedies for Fu Tingye's poisoning. Bai Tan blinked and smiled playfully. No problem at all. Hearing this, Butler Wang immediately instructed the staff to prepare a room. Just then, Shen Xingwan's phone buzzed. She leaned back against the sofa, picked up her phone, and glanced at the screen, a faint smile playing on her lips. Fu Tingye, Wan, where are you? Shen Xingwan, just got home. Fu Tingye, I'll take you out for dinner tonight. Wait for me. Shen Xingwan's eyes curved with a smile as she quickly typed back, okay. Bai Tan, full of curiosity, leaned over to sneak a glance at the phone screen but saw nothing. Shen Xingwan turned her head to look at her, a playful smile on her lips. How about joining Fu Tingye and me for dinner later? Bai Tan immediately straightened up, pretending to be nonchalant as she whistled and brushed her bangs to the side. No way. You two are going on a date. If I tag along, that sly fox Fu Tingye might just throw me out. I'd rather stay home and get some beauty sleep. Shen Xingwan leaned back against the sofa and patted Bai Tan on the shoulder. Not bad. You've got some awareness. Bai Tan's mind raced, her expression lighting up with a hint of excitement as she raised an eyebrow. Of course. I've got even higher awareness than you think. Want to experience it? Shen Xingwan hesitated. What's this girl up to now? Before she could say anything, Bai Tan grabbed her and dragged her upstairs to the bedroom. Over the next hour, Shen Xingwan experienced Bai Tan's so-called high awareness. Looking at herself in the mirror, dressed and styled like a goddess, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but feel pleased. Not bad. Your awareness has definitely improved. Well, of course. Who do you think is behind this masterpiece? Bai Tan grinned proudly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at the woman in front of her. Even without dressing up, her sister Xing already had a fairy-like beauty. But now, after a little styling, she was simply breathtaking, impossible to look away from. Bai Tan felt immensely proud of herself. Maybe she really did have a talent for being a stylist. When Fu Tingye returned to Jingyuan, it was already close to 5:30 p.m. Stepping into the house and not seeing the woman he had in mind, he asked, "Where's Wan?" "Madam is in the garden," Butler Wang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fu Tingye turned and strode directly toward the garden. "Wan," he called softly as he entered the garden. Shen Xingwan was sitting on the swing at that moment. She waved at him with a radiant smile. "Over here." Fu Tingye turned to see her. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, she sat on the swing, wearing a stunning nude-colored gown. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded in soft waves, some strands resting gently on her shoulders. Her delicate collarbones peeked through, making her look like an ethereal goddess who had descended to the mortal world. She was simply mesmerizing. As Fu Tingye approached her, his heartbeat quickened, his ears flushed slightly, and his breathing became irregular. Shen Xingwan smiled at him and asked, "Do I look good?" "You look amazing." "I just want to keep you all to myself," Fu Tingye said, his gaze heated as he lifted her off the swing. Nearby, Bai Tan was sneaking glances at Fu Tingye, silently marveling. He really was ridiculously good-looking, like a walking charm. No wonder her sister Xing was so smitten with him. Fu Tingye noticed Bai Tan as well. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression carried a hint of danger. He recognized her as the girl who had poisoned Qinyu at the auction. Meeting his icy gaze, Bai Tan immediately became alert. She waved her hand and greeted cheerfully, "Hi, brother-in-law." Shen Xingwan chuckled softly. Bai Tan had adapted quickly, calling him brother-in-law so smoothly. "This is Bai Tan. She'll be staying here for a while," Shen Xingwan said. Fu Tingye's eyes softened with affection. He leaned down and kissed her on the lips. "All right, our house, your rules." He then took her hand, and the two walked off together under the golden glow of the setting sun, their silhouettes dreamy and heartwarming. Bai Tan, sitting on a stone bench, tilted her head and rolled her eyes. She suddenly felt like staying here might have been a bad idea. At this rate, the constant displays of affection would probably make her sick. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence, Bai Shuowei stormed home in a fit of rage and locked herself in her room, refusing to come out. When Song Shulan returned from her afternoon mahjong game and didn't see her precious daughter, she asked the servant, "Where's Weiwei?" "Miss has been in her room since she got back," the servant replied with her head lowered. Song Shulan put down her handbag and headed straight to Bai Zuwei's room upstairs. She knocked on the door. "My darling daughter, back from shopping?" Hearing her mother's voice, Bai Shuowei didn't respond. Instead, she burst into tears and opened the door. When Song Shulan saw her daughter's red, tear-streaked eyes, her heart ached. She was immediately filled with worry. "Sweetheart, what happened? Why are you crying? Tell Mom who upset you." Was it your father again? No, Bai Shuwei shook her head, her voice trembling as she sniffled. Mom, it was that country bumpkin wife of Brother Yi. She bullied me today on the shopping street. What? Song Shilin's face froze in disbelief. She had long known about her daughter's feelings for Fu Tingye. In fact, she had been planning to arrange something with old Madame Fu to bring the two together. But out of nowhere, Fu Tingye had gotten married into a woman from the countryside, no less. Looking at her daughter's aggrieved expression, Song Shulan quickly comforted her. Don't cry, Weiwei. Tell Mom everything that happened. Bai Shuwei wiped her nose and recounted the entire afternoon's events in detail. Song Shilin's expression grew increasingly grim. She grabbed a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her daughter's cheeks. My darling, are you sure that woman is from the countryside? Bai Shuwei nodded slightly. Yes, after I returned to the country, I specifically asked someone to investigate her. She's just an orphan from the countryside. After coming to S City, she joined Jinghai University. She then picked up the phone from the bed and handed it to Song Shulan, her eyes slightly red. Mom, Brother Yi seems to really like her. Look, these are photos I had someone secretly take a few days ago. He personally went to Jinghai University to pick her up and drop her off. What should I do? Song Shulan looked at the phone thoughtfully, her expression mixed with doubt. A girl from the countryside, becoming a professor at a prestigious university at such a young age, and even getting close to Fu Tingye. She's clearly not an ordinary person. She pulled her precious daughter into her arms and comforted her. Don't worry, Mom will handle this for you. So what if they're married? Even if they're married, they can still get divorced. Besides, that woman has no background or family connections. She's just superficially beautiful. Men are all the same, they only care about novelty for a while. Weiwei, don't be upset anymore. Hearing her mother's words, Bai Zui's emotions calmed slightly, but she still felt that Shen Xingwan wouldn't be easy to deal with. In the evening, Song Shulan and Bai Shuwei were sitting in the living room, watching TV. Just then, Baioi returned home from work. As soon as he stepped inside, Song Shulan immediately stood up to greet him. Yaoi, you're back? Come, sit over here. She took the bag from his hand, her face full of worry. Baioi loosened his tie and gave her a questioning look before sitting down on the sofa. What is it now? His tone carried a hint of impatience. Hearing this, Song Shulan felt a surge of anger, and her eyes turned red. Do you even care about the two of us anymore? All you do is work, 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 and ignore everything else. Baihui pinched the bridge of his nose and said coldly, just tell me what's going on. Bai Shuwei glanced at the two of them. Seeing the anger on her mother's face, she quickly spoke softly. Dad, Fu Tingye got married. Bai Yahui was slightly surprised but responded shortly after. It's good that he's married. I will put an end to your wishful thinking. I've told you before, don't waste your time on him. He had long known that Fu Tingye had no interest in his daughter, but this stubborn girl refused to let it go. Besides, Fu Tingye wasn't someone they could provoke easily. Bai Shuwei felt both wronged and unwilling, her expression full of unhappiness. Dad, how can you say that? You know, I've liked him for so many years. Song Shulan was also furious, her brows furrowing tightly. Bai Yahui, what do you mean by that? Weiwei and Fu Tingye have known each other since they were children. That woman is just a girl from the countryside, how can she compare to our Weiwei? What's more, her precious daughter had been humiliated by that country girl today. No matter what, she couldn't swallow this anger. Bai Yahui gave her a cold, indifferent look. They're already married. What else do you want? Song Shulan sneered, her expression full of disdain. So what if they're married? The Bai family and the Fu family have been family friends for years. If we could become in-laws, it would be nothing but beneficial for the Bai family. Bai Yahui fell silent, lost in thought. He had considered this before, but Fu Tingye clearly didn't see their daughter as a match. Do whatever you want. I'm not going to get involved. But the company's anniversary gala is coming up soon, Weiwei. Make sure you prepare for it properly. Bai Shuwei nodded, her eyes still red. I understand, Dad. Bai Yahui glanced at them, feeling irritated, and then got up to head to his study. As she watched him leave, Song Shilin's eyes were filled with disdain. She raised her hand to gently stroke Bai Zui's hair. Weiwei, don't worry. Mom will stand up for you and make that woman pay. But your dad was right about one thing. At the anniversary gala, the guests will all be people of high status. As the Bai family's daughter, you need to prepare well in advance. Don't worry, Mom. Bai Shuwei responded, her heart filled with anticipation. Her mother was right, she needed to prepare well. When the time came, Fu Tingye would be there, and she wanted him to see her beauty, her brilliance, and realize who was truly the best match for him. As if suddenly remembering something, Song Shulan looked at Bai Shuwei and instructed, Weiwei, make some time tomorrow to visit the Fu family. Pay your respects to the old madam. All right. Bai Shuwei thought of how much the old madam had adored her when she was a child and immediately felt more confident. Meanwhile, Fu Tingye had driven for over an hour, bringing Shen Xingwan to their destination. By now, the sky had already darkened. After getting out of the car, Shen Xingwan glanced around. The area was illuminated with colorful lights, the architecture was classic and elegant, and there were many recreational facilities. It looked like a large estate. "Where is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Fu Tingye gently took Shen Xingwan's hand in his eyes filled with tenderness as he gazed at her, reluctant to look away. "This is one of the hot spring resorts owned by the Fu Corporation. We'll be staying here for the next few days," he said. Shen Xingwan, in high spirits, nodded with a smile. "Sounds great." Fingers interlocked, the two strolled forward for a while. Shen Xingwan glanced around the vast yet eerily empty estate, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she looked at the man beside her. It was obvious she must have temporarily closed the resort just for her. His warmth, thoughtfulness, and deep affection were all deeply etched in her heart. "Mr. Fu, why are you so good to me?" she asked, feeling as though she was becoming increasingly inseparable from him. Fu Tingye came to a halt, turned, and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her lips. His voice was gentle as he replied, "Being good to my darling is the most natural thing in the world." Hearing his tender words, Shen Xingwan's heart raced uncontrollably. She reached out, cupped his face with her hands, stood on tiptoe, and returned a light kiss to his lips. "Mr. Fu, I'll make sure to spoil you too. But for now, I'm starving." Fu Tingye chuckled softly, his gaze meeting her bright, sparkling eyes. He leaned closer to the petite woman in front of him and said with a meaningful smile, "All right, I'll be waiting for you to spoil me." Shen Xingwan blinked, her cheeks flushing. Why does it sound so strange when he says that? Not teasing her further, Fu Tingye resumed walking, still holding her hand. "Let's eat first, then head back to the villa." "Okay," she responded with a smile. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the estate's hotel. The manager immediately stepped forward to greet them. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, dinner is ready and will be served shortly," he said respectfully, standing before Fu Tingye. "Good." Fu Tingye responded coolly, then guided Shen Xingwan into the exclusive VIP elevator to the top floor. Moments later, they entered a private dining room on the top floor. As Shen Xingwan walked in, she was captivated by the view through the clear glass walls. The breathtaking scenery lifted her spirits. "The night view here is truly stunning," she said as she slowly approached the glass wall, overlooking the entire estate. The vibrant, colorful lights illuminated the grounds, creating a dazzling spectacle. The moonlight bathed the land, and the stars sparkled in the night sky, weaving together a mesmerizing panorama. Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Xingwan saw Fu Tingye approaching. She turned to him with a soft smile. "Mr. Fu, the night is so beautiful here." Wrapping his arms around her from behind, Fu Tingye's gaze was filled with affection. In a tender voice he replied, "My love, the night is beautiful because you're here." To him, she was the light and color of his world. Hearing his heartfelt words, Shen Xingwan's heart fluttered. She turned around, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said softly, "Yes, the night is beautiful because of you." With that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him, her lips moving gently over his, savoring every moment. "If I like him this much, I might as well spoil him," she thought. Fu Tingye froze for a moment, his pupils darkening as he felt her kiss. His hand tightened around her slender waist. To him, she was like a blooming poppy flower, dangerously alluring, beautiful, and intoxicating. His breathing grew heavier as he shifted from passive to active, wrapping one arm around her waist and the other cradling her head. His kiss deepened, full of passion yet unrestrained. Outside, the night was serene and enchanting. Inside, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Minutes passed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door broke the moment. Shen Xingwan pushed lightly against Fu Tingye's chest, her voice soft. "Let's eat first." Fu Tingye lowered his head, playfully nipping at her collarbone before resting his head on her shoulder, his breath warm and uneven. "Give me a moment to catch my breath." "All right," she said with a laugh, letting him take his time. Meanwhile, outside the door, the hotel manager stood with the servers, looking perplexed. Glancing at the dishes on the cart, he wondered whether to knock again or wait. 10 minutes later, a low, deep voice sounded from inside. "Bring the food in." The manager exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and entered with a polite smile, leading the servers to set the table. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, all the dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal," the manager said, lifting his head, only to meet Fu Tingye's cold, indifferent gaze. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and he found himself at a loss for where to look. Bowing slightly, he quickly excused himself and left the room. Shen Xingwan gazed at the table full of her favorite dishes, a warm feeling spreading through her heart. She hadn't expected this man to remember her preferences so well. Looking at Fu Tingye sitting nearby, she picked up a juicy shrimp with her chopsticks and brought it to his lips. Mr. Fu, let's eat. All right. Fu Tingye replied with a smile in his eyes, clearly enjoying her gesture. His gaze lingered on Shen Xingwan, filled with tenderness, as if it could pull her in. Elegantly and composedly, he accepted the shrimp she offered. Shen Xingwan froze for a moment, turning her head away as she involuntarily swallowed. This man, even eating, is seductive. After dinner, Fu Tingye brought Shen Xingwan to a hot spring villa nestled at the foot of a mountain. The night grew darker, and the villa, bathed in soft moonlight, exuded a serene and enchanting atmosphere. As Shen Xingwan took in the surroundings, her spirits lifted. The tranquility of nature and the gentle breeze carrying the scent of flowers felt like an escape from the city's chaos. The villa was quiet yet romantic, a perfect retreat. She turned to look at the tall, striking man beside her, giving him a faint smile. Mr. Fu, I really like it here. Fu Tingye stepped closer, gently running his fingers through her dark hair, his gaze brimming with affection. If you like it, we'll come here for short stays whenever we have the chance. He wore a black shirt, his chiseled features and tousled hair adding to his allure. The sleeves were rolled up, revealing strong, muscular arms, and the open top buttons offered a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbones and chest. Under the interplay of moonlight and lamplight, he was both irresistibly seductive and exuding an air of restraint. Shen Xingwan stared at him, utterly captivated. Just one look, and she was lost. Fu Tingye's deep, soulful eyes glimmered with amusement as his lips curled into a faint smile, clearly pleased with her reaction. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Snapping back to her senses, Shen Xingwan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, this man is pure temptation. Fine. Let's stay for a while, she said decisively, wasting no more words. Without hesitation, she hooked her arms around his neck and kissed his enticing lips. The moonlight was stunning tonight, and she had a mission to claim this man who kept tempting her. Feeling her warm, sweet lips, Fu Tingye's heart swelled with joy. He quickly took control, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her into his embrace. Hungrily, he deepened the kiss, savoring her sweetness with unrestrained passion. It wasn't until Shen Xingwan was nearly breathless that he reluctantly let her go. Then, without warning, he scooped her up in his arms and strode toward the staircase with purpose. Inside the bedroom, Fu Tingye pushed the door closed with a swift kick before gently but firmly lowering Shen Xingwan onto the sofa. Leaning down, he captured her lips again in a fiery kiss. Shen Xingwan's arms wrapped around his neck as she responded to him, her delicate hands slipping under his shirt to trace the defined muscles of his abs. What a tease, he even feels this good. Fu Tingye's gaze darkened, filled with unspoken affection as he kissed her with gentle intensity. His strong hands lifted her, carrying her to the bed. Soon, scattered clothing lay forgotten on the floor as his kisses trailed from her lips to her ears, exploring every inch of her. Looking into her eyes, Fu Tingye's deep voice, husky with emotion, broke the silence. Wanwan, I love you. Shen Xingwan, overwhelmed by his tenderness, gazed at him with a captivating smile. Mr. Fu, you're mine in this lifetime. Her words carried conviction, a promise of unwavering devotion. Then, without hesitation, she leaned in to kiss him again. Fu Tingye, no longer holding back, embraced her with fervor, his desire sweeping over like an unstoppable storm. The night was tranquil, the moonlight dreamlike and ethereal. Inside the villa, their passion echoed softly, persisting until the first light of dawn began to paint the sky. The next day, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm and cozy glow into the room. Shen Xingwan slowly opened her eyes, stretched lazily, and immediately felt an overwhelming soreness all over her body. She turned her head slightly and caught sight of Fu Tingye, propped up on one elbow, staring at her intently. You're awake, sweetheart? Fu Tingye's lips curved into a soft smile, his voice gentle. Shen Xingwan sat up slowly, glancing down to notice she was already dressed in a clean nightgown. She looked at the man, her alluring red lips curling into a faint smile as she softly asked, "What time is it now?" Fu Tingye immediately wrapped his arms around her from behind, nuzzling his face against her neck. "It's already past 1. Are you hungry?" Shen Xingwan froze for a moment, realizing she had slept until after 1 in the afternoon. She glanced at Fu Tingye, unable to suppress her amazement at his stamina had kept her up the entire night. Now her body felt weak and sore, and her stomach was growling with hunger. She nodded slightly, letting out a small laugh. "I'm starving, I need to recharge." "All right, let's go get something to eat," Fu Tingye said as he stood, scooping her up effortlessly and carrying her into the bathroom. After helping her freshen up, he carried her downstairs. Shen Xingwan leaned her head back lazily, gazing at the handsome man who held her as if she were a precious treasure. Her heart felt warm, and she decided not to move, letting him pamper her. "I made seafood noodles. Sit here, and I'll bring it over for you," Fu Tingye said as he gently placed her on a chair before heading to the kitchen. Okay. Shen Xingwan replied, sitting at the dining table with a smile on her face. She rested her elbows on the table, propping her chin in her hands, and watched Fu Tingye's busy figure in the kitchen. Her heart swelled with happiness. She never imagined she would one day be treated with such care and affection. This man had given her the warmth and love of a home. Fu Tingye returned to the table, placing a bowl of fragrant seafood noodles in front of her. Picking up the chopsticks, he lifted some noodles. Sweetheart, let me feed you. Shen Xingwan blinked at him, amused. How was he going to feed her? She knew food tasted better when eaten by herself. Glancing at the delicious-smelling noodles, she quickly snatched the chopsticks from his hand while he wasn't paying attention and began eating. I'm too hungry, I'll do it myself. She took a bite and raised her eyebrows playfully at him. Fu Tingye watched the lively, adorable woman beside him, reaching out to gently stroke her silky hair. He couldn't help but laugh softly. He was completely smitten with her. A short while later, after finishing the bowl of noodles, Shen Xingwan sprawled contentedly on the sofa. Fu Tingye cleaned up the kitchen and walked over, his eyes landing on her relaxed posture and the marks he had left on her body. A wave of heat surged through him, his atoms apple-bobbing as he suppressed the restless feelings within him. He sat down beside her. From beside him, Fu Tingye produced an exquisite gift box and opened it. Inside was the stunning starry necklace from the auction. His gaze locked onto Shen Xingwan, filled with deep affection and tenderness. Xingwan, you are my entire galaxy, he said softly. Shen Xingwan stared at the gift box in shock. This necklacite was the one from the auction in Country M. Could it be that the person who had bid against her that day was her own man? Noticing her dazed expression, Fu Tingye chuckled lightly, feigning a hurt look. You don't like it? Hearing his voice, Shen Xingwan snapped out of her thoughts, offering an awkward smile. I love it. She had already been captivated by the necklace, and now that it was a gift from this devilishly charming man, how could she not love it? Reaching out, she took the starry necklace and examined it carefully, her eyes curving into a smile. She pursed her lips, feeling a bit guilty as she asked, This necklace is beautiful. When did you buy it? It must have been expensive, right? Fu Tingye chuckled, amused by her guilty demeanor. Leaning in, he gently nipped at her lips. Not too expensive. Just 5 billion. He held her close and continued nonchalantly, I got it last week during my trip to Country M. I could have gotten it for a lower price, but someone kept bidding against me. Shen Xingwan turned away, lowering her head slightly as her fingers fidgeted with the sofa. She looked like a child who had done something wrong. What a miscalculation. If she had known her competitor at the auction was this wickedly charming man, she wouldn't have bid against him. She could have just waited and taken it for herself instead of wasting money. After all, the necklace ended up being hers anyway. Clearing her throat, she asked hesitantly, Did anything happen while you were in Country M? She remembered how Bai Tan had secretly caused trouble for her out of loyalty. Nothing much, Fu Tingye replied casually. Just got poisoned at the auction. Qin Yu accidentally ended up with a face swollen like a pig's head. He glanced down at the woman in his arms, his expression serious. Xingwan, do you think I should track down the person who poisoned me and give them a good punishment? Shen Xingwan sat up straight, looking at Fu Tingye with a serious expression. Why don't we just let it go? Maybe it wasn't intentional. Let's be magnanimous and let her off this time. Fu Tingye's lips curled into a barely noticeable smirk. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on her silky hair. With a playful yet teasing tone, he said, But being poisoned so mysteriously makes me very unhappy. How about you make it up to me, darling? Shen Xingwan chuckled softly, without hesitation, cupped his face and planted a quick kiss on his lips. Happy now. Fu Tingye's eyes darkened with intensity, his expression carrying a trace of feigned grievance. In a low voice, he replied, Not enough. Once you've had a taste, you want more. The next second, he flipped her over onto the sofa, pressing her beneath him as he sealed her lips with his. His rough palm gently caressed her waist, slowly igniting a fire. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but let out a soft hum, her body growing weak, as if she were melting. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated, and on the sofa, they once again lost themselves in each other. Meanwhile, at the Fu family's old residence, Bai Shuwei arrived just as Sun Ruoyun was about to head out. Aunt Yun, long time no see. Bai Shuwei greeted warmly. Sun Ruoyun was momentarily caught off guard upon seeing her, but quickly broke into a smile. Shuwei, you're back from abroad. Come in, sit down. Bai Shuwei maintained a gentle smile, her every movement exuding elegance. Yes, I just returned a couple of days ago. I had some free time today, so I thought I'd visit Grandma Fu and you. Sun Ruoyun placed her bag on the sofa and instructed the housekeeper to pour tea for Bai Shu. You're such a thoughtful child. But Grandma Fu is in the garden right now. Have a seat first, and I'll take you to her in a bit. Bai Shuowei sat down with Sun Ruoyun, handing her two exquisitely wrapped gift boxes. Aunt Yan, these are gifts for you and Qingqing. I hope you like them. Sun Ruoyun glanced at the items inside, patted Bai Zuwei's hand, and smiled. Thank you. This brooch set is beautiful, I love it. After chatting for a while, Sun Ruoyun led Bai Shuowei to the garden. At that moment, Grandma Fu was tending to her flowers and plants amidst the lush greenery that filled the courtyard. Mom, Shuowei is here to see you. Sun Ruoyun called out as she and Bai Shuowei approached. Grandma Fu straightened up and turned around, her gaze landing on Bai Shuowei, who was walking toward her with elegance. Grandma Fu, it's been a while. I just returned from abroad a couple of days ago and couldn't stop thinking about you, so I came to visit. How have you been? Bai Zuwei's voice was soft and gentle, her smile poised. Grandma Fu set down her watering can and sat on a nearby wooden chair, her face kind and warm. I'm doing well. You didn't need to go out of your way to visit this old lady right after coming back. Bai Shuowei placed her gift to the side and affectionately held Grandma Fu's arm. How could I not? It's only right for me to visit you as your junior. Grandma Fu gently pushed her hand away, stood up, and began trimming the flower's branches with a pair of scissors. Shuowei, you've been abroad for a few years now, haven't you? So, have you found a boyfriend yet? Sun Ruoyun chuckled from the side and teased. Shuowei used to follow Tingye around when she was little, saying she wanted to marry Brother Yi when she grew up. Hearing this, Bai Zuwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied shyly, I haven't found anyone yet. Her expression dimmed as she continued, Grandma Fu, I heard that Brother Yi got married. Is it true? Grandma Fu shot a sharp glare at Sun Ruoyun, clearly displeased with her daughter-in-law's lack of tact. Her hands paused briefly before she turned to glance at Bai Shu. Though she was old, her mind was still sharp, and she could tell the girl was here to probe for information. Yes, he's married. I really like his wife, and they're a great match. Grandma Fu's tone was kind, but her face lit up with joy at the mention of Shen Xingwan. Bai Zuwei's emotions stirred slightly, and she looked at Grandma Fu with a hint of agitation. But I heard it was a flash marriage, not one based on love. Brother Yi has always been distant from women, and dislikes getting close to them. How could it have been for love? Grandma Fu continued trimming the branches and leaves of the flowers with her scissors, letting out a soft chuckle. Feelings are all about fate, she said. Those two had a marriage arrangement from years ago. Since they're married now, it must mean that Yi really likes her. Hearing this, Bai Shuowei froze in place. She hadn't expected Fu Tingye and that woman to have been engaged for so long. Did that mean she had lost to that woman from the very beginning? Satisfied with the neatly trimmed flowers in front of her, Grandma Fu set down the scissors. Excess branches and leaves only affect the mood. They need to be cut off when necessary, she said, her cloudy eyes glancing at Bai Shuowei with a meaningful expression. Girl, don't force what isn't yours. It'll only backfire, and by then, I'll be too late for regrets. Bai Zuwei's smile faltered as she listened to Grandma Fu's words. Forcing a stiff smile, she replied, All right, I understand. She hadn't expected this old woman to defend that country bumpkin so much. What kind of spell did that woman cast to make even Grandma Fu take her side? Sun Ruoyun, noticing the awkwardness, quickly stepped up. She gently patted Bai Zuwei's shoulder in a comforting manner and said with a smile, Mom, although Tingye is married now, he and Shuowei are still good friends. Look at how you've scared her. Grandma Fu's face darkened, her expression full of displeasure. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Honestly, you're such a thoughtless person. Sun Ruoyun gave an awkward laugh and leaned closer to Bai Shuowei, whispering softly, It's almost noon. Why don't you come inside and rest for a while? Stay for lunch later. Bai Shuowei glanced at Grandma Fu and felt a surge of annoyance toward the old lady. No, thank you, Aunt Yan. I've just returned to the country and still have some things to take care of. He'll visit again when I have time, she said, forcing a polite tone. Grandma Fu simply smiled faintly and returned to tending her plants, not bothering to persuade her to stay. She saw through Bai Zuwei's intentions and decided to cut them off right away to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai Shuowei clenched her fists tightly, grabbed her bag, and left the Fu family's old residence in a hurry. Her mind was in turmoil, waves of frustration crashing within her. Even that old lady was siding with that woman now. She couldn't accept it, simply couldn't. At Jingyuan, Qinyu drove up in a flashy blue Ferrari, his mood exceptionally good. He had been stuck at home recovering from an injury for the past few days and was itching to get out. Finally free, he immediately headed over to hang out with his buddy, Yigo. After parking his car, he strolled happily toward the living room. But as soon as he reached the doorway, he spotted a short-haired girl sitting cross-legged on the couch, snacking away while watching TV. Leaning against the doorframe, Qinyu observed her for a moment, puzzled. He hadn't visited for just a few days, and now there was a pretty girl here? Fixing his hair in the reflection of a nearby glass pane, Qinyu smirked, his peach blossom eyes curving into a mischievous arc, hands in his pockets. He sauntered over. Hey there, little sister. I don't think we've met before. Where are you from? He asked, plopping down on the couch beside her without hesitation. Bai Tan turned her head slightly, giving him a lazy glance. Her gaze briefly landed on the man's swollen lips before she narrowed her eyes indifferently. I'm new here. Of course, you haven't seen me before, she replied coolly. New. Qin Yu repeated, confused. What did she mean by new? There was no way Fu Tingye had married someone new. Could she be a newly hired maid? He glanced around the room before casually resting his arm on the back of the couch. Where's the couple? He asked. Bai Tan looked at him and shook her head slightly. This guy's looks are passable. Shame about the swollen lips and the rash on his face, what a waste, she thought to herself. After observing him for another moment, her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Wait, those symptoms, they seem suspiciously like the effects of my special powder, she mused, blinking in mild surprise. They're out on a date, Bai Tan finally answered, her tone nonchalant. Qin Yu was taken aback. A date? Fu Tingye on a date? Well, isn't that a surprise? The man's full of surprises lately, he muttered to himself. Just then, Butler Wong walked in from outside, smiling politely. Young Master Qin, the young master and young madam are away for a few days. If you need anything, you can give him a call, he said. Got it, Qin Yu replied, nodding as he crossed one leg over the other. He had finally gotten a chance to get out, only to find that Fu Tingye was off on a date. What a letdown. Pointing at Bai Tan, Qin Yu turned to Butler Wong and asked, and who's this? Before Butler Wong could answer, Bai Tan glanced at Qin Yu, picked up an apple from the table, and shoved it into his mouth. You're too noisy. You're interrupting my TV time, she said bluntly. Qin Yu froze for a second before removing the apple from his mouth, a playful smirk curling his lips. Little sister, I've only said a few words, and I still don't know who you are, he teased. Butler Wong chuckled as he watched their interaction. This is Miss Bai Tan, the young madam's trusted companion, he explained. Qin Yu touched his nose awkwardly, giving Bai Tan another once-over. As expected, another beauty. Bai Tan finished watching the episode of the drama, then turned to Qin Yu with a raised eyebrow and asked, Hey, buddy, are you poisoned or what? The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Those symptoms were exactly caused by her medicinal powder. But how did he get poisoned? Qin Yu took a bite of his apple, looking at her incredulously. How do you know that? Bai Tan didn't answer. Instead, she pinched her nose, smirked mischievously, and asked, Want the antidote? You know how to detoxify. Qin Yu took another bite of his apple, his expression full of doubt. Bai Tan scoffed, rolling her eyes at him with disdain. Of course. When the poison first kicks in, you get a full body rash and unbearable itching, right? If you don't detoxify, there will be side effects. Qin Yu's eyes widened. That perfectly described his symptoms, and he couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. No wonder she was close to the boss, she was so capable. But then panic set in. How could someone as dashing as him possibly live with side effects? He quickly put down his apple, looking serious. What kind of side effects, sis? Don't call me sis. I'm not your sister, Bai Tan retorted, shooting him a glare before continuing. For instance, your handsome face will lose its charm. Your alluring lips? They'll swell up like sausages. And that's just the beginning. Bai Tan rambled on with a straight face, completely making things up, while observing Qin Yu's expression. Then she crooked her finger at him and asked, So, do you want the antidote or not? Qin Yu leaned in closer, nodding blankly. I do. Bai Tan's lips curled into a grin. Since we're acquaintances, I'll give you a discount 200,000 yuan. Deal? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Something felt off. Wasn't that a bit expensive? But then again, wasn't his face worth at least that much? Of course it was. Without further thought, he pulled out his phone and held it up to her. WeChat or Alipay? Bai Tan's eyes lit up with delight, though she kept her composure. She picked up her phone and winked at him playfully. Both work. Whatever's easier for you. Moments later, as Bai Tan stared at the payment confirmation on her phone, she couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Wow, this was too easy. Meanwhile, Qin Yu held the dark, mysterious pill in his hand, looking conflicted. Bai Tan, now serious, put away her grin and stood up. She patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Don't worry. All your symptoms will be gone in 2 days. If not, come find me. Really? Bai Tan's round eyes locked onto his, and she nodded slowly. Truer than gold. If you ever need anything else, let me know, I'll give you a 20% discount next time. With that, she gathered all the snacks on the table and piled them onto Qin Yu. Her expression turned sincere. These are freebies just for you. No need to thank me. Qin Yu looked at the quirky girl in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll come to you in the future. Great, then it's a deal. Bai Tan replied cheerfully. I'm off for a nap now. You can hang out a bit longer. With a final glance at her phone balance, she beamed and left the living room, humming to herself. Qin Yu watched her retreating figure, chuckling softly. Then he grabbed the pile of snacks and headed toward his Ferrari. Without Fu Tingye around, there wasn't much reason for him to stay. Time to head back. 2 days flew by. The sky was overcast, and the air grew increasingly humid. Inside a Maybach, Fu Tingye glanced at the petite woman resting with her eyes closed in his arms. Thinking about their indulgent days together recently, his breathing grew heavier. Shen Xingwan tilted her head back, her half-lidded eyes catching his gaze. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Mr. Fu, is there a flower on my face or something? No flower could match your beauty, he replied, his deep, husky voice dripping with charm as he gently stroked her hair. Chen Dong, driving up front, heard his boss words and felt goosebumps rise all over. Had Fui been taking lessons somewhere? Unable to handle the cringe, he silently raised the partition. Shen Xingwan thought this man was truly something else, always finding ways to captivate her. Her heart was practically melting. How are you so good with words? She teased, sitting up slightly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Fu Tingye held her close, his voice low and tender. Do you like it? Shen Xingwan wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a quick kiss on his lips. I do. She wasn't one to hold back if she liked something. She expressed it. Good. I'll say it more often then, he replied with a grin. Fu Tingye's gaze darkened as he lifted the woman onto his lap, his lips capturing hers in a deep, lingering kiss. Sometimes he nibbled softly. Other times he kissed her deeply, savoring every moment. Over the past few days, they had spent nearly every waking moment together, yet kissing her felt like an addiction. No matter how much he kissed her, it was never enough. After a long while, Fu Tingye finally released the woman in his arms and spoke softly. I'll have Chen Dong take you home first. There's some work at the office I need to take care of. Shen Xingwan smiled and nodded. All right, go ahead. You've been out of the office for days now. I'm sure there's plenty waiting for you to handle. At Jingyuan, Shen Xingwan walked into the villa and immediately saw Bai Tan sitting in the living room, absorbed in a game. Having fun? Shen Xingwan asked casually as she sat down beside her. The moment Bai Tan noticed her beloved sister Xing was back, she sprang up enthusiastically and threw herself at her. Sister Xing, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Shen Xingwan set her belongings down and leaned back slightly on the sofa, smiling faintly. Why would you miss me? Bai Tan pouted dramatically, putting on a pitiful expression as she stared at Shen Xingwan. Pretending to cry, she said, see? I knew it. People's hearts change. Now that you have that vixen, you don't care about me anymore. I'm so hurt. So sad. Shen Xingwan watched Bai Tan's theatrical antics with a calm expression, though she couldn't help but find it amusing. Your family, he's my love. One doesn't affect the other. But tell me, have you been causing trouble while I was away? Bai Tan rubbed her nose and cleared her throat awkwardly. What trouble could she possibly cause? In fact, she had made 200,000 yuan in the past few days. Shaking her head with an innocent smile, she replied earnestly, not at all. Just as she finished speaking, Bai Tan's gaze shifted, and she froze, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Whoa, Sister Xing, your neck has so many marks. How intense was the battle? Bai Tan stared in shock, feeling a pang of jealousy. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan pulled a gift box from her bag and placed it in front of Bai Tan. Open it. Bai Tan's eyes curved with excitement. Could it be that Sister Xing was giving her a gift? With great anticipation, she opened the box, only to freeze in disbelief when she saw its contents. Wait a second, isn't this necklace identical to the one from the auction? Bai Tan asked, puzzled. Leaning her elbow on the sofa backrest and resting her chin on her hand, Shen Xingwan gazed at her with a half-smile. Yes, it's the one my Mr. Fu bought. Though, if I recall correctly, someone nearly poisoned him over it. The chill in Shen Xingwan's smile made Bai Tan shiver. What now? She clearly remembered her misdeeds. Was Sister Xing going to settle the score with her? Lowering her head, Bai Tan fidgeted nervously and confessed guiltily, Sister Xing, I was wrong. If I'd known he was your man, I wouldn't have dared even with 100 lives. But luckily your Mr. Fu wasn't harmed at all, right? Bai Tan tried to justify herself but couldn't shake her confusion. How was it possible that nothing happened to him? Maybe she needed to revisit her methods. Hearing Bai Tan repeatedly call him brother-in-law so smoothly now, Shen Xingwan rubbed her temples helplessly. Huh, you sure adapted quickly. Weren't you calling him a vixen just a few days ago? She continued. Well, while my Mr. Fu managed to avoid your schemes, his friend Qin Yu wasn't so lucky. Bai Tan's face paled further at the mention of Qin Yu. Wasn't that the guy who spent 200,000 yuan on her pills? She had definitely swindled him good. As if summoned by her thoughts, Qin Yu strolled in casually, greeting them with a bright smile. Hey there, beautiful Xingwan and little Bai Tan. Bai Tan, feeling even more guilty, kept her head down and stayed silent. Shen Xingwan glanced him over and, seeing that he seemed perfectly fine, asked directly, what do you need? I'm here to find Brother Yi. Qin Yu replied, making himself comfortable on the sofa. He's not here. He went to the office. Shen Xingwan responded coolly as she began putting the necklace back into its box. Qin Yu sighed dramatically. Why is it so hard to find Fu Tingye these days? No one's around to hang out with me anymore. Twirling his phone in his hand, he suddenly perked up. Hey, beautiful Xingwan. You guys interested in checking out the underground auction tonight? I heard it's going to be quite lively. I came to Jingyuan hoping to drag Fu Tingye along, but since he's busy, why not take his lovely wife instead? Upon hearing this, Bai Tan's head shot up, her eyes wide and sparkling as she looked at Shen Xingwan with anticipation. She clearly wanted to go. Shen Xingwan glanced at her, a faint smile playing on her lips. Alright, let's go. It was evening. After finishing dinner, Qin Yu led Shen Xingwan and Bai Tan to the largest underground auction house in S City. The place was shrouded in mystery, attracting a mix of people from all walks of life, many with complex or dubious backgrounds. It was a haven for trading items or even individuals that couldn't easily be dealt with in the open. As the two young and beautiful women appeared at the entrance, several men nearby couldn't hide the greedy glint in their eyes. Shen Xingwan, however, didn't spare them a single glance, following Qin Yu inside with an air of nonchalance. Moments later, the trio entered the auction hall. Shen Xingwan glanced around and noticed that the interior was quite spacious, resembling an ancient coliseum, with a packed and lively crowd filling every seat. Qin Yu commented that the main hall was more exciting, so they decided against heading to the VIP room and instead found seats among the audience. Bai Tan's eyes darted around in excitement. Wow, Xingjia, this place is so lively, she exclaimed. Sitting next to her, Qin Yu casually draped an arm over the back of his chair, his charming eyes curving into a smile. This is the largest underground auction house in S City. You never know what unexpected surprises might turn up here. That's why it's always bustling. And rumor has it there's a grand treasure up for grabs tonight. Shen Xingwan listened with an indifferent expression. She had been to her fair share of underground auctions and casinos before. Tonight, her goal was simple browse for anything worth buying as a gift. She wasn't particularly interested in anything else. 10 minutes later, the host stepped onto the stage, smiling warmly. Welcome, everyone, to our underground auction house. I'm sure many of you are here for tonight's special items. Rest assured, we won't disappoint. The grand finale will leave you amazed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The host continued, still smiling. As the saying goes, people risk their lives for wealth, just as birds do for food. Tonight, if you have enough money, you can take home whatever you desire. Of course, if money isn't enough, we can always settle disputes with strength. But if anyone is here just to cause trouble, don't blame us for showing you the door horizontally. Now, without further ado, let's unveil the first item of the evening. With that, the first item was brought out, a luminous pearl. Its surface gleamed with a soft green hue, and it emitted a stunning glow in the dark. Claimed to be several centuries old, it was highly prized for its collectible value. Let the bidding begin. The highest bidder wins, the host declared. The crowd erupted with bids. 8 million. 15 million. 50 million. The competition was fierce, as the attendees were clearly people who didn't lack money. Everyone seemed captivated by the pearl. In the end, someone from a VIP room upstairs won the bid with a staggering price of 100 million. The items that followed included jade, coral, medicinal herbs, and even exotic animals. Shen Xingwan observed the proceedings with a calm demeanor, her interest waning. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Fu Tingye. Shen Xingwan, Mr. Fu, are you done for the day? The reply came almost instantly. Fu Tingye, yes, I'm heading home now. Wait for me. Shen Xingwan's lips curved into a faint smile as she typed back. Shen Xingwan, I'm at the underground auction house with Qin Yu. Come pick me up. Fu Tingye got it. 20 minutes later, the staff on stage presented a delicate sandalwood box. Inside this box is a set of acupuncture gold needles, passed down from an ancient master physician. As always, the highest bidder wins, the announcer explained. The crowd fell silent. People glanced at the gold needles with disinterest, shaking their heads. What's the point of buying that? It's not like we're doctors, someone muttered. The box looks more valuable than the needles inside. But Shen Xingwan's eyes lit up as she gazed at the item. She had to have it. Since no one else was interested, there was little competition, and she acquired the gold needles for just 300,000 yuan. Qin Yu looked at the needles and shook his head. Xingwan, beauty, I think the box might be worth more than the needles inside. You overpaid. Shen Xingwan ignored him, a knowing look in her eyes. She was well aware of their value. Bai Tan stomped on Qin Yu's foot and rolled her eyes. Can't you just keep quiet? Qin Yu winced. Do you have to be so rough? My shoes are brand new, and now they've got scuff marks. Meanwhile, the auction continued. 10 minutes later, the host's voice rang out again, this time with palpable anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to reveal tonight's grand finale. As his words echoed through the hall, staff wheeled out a large cage onto the stage. The host walked over and pulled off the cloth covering the cage. Inside was a delicate-looking girl, her body faintly marked with scars, and a long iron chain tethered to her feet. The sight immediately drew heated gazes from the crowd below. A beauty. The host glanced at the girl in the cage, his eyes filled with disdain. He pointed at her and announced, "This final item will not be auctioned. Whoever defeats her will walk away with 50 million. Keeping her here is just trouble for us." Wow, 50 million. Totally worth it. Tonight's finale is absolutely thrilling. Yeah, but this girl looks so fragile. I do feel bad about hurting her. Look at that tiny waist, makes you want to touch it, doesn't it? Haha. The crowd below broke into lewd chatter, their eyes filled with greed as they stared at the girl on stage. Meanwhile, the host opened the cage and brought the girl out. At that moment, a sleazy-looking man stepped onto the stage, his eyes filled with lust as he stared at her and licked his lips. "Little beauty, you're mine now." Before he could finish his sentence, the girl delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying off the stage. One after another, more challengers stepped forward, but the outcome was always the same, either kicked off the stage or beaten to the ground, unable to get up. Who would have thought this little beauty is such a fighter? Her skills are incredible. Yeah, but with strength like that, whoever takes her home might not live to tell the tale. The crowd murmured among themselves as they watched the defeated challengers sprawled on the ground, shaking their heads. Chen Yu propped his chin on his hand, watching with amusement. She looks so delicate, but she's this strong? Tonight's entertainment is better than I expected. Bai Tan sneaked a glance at Shen Xingwan and remained silent, sighing inwardly. What a pitiful girl to end up in a place like this. Shen Xingwan leaned back in her chair, her gaze fixed on the teenage girl on stage. Her brows furrowed slightly, deep in thought. The girl's martial arts style seemed oddly familiar, but how had she ended up as a commodity in this underground casino? Shen Xingwan couldn't figure it out. If the girl stayed here or was sold off, her fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Seeing the scars on her body, Shen Xingwan felt a pang of sympathy. The host scanned the crowd and asked, "Anyone else want to challenge her?" "I do," Shen Xingwan said, standing up with a faint, enigmatic smile. Tonight, she was taking this girl with her. The crowd erupted in whistles and cheers, eager to see more excitement. Chen Yu froze in shock, immediately jumping to his feet. "Xingwan, that's a woman. What do you want with her? Let's not get involved in this mess." He had just brought everyone here to have some fun. If a fight broke out and something happened, Fu Tingye would skin him alive. Shen Xingwan ignored his protest and shot him a cold glance. "I want to take her with me. Do you have a problem with that?" Chen Yu was on the verge of losing his mind. What was the situation? He had brought along a troublemaker, and now he couldn't control the chaos. Forcing a smile, he said, "The woman on stage is a skilled fighter. I need to make sure you're safe." Shen Xingwan gave him a meaningful smile, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "What, you think he'll lose?" Chen Yu fell silent. He knew Shen Xingwan could fight, but the girl on stage was no ordinary opponent. She had taken down burly men with a single kick. What if something went wrong? He was panicking. Noticing his anxious expression, Bai Tan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Relax, buddy. My sister Xing is more than capable." Chen Yu frowned, his concern deepening, but he was powerless to stop them. Ugh, I should have never brought these two women out to play. Shen Xingwan paid him no attention and walked straight toward the stage. The girl on stage watched her approach, her eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. Shen Xingwan studied the girl for a moment and asked calmly, "Do you want to come with me?" The girl shot her a fierce look, still on guard. Shen Xingwan's expression remained neutral as she said softly, "Don't worry. I just want to save you." Hearing this, the girl stared at her for a few seconds, her eyes brightening with hope. "Sister, I want to go with you. Please save me." Shen Xingwan looked at the girl in front of her, whose eyes were brimming with hope, and a faint smile played on her lips. All right. However, due to the rules of the underground auction house, Shen Xingwan had no choice but to engage in a duel with the girl. The host, accustomed to such occurrences, was more than eager for someone to quickly take the girl away. With a polite smile, he looked at the two and said, "If the lovely lady is ready, please begin." As soon as the host finished speaking, the girl hesitated a little before launching an attack on Shen Xingwan. Shen Xingwan skillfully dodged each strike, a playful smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "No need to hold back. This is a good chance for us to spar." The girl nodded, understanding from the earlier exchanges that this older sister was no ordinary opponent. Without further hesitation, she attacked Shen Xingwan with full force. The crowd below watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding in excitement. Wow, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought these two stunning women were such skilled fighters? This is thrilling. Meanwhile, in the VIP room upstairs, Su Lingfeng, dressed casually with gold-rimmed glasses, was lounging on the sofa with his eyes closed in repose. The butler approached from the side of the window and respectfully informed him, "Young master, the lady down there is Miss Shen." Hearing this, Su Lingfeng's eyes snapped open, a spark of excitement flashing in his expression. "Oh, really? I didn't expect to run into my little fairy at the underground auction house." He stood up, striding toward the window, and pulled up the curtain to get a better view of the hall below. His gaze fixed on the cold, stunning figure on the stage, and his sharp eyes lit up with interest. Su Lingfeng quietly admired her, a trace of joy flickering in his eyes as a smile curved his lips. "Bring me the luminous pearl we just acquired," he ordered. "Yes, sir," the butler replied, shaking his head slightly as he left the private room. At the same time, downstairs, Tingye had driven straight to the underground auction house after receiving a message from Shen Xingwan. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw his beloved on stage, engaged in a duel. His handsome brows furrowed slightly, and he strode over to Qinyu, asking coldly, "What's going on?" Startled by Tingye's icy gaze, Qinyu nearly jumped out of his skin. He instinctively patted his chest in relief. "Oh my god. Why is this iceberg demon king here? He's not here to settle scores with me, is he?" Feeling a bit guilty, Qinyu forced a smile at Tingye and explained the situation, albeit with a touch of grievance. After listening, Tingye's gaze turned cold and sharp as a blade, pinning Qinyu in place. Qinyu shivered under the intense stare, inwardly lamenting his bad luck. Tingye eventually withdrew his gaze, deciding not to waste energy on this fool for now. His deep eyes turned to the stage, where Shen Xingwan was fighting. A tender smile flickered in his gaze as he watched her. Baitan stole a glance at the intimidating man and took a deep breath, pretending not to notice as she continued admiring her sister Xing's imposing demeanor. Unaware of the two intense gazes fixed on her, Shen Xingwan focused on countering the girl's attacks and skillfully deflected her moves. After a few exchanges, she landed a palm strike on the girl's chest. The girl staggered back a few steps, clutching her chest, her eyes filled with admiration. "Sister, I lost." Shen Xingwan lazily walked forward, took the girl's hand, and shot a sharp glance at the host. "I'm taking her with me. Unlock the chain now." The host, intimidated by her commanding presence, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced an awkward smile. Of course. He hadn't expected this little girl to end up being taken away by another woman. Quickly, he ordered someone to remove the long chain from the girl's ankle. Spotting Tingye's figure among the crowd below, Shen Xingwan's delicate brows arched slightly in delight. With the girl in tow, she descended the stage. Tingye's gaze softened with affection as he watched her approach. The moment she was close enough, he pulled her into his arms and asked in a low voice, "Are you hurt?" Though he knew his woman was highly skilled, he still worried about even the slightest injury. Before Shen Xingwan could respond, Qinyu blurted out, "She's been completely at ease the whole time, definitely not hurt." Then, looking at Shen Xingwan with a mix of amazement and admiration, he exclaimed, "Miss Xingwan, I had no idea you were so incredible at martial arts. You're amazing." "I worried for nothing." Baitan scoffed, muttering nonchalantly, "Were you worried about my sister Xing, or just yourself?" Qinyu felt wronged. Why did bringing them out for fun always end with him caught in the middle, unable to please anyone? Shen Xingwan glanced at Qinyu with an indifferent expression. Seeing his pitiful look, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Placing her hands on Tingye's shoulders, she tilted her head slightly and gave the man's thin lips a light peck. In a gentle voice, she said, "Don't blame Qinyu. It was my idea to come out and have some fun." Hearing this, Qinyu nodded excitedly, exclaiming, "Xingwan is so understanding." Tingye, having been kissed in public, was in an exceptionally good mood. His stern features softened instantly. Since Wanwan had kissed him, there was no point in stooping to quarrel with that fool. Looking at the petite woman before him, Tingye's lips curled into a smile. Gently running his fingers through her dark hair, his voice was uncharacteristically tender. "All right, if you like going out, I'll accompany you from now on." Qinyu and Baitan exchanged a glance, silently watching the couple flaunt their affection in public. Both felt a pang of jealousy. Seriously? Even in a place like this, they're showing off? Shen Xingwan chuckled lightly. "All right, you'll accompany me later. But for now, let's go home." With that, she grabbed Tingye's well-defined hand and, in high spirits, headed toward the exit. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was sent to the back office by Master Fu to handle the payment. Once everything was settled, he brought the girl they had purchased out as well. Qinyu, holding the sandalwood box, followed behind the couple alongside Baitan, both remaining silent. Outside the underground auction house, just as they stepped out, a pleasant male voice rang out from nearby. "Miss Shen, what a coincidence. We meet again." Shen Xingwan turned around to see a man walking toward them. Her brows furrowed slightly. After a brief moment, she realized she had met this man once before. "Do we know each other?" Shen Xingwan's voice was cold and distant. Su Lingfeng's narrow eyes curved into a smile, unfazed by her icy tone. Last time, I wanted to make your acquaintance, but you turned me down. This time, I've brought this luminous pearl as a meeting gift. I hope we can be friends. What do you say? Shen Xingwan thought this man must be out of his mind. Her expression was filled with irritation. No. I don't need it. Su Lingfeng's boldness didn't sit well with Fu Tingye. His deep eyes turned icy as he took a step closer, his voice cold and commanding. Su, are you so blatantly harassing my wife because you think I'm dead? The atmosphere became increasingly tense, with a palpable chill in the air. Su Lingfeng, hands in his pockets, merely smiled faintly, appearing unbothered. You're overthinking, Mr. Fu. Miss Shen is stunning and skilled. I simply wanted to make a friend, nothing more. Qin Yu, standing nearby, perked up his ears at the unfolding drama. Struggling to suppress a laugh, he silently gave Su Lingfeng a thumbs up in his mind. To so openly hit on Xingwan in front of Fu Tingye, this man truly had guts. Oh, do you think you're worthy? Fu Tingye sneered, his expression indifferent. That his wife was beautiful and capable was beyond question, didn't need someone else to point it out. Noticing the icy aura emanating from Fu Tingye, Shen Xingwan wrapped her arms around his waist, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Honey, I want to go home. Let's not waste time on irrelevant lunatics. Hearing her call him honey, Fu Tingye froze for a moment. His mood visibly brightened, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her lips. All right, let's go home. His wife had spoken. Why waste time on trivial matters? The group walked toward the parking lot with their heads held high, completely ignoring Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng watched Shen Xingwan's departing figure, unfazed by the cold shoulder. Turning to his butler, he raised an eyebrow. Am I losing my charm? Why won't she even spare me a glance? The butler awkwardly rubbed his forehead, remaining silent. He couldn't bring himself to burst his young master's bubble. In the parking lot, Qin Yu quickly handed the purchased items to Chen Dong. Glancing at Fu Tingye, he sighed and said, Brother Yi, I'll head back now. Let's catch up next time. Before he could take more than a couple of steps, Fu Tingye called out, take her to Jingyuan first, then leave. Qin Yu glanced at the girl they had brought back, sighed again, and muttered, fine. He had no choice but to play the chauffeur. Fu Tingye didn't spare him another look, instead focusing all his attention on the woman in his arms, stealing kisses from her now and then. Hearing her call him honey earlier was still echoing sweetly in his mind. Bai Tan, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at the overly affectionate couple. The sheer electricity between them was too much to bear. Lowering her head, she quickly walked to the front passenger seat, opened the door and slipped inside. Raise the partition. Bai Tan gestured toward the couple outside, giving Chen Dong a pointed look. Chen Dong chuckled knowingly and obliged, raising the partition. Had grown used to their public displays of affection by now. The night was as dark as ink, with the sky adorned by countless stars. Outside Jingyuan, a Maybach came to a gentle stop at the entrance. Fu Tingye held Shen Xingwan's hand as they walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. He then instructed the housekeeper to prepare some late-night snacks. Chen Dong brought in the items purchased from the underground auction and placed them on the table. Madam, who is this? Butler Wang looked at the injured girl standing beside Bai Tan with a hint of confusion. She's with me. She'll be staying here from now on. Please arrange a room for her, Shen Xingwan said calmly, glancing at the shy girl who kept her head down. You're hurt. Let me help you treat your wounds, she added softly. The girl looked up into Shen Xingwan's sincere eyes and nodded. All right, thank you, sister. Out of the corner of his eye, Fu Tingye glanced at the girl his wife had brought home. He pulled Shen Xingwan into his arms and murmured, I'll have Song Jingyan come over. You should rest. You've just been in a fight. Don't overexert yourself. Shen Xingwan chuckled lightly, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his lips. It's fine. We'll be back soon. It's late, and it wouldn't be appropriate to call Song Jingyan over, especially since this is a girl. Fu Tingye gazed at her tenderly, a soft laugh escaping his lips. All right then, he said reluctantly. Across from them, Chen Dong and Bai Tan simultaneously turned their heads to look elsewhere, as if sensing they should excuse themselves. Bai Tan sighed quietly, a trace of disdain flashing in his mind. The Xingjie he once knew was never interested in men cold, stunning, and independent. And now, she had been utterly bewitched by this fox spirit. In the guest room, Shen Xingwan applied ointment to the girl's wounds and asked gently, What's your name? Ji Yinyan. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan paused slightly. Are you from the Ji family in B City? Ji Yinyan nodded, her expression puzzled. Yes. Do you know me, sister? Shen Xingwan continued applying the ointment and replied, I've heard your grandfather mention your name before. Do you know my grandfather? Ji Yinyan asked, her curiosity piqued, a hint of excitement in her voice. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly. Yes. Ji Zhanhong was my grandmother's senior apprentice brother, and someone she deeply admired. I've heard her talk about him and his granddaughter Ji Yunyan, who is said to be exceptionally talented and much loved by him. You were sent to study at the Royal Academy in M country from a young age, weren't you? She paused for a moment, recalling how she had visited the Ji family in the past but had never met this girl. Tonight, seeing Ji Yunyan's martial arts skills at the underground auction had sparked her curiosity. Setting the ointment aside, Shen Xingwan smiled faintly. I didn't expect to save Ji Zhanhong's granddaughter tonight. With your martial arts skills, how did you end up at the underground auction? Ji Yunyan sat down after her wounds were treated and began to explain. About a month ago, I was poisoned on my way back to M country. When I woke up, I had been sold to human traffickers. I was transported through several places before ending up in S city. Because those people feared my martial arts, they kept me chained and unsold until I met you today. Do you know who was behind it? Shen Xingwan asked, her tone serious. The Ji family had been in turmoil in recent years, with Ji Zhanhong growing old and unwell, and internal power struggles tearing the family apart. Shen Xingwan wondered if Ji Yunyan had fallen victim to someone's scheming. Ji Yunyan shook her head. I'm not sure. I've been studying abroad for years and only recently started spending more time at home. I'm not familiar with the situation. Shen Xingwan didn't press further. It was, after all, a family matter. For now, focus on recovering. I'll check your pulse tomorrow to see how you're doing. She gently tidied Ji Yunyan's hair with a smile. You must be hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Ji Yunyan stared at Shen Xingwan, momentarily stunned, then nodded. All right. This elder sister was so kind, and to think she even knew her grandfather. Ji Yunyan felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but feel happy. After finishing their late-night snacks, everyone retired to their respective rooms to rest. In the master bedroom, Shen Xingwan leaned against Fu Tingye on the sofa. Are you familiar with the Ji family in B City? I've been there a few times. Why do you ask? He replied. When my grandfather was alive, I'd often visit the Ji family, Shen Xingwan said, tilting her head to look at him. Her fingers absent-mindedly traced circles on his chest as she raised an eyebrow. The girl I saved tonight is Ji Zhanhong's granddaughter. I've decided to let her stay here. You don't have any objections, do you? Fu Tingye's eyes darkened slightly. He leaned down and nipped her lips gently before murmuring. You're the mistress of this house. If you don't have objections, neither do I. Shall we take a bath? Shen Xingwan's eyes sparkled with amusement. She bit his chin lightly and teased. Go run the water. All right. The sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. Shen Xingwan got up and walked over, leaning against the doorframe. She watched the man, dressed in a shirt and slacks, bending over as he filled the tub. His metallic belt was fastened securely around his waist, and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up, revealing his toned forearms. The sight was so restrained yet alluring that she couldn't help but chuckle softly. With a light step, she walked in. All right, you can leave now. I'm going to take a bath, she said. Fu Tingye unbuttoned his shirt, took a few steps closer to her, and wrapped an arm around her waist. He leaned in and gently nibbled her earlobe, his deep magnetic voice whispering, You want me to leave, babe? His husky and sensual tone resonated in her ears, making her feel weak to the core. This man was like a spellbinding devil, always finding ways to seduce her. Shen Xingwan raised her gaze to meet his, her lips curving into a faint smile. What do you want? She asked, her voice carrying a teasing edge. My dear Wanwan, you must be tired from the fight earlier tonight. Let me help you bathe, he said, his voice rich and tempting as he held her waist. Shen Xingwan blinked at him, momentarily speechless. What kind of logic is that? She muttered, her small hand brushing against his firm abs as she let out a soft laugh. All right, fine. I'll indulge you. Fu Tingye's lips curled into a triumphant smile as the steam in the bathroom began to rise. He leaned down and planted a light kiss on her lips, his elegant fingers slowly removing her clothes. His eyes darkened, and his Adam's apple bobbed as desire flickered in his gaze. Lifting her into his arms, he carried her toward the bathtub. The warm water enveloped Shen Xingwan's body, and she leaned back against the edge of the tub with her eyes half closed, feeling utterly relaxed. Fu Tingye picked up a bath sponge, poured some shower gel onto it, and began gently scrubbing her smooth, fair back. But as he continued, his movements began to change. His fingers lingered on her soft, delicate skin, his breathing growing heavier, and his eyes burning with intensity. A wave of heat surged through him. Moments later, Shen Xingwan felt his wandering hands and narrowed her phoenix-like eyes in warning. Behave and just focus on the bath. Fu Tingye didn't respond. Instead, he casually shrugged off his shirt, tossing it onto the floor, and stepped into the tub. Shen Xingwan let out a startled cry as the water splashed around them. Before she could react, Fu Tingye pulled her close, capturing her lips with his. The night deepened. By the time Shen Xingwan was carried back to bed, she was already fast asleep, utterly exhausted from what was supposed to be a simple bath. The next morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the windows, Shen Xingwan woke to find the man no longer by her side. She started to get up but immediately felt a wave of soreness and weakness wash over her, forcing her to flop back onto the bed in resignation. This man's stamina was downright terrifying, truly turned into a ravenous wolf at night. Just then, Tingye walked in, his lips curving into a faint smile at the sight of her. Clearly had worn her out last night. His deep, piercing eyes softened as he approached her. Awake? He asked gently. Shen Xingwan glanced at him with a pitiful look. I want to freshen up, she murmured. Tingye sat down on the edge of the bed, scooped her up in his arms without hesitation, and said indulgently, I'll carry you. She didn't resist, letting him carry her to the bathroom where he tenderly helped her brush her teeth and wash her face. Let's have breakfast, he said, taking her hand after they were done. Just as they were about to head downstairs, Shen Xingwan seemed to remember something. She walked into the closet, retrieved a gift bag, and handed it to him. This is for you. Tingye opened it, and when he saw the shirt and cufflinks inside, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed his eyes. He raised an eyebrow, his face lighting up with a smile. When you got this for me? Her lips curved into a soft smile as she saw his joy. Yeah, do you like it? He gazed at her with unwavering affection, his voice filled with warmth. I like it. But what I like most is you. Shen Xingwan blinked, momentarily stunned. This man was he sure had never been in a relationship before? How is he this smooth? Let's go eat breakfast, she said, giving him a brief glance before heading downstairs. After breakfast, Tingye left for work. Shen Xingwan sat on the living room sofa, her eyes lighting up as Ji Yunyan walked into the room. She waved her over. Yunyan, come here. Ji Yunyan, still unfamiliar with her surroundings, looked a little uneasy. She lowered her head and walked over slowly. Sister, what's the matter? Sit down. Let me check your pulse, Shen Xingwan said with a gentle smile. Shen Xingwan looked up and saw Ji Yunyan standing nervously in front of her, cautious and reserved. She gave a faint smile. You don't have to be so restrained. Just do whatever you want here, as if you're at home. This young girl had been wandering outside for a whole month. Life must have been tough for her. Since she was Grandpa Ji's granddaughter, Shen Xingwan felt obliged to take good care of her. Ji Yunyan slowly sat down beside Shen Xingwan, deeply moved by her words. She couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up involuntarily. Thank you, sister. You're so kind. Over the past while, Shen Xingwan was the only person who had truly treated her with genuine care. Noticing the girl's adorable little tiger teeth showing as she smiled, Shen Xingwan found her endearing. She reached out to gently ruffle Ji Yunyan's hair before holding her wrist to feel her pulse. After a moment, Shen Xingwan's brows furrowed slightly. This girl didn't have any major issues, but there seemed to be a chronic toxin in her body. If left untreated, it could lead to organ failure and become incurable. Who could be so cruel as to silently poison her to this extent? Sister, is my condition serious? Ji Yunyan asked hesitantly, noticing Shen Xingwan's grave expression. Recently, she had been feeling unwell, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. At times, she even suffered from splitting headaches. Don't worry. Shen Xingwan's expression remained calm as she reassured her. Stay here and rest for now. I'll make sure to treat you. She continued, this afternoon, I'll prepare some medicine for you. Take it on time every day, and I'll also give you acupuncture treatments in the evenings. Ji Yunyan felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Shen Xingwan's composed tone. At least it wasn't some incurable illness. She nodded obediently, looking at Shen Xingwan with admiration. Thank you, sister. At that moment, Bai Tan walked in, carrying a small laptop. She pouted as she plopped down onto the sofa. With her head resting on one hand, Shen Xingwan looked at her with a faint, amused smile, wondering what had upset her this time. I'm going to Jinghai University tomorrow. Wanna come along? Shen Xingwan asked casually. Bai Tan paused her game and lowered her head. She was scheduled to return to M Country in a couple of days, as Luosu was heading to the Middle East for a mission, and she needed to return to headquarters. Ugh, this city is so boring anyway, no one to hang out with, and I'm constantly surrounded by couples, she muttered under her breath, her tone tinged with grievance. I might as well stay home and sleep. I'll be heading back to headquarters in a couple of days. Shen Xingwan sighed, rubbing her forehead as she studied Bai Tan closely. With a meaningful look, she remarked. What's the matter? Bored already? It's so dull. You don't even have time to hang out with me. I might as well leave, Bai Tan replied, her tone carrying a hint of resentment. Fine, suit yourself. Shen Xingwan's lips curled into a faint smile. She turned to Ji Yunyan. Yunyan, come with me tomorrow. I'll show you around. With that, she stood up from the sofa and walked away. Bai Tan froze, watching Shen Xingwan's retreating figure with a mix of frustration and disbelief. She gritted her teeth. That's it? She just leaves? Ever since that fox Fu came into the picture, she doesn't care about me anymore. No comforting, no coaxing. Bai Tan pouted, feeling thoroughly upset. Ji Yanyan, observing the scene, chuckled softly. She found this dynamic between them rather amusing and heartwarming. The next day, Shen Xingwan took Ji Yanyan to Jinghai University early in the morning. She relished the current stage of her life, carefree yet fulfilling. Aren't you coming to the classroom with me? Shen Xingwan asked, holding her materials for class and noticing Ji Yanyan's excitement. No, I'd like to explore the campus. I'll come find you after your class, Ji Yanyan replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It was her first time visiting Jinghai University, and she wanted to enjoy every corner of it. Seeing how happy Ji Yanyan was, Shen Xingwan didn't insist. Alright, but if you get tired, come to my office to rest. Ji Yanyan nodded earnestly. Okay. After Shen Xingwan left, Ji Yanyan wandered around the campus on her own. She strolled along the paths, admiring the scenery and taking in the vibrant atmosphere. After about an hour of exploring, she found a large tree and sat down beneath it to rest. Not far away, a group of boys was lounging on the grass, joking and laughing. One of them, a chubby boy, caught sight of Ji Yanyan and his eyes lit up. Hey, check it out. That girl under the tree is really pretty. Come on, fatty, stop staring. Lose some weight first before you start dreaming, another tall boy teased. But seriously, she's way prettier than the campus belle. I wonder which department she's from. Yiming, you're the most charming among us. Go ask her what department she's in. Fu Yiming put down the book in his hand and turned around to glance behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. She's decent looking, but nowhere near as pretty as her sister-in-law. Not interested. He withdrew his gaze, his expression indifferent. Oh, could it be that young Master Fu is afraid of getting rejected by a girl? Teased one of the guys, a playful smile on his face. Exactly. Come on, young Master Fu, you're the campus heartthrob. Show some confidence. Another chimed in. Fu Yiming shot a glance at the group of guys, his brows furrowing slightly in displeasure. How could they mock him, the dignified young master of the Fu family, known for his good looks and charm? He stuffed the book into his backpack, stood up and adjusted his clothes. Raising an eyebrow at them, he said, "Just watch." With that, he strode confidently toward Ji Yanyan. The group of guys grinned widely, eager to see their young master Fu in action. Meanwhile, Ji Yanyan glanced at her phone to check the time. It was about time to head back and meet Shen Xingwan. She had just stood up and taken a few steps when someone blocked her path. Hey, beautiful. Which department are you in? Mind being friends. Fu Yiming stood in front of her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, his charm laced with a hint of roguishness. Ji Yanyan silently gave him a once-over, her expression filled with disdain. Sure, he was handsome, oozing youthful energy and confidence, but what a troublemaker. Without a word, she walked around him and continued on her way. Fu Yiming's charming smile froze awkwardly. This was the first time a girl had ignored him like this. Feeling like his charm had been challenged, he refused to give up and followed after her. My name's Fu Yiming. What's yours? He asked, still trying to engage her. Move, Ji Yanyan said sharply, giving him a sidelong glance. She was starting to get annoyed. This guy had completely ruined her good mood. But Fu Yiming didn't seem to mind her cold demeanor. Hands in his pockets, he leaned casually against a nearby tree, his smile turning even more devilish. What if I don't? Ji Yanyan looked up at him, her gaze icy. This guy was really asking for it. She clenched her jaw and took a step closer to him. Oh, you want move? Before Fu Yiming could react, Ji Yanyan grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder, slamming him to the ground with a loud thud. Fu Yiming lay on the ground, stunned. What the did she just throw him? Him. The great Fu Yiming. Ji Yanyan stood over him, looking down with a cold smirk. There, now you're out of the way. With that, she turned and walked off, her steps confident and unbothered. Fu Yiming gritted his teeth in frustration. The young master of the Fu family, thrown to the ground by a girl? Unbelievable. Huh. Yiming, did that hurt? Need help getting up, one of the guys called out, barely able to contain his laughter. Looks like even young Master Fu's charm has its limits, another added, laughing uncontrollably. Fu Yiming slowly got up, brushing the dirt off his clothes and wincing slightly as he rubbed his sore backside. His cold gaze swept over the laughing group, and he muttered darkly, "Shut up." Grabbing his things, he stalked off, his face stormy. Today had been a complete disaster. On the other side, Ji Yanyan felt much better after dealing with that troublemaker. She happily made her way to Shen Xingwan. Sis, are you done with work? Ji Yanyan asked as she approached, her voice cheerful. Shen Xingwan packed up her laptop and looked up, noticing the younger girl's good mood. What's got you so happy? She asked with a smile. Ji Yanyan linked arms with her and chuckled softly. On the way back, I ran into a stray dog that was blocking my path, so I taught it a lesson. Good? It deserved it, Shen Xingwan replied with an amused smile. Come on, let's go shopping. Ji Yanyan's eyes lit up with excitement, and she nodded eagerly. Okay, you're the best, sis. She vowed to treat Shen Xingwan just as well in the future. Summer storms were unpredictable, and thunderous rain often came without warning. After having lunch at a restaurant, Shen Xingwan took Ji Yanyan shopping, buying her clothes and skincare products. They were about to leave when they reached the mall entrance and saw the heavy rain pouring outside. The queue for taxis was unusually long, stretching far into the distance. Seeing the situation, Shen Xingwan took out her phone and sent a message on WeChat. Shen Xingwan, Mr. Fu, it's raining. Can you come and pick me up? The reply came almost instantly. Fu Tingye, where are you? Shen Xingwan smiled and sent her location. Fu Tingye, wait for me. 10 minutes later, the rain had intensified. Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan stood under an awning, sheltering from the downpour. Meanwhile, in a nearby Rolls-Royce, Su Lingfeng spotted Shen Xingwan waiting in the rain. A smile flickered in his eyes. His little fairy, stranded by the rain? It seemed their fates were intertwined. Stop the car, he instructed. The driver complied, pulling over to the side. Su Lingfeng stepped out of the car immediately, holding a black umbrella. He walked briskly towards Shen Xingwan. Miss Shen, what a coincidence. We meet again. Shen Xingwan glanced at him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Why is it this lunatic again? So annoying. What do you want? She asked coldly. Ji Yunyan, standing nearby, sized Su Lingfeng up, her internal alarm bells ringing. This man is after my sister? Dream on. Despite Shen Xingwan's indifferent attitude, Su Lingfeng's cheerful mood remained unshaken. A slight smile played on his lips as he spoke slowly. The rain doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Let me give you a ride. No need, Shen Xingwan replied curtly, just as she spotted a familiar Maybach approaching. Without hesitation, she grabbed Ji Yunyan and walked around Su Lingfeng, heading straight for the car. Su Lingfeng watched as Shen Xingwan's face lit up with joy while she hurried toward Fu Tingye. A hint of disappointment flickered in his heart. My precious alone time with the little fairy has been stolen again. The two reached the Maybach. Ji Yunyan, ever tactful, climbed into the front passenger seat. She certainly didn't want to be the third wheel in her sister's romantic moments. In the back seat, as soon as Shen Xingwan got in, Fu Tingye pulled her onto his lap. Taking out a clean towel, he gently dried the raindrops from her hair. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, his tone carried a trace of jealousy. Wan, why was that guy here too? Hearing this, Chen Dong, who was driving, immediately raised the privacy partition. There were some things he really didn't need to hear. Are you jealous? Shen Xingwan stared at him. Fu Tingye frowned slightly, his deep voice tinged with possessiveness. I don't like it when you look at other men. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly and reached out to pinch his cheek. This man truly had his adorable moments. Mr. Fu, you're quite possessive, aren't you? But I really don't know that guy. Hearing this, Fu Tingye's mood visibly improved. He leaned in and gave her a playful bite on the lips, as if to punish her. Well, you're mine. Su Lingfeng clearly has too much free time if he's thinking about my wife, Fu Tingye thought. Maybe it's time to keep the Su Corporation busy. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Why does he seem like a sulking little wife? Guess I'll have to coax him a bit. She cupped his handsome face in her hands, leaned in slightly, and planted a quick kiss on his lips. There, are you happy now? Fu Tingye looked at her serious expression, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He was utterly smitten with this woman. Yes, happy. But I could be even happier, he teased, before capturing her lips in a deep, lingering kiss. Their breaths grew uneven as the kiss went on, their lips and tongues entwined. Finally, after a long moment, Fu Tingye reluctantly pulled away, his head resting against her neck. His voice was husky. Baby, I'll let you off for now. Shen Xingwan blinked, speechless. Why does it feel like I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow? Looks like I'll have to fake being sick tonight. 3 days later. Tonight, Shen Xingwan was accompanying Fu Tingye to the Bai family's anniversary gala. In the evening, inside the Maybach, Fu Tingye's gaze lingered on the woman beside him. She was dressed in a black sequin gown adorned with lace details. Her dark, silky hair was styled into loose waves that cascaded over her shoulders, resembling a streak of starlight in the tranquil night sky. His eyes darkened as he stared at her. Why did the stylist pick this dress? Shen Xingwan looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? She thought the dress was beautiful, and she quite liked it. Fu Tingye's gaze remained fixed on her. It looks good, just a bit revealing. Shen Xingwan was speechless. Revealing? She had specifically chosen a more conservative dress. Besides, weren't evening gowns all like this? She blinked, glanced down at her dress, and said seriously, really? But the other dresses were even more revealing. What should I do? Should I go back and change? Before she could move, Fu Tingye wrapped an arm tightly around her waist, stopping her. He lowered his head to leave a small mark on her collarbone, then smiled in satisfaction at his handiwork. No need. This one's fine. Changing again would be too much trouble. Shen Xingwan, oblivious to his little scheme, simply smiled triumphantly. As night fell and the city lights began to glow, the grand seven-star hotel in S City was bustling with life. The Bai family, a prominent and respected name in the business world, owned numerous enterprises under the Bai Group, which gave them an extensive network. When Shen Xingwan and Fu Tingye arrived at the hotel, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. The moment they stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes were drawn to them. The crowd was captivated by the stunning duo walking in gracefully. Fu Tingye, with his deep-set eyes and unparalleled handsomeness, exuded an air of mystery and authority. Beside him, Shen Xingwan dazzled in a black sequined gown, radiating elegance and sophistication. Under the soft glow of the lights, the pair looked like a celestial couple descending to the mortal world. Fu Tingye was rarely seen in public, and while most only knew him as the cold and unapproachable head of the Fu family, few had actually met him. Yet, some in attendance recognized him and approached to greet him. He responded with a barely perceptible nod, his expression remaining indifferent. "You're here." Qin Yu and Song Jingyan approached the couple with champagne glasses in hand. Fu Tingye replied coolly, taking a glass of champagne from a passing waiter. Meanwhile, across the room, Jiang Jining spotted Shen Xingwan and immediately rushed over, her face lighting up with excitement. "Wow, Xingjia, you look absolutely stunning tonight. I'm completely mesmerized," Jiang Jining exclaimed, throwing her arms around Shen Xingwan with sparkling eyes. As she hugged her, her gaze fell on a faint mark near Shen Xingwan's collarbone. Blinking in surprise, she muttered to herself, "What on earth is that?" Noticing Jiang Jining's curious stare, Shen Xingwan felt a bit puzzled and gently pushed her head away. "What are you looking at? Weren't you saying you wouldn't come?" Earlier, this girl had texted her complaining about how much she hated these kinds of events. Jiang Jining grinned sheepishly and shook her head. "I'm not looking at anything. I really didn't plan to come, but my dad insisted. He said I needed to get to know people in the circle." Ugh, I was bored to death earlier. Standing nearby, Fu Tingye frowned as he watched Jiang Jining clinging tightly to his wife. His expression darkened, and an icy aura seemed to emanate from him. Striding over, he firmly pulled Jiang Jining away and wrapped an arm possessively around Shen Xingwan's waist. "Step aside. Stop hugging my wife like that," he said coldly. Jiang Jining shot Fu Tingye an indignant glare, gritting her teeth in frustration. She looked pitifully at Shen Xingwan and huffed humph. "When I first met Xingjia, this man wasn't even in the picture. Xingjia, you better stand up for me." Shen Xingwan chuckled softly at the scene. This man could be so childish yet endearing at the same time. Oh well, she thought, I chose this demon, so I'll pamper him myself. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she smiled and teased, "Hubby, don't bully Ning Ning." The way she sweetly called him hubby made Fu Tingye's heart melt. His cold demeanor softened instantly, and his eyes sparkled with joy. "All right, I'll listen to my wife," he replied warmly. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Song Jingyan exchanged amused glances, feeling like they were being force-fed a dose of affection they hadn't signed up for. Jiang Jining rolled her eyes and shook her head, muttering to herself. Song Jingyan leaned closer to Jiang Jining and whispered mischievously, "Come on, let's head over there. If we stay here, we'll be drowning in dog food." Agreeing wholeheartedly, Jiang Jining quickly followed him to another part of the hall. Elsewhere in the room, a group of socialites suddenly noticed the presence of Shuya, a top-tier celebrity and internet sensation. They couldn't contain their excitement. "Oh my gosh, that's Shuya, my goddess. I can't believe she's Haresh so gorgeous. Of course she's here." Shuya is best friends with Bai Shuai, the Bai family's daughter. She wouldn't miss this event. Still, I think the woman in the black gown who walked in earlier was even more stunning. So pure and breathtaking, definitely all natural. Exactly. These celebrities look so different without makeup. Who knows, some of them might have even had work done. Hey, stop talking nonsense. My goddess is flawless, and her acting skills are top-notch. By the way, who is that woman in the black gown? I've never seen her before. Just then, an elegant woman joined the conversation and whispered, "The man beside her is Fu Tingye, the head of the Fu family. I saw him at a banquet once. I heard he recently got married, so that must be his wife." The revelation sparked a flurry of speculation and murmurs among the socialites. Meanwhile, Shuya, overhearing the chatter, didn't look pleased. Turning to Bai Shuai, she asked, Wei, is that woman really Fu Tingye's wife? No wonder she casually used a black card at the mall the other day. I didn't expect to run into her here tonight." Bai Shuai's hand paused slightly as she held her wine glass. In truth, she had noticed them the moment they walked in. She never expected Fu Tingye to bring that country bumpkin along. But how did that rural woman seem to know Qin Yu and Song Jingyan so well? Bai Shuowei didn't respond to Xu Ya's question. Instead, she gave her a faint smile. Xiaoya, I'll head over there to greet some guests first. I'll come find you later. With that, she composed herself, adjusted her expression, and walked over with her wine glass in hand. President Fu, Professor Shen. It's such a pleasure to have you here, she said warmly. Fu Tingye, seated on the sofa with Shen Xingwan in his arms, didn't even glance at her, as if Bai Shuowei was invisible. She didn't let it bother her and instead directed a gentle smile at Qin Yu and the others nearby. Qin Yu, you know Professor Shen? Of course we know her, Night Brother's wife. Isn't that obvious? Qin Yu said with a smirk, taking a sip of his champagne, clearly disinterested in continuing the conversation. He turned and went to greet some acquaintances instead. Song Jingyan, who wasn't familiar with Bai Shuowei, gave her a polite nod and a faint smile. Then he took the champagne from Jiang Xining's hand and said softly, drink less. Jiang Xining leaned back against the sofa with her arms crossed, giving Bai Shuowei a quick once-over before rolling her eyes internally. This woman had such a fake, delicate demeanor it was hard to watch. Noticing this, Bai Shuowei's hand trembled slightly, and she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Still, she forced a smile to stay on her face. At that moment, Bai Yahui and Song Shulan approached with cheerful expressions. Tingye, you're here. How have you been? Why haven't we seen your father? Bai Yahui asked with a smile. I'm doing well. He hasn't been feeling well these past few days and couldn't make it, Fu Tingye replied in a calm, distant tone, his expression unreadable. Song Shilan's gaze lingered on Shen Xingwan for a moment before she feigned curiosity and asked, Tingye, who is this lovely lady by your side? My wife, Fu Tingye answered without hesitation, his eyes full of affection as he looked at Shen Xingwan. He picked up a small dessert that women often liked and brought it to her lips. Have a bite. Don't go hungry. All right. Shen Xingwan smiled softly and accepted the food he offered her. Watching the two of them display their affection so openly, Bai Shuowei felt a surge of anger and frustration. She couldn't help but grind her teeth in jealousy. That man was supposed to be hers. Bai Yahui raised an eyebrow at the scene, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Fu Tingye had always been known for his cold and distant demeanor, showing no interest in women. Yet here he was, doting on this woman so tenderly. He glanced at Shen Xingwan and gave her a polite nod. All right then, make yourselves comfortable. I'll go greet some other guests. Song Shilan's gaze remained fixed on Shen Xingwan, her fists clenched tightly. The position of the Fu family's young madam was supposed to belong to her daughter Weiwei. Now, it had been snatched away by some woman from the countryside. The thought made her chest tighten with frustration. Since there were other guests to attend to, Bai Shuowei and Song Shulan soon excused themselves. A moment later, Bai Yahui led Bai Shuowei onto the stage. Taking the microphone from the host, he delivered an enthusiastic speech, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually became more lively. Suddenly, Fu Tingye's phone rang a critical business call. Shen Xingwan glanced at him and gestured subtly. It's a bit noisy here. Take the call outside. Fu Tingye nodded with a gentle smile. All right. Stay here and I'll be back soon. Standing on the stage, Bai Shuowei noticed Fu Tingye leaving the venue. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan remained seated like a queen, graceful and stunning, drawing the attention of everyone around her. An idea flashed through Bai Shuowei's mind, and a subtle, unreadable smile appeared on her lips. She stepped to the center of the stage, took the microphone and spoke with a warm, poised demeanor. Her smile was impeccable. Tonight, we are deeply grateful to everyone who joined us for the Bai Group's anniversary gala. We would also like to extend our special thanks to Professor Shen from Jinghai University for taking the time to be here. Professor Shen is not only a distinguished professor in the university's architecture department, but is also said to have remarkable talent in piano. I wonder if Professor Shen might honor us with a live performance tonight. Bai Shuowei's gaze locked onto Shen Xingwan, and she sneered internally. This country bumpkin is just an ordinary woman. There's no way she can compare to me. She's probably never even seen a piano before. Now she just had to wait for Shen Xingwan to embarrass herself, exposing her true, unrefined identity for everyone to see. Cough, cough. Jiang Jining choked on her champagne upon hearing Bai Shuowei's words. Wow, this woman is really looking for trouble. What's her problem? Song Jingyan noticed Jiang Jining choking and immediately handed her a tissue, then gently patted her back. Jiang Jining, however, was too furious at the moment to notice his actions. The crowd below the stage followed Bai Shuowei's gaze, looking in the same direction. There sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman, composed and elegant on the sofa. The light shining on her made her appear ethereal and dreamlike. To everyone's surprise, this stunning woman turned out to be a professor from a prestigious university. Isn't she the one often seen with Master Fu? Could she be the young mistress of the Fu family? Of course. Rumor has it that Master Fu got married 2 months ago, and word has spread throughout Fu Corporation that he adores his wife. Who would have thought the young mistress of the Fu family is not only a rare beauty, but also incredibly talented? The crowd began to buzz with discussion again. Song Jingyan and Qin Yu frowned, their expressions turning icy. Xingwan, don't bother with that woman. Why don't we leave? This place is getting boring, Qin Yu said, growing anxious. Xingwan had grown up in the countryside, and earning the title of university professor was no small feat for her. How could she possibly know how to play the piano? Fu Tingye just stepped away to take a phone call, and now someone was causing trouble. There's no way he would let his wife be humiliated. She absolutely shouldn't go on stage. Shen Xingwan glanced at Qin Yu with a faint, amused smile but said nothing. Her eyes then shifted to Bai Shuai on stage, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How does this woman never learn her lesson? She just wanted to keep a low profile, but even attending a quiet banquet seemed impossible without trouble. Bai Shuai noticed Shen Xingwan sitting motionless, and her disdain only deepened. Huh. A woman from the countryside? She probably doesn't even know what a piano is, let alone how to play it. Now, whether she plays or not, she'll surely make a fool of herself. Feeling a bit smug, Bai Zui's smile grew even brighter. She continued speaking sweetly. I'm so sorry, Professor Shen. I just happened to hear recently that you're excellent at piano. If that's a misunderstanding, there's no need to feel pressured. After all, you've always lived in the countryside, so it's only natural if you don't know how to play. Her words caused a stir among the audience below. Oh my. Who would have thought such a beauty grew up in the countryside? Someone exclaimed. So, Master Fu married a country girl? That's surprising, another whispered. Keep your voice down. Master Fu isn't someone we can afford to offend. They say he dotes on his wife like no other. Don't stir up trouble, murmured others as the chatter continued. Shen Xingwan remained composed. She stood up gracefully and walked toward the stage with an air of elegance, her lips curving into a sly, confident smile as she looked at Bai Shu. Since Miss Bai is so enthusiastic about inviting me, how could I possibly refuse such kindness? Bai Shuai felt a flicker of panic as she watched the woman ascend the stage like a queen. She hadn't forgotten the humiliation Shen Xingwan had caused her before. Still, she maintained her smile and said softly, it's truly an honor to hear Professor Shen perform. Shen Xingwan gave her a cold glance before seating herself at the piano. Looking at the instrument before her, she smiled faintly. Who would have thought she'd be playing under such circumstances today? Lowering her head slightly, she placed her slender, fair hands on the keys. The stage lights illuminated her figure, making her appear like the brightest star shimmering in the night sky. The audience's attention was completely captivated, their eyes filled with admiration. Wow. Sister Xing is absolutely stunning, Jiang Jining exclaimed, taking a sip of her drink. Though I've never actually heard her play the piano before. Song Jingyan glanced at Jiang Jining and smirked slightly. You're beautiful too, yet before Jiang Jining could catch his words, the sound of piano music filled the room. At the piano, Shen Xingwan's delicate fingers danced effortlessly across the black and white keys with practiced precision. The melody flowed like a gentle stream, resonating through the hall and reaching everyone's ears. The rhythm was so immersive that it felt like stepping into a dreamlike world. Just as Fu Tingye finished his phone call and returned, he was greeted by the sight of his wife sitting at the piano, playing a mesmerizing tune. Under the glow of the lights, every smile and movement of hers seemed like that of a goddess who had wandered into the mortal realm. Fu Tingye's deep, piercing eyes locked onto her petite figure on stage, filled with awe and admiration, unable to look away. As the final note of the performance faded, the audience remained in a stunned silence, unable to recover from the mesmerizing piece. Then, suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Wow, that was incredible. So professional. I never expected the young madam of the Fu family to not only look stunning but also be so talented. Truly, exceptional people are destined for each other. You're amazing. Play another piece for us, goddess. Shen Xingwan, however, merely smiled faintly. She turned her gaze briefly toward Bai Shuai with an expression impossible to decipher, then calmly stepped off the stage. Standing at the side of the stage, Bai Shuai maintained a facade of composure, but her heart was in turmoil, as if struck by lightning. Hatred surged within her. She had planned to humiliate this countrywoman, only to have her steal the spotlight instead. Bai Shuai glared at Shen Xingwan's retreating figure with seething resentment, her eyes flashing with malice. She hadn't expected this woman to have any real skills, how careless she had been. In the audience, Fu Tingye saw Shen Xingwan descending from the stage and immediately approached her, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. His eyes held a faint, fiery glint. Why did you decide to play the piano? He asked, his voice low and warm. He had only stepped out to take a phone call, and in that short time, his girl had become the brightest star in the room. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow and responded nonchalantly, oh, just playing along with the White Lotus for fun. What? Fu Tingye's hand reached up to tousle her hair affectionately, his gaze filled with indulgence. Shen Xingwan met his eyes casually and said, "The eldest daughter of the Bai family invited me so enthusiastically, I couldn't exactly refuse her, could I?" Hearing this, a chilling glint flashed in Fu Tingye's eyes, his expression turning dark and menacing. "Interesting," he said coldly. "I step away for a moment, and someone dares to stir up trouble. Looks like their life has been too easy lately." Sensing his displeasure, Shen Xingwan chuckled softly. She gently held his warm, broad hand and spoke playfully, "Relax. This banquet is boring anyway. I just entertain myself with her antics. Don't interfere." To her, it wasn't a big deal. If Bai Shuowei wanted to create drama, Shen Xingwan would simply deal with her. After all, it was just a white lotus, easy enough to crush. Fu Tingye stared at her intently, his gaze filled with tenderness. With a soft sigh, he relented. All right. His girl, his treasury would spoil her unconditionally. If anything happened, he would take care of it. Shen Xingwan's lips curved into a smile as she led him to a sofa. Jiang Jining, noticing her approach, looked at her with admiration. "Xingjie, this is the first time I've heard you play the piano. You're amazing." Qin Yu, lounging on the sofa with a drink in hand, glanced at Fu Tingye with a faintly mocking expression. "Why do I feel like this guy is punching above his weight?" he muttered. He scooted closer to Shen Xingwan, his charming eyes narrowing with curiosity. "So, Xingwan, what other skills do you have? Care to share a little with me?" Not only was she a distinguished professor, skilled in medicine, a racer, a pianist, and a martial artist, there might even be more he didn't know about. Qin Yu was intrigued. Shen Xingwan gave him a cool glance and replied indifferently, "Not sure." Qin Yu blinked, baffled. "Huh? What kind of answer is that?" Song Jingyan, noticing Fu Tingye's dark expression, chuckled lightly. He reached out to pull Qin Yu away from Shen Xingwan and handed him a drink. "Here. Drink up," Song Jingyan said with a calm smile. Qin Yu stared at him, bewildered. "Why are you dragging me away? I wasn't done talking." Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, Song Shulan approached Bai Shuowei with a complex expression. "Shuowei, what happened just now? How does that woman know how to play the piano?" she asked, clearly perplexed. Bai Shuowei, her anger barely contained, responded with tear-filled eyes, "Mom, I don't know either. I was trying to humiliate her in front of everyone, but who would have thought she could actually play the piano?" Instead of embarrassing herself, she became the center of attention. "She's so smug now." Song Shulan's eyes hardened with a cold glint as she sneered. That country bumpkinu underestimated her. Bai Shuowei grew anxious. Was this it? Was that woman just going to walk away unscathed? She had intended to be the star of the evening, but now, that countrywoman had stolen her thunder. She couldn't accept it. "Mom, what should we do now?" Bai Shuowei asked, her voice tinged with desperation. She was the esteemed daughter of the Bai family, a woman of noble status. How could she possibly lose to someone from the countryside? Song Shulan's eyes flickered with malice. After a moment's thought, she leaned in close and whispered something into Bai Shuowei's ear. "Remember, don't let your father find out about this," Song Shulan warned. Bai Shuowei froze briefly, then broke into a strange smile. Nodding, she replied, "Got it." She glanced around cautiously before striding gracefully back into the banquet hall. The banquet hall buzzed with activity, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. Bai Shuowei stood in a corner of the hall, seemingly greeting guests, but in reality, her sharp gaze never left Shen Xingwan and her group, observing their every move. 10 minutes later, the corner of her lips curved into a sly smile. With a graceful nod to the person beside her, she excused herself and walked toward a server carrying a tray. Bai Shuowei quickly scanned her surroundings and noticed that most of the guests were focused on the performance on stage, leaving the area relatively quiet. On the tray, there was a plate of delicate pastries and a glass of cool water. She felt the opportunity had presented itself. "May I have this plate of pastries?" she asked the server. Recognizing her as the eldest miss of the Bai family, the server smiled politely but declined. "I'm sorry, Miss Bai. These are prepared for the guests over there. How about I get you a fresh plate instead?" He gestured toward the sofa where Shen Xingwan and her group were seated to explain. Bai Shuowei maintained a gentle demeanor, smiling softly. "If that's the case, never mind. I'll get some myself later." With that, she turned to leave. But after taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly stumbled, pretending to twist her ankle. "Ah!" she exclaimed. The server immediately set the tray on a nearby table and rushed to her side, helping her up and crouching to check her ankle. "Miss Bai, are you all right?" he asked with concern. Sitting down on a chair, Bai Shuowei rested her hand on the table and shook her head slightly, her expression appearing pained yet composed. "I'm fine. Just twisted my ankle a little. You can go back to work. I'll just rest here for a moment." "All right." The server nodded, seemingly unbothered, and picked up the tray before walking away. On the other side of the banquet hall, the server placed the pastries and water in front of Shen Xingwan before leaving. Jiang Xining's eyes lit up at the sight of the exquisite pastries. Feeling a pang of hunger, she grabbed one without hesitation and began to eat. Xingjia, you should try these. They're really good, she said enthusiastically. Shen Xingwan shook her head with a smile and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. You can keep eating. I'll go with you, Tingye offered, standing up and taking her hand. There's no need. Wait here for me, Shen Xingwan replied with a soft laugh before turning to leave. Qin Yu watched the scene unfold and couldn't help rolling his eyes at Tingye's overly attentive behavior. Seriously, is this the same Tingye who used to be so indifferent to women? You're like a completely different person, so clingy, he teased, shaking his head. Tingye turned to glare at him, his tone cold. Shut up. What would a single guy like you know? He wished he could stick to his Wanwan side 247, how could he ever get tired of it? Song Jingyan chuckled, taking a sip of his drink before patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. Brother, as a single guy, you don't get a say in this. Qin Yu's face fell. Ouch, that's harsh. But he couldn't argue with them after all. It was true. Still, he wasn't the only single one here. Meanwhile, Jiang Jining paid no attention to the men's banter. Enjoying the pastries in front of her, she reached for another piece, savoring it with delight. Seeing how much she was enjoying herself, Song Jingyan smiled warmly and handed her the glass of water. Don't choke, have some water. Jiang Jining blinked at him, then accepted the glass without much thought, taking a few gulps. Sure enough, her throat felt much better, and her hunger was sated. After finishing in the restroom, Shen Xingwan noticed an open-air garden nearby and decided to step out for some fresh air. She wandered to a dimly lit corner and tilted her head back to admire the stars twinkling in the night sky. A few minutes later, Bai Shuowei appeared, walking toward her with a poised and composed demeanor. Professor Shen, your piano performance earlier was truly impressive. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Bai Shuowei's voice broke the silence. Hearing the voice, Shen Xingwan turned her head and saw Bai Shuowei approaching her gracefully. There are a lot of things you wouldn't expect, Shen Xingwan replied, her tone calm but laced with subtle sharpness. Bai Shuowei clenched her fists discreetly, her heart burning with resentment towards Shen Xingwan. She had been furious earlier when she saw the server deliver the items, only for Shen Xingwan to leave shortly after. Still, she forced a smile and extended a glass of champagne toward her. Professor Shen, I'm truly grateful for your performance earlier. Allow me to toast to you. Shen Xingwan stepped forward, glancing at the champagne in Bai Shuowei's hand but made no move to take it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a faint, unreadable smile playing on her lips. Are you sure you want me to drink this? She asked, her tone light yet carrying an underlying edge. Bai Shuowei stared at her for a second, seemingly puzzled by her words. The smile on her face faltered slightly. As the host, it's only right for me to toast you. Shen Xingwan said calmly, her expression unreadable, a faint smile playing on her lips. All right, since you insist on drinking, then drink. Bai Shuowei gritted her teeth internally. What on earth was this woman trying to do? She had been holding the glass for ages, yet Shen Xingwan refused to accept it. Bai Shuowei was fuming inside, feeling she was about to explode from frustration. She met Shen Xingwan's cold, indifferent gaze and turned to look out at the pitch-black night sky. The dim lighting around them only heightened the strange atmosphere. With just the two of them there, Bai Shuowei suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The next moment, Shen Xingwan's eyes glinted with a mysterious, dangerous light. Her gaze was icy but seemed to carry an unyielding sharpness. Bai Shuowei, look into my eyes. Startled, Bai Shuowei turned her head and locked eyes with her. In an instant, the malice in Shen Xingwan's gaze seemed to dissolve Bai Shuowei's resistance. Her eyes turned vacant, her expression lifeless. Seeing this, Shen Xingwan's lips curled into a faint, sly smile. Her voice carried a hint of mischief as she spoke. Bai Shuowei, drink the champagne in your hand. Like a puppet on strings, Bai Shuowei, her eyes dull and unfocused, obediently raised the glass and drained it in one go. Good. Now, tell me, what are you planning to do next? Shen Xingwan's voice was chillingly calm, her dangerous gaze piercing through the silence. Under her command, Bai Shuowei murmured absent-mindedly, I want to ruin Shen Xingwan's reputation. Once she drinks this glass of wine and is brought to the room upstairs, those scoundrels outside will take care of her. By then, everyone at the event will see how disgraceful this woman from the countryside truly is. Shen Xingwan's expression remained indifferent, but she let out a cold laugh. How thoughtful of this White Lotus to go to such lengths to deal with me. Fine, I'll grant her wish. Her eyes flickered with a sinister glint as she leaned closer, her voice low and icy. Bai Shuowei, you're tired now. Slowly head upstairs to the room you've reserved and get some rest. Use the emergency exit and avoid the crowd. If this woman insisted on causing trouble again and again, it was time for her to face the consequences of her actions. Under Shen Xingwan's suggestion, Bai Shuowei moved like a marionette, quietly leaving the room. Shen Xingwan watched her retreating figure, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly, a cold air emanating from her. Suddenly, a deep magnetic voice sounded behind her. 1-1. Shen Xingwan turned to see Fu Tingye approaching her. She quickly walked toward him, her expression serious. I was just about to head inside. When did this man get here? Had he noticed her using hypnosis? Fu Tingye chuckled softly, pulling her into his arms and pressing a gentle kiss on her lips. Bored already? Let's head home. Shen Xingwan blinked at him, then quickly shook her head. The show hasn't even started yet. How can we leave now? Don't worry, we'll go home later. I still have a show to enjoy. She smiled mischievously, her lips curling up playfully. Fu Tingye gazed at the adorable and captivating woman in front of him, unable to resist her charm. He leaned down to kiss her again. All right, we'll go home after you've had your fun. His eyes held a faint trace of amusement as he looked at her. Shen Xingwan nodded with a grin and took his hand, leading him back into the banquet hall. Knight, are you leaving already? Qin Yu called out as they approached. Shen Xingwan glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Not yet. I want to stay and have some fun. Qin Yu looked at her puzzled. What's so fun about this? Didn't Tingye just say you were heading home? Shen Xingwan ignored him, her excitement evident as she pulled Fu Tingye to sit down with her. Where's Zhang Jining? She asked, noticing her absence. Did she already leave? She said she was feeling a bit bored, so Song Jingyan took her out for a walk, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, lounging back on the sofa. Shen Xingwan didn't overthink it. She sent a quick message on her phone and waited for the show to begin. Half an hour later, the promotional video for the Bai family continued to loop on the screen, its rousing music filling the venue. Shen Xingwan glanced at the screen, calculating the time. A thrill of anticipation bubbled within her. The good part was about to start. Feigning a yawn, she leaned toward Fu Tingye and casually remarked, "This is so boring. You don't have to keep watching it." Fu Tingye held Shen Xingwan in his arms, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. His eyes were filled with tenderness and affection as he toyed with her hair, speaking in a low, gentle voice. Baby, I wasn't watching that boring stuff. I only have eyes for you. Qin Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter, what are they even talking about? It's just a promotional video. What's so boring about it? And why are they always flaunting their affection like this? He rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated. A few minutes later, inside the venue, the intense music was suddenly replaced by a strange noise. At the same time, the screen on the stage displayed an image so shocking that it left the crowd speechless, their mouths agape. Qin Yu, mid-sip of his drink, was so stunned that he spat it out instantly. What the? This is way too much, he exclaimed, quickly turning his head away. Shen Xingwan, on the other hand, immediately pressed Fu Tingye's head downward, her expression serious. Don't look, she commanded firmly. Fu Tingye gazed up at her with a playful smile, pretending to be aggrieved. Baby, I wasn't looking. I swear in this lifetime, I'll only look at you. He seemed to enjoy her possessiveness immensely. Then, with his slender fingers, he gently covered her eyes and pulled her closer into his embrace. Wanwan, you're not allowed to look either. I can't let my wife's eyes be tainted. Qin Yu watched the couple's antics and silently rolled his eyes. Why am I stuck here witnessing all this lovey-dovey nonsense? I don't even know where to look now. Big mistake sitting with these two. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Baiyahui and Song Shulan stared at the screen in disbelief. Baiyahui, seething with rage, turned to Song Shulan, gritting his teeth. What is going on here? Where's Bai Shuoei? How did a perfectly good banquet turn into a scandal for the Bai family? Song Shulan, seemingly in shock, ignored him, her face pale as she muttered to herself, how could this happen? This can't be real. It's impossible. Suddenly, she rushed onto the stage, shouting, turn it off. Shut it down now. The event staff, realizing the commotion, immediately ran backstage to cut the power. The banquet hall erupted into chaos as the screen went dark. Guests began whispering among themselves. Oh my gosh. Did I see that right? Was that Bai Shuoei, the Bai family's eldest daughter? Yep, it was her. Who would have thought the Bai family's grand banquet would turn into such a scandal? Unbelievable. Exactly. The dignified Miss Bai, caught doing such things with multiple men? I never would have guessed. She always seemed so gentle and elegant. Who knew she was so wild in private? This is the end for her. The gossip spread like wildfire, with the crowd eagerly watching the drama unfold. Shen Xingwan, hearing the chatter around her, remained calm and composed. She brushed off her dress with an air of indifference and stood up. Glancing at Fu Tingye, she raised an eyebrow and said, let's go. Time to head home. All right, let's go home, Fu Tingye replied with a smile, standing up and taking her hand. Qin Yu, watching them leave, couldn't resist calling out, you're leaving already? The real drama is just starting. Fu Tingye cast him a cool glance. Stay and enjoy the show. I'm taking my wife home to sleep. Shen Xingwan. Why does it sound so weird when he says it? Qin Yu. I can't believe this guy. He's unbelievable. Elsewhere, after the screen in the hall went dark, Song Shulan hurriedly went to find Baishu. Upstairs, in one of the rooms, she furiously chased out the group of men, giving them strict warnings and threats before slamming the door shut. Inside, Baishuawei was still dazed and disoriented. Song Shulan dragged her into the bathroom, dousing her with cold water in an attempt to sober her up. 20 minutes later, Baishuawei slowly regained her senses. She sat trembling, wrapped in a coat, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She looked pitiful and fragile. Song Shulan's face was a mix of sorrow and bitterness. She couldn't understand how things had gone so wrong. Where had the plan failed? Why was her daughter the one caught in this mess instead of that country bumpkin? Just then, Baihui stormed into the room, his face dark with fury. Without a word, he slapped Bai Shuai hard across the face. You shameless disgrace. You've ruined the Bai family's reputation, he roared. Song Shulan, crying, clung to Bai Yaoi, trying to stop him from hitting Bai Shuai again. Don't hurt my daughter. Shuai was set up. She's already in this state, and you're still hitting her? What kind of father are you? Bai Yahui, shaking with anger, pointed a trembling finger at her. You. Song Shulan didn't wait for Bai Yaoi to speak and continued urgently, Maui, no matter what, you must not let those people leak the photos. If they do, Wei Wei is done for. What on earth is going on? Bai Yaoi took a deep breath, his face darkened, and his eyes burned with fury. Who had the audacity to frame his daughter during the Bai family's anniversary banquet? A perfectly fine event had turned into a scandal for the Bai family. This was unacceptable. Bai Shuai covered her face, shaking her head as she sobbed. Dad, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Hearing this, Song Shulan immediately stepped forward, her expression steady as she spoke to Bai Yaoi. Yahui, go handle the situation at the venue first. Leave Wei Wei to me. No matter what, you must resolve this issue for her. Otherwise, not only will Wei Wei's reputation be ruined, but the Bai family will also suffer serious consequences. Bai Yahui froze for a moment, then glared at the two of them angrily before storming out. As soon as Bai Yaoi left, Song Shulan shut the door and turned to Bai Shuai, her tone filled with suspicion. Wei Wei, how did it come to this? Why isn't that other woman in this position? Everything was planned so carefully, how did it end up like this? Bai Zui's eyes were red with resentment, her heart filled with humiliation. This was a disgrace she would carry for the rest of her life. I don't know. I was holding a glass of wine, going to find that woman, but after that, I don't remember anything. She clutched her head, her face pale, her emotions spiraling out of control. Mom, it must have been Shen Xingwan. She ruined me. I want her dead. You have to help me. You must help me. After something like this, there was no way Fu Tingye would ever look at her again. Worse still, no other wealthy heirs would want her either. The once proud heiress of the Bai family had become a laughingstock. She was determined to seek revenge and make that woman pay for what she had done. Don't cry, Wei Wei. Mom will help you. I'll make sure that woman pays for this. Song Shulan hugged Bai Shuai tightly, her heart aching. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes. It seemed she had underestimated Shen Xingwan. To dare ruin her daughter, well, that woman wouldn't be left unscathed. The night was deep, and the world outside was silent. Inside the Maybach, the moment the two boarded, Butler Wang professionally raised the partition for privacy. Fu Tingye pulled Shen Xingwan into his arms, gently stroking her dark hair. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Shen Xingwan chuckled softly, lifting her gaze to meet his. I didn't do any physical labor, so no, I'm not tired. Fu Tingye smiled and leaned close to her ear, planting a soft kiss. His voice was low and magnetic. Darling, you'll be tired later. Better rest now. Shen Xingwan blinked, momentarily puzzled. Are we going to do some physical labor later? Without dwelling on it, she asked curiously. By the way, why didn't I see Song Jingyan in the banquet hall earlier? Jiang Jining was missing too. Did they leave with her father? Something seemed off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. I don't know and I don't care. 1-1. Don't mention other men in front of me, Fu Tingye said, pulling her closer, his tone tinged with possessiveness. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch his cheek. This man was ridiculously domineering. Fu Tingye's gaze darkened as he looked at her, his voice dropping a notch. Since you're so full of energy, how about we do something else? Shen Xingwan blinked in confusion, but before she could react, he captured her lips in a deep kiss. His tongue slipped past her teeth, swallowing whatever she was about to say. Moments later, Shen Xingwan felt the shift in his demeanor. She pushed lightly against his chest, signaling him to hold back. After all, they were still in the car. Fu Tingye reluctantly pulled away, then lifted her onto his lap, resuming his kisses. Gradually, her evening gown became disheveled. Shen Xingwan, breathless and slightly trembling, pushed against him again. Stop, let's wait until we're home. Tingye lowered his head, biting lightly on her collarbone. His voice was deep and hoarse. Darling, I can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan felt as if her bones had turned to jelly. This man had a knack for seduction and always found ways to tease her. But if he was uncomfortable, what could she do? She didn't exactly have a needle to poke him with. Suddenly, Shen Xingwan felt something and glanced down. Her face flushed as she glared at him in exasperation. This devil of a man. Tingye simply smiled, his lips curling mischievously as he leaned in for another kiss, continuing his relentless assault. Shen Xingwan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she let herself be swept away. She realized, helplessly, that she had completely fallen for this captivating man. At the same time, at the hotel entrance, Qinyu kept dialing Song Jingyan's number over and over again, but no one answered. Suspicion began to creep into his mind. How could someone just disappear after stepping out for some fresh air? Refusing to give up, he continued to call, only to find that the phone had been turned off. What was going on? Did even his buddy, Song Jingyan, abandon him? Feeling a bit hurt, Qinyu stared at his phone before driving off alone in his eye-catching blue Ferrari. One day I'd find someone to date too. Upstairs, in the presidential suite of the hotel, Song Jingyan turned off his phone and poured himself a glass of ice water. At the same time, Jiang Jining was sitting in the bathtub, soaking in cold water. Her dress was disheveled, and she felt as if her whole body was burning up. She couldn't understand what was happening. How could she have been drugged at such a high-profile banquet? She was sure she hadn't eaten anything suspicious. Just then, Song Jingyan walked over with the glass of water, his face filled with concern. Drink some ice water. I'll help you feel better. Having seen his fair share of darkness, he immediately understood what had happened to her. Without hesitation, he carried her to the top floor and placed her in cold water to cool down. In a situation like this, he couldn't relieve her pain. Any sedatives were back at the hospital, and there wasn't enough time to get them. He couldn't believe someone dared to drug her at such an event. Jiang Xining's cheeks were flushed red as she looked up at him with a hint of grievance. Song Jingyan, I'm so hot, she murmured. Be good, Song Jingyan coaxed her gently. Drink this water. I will help you feel a little better. After gulping down the ice water, Jiang Jining felt some relief in her throat, but the heat coursing through her body didn't diminish at all. She slowly raised her gaze to the man in front of her, her voice hoarse as she whimpered, I feel awful. Song Jingyan's eyes darkened as he took in the sight of her faintly visible silhouette in the bathtub. His throat felt dry, and he spoke in a low voice, hang in there. The drug's effects will wear off soon. Even though he had feelings for her, he couldn't take advantage of her in this vulnerable state. To him, a first time should be beautiful and consensual. Determined to maintain his composure, he lifted her out of the tub, intending to refill it with fresh cold water. But Jiang Jining, at her limit, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Her small hands slid under his shirt, igniting sparks wherever they touched. Song Jingyan froze, his ears turning slightly red as he avoided looking directly at her. Gently but firmly, he pulled her away. Behave. Don't push it, or you'll regret it, he said, his voice hoarse. This woman had already stolen his first kiss while they were abroad, and now she was teasing him again. He wasn't sure how much longer he could hold himself back. Jiang Jining looked up at him, her expression innocent yet slightly disgruntled. Help me, she pleaded softly. Song Jingyan felt like he was losing his mind. He was a man, after all, and resisting her advances was no easy feat. She continued to kiss him, her hands never stopping their mischief. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Do you want me? Tightly wrapping his arms around her, Song Jingyan stared intently at the woman in his arms, his gaze blazing. Jiang Jining, do you even know what you're saying? Jiang Jining, feeling like she was about to combust, nodded slowly, her half-lidded eyes meeting his. I know, so you. Before she could finish, his lips crashed onto hers in a fierce and unrestrained kiss. In no time, their clothes were scattered all over the floor. His eyes burned with intensity as he scooped her up and carried her to the bed. In the dimly lit room, his lips captured hers once again. Gradually, the temperature in the suite began to rise. Moments later, the sounds emanating from within grew louder and more fervent. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow. When Shen Xingwan woke up, Tingye was no longer by her side. She stretched, wincing at the soreness in her waist. Now she truly understood what he meant last night when he said she'd be tired. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was already close to 11 a.m. She chuckled softly to herself. That man was something else. After freshening up, she changed into a comfortable long dress and made her way downstairs. As she reached the staircase, she noticed Jiang Jining sitting on the sofa, glancing around like a guilty thief. What are you doing? Shen Xingwan asked as she descended the stairs, giving Jiang Jining a curious once-over. Jiang Jining heard a sound and was startled. She patted her chest to calm herself before walking over and pulling Shen Xingwan to sit down on the sofa. With a serious expression she said, "Xingjie, I have something very serious to tell you." Shen Xingwan leaned against the sofa, resting her head on one hand, and looked at her with amusement. "Go on, what is it?" She couldn't help but find it funny this girl had never looked so guilty before. What kind of earth-shattering thing had happened? Jiang Jining glanced around nervously, then leaned in close to whisper in her ear, "Last night, I slept with Song Zhengyan." Shen Xingwan froze. Wait, did she hear that right? Jiang Jining slept with Song Jingyan? When did things progress to that point between them? Shen Xingwan was a little shocked. Who would have thought? This girl had it in her. She gave Jiang Jining a meaningful look, raising an eyebrow. Well, look at you. That's bold. Jiang Jining felt defeated. This isn't about being bold. She exclaimed. When I woke up this morning and saw him lying next to me, I panicked. I felt so guilty, and I vaguely remember that I was the one who made the first move. She could barely contain her embarrassment. So, I snuck out while he was still asleep. What should I do now? I don't even dare face him. Do you think he'll be mad at me? She looked at Shen Xingwan with a pitiful expression, genuinely worried. After all, she had stolen his first kiss before, and now this? She felt like a total rogue. Shen Xingwan couldn't hold back her laughter as she saw how distraught Jiang Jining looked. Relax. If he dares to get mad at you, it'll break his arm, she said with a mischievous grin. If anything, he's the one who got the better end of the deal here. Besides, I've always suspected that Song Jingyan isn't exactly innocent when it comes to his feelings for you. Jiang Xining's eyes widened in shock. That's so violent. She pouted and quickly shook her head. No, you can't break his arm. Shen Xingwan chuckled and gave her a teasing look. Oh, do you like him? Jiang Jining immediately straightened up, looking flustered. Of course not. It's just he's the victim here. I can't let him lose both his dignity and his arm, right? I'm not that heartless. She sighed dramatically, clearly trying to justify herself. Shen Xingwan rolled her eyes and leaned back against the sofa, deciding not to argue further. Meanwhile, Jiang Jining seemed to drift off into her own thoughts. After a moment, her face darkened with anger, and she suddenly blurted out, "Xingjie, the only reason I ended up with Song Jingyan last night is because someone drugged me at the banquet. I don't know who the hell did it, but if I find out, it'll make them pay." Hearing this, Shen Xingwan froze for a moment. Could it be that Bai Shuowei had drugged something else as well? Did you eat or drink anything suspicious last night? She asked cautiously. Jiang Jining shook her head, looking a little wronged. No, I was with you guys the whole time. I only had a few pastries and some water. It must have been one of those. Shen Xingwan's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. She picked up her phone and checked for any news about last night but found nothing. Looks like the Bai family pulled some strings to suppress the news. They must have spent a fortune to cover this up, she muttered under her breath. Turning to Jiang Jining, Shen Xingwan's expression softened with guilt. I'm sorry, Jining. This is my fault. That drug was meant for me, but you accidentally ended up taking it. Jiang Jining blinked, processing what she had just heard. A few seconds later, she jumped up, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "What? It was that White Lotus by Shuowei? Damn it, I'm going to find someone to teach her a lesson." Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Xining's fiery reaction. No need for that. After what happened last night, I doubt she'll dare to show her face in public for a while. Jiang Jining looked confused. Why not? Shen Xingwan gestured for her to sit back down and then recounted what had happened in the back of the banquet hall last night. After hearing the story, Jiang Jining finally felt a bit more at ease. At least Xingjie had already dealt with that woman. Bai Shuowei deserved everything that came her way serves her right. At that moment, a deep magnetic voice interrupted their conversation. "One." Shen Xingwan turned to see Tingye walking over. Propping her chin on the back of the sofa, she smiled at him. "You're home? Not going to the office today?" She had assumed had already left for work when she woke up and didn't see him. Tingye walked over, pulled her into his arms, and planted a kiss on her forehead. "I was in the study handling some things. I'll head to the office after having lunch with you." Jiang Jining sat on the side, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two people in front of her. Ugh, how could they be so lovey-dovey? What a miscalculation. This sudden display of affection left her completely unprepared. Feeling like a third wheel, she forced a smile and said, "Hi, brother-in-law." Tingye turned around and glanced at her lazily. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to visit your house, of course." "What? Not welcome?" Jiang Jining internally rolled her eyes. How on earth did this man manage to catch Xingjie's eye? He was so unlikable. Ignoring her completely, Tingye took Shen Xingwan's hand and led her toward the dining room. "You must be hungry. Let's go eat." In the dining room, Jiang Jining noticed Ji Yunyan joining them for dinner. She froze mid-motion, holding her chopsticks. "When did your family get another little sister?" Shen Xingwan remained calm, using the serving chopsticks to place a piece of ribs into Ji Yanyan's bowl. I brought her here a while ago. Jiang Jining glanced at her thoughtfully but didn't press further, continuing with her meal. By the end of dinner, Jiang Jining felt like she hadn't eaten food but a full serving of public displays of affection. It was overwhelming. I'm leaving now. I have to head to the studio this afternoon. Are you coming? Jiang Jining leaned back on the sofa, addressing Shen Xingwan. After all, Xingwan was technically one of the studio's silent partners and should at least make an appearance. Shen Xingwan shook her head slightly. No, I have something to do this afternoon. Maybe another time. She had to prepare medicine for Ji Yanyan and didn't have time to go. Alright then, I'm off. Jiang Jining waved, grabbed her bag and left. June weather changes in the blink of an eye. Moments ago, the sky was clear and bright, but now it was overcast and gloomy. Jiang Jining spent the entire afternoon at the studio, quietly sketching designs. By the time she drove back to her apartment, it was already past 8 p.m. The night was deep, and a gentle breeze swept through the air. After parking her car, she took the elevator up to her floor. But as soon as she stepped out, she saw the last person she wanted to see, Song Jingyan. He stood casually leaning against her door, hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed. What are you doing standing by my door? Move. Jiang Jining felt a little guilty. Song Jingyan looked at her with a faint smirk, then moved aside to let her unlock the door. Jiang Jining quickly opened it and stepped inside. Just as she was about to close the door, Song Jingyan followed her in. What are you doing in my apartment? Jiang Jining lowered her head, her tone lacking confidence. Song Jingyan stared at her, standing there like a turtle retreating into its shell, and felt both amused and exasperated. This morning, he had woken up to find that she had snuck away, and he had been dying to drag her back and give her a piece of his mind. With a sly smile, he stepped closer, pinning her against the wall. In a low voice he said, a certain woman stole my first kiss abroad, then took my first night last night, and now she just wants to walk away like nothing happened? I have to come and settle this, don't you think? Hearing his words, Jiang Jining wished the ground would swallow her up. How could he come to her house to confront her like this? What do you want? She asked nervously. Last night had been unintentional, and now with him standing so close, her heart was racing out of control. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she mustered some courage. I'm warning you, no violence. Song Jingyan leaned in closer, his tone teasing. No violence. Just words. Jiang Jining blinked, confused. What do you mean? Before she could react, Song Jingyan suddenly lowered his head and kissed her, biting her lip lightly as if to punish her. Jiang Jining's eyes widened in shock. The slight pain snapped her out of her daze, and she immediately pushed him away. You scoundrel. Song Jingyan smirked, his expression both roguish and aggrieved. If we're talking about being a scoundrel, I think you've got me beat. But since you've taken all my firsts, don't you think you should take responsibility? What if no one wants me anymore? What if they all think I'm tainted? Jiang Jining felt like she was losing her mind. How had she ended up with such a clingy, shameless man? She didn't even know how to respond. Taking a deep breath, she finally said, if anyone's at a loss here, it's me, okay? Just tell me what do you want? Song Jingyan's handsome face lit up with a smile. He walked over to the sofa, sat down casually, and leaned back comfortably. Nothing much. I just want you to take responsibility for me, that's all. Jiang Jining strode over, her teeth clenched in frustration, towering over the man who was lounging lazily on the sofa. In her mind, she cursed him thoroughly. Fine, I'll take responsibility. Happy now, she snapped. Hearing the reply he wanted, Song Jingyan flashed a devilishly charming smile. He reached out, pulling her onto his lap in one swift motion. Alright then, since you're my girlfriend now, no more avoiding me, he declared firmly. Jiang Jining stared at the man and his captivating smile, momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Just then, a rumbling sound broke the silence, her stomach growling. You haven't had dinner? Song Jingyan asked, his voice soft yet teasing. Jiang Jining's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head. No, she admitted quietly. Song Jingyan chuckled warmly, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Wait here, he said before getting up and heading to the kitchen. Opening the fridge, Song Jingyan discovered it was nearly empty. Shaking his head with a small laugh, he grabbed a tomato and some eggs. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles was placed in front of Jiang Jining. Eat up, he said casually. Jiang Jining glanced at Song Jingyan in disbelief. This man could actually cook? You're not eating, she asked curiously. I already ate, he replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. Picking up her chopsticks, Jiang Jining took a bite. She paused, surprised by how good it tasted. Turns out this man was somewhat useful after all. Feeling a bit smug, she thought to herself, having someone cook for her wasn't so bad after all. Meanwhile, at the Bai family residence. Ever since the incident, Bai Shuwei had locked herself in her room, Too ashamed to leave, her entire demeanor filled with despair. Song Shulan, looking visibly anxious, tried to console her. Wei Wei, your father has smoothed things over from yesterday. Don't worry about it. With red-rimmed eyes, Bai Shuai gritted her teeth and said, Mom, we need to make Dad help me get revenge. It was Shen Xingwan who set me up. Song Shulan rubbed her temples, her head aching. She had reviewed the surveillance footage from last night, but there wasn't a shred of evidence pointing to that woman. Thankfully, she had preemptively dealt with those thugs. Otherwise, Bai Yahui could have traced everything back to them. Handing her phone to Bai Shuai, Song Shulan asked skeptically, Wei Wei, this is the surveillance from the banquet hall last night. Why did you drink the wine yourself? After watching the video, Bai Shuai clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel the pain. Staring at the screen with hatred, she seethed, wanting to tear Shen Xingwan apart. Mom, I don't know. I really don't. I don't remember anything after that, Bai Shuai said, her voice trembling with emotion. Song Shulan pulled her into a comforting embrace, patting her back. Don't cry. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get your revenge. Let that country bumpkin enjoy her little victory for now. She ruined my daughter, she won't get away with it. Hearing her mother's words, Bai Shuai stopped crying and asked, Mom, what's the plan? That woman isn't as simple as she seems. We can't underestimate her. A flash of malice crossed Song Shulan's eyes as her face twisted with determination. I know. Don't worry. I have a plan. But your father must not find out about this. If Bai Yahui learns of it, we won't have peace in this house. Bai Shuai wiped away her tears and nodded. Understood, Mom. The breeze was gentle, and the rain drizzled softly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Shen Xingwan had spent most of her days in the lab, busy with her work. Although she was a part of the Medical Research Institute, she rarely showed her face, and the ongoing issues in the lab had yet to be resolved. Feeling a sense of responsibility, she reluctantly agreed to a few days of experiments after being bombarded with calls and texts from Chuinan. I'm leaving. You can handle the remaining tasks yourself. Don't call me unless it's urgent, Shen Xingwan said, packing up her things and shooting an annoyed glance at Chuinan. She was utterly fed up with him after the past few days. Just seeing him now made her irritable. Chuinan, holding a stack of data, looked elated. Raising an eyebrow, he grinned. Got it, got it. I wouldn't dream of troubling you with trivial matters, Star. Don't worry, I won't bother you again. Shen Xingwan gave him a sidelong glance but didn't respond. This guy was becoming increasingly unreliable. Seeing her silence, Chuinan chuckled. Star, how about staying a bit longer? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What do you feel like eating? Shen Xingwan rolled her eyes. Stay longer? To keep working in the lab? Did he think she was desperate for a free meal? No thanks. I have plans. I'm leaving, she said curtly. She hadn't spent much time with her little demon at home lately. Since it was still early, she figured she'd go pick him up from work. Chuinan nodded meekly, knowing better than to push his luck. The last thing he wanted was to anger her. All right, Star. Do you need me to give you a ride? He asked cautiously. No need. Shen Xingwan replied without turning back, slinging her bag over her shoulder and walking out the door. The scorching sun blazed overhead, and the weather grew increasingly stifling. At the Fu Corporation building, Shen Xingwan, having visited a few times before, was already a familiar face to the two receptionists. Upon seeing their little goddess, their eyes lit up, and they greeted her warmly. Good day, young madam. Shen Xingwan nodded slightly and gave them a faint smile. Hello. One of the receptionists, Xiao Zhou, shyly scratched her head and then escorted Shen Xingwan to the private elevator reserved for the CEO. She's so gorgeous. She and the CEO are such a perfect match, like they were made for each other, one receptionist whispered excitedly. Let me tell you, the CEO's wife is not only stunning but also a guest professor at Jinghai University, the other added. Of course. Beauty and brains combined, truly my idol. The two receptionists continued to chatter quietly, their admiration evident. On the top floor, Shen Xingwan stepped out of the elevator and headed straight for the CEO's office. Chen Dong, the assistant, emerged from his office and noticed her approaching. A trace of relief flickered across his face as he quickly walked over. Young madam, President Fu is in his office, Chen Dong informed her. Shen Xingwan glanced at him, noticing the document in his hand. Seeing that he stood there without moving, she asked, Do you need something? Not really, Chen Dong replied nervously. It's just that this document needs to be delivered to him. Could I trouble you to bring it in for me? I wouldn't want to disturb you both. In truth, he was avoiding the CEO's wrath after an important contract clause had been mishandled, leading to an earlier outburst. He figured it was safer to stay out of the way. Shen Xingwan gave him a knowing look, her expression faintly amused, but said nothing. She took the document from his hand and pushed open the office door. Inside the office, Fu Tingye sat at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. His presence exuded an icy authority. Hearing the door open, he frowned and spoke in a displeased tone. Do you not know to knock before entering? Shen Xingwan was speechless. This man is really not cute today. So fierce. When Fu Tingye noticed the figure at the door remaining silent, his eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of danger flashing in his gaze. He raised his head slowly, scanning the room, and froze momentarily when he saw her. The surprise quickly melted into joy as he set down his pen and strode over to her. Wonwon, it's you? He exclaimed as he pulled her into his arms, his eyes filled with delight. Over the past few days, his girl had been busy with her work at the Medical Research Institute, leaving him feeling neglected. He had been thinking about her constantly, and now that she was here, his heart felt full. Shen Xingwan looked up at him, a soft smile tugging at her lips. This man's mood changes so fast. She gently freed herself from his embrace and placed the document she was holding onto his desk. I came to wait for you so we can go home together. What, am I not welcome? Just as she was about to turn around, Fu Tingye scooped her up effortlessly and seated her on the desk. I thought it was Chen Dong, he murmured, wrapping his arms around her. He leaned down and brushed his lips against hers. Darling, I missed you. How could I not welcome you? I'd bring you to work with me every day if I could. Shen Xingwan hooked her arms around his neck, laughing softly. I know you missed me, so I came to find you. She had missed him too, that's why she was here. Fu Tingye's eyes gleamed with joy, his heart swelling with happiness. He leaned in, kissing her gently on the lips before trailing his lips to her swan-like neck, where he playfully nibbled. Shen Xingwan let him be. After all, this was her man, and she indulged him. Besides, he was like a seductive demon, one who knew exactly how to enchant her. But gradually, their breaths grew uneven. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the moment. Fu Tingye ignored it, continuing his tender kisses. Shen Xingwan, regaining a bit of clarity, placed her hands on his chest and gently pushed him away. Answer the phone, she said softly. Fu Tingye frowned, clearly unhappy, his voice low and husky. I don't want to. Shen Xingwan gazed at him with a smile, then leaned in to plant a light kiss on his cheek. Be good. Answer it, it might be something important. Fu Tingye sighed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. All right. He picked up the phone from the desk, his tone carrying a hint of irritation when he saw the caller ID. What is it? From the other end of the line, Qin Ye's anxious voice came through. Brother Yi, I'm looking for the beautiful Miss Xingwan. Is she with you? Fu Tingye's demeanor turned colder, his voice laced with possessiveness. Why are you looking for my wife? Qin Yu fell silent for a moment. This guy is so overbearing, like someone's going to steal his wife away. Qin Yu swallowed his anger and took a deep breath before explaining. My grandfather is seriously ill, and Song Jingyan has gone abroad for an academic exchange. Miss Xingwan is highly skilled in medicine, so I was hoping she could help. Hearing this, Fu Tingye's expression softened. He looked at the woman in front of him with affection. Qin Yes on the phone for you, he said. Shen Xingwan took the phone, and after understanding the situation, she decided to head to the hospital to check on the patient. Placing the phone aside, she looked at the handsome man in front of her and smiled faintly. Mr. Fu, I think I need to make a quick trip to the hospital. A doctor's heart is full of compassion, she thought to herself. Besides, the patient was a relative of their friend, so it was necessary to go. Fu Tingye helped her straighten her clothes and couldn't resist planting a kiss on her lips. All right, I'll go with you, he said. Shen Xingwan pinched his cheek lightly and nodded. All right. In S City, at a private hospital, Qin Yu was pacing anxiously outside the VIP ward. Suddenly, he spotted the two of them from afar and immediately ran over. Brother Yi, Miss Xingwan, you're finally here. His tone was filled with excitement. With Miss Xingwan here, his grandfather's life was surely in safe hands. Let's go in, Fu Tingye said coolly, glancing at him. Qin Yu led them into the ward, where all eyes turned to the newcomers. Sister Xingwan, you're here. Qin Shuang greeted Shen Xingwan warmly. Dad, this is Brother Yi's wife, Shen Xingwan. I invited her to treat Grandpa, Qin Yu said as he introduced her to Qin Zhengshan. Qin Zhengshan nodded slightly at Fu Tingye before shifting his gaze to Shen Xingwan. When he got a good look at her refined and strikingly cold beauty, he froze for a moment. With a sigh in his heart, he asked, Miss Shen, how old are you? And which hospital do you work at? Shen Xingwan glanced at Qin Zhengshan and replied calmly, I'm 22. I learned medicine from a barefoot doctor in my village. I don't work at any hospital. Hearing this, Fu Tingye's face darkened instantly, his expression growing cold. Holding Shen Xingwan's hand, he said icily, Uncle Qin, are you questioning my wife's medical skills? Noticing Fu Tingye's displeasure, Qin Yu quickly tugged on his father's sleeve, speaking earnestly, You can rest assured about Miss Xingwan's medical skills. She's more than capable of curing Grandpa. Brother Yi once spent 1 billion yuan to hire her as a miracle doctor. I only found out later through Song Jingyan. Now that I've managed to invite her here so easily, we can't afford to offend her. Yes, Dad. Sister Xingwan is amazing. Please let her examine Grandpa, Qin Shuang added, her concern evident. After all, Sister Xingwan was young, and she worried her father might have reservations. Qin Jingshan looked at them with an exasperated sigh. These kids. Was that what he meant? Besides, his concerns were understandable. But fine, he had no choice but to let this young woman try. Clearing his throat, Qin Jingshan turned to Shen Xingwan. My apologies for being rude. Since he had apologized, Shen Xingwan didn't take offense. After all, he was Qin Ye's father and an elder. With a composed expression, she said, "It's all right. Now, please briefly explain Mr. Qin's condition to me and provide the medical records." Qin Jingshan nodded and gave a concise explanation of the situation, instructing the doctor in the room to hand over the medical files to her. Meanwhile, Mrs. Qin looked at Shen Xingwan with a doubtful expression. "Miss Shen, can you really cure my husband?" "Mom, Sister Xingwan can definitely cure Grandpa. Don't worry about it," Qin Shuang whispered, tugging at her mother's hand. Mrs. Qin shot her a glare, signaling her to stop talking, her heart still full of doubt. Even the doctors had no confidence. How could this young woman, barely older than 20, be more experienced than these senior specialists? The other doctors in the room exchanged disdainful glances. A girl barely in her 20s, if something went wrong, they wouldn't take responsibility for it. After a few minutes, Shen Xingwan put down the medical records and nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I can. The elder's condition cannot be delayed. I'll perform acupuncture on him shortly and schedule surgery for tomorrow." At this, one of the doctors in the room let out a mocking chuckle and couldn't help but remark, "Young lady, don't talk so big. If something goes wrong, you'll have nowhere to cry." At that moment, another doctor in a white coat stepped forward and said, "Young lady, this is a matter of life and death. You're making bold claims without even conducting an examination. You have to take responsibility for this." Before his words could settle, Fu Tingye's brows furrowed deeply, his expression clearly displeased. "Oh, you think you're qualified to question my wife's medical skills? Responsibility? Do you think you can even measure up to me? My Wan is the legendary doctor who was once hired for 1 billion yuan. Do you really think quacks like you have the right to doubt her?" The two doctors were instantly chilled to the bone as they locked eyes with Fu Ting's icy gaze, feeling an invisible pressure weighing on them. They had heard of Fu Ting's reputation and, faced with such a scenario, dared not utter another word. Qin Yu glanced at the two doctors as if looking at fools. "Her medical skills are beyond your comprehension. Just stay out of the way and stop causing trouble." One of the doctors gave an awkward laugh. "Master Fu, young Master Qin, that's not what we meant. It's just that the old gentleman is advanced in age, and even we aren't entirely confident about the surgery. Besides, your wife is so young." The doctor trailed off, thinking to himself, wasn't this man supposed to be indifferent to women? How has he changed so much after getting married? Fu Ting's face remained stoic, his voice cold. "That's because your skills are lacking. Is that her fault? Medical expertise isn't determined by age, is it? Truly incompetent." Shen Xingwan felt a surge of warmth in her heart as she saw how protective Fu Tingye was of her. Holding his hand, she interlocked her fingers with his and cast a calm glance at the two doctors in the ward. "What you need to do is cooperate with me. I won't expect more than that." The two doctors were stunned by her audacious tone, feeling deeply insulted. Though their pride was wounded, they didn't dare voice their grievances. After all, neither the Fu family nor the Qin family was to be trifled with. Seeing their silence, Shen Xingwan turned her gaze to Qin Jinten. "If they can't cooperate, then transfer the old gentleman to another hospital." Her tone left no room for negotiation. Qin Zhengshan had previously heard from Qin Yu about the girl's medical skills and knew she had some real talent. He glanced at the two doctors beside him, his tone carrying authority. "If you can't handle it, then shut up. From now on, follow her instructions." The blunt reprimand made the doctors lower their heads in embarrassment, their faces heating up. None dared to say another word. Shen Xingwan approached the old gentleman's bedside, placing her fingers on his wrist to carefully feel his pulse. After a moment, she retrieved a set of golden needles from her bag, the same set she had purchased at an underground auction. She laid the needles out, their varying lengths gleaming under the light. Taking one, she sterilized it before swiftly and accurately inserting it into the corresponding acupuncture point on the old man's body. Her expression was one of utmost focus and seriousness. The two doctors, standing off to the side, watched her technique with astonishment. Her movements were as precise and practiced as those of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It was clear she was exceptionally talented. The two, who specialized in Western medicine, couldn't help but feel a sense of the profound depth of traditional Chinese medicine was not something they could master overnight. Their impression of Shen Xingwan began to shift. After checking her watch and seeing the time was right, Shen Xingwan carefully removed the needles. Moments later, The old gentleman's eyes slowly fluttered open. Though his vision was still somewhat blurry, he looked at the young woman in front of him with a hint of surprise on his aged face. However, due to his weakened state, he didn't say anything. The two doctors immediately rushed over to examine him. After a thorough check, one of them said in disbelief, "The old gentleman's vitals are all stable now. There's no immediate danger." "Xingwanji, you're amazing." Qin Shuang looked at Shen Xingwan with admiration shining in her eyes. Qin Yu, who had been holding his breath, finally relaxed. He glanced at the doctors and said pointedly, "See? I told you." Xingwan's medical skills are beyond the comprehension of certain mediocre doctors. Hearing this, the two doctors' faces turned beet red with embarrassment, their expressions resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. Fu Tingye's lips curled into a faint smile as he walked over to Shen Xingwan, wrapping her in his arms. "Wan, are you tired?" he asked gently. "My girl is truly extraordinary. You shine wherever you go." Shen Xingwan chuckled softly. "It was just a simple acupuncture procedure. How could I be tired?" Now that the old gentleman's condition was temporarily stabilized, she figured it was time for them to head home. "I'm not tired. Let's go home," she said, holding Fu Tingye's hand. Qin Zhengshuan's gaze was steady as he turned to Shen Xingwan. "Young lady, thank you for your help. I'll have Qin Yu pick you up tomorrow." Fu Tingye cast a half-smile glance at Qin Zhengshuan and said indifferently, "No need. I'll take my wife myself." His wife, when was it ever Qin Yu, that useless fool's, turn to pick her up? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, glaring at the domineering big devil, silently cursing him in his heart. Humph. That damned possessiveness of his was acting up again. The sky gradually darkened. By the time the two returned to Jingyuan, it was almost 7 o'clock. Fu Tingye stepped out of the car, holding Shen Xingwan's hand, and pulled her into his arms. Wan, are you hungry?" he asked softly. Shen Xingwan looked at him and chuckled lightly. "Yes, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Fu Tingye planted a doting kiss on her forehead. "All right, let's eat first." As they entered the doorway, Butler Wang greeted them with a smile. Young Master Yiming has come to visit." As soon as Butler Wang finished speaking, Fu Yiming came running out of the house, stopping in the middle of the doorway. "Surprise! Brother, sister-in-law, I came to see you. Aren't you happy?" Shen Xingwan glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. Fu Tingye, expressionless, pushed him aside and continued holding Shen Xingwan's hand as they walked into the house. "You're in the way. Move." Chen Dong, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. His boss always had eyes only for his wife. Wasn't Fu Yiming just asking for trouble? Poor kid wasn't favored much to begin with, and now he was even less so. Fu Yiming felt a pang in his chest. After all this time apart, did his brother not miss him at all? Catching Chen Dong still laughing, he shot him an annoyed glare, then silently followed them into the house. "Ah, that's his brother for you, just as cold as ever. Is dinner ready?" "Wan's hungry," Fu Tingye asked Butler Wang. Butler Wang smiled. "Dinner has been ready for a while. We were just waiting for you to return." Moments later, everyone was seated at the dining table. Noticing Ji Yinyan wasn't there, Shen Xingwan asked, "Where's Yinyan? Call her to come eat." Just as she finished speaking, Ji Yinyan walked in from the doorway with a cheerful smile. "Sister, I'm here." She had recently moved to the villa in the back, finding it peaceful and quiet. Seeing the familiar car pull in earlier, she knew Shen Xingwan had returned. "Come, eat." Shen Xingwan beckoned her over. Ji Yinyan strolled over nonchalantly, glanced briefly at Fu Yiming, and calmly pulled out a chair to sit down. Fu Yiming, in the middle of eating a piece of meat, suddenly froze when he saw her. Wasn't this the violent girl who had beaten him up before? What was she doing in Jingyuan? In his excitement earlier, he hadn't noticed her presence. His face immediately darkened with anger, and he urgently asked, "Brother, who is she? Why is this woman here?" Shen Xingwan's hand holding her chopsticks paused slightly, and she glanced at Fu Yiming coldly. "She's staying here under my arrangement. Do you have a problem with that?" Fu Tingye looked at him with disdain, as if he were an idiot. "What, you have an issue with my wife's decision?" Fu Yiming stared blankly at the two of them, their icy demeanor silencing him. He didn't dare utter a single word of protest. Oh no. He was already scared of his brother, and now he seemed to be afraid of his sister-in-law too. What was he supposed to do? Feeling aggrieved, he sneaked a glance at Ji Yinyan, who looked smug, and lowered his head to continue chewing on his food in silence. Ji Yinyan took a bite of her meal, her eyes glinting with amusement as she glanced at Fu Yiming from the corner of her eye. Chen Dong, watching Fu Yiming's now timid and subdued demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. Why come here just to get humiliated? The tension in the air during dinner was palpable. Meanwhile, Fu Tingye spent the entire meal attentively serving Shen Xingwan, occasionally feeding her directly. Wan, have some soup, it's good for your stomach." "I'm full," Shen Xingwan said with a smile. "Be good." Just a little more soup, it's better if you gain a bit more weight, Fu Tingye coaxed her gently, his voice soft in her ear. Shen Xingwan sighed but couldn't refuse her devilishly charming husband, so she obediently picked up the bowl and finished the soup in one go. Fu Yiming, clutching his chopsticks, stared at the couple with a strange expression. He felt like he didn't even need to eat, just watching them was enough to fill him up. He started to wonder if this was still the same brother he knew. How could someone be so clingy even during a meal? It was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Chen Dong quietly ate his food, completely unfazed, witnessed this kind of behavior too many times to be surprised anymore. Fu Tingye, growing impatient, looked up at Fu Yiming coldly. What are you staring at? If you're done eating, go back to the old house. Fu Yiming froze. What the hell? Was he adopted? His brother was actually kicking him out. Fu Yiming was fuming. As expected, once someone gets married, they stop loving their siblings. I had a fight with Dad, and he kicked me out. I have nowhere to go now. I don't care, I'm staying here. You're my brother, you have to take care of me, he declared, still sulking. Fu Tingye calmly set down his chopsticks, elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, and replied, fine. If you want to stay, then stay. There's no shortage of rooms in Jingyan anyway. With that, he took Shen Xingwan's hand and headed upstairs. Fu Yiming watched the two walk away, resting his chin on his hand, pondering whether staying here was a wise decision after all. In the master bedroom, Fu Tingye sat on the sofa with Shen Xingwan nestled in his arms. In a gentle voice he said, if that kid ever annoys you, just teach him a lesson. If he needs a scolding, scold him. If he needs a beating, don't hold back. Don't worry about me. Shen Xingwan leaned against him, chuckling softly. Are you sure you're his real brother? He looked so defeated downstairs. I almost felt sorry for him. Fu Tingye played with her hair, speaking unhurriedly, it's fine. He's a man, he needs to grow up. Shen Xingwan tilted her head to look at him, her fingers lightly tracing circles on his chest. She smiled faintly and teased, Mr. Fu, the favoritism is too obvious. Won't this make me his #1 enemy? Fu Tingye rested his chin on her soft hair, gently rubbing it. Baby, my tenderness is reserved for you alone. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but feel drawn to him again. She looked up at him briefly, then leaned in to plant a light kiss on his cheek. I like that answer. Here is your reward. Fu Tingye's deep eyes were filled with affection as he smiled and leaned down to capture her lips in a tender kiss, gently savoring the moment. A few minutes later, Shen Xingwan turned her head away, dodging his continued advances, and teased, your reward ends here for today. She still had to perform surgery on old Master Qin tomorrow, and if they kept this up, her waist might not survive the night. Fu Tingye exhaled softly, his breath slightly heavy. He lowered his head to give her collarbone a playful nibble, then chuckled quietly. Wrapping her securely in his arms, he settled down without pushing further, knowing she had important work to do tomorrow. The next day, at the hospital, Fu Tingye had driven Shen Xingwan there early in the morning. After getting out of the car, he held her hand as they walked toward the operating room. At the door, Qin Yu approached. Brother Yi, you're here. Qin Zhengshuan's expression was grave. Little girl, the patient has already been prepped and is in the operating room. Everything is ready. He was well aware of the old man's condition, which hadn't been fully resolved for years. Now, all their hopes rested on this young woman. Shen Xingwan remained calm and nodded. Got it. At that moment, the attending physician also walked over. Miss Shen, all of old Master Qin's preoperative checks are complete, and everything is in order. We're ready to begin at any time. Having witnessed her acupuncture skills yesterday, the doctor now held her in high regard and dared not underestimate her. Shen Xingwan adjusted her hair and walked directly toward the operating room, her tone steady. Prepare a set of surgical scrubs for me. The attending physician nodded with a smile. Miss Shen, everything is ready for you. Shen Xingwan paused briefly, glancing at the doctor. Oh, quite a change in attitude. Weren't you doubting my professionalism just yesterday? She didn't dwell on it further. Collecting her thoughts, she stepped into the operating room. As the doors slowly closed, Fu Tingye took a seat on the nearby bench, waiting quietly for his girl. Brother Yi, aren't you going to the office? Qin Yu asked as he sat down beside him. Fu Tingye crossed his arms, his posture relaxed. No, I'm waiting for my wife. The company isn't a charity. Let Qindong handle things for now. Qin Yu crossed his legs, looking puzzled. The surgery will take several hours. Waiting here is pointless. You could just visit Grandpa tomorrow instead. Since when were you so sentimental about Grandpa? Fu Tingye half closed his eyes, clearly not in the mood to explain. He responded dismissively, I'm waiting for my wife. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and couldn't help but shake his head. This guy is completely obsessed with his wife. Unbelievable. I mean, you're glued to Xingwan all day long, aren't you afraid she'll get annoyed? Fu Tingye thought Qin Yu was talking too much nonsense and replied coldly, "As a single guy, you're not qualified to comment." Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "Fine, look down on me for being single. Just wait till I'll get myself a girlfriend one of these days and drive you crazy." At that moment, Qin's father finished his phone call and walked over. He looked at Fu Tingye and asked, "You and that young lady had a flash marriage, didn't you?" Last night, he'd asked Qin Yu about their situation, and was surprised to learn that they had indeed gotten married quickly. And that young lady seemed to be quite capable. Fu Tingye lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on Qin's father, and responded calmly, "You're pretty lucky, kid. That young lady is outstanding." Qin Jingshan remarked, his deep eyes shifting to Qin Yu with a hint of disdain. The two men were about the same age, but Fu Tingye had managed to marry such an exceptional wife. Meanwhile, his own son didn't even have a girlfriend. It was frustrating just to look at him. Hearing someone praise his wife, Fu Tingye beamed with pride, his heart filled with joy. Qin Yu noticed his father glaring at him fiercely and felt confused. He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? "Dad, why are you glaring at me like that? It's kind of scary." Qin Jingshan gritted his teeth and snapped, "All you do is laze around all day. Where's your girlfriend?" Qin Yu blinked. "Huh? Is this a marriage intervention?" He leaned back in his chair, speaking nonchalantly, "I don't know. I don't have a girlfriend." "You." Qin Jingshan was furious. He got up and moved to sit farther away, sparing himself the irritation. 3 hours later, the light above the operating room went out, and the door opened. The lead surgeon stepped out, his face glowing with excitement. The surgery was a great success. The patient will be moved to the ward shortly. Miss Shen's medical skills are truly remarkable. Inside the operating room, the other doctors had witnessed her extraordinary techniques firsthand. They were sincerely impressed and couldn't help but feel ashamed of their earlier underestimation of her abilities. As soon as the surgeon finished speaking, everyone waiting outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Tingye's lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. His wife never failed to amaze him. After a series of examinations confirmed that the elder Mr. Qin was stable, he was transferred to a ward. A few minutes later, Shen Xingwan emerged from the operating room, dressed in her white coat. Fu Tingye immediately stepped forward, pulling her into his arms and wrapping his hands around her waist. "Tired?" Shen Xingwan shook her head with a smile. "I'm fine, not tired." Fu Tingye gazed at her tenderly, saying nothing. He knew a surgery lasting several hours had to be exhausting, and his heart ached for her. Qin Jingshan approached and said warmly, "Thank you for your hard work, young lady. We'll properly thank you later." Shen Xingwan smiled faintly. "No need. Once the anesthesia wears off, the patient will wake up." Before long, Qin Yu brought over the lunch he'd bought. After eating and confirming there were no further issues, Fu Tingye took Shen Xingwan home from the hospital. At the Jingyuan residence, in the study, Fu Tingye was seated at his desk, attending a video conference. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his entire demeanor exuding coldness, while his other hand tapped the desk absent-mindedly. Suddenly, Shen Xingwan pushed the door open and walked toward him. "You didn't go to the office?" After waking from her nap, she'd heard movement in the study and came to check. She hadn't expected him to still be at home. His company had been busy lately, and he hadn't gone in the morning because of the hospital. But now it was afternoon, and he still hadn't left. "Nothing urgent. I wanted to stay home with you," Fu Tingye replied, pulling her hand to make her sit on his lap as he gently stroked her hair. Then he closed the laptop on his desk. Meanwhile, in the meeting room on the other end of the video call, the executives were stunned. The CEO was being gentle? Was this the same man who had always been so aloof and distant? He was spoiling his wife way too much. There was a mountain of work waiting at the office, and he hadn't shown up all day. Now, he'd cut off an important meeting halfway through? Some staff had previously dug up information about the CEO's wifey, a beautiful woman from the countryside who was also a visiting professor at Jinghai University. She was clearly adored by the CEO. Now, it was clear just how much he doted on her. Chen Dong, watching through the screen, sighed and shook his head. "All right, everyone, meeting's over. Go back to your tasks." Meanwhile, in the study, Shen Xingwan rested her hand on the man's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. "What were you just doing?" she asked. Fu Tingye cradled her face, leaned in, and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. His tone was light as he replied, "Nothing much, just an insignificant meeting." Shen Xingwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. This man was truly irresistible, always putting her first no matter what. "Mr. Fu, you don't need to stay with me all the time. If the company has matters to handle, you should prioritize that." She smiled faintly, adding, "It's just a surgery I had, nothing too tiring. I've been through worse." Fu Tingye gave a warm smile, lowering his head to kiss her lips again. His sensual, thin lips brushed lightly against her ear as he whispered, "Darling, you'll always be my top priority." Shen Xingwan looked up at his handsome face, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Mr. Fu, how can you be so good with words? I bet any girl would fall for you, she teased. Fu Tingye's eyes glimmered with amusement as he leaned closer to her ear and murmured, Darling, I only say these things to you. I only flatter you, spoil you, and love you. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan felt her ears tingle, her heart melting at his words. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. This man was dangerous, his charm was lethal. How could he be this good at making her heart flutter? She playfully pinched his cheek, giving him a teasing look. Do you enjoy it when I react like this? She asked. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow with a smile. Of course I like it. What girl wouldn't enjoy hearing sweet words like that? Fu Tingye leaned in, his thin lips brushing against hers as he gave a light nibble. Good. Then I'll say it even more often, he said with a smirk. More often? Shen Xingwan thought, her heart racing. Could her fragile heart even handle it? In the VIP hospital room, old Master Qin had just woken up. After a brief checkup by the doctor, who confirmed he was stable, the doctor left. Qin Yu approached the bedside and asked, Grandpa, are you feeling any discomfort? No, the old man replied, shaking his head. His face was pale as he turned to Qin Zhengxian, who stood nearby. Where's that girl? He asked slowly. Who is she? Qin Zhengxian's expression darkened as he sighed and explained, Dad, that girl was the one who performed your surgery today. You should focus on resting and recovering. The old man coughed lightly, his cloudy eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. He didn't respond to Qin Zhengxian, his thoughts drifting. That girl reminded him of his Ru'er, his beloved daughter, who had passed away over 20 years ago. Dad, her name is Shen Xingwan. She's the wife of Fu Tingye, that boy from the Fu family, Qin Zhengxian clarified further. Hearing this, the old man's murky eyes showed a flicker of surprise. The Fu family's daughter-in-law? He glanced at his own grandson, who was still single, and shook his head slightly. What a pity he had taken an instant liking to that girl, only to find out she was already taken by that Fu boy. Qin Yu noticed his grandfather's strange gaze and felt puzzled. Grandpa, why are you looking at me like that? He asked. Earlier, his father had stared at him the same way. Now his grandfather was doing it too, making him feel uneasy. The old man gritted his teeth and glared at him weakly. Look at Fu Tingye, he found himself such an outstanding wife. And you? You don't even have a girlfriend. Qin Yu rubbed his forehead and sighed quietly. Here we go again, he thought. It seemed like an unavoidable topic. Grandpa, these things take fate. When the right one comes along, she won't escape. But the old man wasn't having it. Frustrated, he turned to Qin Zhengxian and commanded, arrange a blind date for him. The sooner the better. Qin Yu felt his heart sink. It seemed like his carefree days were coming to an end. Qin Zhengxian, however, tried to calm the situation. Dad, let's focus on your recovery first. Once you're better, you can handle it personally. The old man sighed, turning his head away, too tired to argue further. Not long after, Madame Qin and Qin Shuang entered the room. Dad, you're awake. I've prepared some nutritious porridge for you. Let Shuanger feed you a little, Madame Qin said warmly. The old man tilted his head and reluctantly nodded. He wasn't a fan of porridge, it was too bland for his taste. Qin Shuang scooped a spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to his lips. Seeing his reluctance, she chuckled softly. Grandpa, you just had surgery. Eating porridge is good for your recovery. Once you're better, I'll take you out for something delicious. The old man smiled at his granddaughter's coaxing and managed to finish the bowl of porridge. Granddaughters truly were more endearing than grandsons, he thought. Unlike that brat. Shuanger, are you familiar with Fu Tingye's wife? He asked curiously. When Qin Shuang heard this, she got excited immediately. She quickly grabbed a chair and sat down beside them. Grandpa, I met Sister Xingwan back in Country M. She's amazing. She's like my real sister. She was the one who performed your surgery this time. And you know what? When I was kidnapped in Country M, it was Sister Xingwan who saved me. Qin Shuang animatedly recounted the story, her voice full of passion. The other people in the hospital room perked up their ears, listening intently. Mrs. Qin caught onto a key point and looked shocked. My dear daughter, you were kidnapped in Country M? Why didn't you ever mention it? Her eyes turned red with emotion. Her daughter was such a simple and carefree person, she hadn't expected her to go through such a terrifying experience. She couldn't bear to imagine what could have happened if Shen Xingwan hadn't been there. Qin Shuang nodded and didn't try to hide it anymore. She lowered her voice and said, Yes, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. She had almost lost the chance to see her family again, and it was all thanks to Sister Xingwan that she was saved. Qin Zhengxian let out a sigh, feeling like an unqualified father. His heart ached for his daughter. It seems we really owe that child a lot. We'll have to thank her properly someday, he said, his voice tinged with guilt. Grandpa Qin silently reflected, marveling at Shen Xingwan's excellence. Such an outstanding girl. What a lucky kid that Fu boy is to have her. The next morning, The sunlight bathed the earth in a golden glow, and the air carried a faint freshness. After breakfast, Shen Xingwan noticed Fu Tingye still sitting on the couch in the living room. She walked over and asked, "Aren't you going to the office today?" Fu Yiming, who was nearby, glanced at his brother with a curious look. Lately, his brother seemed unusually idle and always at home, which made Fu Yiming feel a little restrained even when he wanted to go out and have fun. Fu Tingye reached out and pulled Shen Xingwan into his arms. Reluctantly, he said, "Wan, there's an issue with the overseas branch, and I have to handle it personally. I'll be back in about a week." Shen Xingwan tilted her head to look at him, noticing the reluctance in his expression. She couldn't help but smile softly. "All right, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. I'll behave while you're gone." Fu Tingye's eyes were filled with tenderness and affection as a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Do you want to come with me? I do feel uneasy leaving you here alone for so many days." Hearing this, Fu Yiming was stunned. He put down his game and exclaimed incredulously, "Are you still my brother? Since when does a business trip require taking your wife along? Sister-in-law isn't a child." Fu Tingye shot a cold glance at Fu Yiming, who was sitting on the opposite couch, and said dismissively, "Don't you have anything better to do? Not only are you acting like a third wheel, but you're also being annoyingly nosy." Under his brother's icy gaze, Fu Yiming quickly shook his head. "I do have something to do." With that, he bolted out of the room, not wanting to risk being sent to the company for a summer job. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh at Fu Tingye's behavior. She leaned up and planted a kiss on his lips. "I'm not going. I still need to visit Grandpa Qin at the hospital later. I'll wait for you to come back." Fu Tingye wrapped his arms around her and chuckled softly. "All right. If you need anything while I'm gone, just ask Fu Yiming to handle it. Since he's staying at Jingyuan, we might as well make use of him." With that, he cupped the back of her head and lowered his lips to hers, kissing her gently yet deeply. Shen Xingwan wrapped her arms around his waist and responded to his kiss. After a long moment, Fu Tingye reluctantly pulled away, leaving a light kiss on her forehead. He could never get enough of his beloved wife. Half an hour later, Fu Tingye left on his private jet. After he left, Shen Xingwan went to the pharmacy and grabbed a bottle of specially formulated pills to bring to Grandpa Qin. "Yunyan, I'm heading to the hospital this morning. Want to come with me?" she asked Ji Yunyan, who was walking downstairs. "Sure." Ji Yunyan agreed readily. She didn't have anything planned, and since her brother-in-law wasn't home, she decided to accompany her sister and protect her. In the VIP hospital ward, Qin Yu was feeding Grandpa Qin some fruit. When he saw Shen Xingwan enter, he looked a little surprised. "Hey Xingwan, you're here. Where's brother Yi? Why isn't he with you?" "He's on a business trip," Shen Xingwan replied casually before walking over to the bedside and sitting down. "Grandpa Qin, let me check your pulse." Old Mr. Qin's face lit up with a wide smile when he saw Shen Xingwan approaching. His spirit seemed to lift instantly as he reached out his hand. Good. "Thank you, Shen girl," he said cheerfully. Shen Xingwan gave a gentle smile, placing her fingers on his wrist to carefully check his pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and took a small bottle from her bag, handing it to him. "There's nothing serious. Take one pill from this bottle every day. It'll help with your recovery." Old Mr. Qin's eyes welled up with gratitude. "Girl, you saved this old man's life. Tell me, how should I thank you?" He sighed with emotion, then added with a hint of regret, but it's such a pity you're already married to that young lad from the Fu family. It's so rare to meet someone I get along with so well." "There's no need for thanks," Shen Xingwan replied calmly. "Qin Yu is my husband's good friend. I only did what I could." She looked at the elderly man, his kind and aged face exuding warmth, and felt a deep sense of fondness for him. Leaning back slightly against the hospital bed, old Mr. Qin studied her thoughtfully. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Girl, how about this? Let me recognize you as my granddaughter," he declared. Shen Xingwan was speechless. First, Qin Shuang had wanted to make her an elder sister, and now old Mr. Qin wanted to make her his granddaughter. How was she supposed to respond to this? Qin Yu, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Grandpa, what's this all about? There are plenty of ways to show gratitude. You don't have to adopt her as your granddaughter. Besides, don't we already have a perfectly good granddaughter in the family?" Old Mr. Qin shot him a glare, his expression annoyed. "This boy talks too much." Fine, it was just a thought." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the doorway, where a young girl stood quietly. He nudged Shen Xingwan with a meaningful glance. "Shen girl, who is that young lady? She seems very sweet and well-behaved." Following his line of sight, Shen Xingwan glanced over and smiled. "Her name is Ji Yunyan. She's someone I recently got to know, a little sister of sorts." Qin Yu turned to look as well, only now noticing the girl at the door. In his earlier excitement, he hadn't paid attention. "Isn't that the girl you bought at the underground auction? Why is she here? And where's Bai Tan? I haven't seen her around." He spoke quickly and without much thought. Huh, this Jing garden is really lively lately. First Bai Tan showed up, and now Ji Yan is here too. Shen Xingwan gave him a cold glance, her tone indifferent. Why? Do you have a problem with the people I bring here? Bai Tan has gone back to M country. Her frosty gaze startled Qin Yu for a moment. This woman was just like Fu Tingye, equally difficult to deal with. Old Mr. Qin suddenly asked, that young girl, does she have a boyfriend? Qin Yu felt utterly speechless. He sighed, realizing he might need to steer clear of his grandfather in the future. Grandpa, she looks like she's underage. You should stop worrying about things like that and focus on your recovery. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of old Mr. Qin acting like an old child. After chatting with him for a while, she and Ji Yunyan eventually left. Meanwhile, in M country, in a luxurious office, a middle-aged man leaned back on a leather sofa, a cigar between his lips. His expression was dark and impatient as he addressed the woman in front of him. What is it? Speak. The woman, dressed like a wealthy housewife and wearing a mask, looked aggrieved. Large tears rolled down her face as she began speaking in a trembling voice. Our daughter has been terribly wronged. You have to stand up for us. For the next few minutes, she poured out her grievances and helplessness. The man extinguished his cigar in an ashtray, his gaze inscrutable as he studied her. Though he found this woman highly annoying, he couldn't ignore the trouble involving his so-called daughter. After a moment, he rose and walked to his desk, pressing a number on the phone. Get a few men ready, he ordered curtly. Then, turning to the woman on the sofa, he said coldly, you can leave now. The others will take care of it. Her eyes lit up with joy, and she replied in a soft, delicate tone, thank you. I have no other requests, I just want justice for my daughter. I don't know who else to turn to but you. Lighting another cigar, the man took a puff, his expression darkening. You don't need to worry about this. I'll have someone escort you to the airport. Don't come to me again unless it's absolutely necessary. The woman, seeing his demeanor turn icy, didn't dare say more. She nodded and quickly left the office. The early summer breeze carried a hint of heat and stifling humidity. 2 days later, back at Jing Garden. After finishing her work in the study, Shen Xingwan went downstairs to pour herself a glass of water. As she sat on the sofa, she saw Fu Yiming walking in with Fu Grandma. Grandma, what brings you here? Shen Xingwan set down her glass and approached them. Fu Grandma beamed with joy, taking Shen Xingwan's hand and sitting down on the sofa with her. Oh, nothing in particular. I just came to see how you're doing. Are you adjusting well here? She asked warmly. Shen Xingwan felt a pang of guilt. She and Fu Tingye had been so busy lately that they hadn't visited the old mansion to see Grandma. Everything's been great. Next time, I'll come to the old mansion to visit you instead, she promised. Shen Xingwan looked at the kind elderly woman before her and felt a warm sense of comfort in her heart. Grandma Fu reminded her of her own grandmother, who had always cared for and loved her deeply. All right. Grandma Fu responded cheerfully, glancing around with a joyful glimmer in her cloudy eyes. Wan, I heard from that rascal Yiming that I is away on a business trip? Shen Xingwan noticed the excitement in Grandma Fu's expression and nodded with a smile. Yes, he left 2 days ago. Grandma Fu's face lit up even more, her wrinkles folding into a delighted grin. So that rascal left 2 days ago, and she had only found out this morning. Standing up enthusiastically, she grabbed Shen Xingwan's hand. That's perfect. I happen to have a few tickets to a play. Come on, I'll take you to the theater tonight. The main actor in the play was her favorite, and she was determined to take her granddaughter-in-law along to enjoy it. Seeing Grandma Fu's enthusiasm, Shen Xingwan didn't refuse. She smiled softly and said, All right, Grandma. Wait for me for a moment. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. With that, she headed upstairs. Grandma Fu, thrilled to have finally made plans with her granddaughter-in-law, was in high spirits. She glanced at Fu Yiming, who was sitting nearby engrossed in a mobile game, and said with a hint of disdain, I've asked Xiaoli to take the car back to the old house. You young man will drive us there later. Reluctantly, Fu Yiming nodded, knowing he had no choice but to obey Grandma's orders. Grandma, since when are you so trendy, going to watch plays? Where did you even get the tickets? Are you looking down on this old lady? Grandma Fu shot him a sharp glance. The tickets were arranged by Qingqing this morning. And you, still hanging around your brother's place, aren't you planning to go back home? Fu Yiming shrugged, clearly unconcerned. He continued playing his game nonchalantly and replied, I wouldn't dare look down on you, Grandma. And besides, that's my brother, how is it hanging around? Living here spares me from getting lectured by Dad every day. He had come to realize that staying at Jingyuan had its perks. His brother was busy with work and spending time with his wife, leaving him plenty of freedom. You little rascal. Grandma Fu lightly smacked his head but decided not to say more since she was in such a good mood today. A few minutes later, Shen Xingwan came downstairs and invited Ji Yunin to join them. Since it was still early in the afternoon and the play wasn't until 7:30 in the evening, they spent the time accompanying Grandma Fu shopping, buying all sorts of items, and enjoying dinner outside before heading to the theater. The theater was packed to capacity. Fu Yiming and Ji Yunin, uninterested in the period-themed performance on stage, were both struggling to stay awake. But Grandma Fu was thoroughly engrossed, her emotions fluctuating between joy and sadness throughout the play. Shen Xingwan glanced at the elderly woman beside her, who was so delighted, and couldn't help but smile. Grandma Fu was truly adorable. An hour and a half later, the play concluded. Outside the theater, Fu Yiming watched Grandma Fu, who was still lost in the storyline, and shook his head helplessly. He then walked over and called out loudly, "Grandma, let's go. I'll drive you back to the old house." Startled, Grandma Fu turned around and smacked him on the head. "You rascal. I'm not deaf, why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me." Fu Yiming clutched his head, close to tears. Was he really that unlikable? "Fine. I'll go get the car," he muttered as he walked off, grumbling under his breath. Watching this scene unfold, Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunin couldn't help but laugh softly. Truly, the elderly and the young were alike in their antics. Ji Yunin glanced at Fu Yiming's retreating figure and felt a twinge of sympathy for him. But Grandma Fu was undeniably lovable, and she liked her a lot. Inside the Bentley, Fu Yiming sat in the driver's seat, resigned to his fate as the designated chauffeur. "Humph, I'm just a tool to them," he muttered to himself. In the back seat, Grandma Fu held Shen Xingwan's hand inside. "Momo, thank you. It's been such a long time since I've felt this happy. These kids all have their own lives and responsibilities. And with Sun Ruoyan not being particularly fond of me, I often find myself alone at the old house. But today, I got to shop, enjoy a nice meal, and watch a play. I'm really in a wonderful mood." Shen Xingwan's heart softened. She could imagine how lonely Grandma Fu must have been. "Grandma, I'll come visit you whenever I have time," she said gently. Grandma Fu smiled warmly and nodded. "That would be lovely. But I know you all have your own busy lives. Just come by once in a while to chat with this old lady, that's enough for me." "All right," Shen Xingwan replied with a smile. She truly appreciated Grandma Fu's cheerful and kind-hearted nature. At night, a black Bentley sped down the wide road. 20 minutes later, Fu Yiming noticed through the rearview mirror that 2 cars had been trailing them. He furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why are those 2 cars still following us?" he muttered to himself. Ji Yunyan, seated in the passenger seat, overheard him. She glanced behind and confirmed that 2 cars were indeed tailing them. "Turning around to take a better look," she said, "Sister, we're being followed." Hearing this, Shen Xingwan glanced backward. Her expression immediately turned cold and serious. By now, their car had left the city center and was on a less busy road. Given the late hour and the sparse traffic, it was clear their pursuers intended to make a move in a more isolated area. "Grandma, don't be afraid," Shen Xingwan reassured the elderly woman beside her, who looked a bit anxious. "Everything will be fine." "I'm not afraid," Grandma Fu replied with a faint smile. She knew she couldn't cause trouble at this moment. Despite her age, she wasn't worried about herself, only about dragging these young people into danger. Assessing the situation, Shen Xingwan instructed Fu Yiming, "Step on the gas. We can't let Grandma take any risks." "Got it," Fu Yiming responded, pressing the accelerator harder. The car surged forward. Meanwhile, in one of the SUVs behind them, several masked men dressed in black sat in silence. The man in the passenger seat toyed with a gun in his hand, smirking. "Looks like they've noticed us. No matter. They won't get away. Keep going." "Yes, boss," the driver replied, stepping on the gas to close the distance. Fu Yiming drove ahead, but his face tensed when he saw a truck coming toward them. He pressed the brake, but nothing happened. Panic surged through him. "The brakes aren't working," he exclaimed, quickly turning the steering wheel to avoid the oncoming truck. "Sister-in-law, someone tampered with the car. What should we do?" Shen Xingwan glanced back and saw the SUV closing in on them again. Without hesitation, she ordered Yinyan, "Move to the back and protect Grandma." Yiming switched to the passenger seat. "I'll drive." "All right." Ji Yinyan immediately climbed into the back seat and shielded Grandma Fu with her arms. Fu Yiming hesitated, unsure of Shen Xingwan's driving skills. But her commanding tone left no room for argument. "If you don't want to die, move now," she snapped. Chilled by her firm demeanor, Fu Yiming quickly switched seats. Shen Xingwan wasted no time, sliding into the driver's seat and taking control of the car. She pressed the accelerator and maneuvered the vehicle with precision, skillfully avoiding other cars and obstacles on the road. Fu Yiming watched in astonishment. He hadn't expected her driving to be this impressive. "Her skills are incredible," he muttered under his breath. The gap between their car and the pursuing SUV widened. In the SUV, the man in the passenger seat sneered. "Humph, that woman has some skills. Too bad she crossed the wrong people. There's no escaping now." He raised his gun, aimed at the Bentley, and fired. Bang! The bullet tore through the night, heading straight for the Bentley. Sister-in-law, what do we do? Fu Yiming asked, his voice filled with worry. He glanced at Grandma Fu, who remained silent, not wanting to add to their stress. As the Bentley entered a desolate area, the dim streetlights cast eerie shadows. Shen Xingwan scanned the surroundings with the car's headlights and noticed a small hill ahead. Not far from it stood a large tree, sturdy enough to absorb the car's impact and bring it to a halt. Yin, keep protecting Grandma. There's a tree up ahead. I'll use it to stop the car. Once we're stopped, take Grandma and hide behind the hill. Leave the rest to me. Without waiting for a response, she aimed the car toward the tree. The others didn't have time to question her plan. Ji Yunyan tightened her hold on Grandma Fu, while Fu Yiming gripped the safety handle. Within seconds, the Bentley slammed into the tree with a loud crash. The sudden stop threw everyone forward, but thanks to their seatbelts, they were unharmed. Shen Xingwan quickly recovered and jumped out of the car. She opened the back door and helped Grandma Fu out. Grandma, are you okay? I'm fine, Grandma Fu replied, though her voice was a little shaky. Yunyan held on to me the whole time. Fu Yiming and Ji Yunyan also climbed out of the car. Fu Yiming, still dazed from the collision, held his head, trying to steady himself. Shen Xingwan glanced at the headlights beaming from a distance and instructed the two people beside her, take Grandma to the back of the hill. Leave this to me. Fu Yiming's gaze darkened as he firmly replied, Sister-in-law, you and Ji Yunyan take Grandma. I'll stay here. After all, he was a man, there was no way he could let two women take the risk. Especially since sister-in-law was his brother's everything. If something happened to her, his brother would skin him alive. Shen Xingwan's expression remained calm, her tone indifferent. What? Tired of living? Looking to die right now? Fu Yiming was fuming. This woman dared to look down on him like that. Ji Yunyan glanced at Fu Yiming, exasperated. Alright, stop trying to act tough and make things worse. Take Grandma quickly. I'll stay and help sister. Although Fu Yiming was upset, he understood the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, he carried Grandma on his back and hid behind the hill. Feeling humiliated by their disdain, he silently vowed to find a master and learn some real skills. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan quickly concealed themselves behind a large tree. Two off-road vehicles soon pulled up beside the damaged Bentley. 10 tall, masked men stepped out one after another. Boss, they ran off, one of the underlings asked. The leader of the masked men surveyed the surroundings, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Come out. You can't escape. Shen Xingwan gripped a soft whip in her hand and stepped out into the dim light, her expression composed. Oh, is that so? She said calmly. Let's see if you have what it takes. The leader sneered disdainfully at her relaxed demeanor. Before he could react, her whip lashed out, striking his face. A crimson gash appeared on the black cloth covering his face. She followed up with another strike, hitting the arm holding his gun. The weapon fell to the ground, and his arm was left with a bloody mark, revealing a faint eagle tattoo underneath. Damn it, the man cursed, quickly dodging to the side. He barked an order, get her. It was his first time encountering such a violent woman resorting to action without a word. The underlings immediately drew their knives and clubs, advancing towards Shen Xingwan. At that moment, Ji Yunyan leaped out, landing a palm strike on one of the men. He staggered back, clutching his chest. Within minutes, the masked men were clearly no match for Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan. A few of them glanced nervously at their leader. Boss, these two women know martial arts. What do we do? They hadn't expected these seemingly delicate women to be so formidable. Behind the hill, Fu Yiming watched the fight unfold, completely stunned. He hadn't known his sister-in-law was a martial arts master. Respect. As for that time Ji Yunyan had thrown him over her shoulder, he finally understood. Sigh. He was no match for these two at all, no wonder they'd looked down on him earlier. Just then, the masked men drew silenced pistols, aiming at Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan. Bang! 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 The gunfire shattered the quiet of the countryside night. Seeing this, Shen Xingwan grabbed Ji Yunyan's arm and quickly pulled her behind a small tree for cover. Yunyan, are you alright? Ji Yunyan took a deep breath and shook her head. I'm fine, sister. Good. They have guns, so be careful. One of the masked men began approaching them with his gun raised. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet sped toward them. Shen Xingwan turned with Ji Yunyan just in time, but the bullet grazed her right arm. Sister, you're hurt. Ji Yunyan noticed the blood on her arm and grew anxious. It's nothing, Shen Xingwan said coldly. She darted forward, twisting the man's arm and snapping his wrist. She quickly seized the gun from his hand. The man cried out in pain as she disarmed him. Bang! 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 More gunshots rang out. Shen Xingwan fired at the masked men, hitting one in the hand holding his gun. She signaled Ji Yunyan with her eyes, and Ji Yunyan swiftly stepped in, snatching the weapon. The leader of the masked men began to panic, but his gaze suddenly fell on the hill behind them. The car's headlights illuminated two figures in the distance. A sinister smile curled on his lips. A few minutes later, Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan had taken down all the men in black, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp, cold male voice sounded from behind. "Let us go, or I'll kill them." Shen Xingwan turned around and saw the leader of the men in black with a chilling expression. He held a gun pointed at Grandma Fu's head in one hand, while a knife was pressed against Fu Yiming's carotid artery in the other. Without hesitation, she responded, "Fine, you let them go, and I'll let you leave." Grandma Fu noticed Shen Xingwan's arm bleeding and was filled with worry. "Wan, you're hurt." "Grandma, I'm fine." "It's just a scratch," Shen Xingwan replied with a reassuring smile. Grandma Fu could tell the girl was trying to comfort her, and her eyes welled up with tears. She knew she couldn't afford to cause more trouble for her brave granddaughter. The leader of the men in black glanced at Shen Xingwan and sneered coldly. "Get in the car now," he barked at his injured comrades. Moments later, the wounded men struggled to climb into an off-road vehicle parked nearby. Once everyone was inside, the leader shoved Fu Yiming aside with a kick, keeping his gun trained on Grandma Fu as he quickly moved to the driver's seat. His gaze was dark and menacing as he turned to look at Shen Xingwan and the others. His eyes narrowed with a murderous glint, filled with rage at the woman who had injured his men. If he couldn't complete his mission, he would at least make her suffer. Starting the car, he suddenly kicked Grandma Fu out of the vehicle and raised his gun to aim at her. "Grandma!" The group gasped in shock. Grandma Fu, thrown heavily to the ground, felt like her old bones were about to break. She couldn't move and winced in pain, her brows tightly furrowed. She paid no mind to whether the man in black was still aiming at her. Fu Yiming, the closest to her, rushed forward and shielded her with his body. A gunshot rang out bang, and the bullet pierced through Fu Yiming's back. The man in black quickly lowered his gun and sped off in the car. "Yiming, are you okay? Don't scare Grandma." Grandma Fu, feeling the blood on Fu Yiming's clothes, burst into tears. Her usually kind face was now filled with panic and fear. She was already near the end of her life and had no fear of death. But her poor grandson so young couldn't be harmed. Fu Yiming, his brows tightly knit from the pain, managed a weak smile to comfort her. "Grandma, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Shen Xingwan turned on her phone's flashlight and handed it to Ji Yunyan before crouching down to examine Fu Yiming's gunshot wound. Seeing that the bullet had narrowly missed vital organs, she let out a small sigh of relief. "Yunyan, go to the road and flag down a car. We need to get Fu Yiming to the hospital immediately to remove the bullet. Waiting for someone to pick us up will take too long." "Got it." Ji Yunyan immediately ran toward the road. At Mingjing Hospital, Song Jingyan had just returned from an academic exchange overseas. He hadn't even had time to sit down when he received Shen Xingwan's call. He immediately contacted the hospital and arranged for the necessary surgery. "What happened? Who did this?" Song Jingyan asked in shock when he saw the injured group at the hospital entrance. "We don't know who they are yet. Grandma's leg is broken. Please arrange for a doctor to see her. We need to remove the bullet from Fu Yiming first," Shen Xingwan said coldly, her eyes dark with determination. Whoever had dared to harm her people would pay the price. "Everything's arranged," Song Jingyan replied. Glancing at the wound on Shen Xingwan's arm, he added, "Let me take care of your arm first." Shen Xingwan nodded. "All right." A short while later, Shen Xingwan and Song Jingyan changed into surgical gowns and entered the operating room to remove the bullet from Fu Yiming. Song Jingyan stayed fully focused throughout the procedure. Though he was mostly assisting Shen Xingwan, the fact that the bullet had slightly grazed an internal organ left no room for error. Meanwhile, Ji Yunyan accompanied Grandma Fu for a series of examinations and eventually helped her get a cast for her broken leg. By the time Butler Wang arrived at the hospital, it was already 1 a.m. He entered the room where Grandma Fu was resting and asked in a low voice, "Miss Yun, what happened? The young master has only been away on a business trip for 2 days, and now this. What are we going to do?" "Sure." Ji Yunyan glanced at the sleeping Grandma Fu and gestured to Butler Wang to stay silent. She then gently closed the door to the hospital room and walked into the hallway with him. "Uncle Wang, after watching the play tonight and on the way back while escorting Grandma Fu, we were attacked. Someone tampered with the car at the theater. Fu Yiming was shot while protecting Grandma Fu, and my sister is still in surgery removing the bullet for him." Butler Wang was stunned upon hearing this, his disbelief evident. How could anyone be so brazen as to openly oppose the Fu family? Who would dare to do such a thing? Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Fu Tingye sat uneasily in a conference room, exuding an icy aura. He glanced at his phone and spoke to the people in the room. "Take a 10-minute break. The meeting will resume afterward." With that, he stood up and left the room, heading straight to his office. He continuously tried to make calls on his phone, but none of them were going through. Fu Tingye found it strange. Why was Wan's phone unreachable? Even that kid, Fu Yiming, wasn't answering. Staring out the window, he pondered for a moment before dialing Butler Wang's number. Young master, is there something you need? Butler Wang's slightly tense voice came through the line. Fu Tingye frowned and asked coldly, where's Wan? Hearing the icy tone of his master, Butler Wang felt a chill down his spine. Stammering, he replied, the young madam, she's sleeping. Don't make me ask a second time, Fu Tingye said, rubbing his temples, clearly running out of patience with the evasive answer. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Butler Wang had no choice but to cautiously recount the events of the evening in full detail. After listening, Fu Tingye's eyes turned frosty, and he hung up the phone. His entire being radiated an ominous, storm-like tension. At that moment, Chen Dong knocked and entered the room. Boss, it's time for the meeting. Fu Tingye gave him a cold, emotionless glance and ordered, arrange a flight. I'm going back to the country. Chen Dong froze for a second, but noticing the intense pressure emanating from his boss, he dared not ask further questions. He nodded quickly and went to make the arrangements. Back at the hospital, Shen Xingwan emerged from the operating room past 2 a.m. Fu Yiming had been transferred to a ward and was no longer in critical condition. She rubbed her sore arms, exhaustion written all over her face. It's late. I've arranged a resting room for you at the hospital. Stay here and rest for now, Song Jingyan said as he approached her. Shen Xingwan nodded without protest. All right, thank you. Song Jingyan raised a brow at her and teased. No need to thank me. Your Fu Tingye's everything. If I don't take good care of you, that guy would come after me. Hearing this, Shen Xingwan suddenly remembered that she hadn't contacted her husband since the afternoon. She picked up her phone, only to find it dead. Forget it. It's already so late. I'll call him tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Song Jingyan, she followed a nurse to the arranged resting room. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Elsewhere, at the Bai family residence, Bai Shuwei sat on the edge of her bed, her eyes filled with malice. Uneasily, she turned to Song Shulan. Mom, are those people reliable? You can't underestimate Shen Xingwan. Tonight, she must die. If we don't get rid of her tonight, there might not be another chance. Song Shulan sat down beside her, patting her hand to reassure her. Don't worry. Everything is set. We'll wait and see what happens. That man operates in the underworld, and his men are all ruthless. I don't believe that country bumpkin has what it takes to dodge their bullets. Hearing this, Bai Shuwei breathed a little easier. Her hatred for Shen Xingwan was evident in her expression. A short while later, Song Shulan's phone rang. She quickly picked it up, excitement flashing in her eyes as she answered, hoping to hear good news. However, as the voice on the other end relayed the update, her expression darkened, and she froze in place. Impossible. How could this be? She murmured repeatedly, as if all the strength had drained from her body. Seeing her mother's reaction, Bai Shuwei grabbed her hand anxiously. Mom, what happened? Is that country woman dead? Song Shulan sat at the edge of the bed, staring blankly as she shook her head and threw the phone in her hand to the floor. No, that woman is fine. Instead, the ones we sent were injured. Humph. Looks like I really underestimated her. Who would have thought that bumpkin had such skills? Useless fools. They can't even handle a woman from the countryside. What a bunch of trash. Bai Shuwei stood up, fuming, and cursed angrily. If I'd known, I would have spent some money to hire a professional hitman. At least then we wouldn't be stuck in this passive situation. Song Shulan hadn't expected this outcome either. She quickly composed herself, stood up and held Bai Shuwei's hand. Wei, don't get worked up. That woman knows martial arts. Even if we hired a professional, success wouldn't be guaranteed. And worse, it might expose us. The people we sent can't be traced back to us. They're under that man's command. Besides, it happened in such a desolate area at night no one can tie it back to her. As long as we stay patient, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's not act rashly now. Song Shulan kept comforting her. Bai Shuwei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, though unease lingered in her chest. Why did she feel like missing this chance meant she might never be able to deal with that woman again? The thought of letting such a good opportunity slip away made her unwilling to accept it. The next morning, Jiang Jining saw a message from Song Jingyan on WeChat, informing her that Shen Xingwan had been in danger the night before. She immediately rushed to the hospital in a hurry. Where's Xingjia? How is she? Jiang Jining walked into Song Jingyan's office, carrying a bag, and looked at the slightly tired man as she asked. Song Jingyan's eyes held a trace of weariness. He stood up and walked toward her, pulling her into his arms. Can't you show some concern for me too? Jiang Jining struggled slightly, looked up at him, and said seriously, Why? Did you get hurt too? Song Jingyan chuckled in exasperation. This woman truly had no sense of sentimentality. Had she not missed him at all these past few days? He lowered his head and gave her a playful bite on the lips, as if to punish her. No physical injuries. But my heart is wounded. What should I do about it? Jiang Jining felt the sting on her lips and stared at him, now looking a little guilty. She had been so busy with the studio these past few days that she hadn't even replied to his messages. I've been busy lately and forgot to reply to you. Sorry about that. Hearing her casual apology, Song Jingyan's eyes filled with helpless amusement. What was he supposed to do with a girlfriend who was so oblivious? Well, all he could do was spoil her. Oh, then how do you plan to make it up to me? Jiang Jining thought, I already apologized. Why do I have to compensate him too? Reluctantly, she leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Satisfied, Song Jingyan smirked. Before she could react, he tightened his hold on her waist and kissed her deeply again. A moment later, he released her, watching the slightly dazed woman in his arms with a heart full of contentment. What's in your hand? He asked. Jiang Jining glanced at the bag in her hand and blinked. Breakfast. She handed him one of the portions. This is for you, and the other is for Xingjie. Song Jingyan's eyes softened with a smile, clearly pleased with her thoughtfulness. Xingwan is resting in the lounge. I'll take you to her. Jiang Jining lowered her head, bit her lip and nodded. Okay. Thankfully, she was smart enough to bring an extra breakfast. Otherwise, this man would have demanded another form of compensation. In the hallway outside the lounge, Jiang Jining stopped and tugged on Song Jingyan's hand. You go ahead with your work. I'll find Xingjie myself. Song Jingyan turned to look at her, brushing her hair gently with a smile. All right. She's in the first room at the end. After you see Shen Xingwan, come find me. Jiang Jining rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. I have other things to do later. I don't have time. Song Jingyan took 2 steps closer, bent slightly, and looked at her with a teasing expression. All right. Since my girlfriend is so busy, I'll come to your place tonight. Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked away, his mood evidently lifted. See you tonight. Jiang Jining, did I agree to that? Just then, the door to the lounge opened, and Shen Xingwan appeared, looking at the dazed Jiang Jining in the hallway. Ning Ning, what brings you here? She asked calmly. Jiang Jining snapped out of her daze and noticed Shen Xingwan standing at the doorway. She quickly walked over, grabbed her hand, and looked her up and down. Xingjie, I heard from Song Jingyan that something happened to you, so I came to check on you. Are you hurt? Shen Xingwan saw the worry in Jiang Jining's expression, and her heart warmed. She smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. Seeing that Shen Xingwan wasn't seriously injured, Jiang Jining breathed a sigh of relief. She then walked into the lounge, opened the breakfast she had brought, and placed it on the table. You must be hungry. Eat up, it's still warm. Looking at the spread of soup dumplings, egg pancakes, and milk on the table, Shen Xingwan felt a wave of warmth. It was rare for this girl to remember her love for soup dumplings. Thank you, she said softly. Jiang Jining felt a little embarrassed at her politeness. Do we really need to say thanks between us? By the way, who attacked you last night? Do you have any enemies here in S City? A sharp glint flashed in Shen Xingwan's eyes as she set down the soup dumpling in her hand and spoke slowly. I don't know yet. The attackers were masked and dressed in black. But since they dared to make a move, I will make sure they pay the price. As for enemies, apart from Bai Xiuwei, she couldn't think of anyone else in S City who hated her so much. Jiang Jining, knowing Shen Xingwan's capabilities, didn't press further. After finishing breakfast, Shen Xingwan mentioned wanting to go home to take a shower and change clothes. Jiang Jining eagerly offered to be her driver, and Shen Xingwan didn't decline. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived at the hospital entrance. Before they could step outside, Shen Xingwan spotted Fu Tingye rushing toward her with Chen Dong in tow. She looked at the man striding toward her, stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be on a business trip abroad? How did he find out she was at the hospital? Wan, are you hurt? Fu Tingye's voice trembled slightly. Shen Xingwan snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head with a light smile. I'm fine. But Fu Yiming got hurt. He's a man. He can handle a little injury. Without another word, Fu Tingye stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Shen Xingwan hissed as his movement tugged at the wound on her arm, causing a sharp pain. You're hurt. Fu Tingye's heart tightened, his eyes filled with worry. Seeing his concern, a warm feeling spread through Shen Xingwan's chest. She explained, It's nothing, just a graze from a bullet on my arm. It's already been treated. Still uneasy, Fu Tingye gently rolled up her sleeve to check. When he saw the wound, with a faint trace of blood seeping through, his chest ached. Without hesitation, he scooped her up into his arms. You're bleeding, and you say it's nothing. I'm taking you to Song Jingyan to have this treated properly, he said softly but firmly. Shen Xingwan was speechless. This injury was really nothing serious. Besides, it was her arm that was hurt. Her legs worked perfectly fine. Did she really need to be carried? She glanced at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with amusement. Fine, let him have his way. Jiang Jining, who had been standing on the side, watched the whole scene unfold. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Fu Tingye's dramatic actions. What's the big deal? She waved at Shen Xingwan and said, Xingjia, now that your husband's here, I'll head back to the studio. Let's catch up another time. Alright, Shen Xingwan replied as Fu Tingye carried her straight into the elevator. In the top floor office, Song Jingyan was seated at his desk, engrossed in studying a particularly complex case. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, kicked in from the outside. Frowning, Song Jingyan looked up to see Fu Tingye carrying Shen Xingwan into the room, with Chen Dong following behind. What's going on? Did her leg get injured? Song Jingyan asked, his tone skeptical as he glanced at the man. This didn't make sense. Shen Xingwan had been fine earlier. And wasn't Fu Tingye supposed to be abroad? Why had he suddenly shown up, damaging his office door in the process? Her arm is injured. Take care of it immediately, Fu Tingye commanded with an air of authority. Song Jingyan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hasn't it already been treated? Fine, I'll get some medicine for her. You can take her home and apply it. Before he could finish, Fu Tingye's icy glare silenced him, as if daring him to say another word. Alright, I'll take care of it now, Song Jingyan muttered, gritting his teeth as he got up to grab the medical supplies. Shen Xingwan glanced at the two men, covered her face, and decided it wasn't worth saying anything. A moment later, Fu Tingye cast a disdainful look at Song Jingyan, his voice cold and sharp. Can you be gentler? Can't you see the wound is still bleeding? Wan must be in pain. Song Jingyan gritted his teeth, glared at the annoying man beside him, took a deep breath, and finally spat out a single word. Fine. A few minutes later, Song Jingyan finished treating Shen Xingwan's wound, his forehead already drenched in sweat. Ugh, this is even more stressful than performing surgery, he muttered to himself. Without much expression, Song Jingyan turned to Fu Tingye and said nonchalantly, make sure the wound doesn't get wet. Apply the ointment twice a day. Oh, and before you leave, fix the door. Hearing this, Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh. Earlier, his boss had been so anxious that before he could open the door, Fu Tingye had kicked it down, leaving it broken. Fu Tingye shot a glance at Chen Dong, who was still laughing smugly. It's your responsibility now, he said coldly. Chen Dong's laughter froze instantly as he stood there, dumbfounded. Well, it seemed he was just a tool to be used. Accepting his fate, he sighed inwardly. Fu Tingye then left the office with Shen Xingwan, heading to the hospital to visit Grandma Fu and Fu Yiming. Meanwhile, Chen Dong stayed behind to fix the damaged door. At Jingyuan Mansion. In the study, Fu Tingye sat at the desk, his posture upright, exuding an icy aura. His sharp gaze carried a chilling intensity. Have you found out everything? He asked curtly. Chen Dong felt a shiver down his spine as he cautiously replied, the theater tickets for the play Grandma went to see were given to her by Miss Qingqing. The car was tampered with at the theater. As for who wanted to harm the young madam, we haven't identified them yet. What about Fu Qingqing? Bring her in, Fu Tingye ordered. Yes, sir. Chen Dong nodded and immediately called Fu Qingqing in from outside. Fu Qingqing walked in nervously, trembling slightly. After hearing about what had happened the previous night, she had been terrified. She hadn't expected things to go so wrong. Brother, she stammered. Fu Tingye shot her a cold glance, his voice sharp and unyielding. Where did Grandma get the theater tickets? Facing his icy demeanor, Fu Qingqing didn't dare to hide anything. She hesitated for a moment before confessing. It was Sister Shuai. Grandma suddenly wanted tickets for the play, and I happened to run into Sister Shuai on the way. She said she could get them for me. Fu Qingqing was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to get the tickets for Grandma. Hearing this, the coldness in Fu Tingye's eyes deepened. Go back to the old house and reflect on your actions. If you make this kind of mistake again, it'll break your legs. Fu Qingqing felt a chill run down her back. She knew her brother wasn't bluffing. With tears welling up in her eyes, she left quickly. Investigate the Bai family, Fu Tingye instructed, turning to Chen Dong. Understood, I'll get on it right away, Chen Dong replied. Half an hour later, Chen Dong returned, a hint of excitement in his expression. Boss, there's nothing suspicious about Bai Yahui, but Song Shulan recently traveled to Country M. She came back 2 days ago. Also, I discovered something interesting. As he spoke, Chen Dong handed Fu Tingye a folder. Song Shulan has been in contact with an unknown number for years. I hacked into her phone and computer and found these. I believe she went to meet this person during her recent trip. Fu Tingye glanced through the documents, his deep eyes sharp as knives. His entire presence exuded a sense of menace. How interesting, he murmured coldly. I bet Bai Yahui has no idea. You know what to do, he added, casting a meaningful look at Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded firmly. Understood. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Shen Xingwan stood by the window, speaking on the phone with Bai Tan. Xingjia, I found out everything, Bai Tan said, typing away on his computer as he spoke. Bai Zui's mother, Song Shulan, recently went to Country M to meet Lu Shan. The people who attacked you last night were working for him. Lu Xiaotian, also known as Master Lu, has some influence in Country M. People in the underworld are wary of him, Bai Tan explained. Shen Xingwan listened calmly, her expression indifferent. Got it. Whoever dares to hurt me will pay the price. Xingjia, do you need me to take action? Bai Tan asked, a trace of excitement in his tone. Not yet. Keep an eye on Bai Zui's movements, Shen Xingwan replied, a sly smirk curving her lips. She hung up the phone. Grandma was still in the hospital. Once her condition and Fu Yiming stabilized, Shen Xingwan planned to handle matters personally. Shen Xingwan hung up the phone and glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. She headed to the walk-in closet, picked out a long dress, and prepared to change. Suddenly, the door was pushed open from the outside. Wan, you're awake? Fu Tingye strode over and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Shen Xingwan turned around, resting her hands on his shoulders, and smiled faintly. I slept for quite a while. I want to go for a walk. The man lowered his head and brushed a soft kiss on her lips. All right, I'll go with you. Shen Xingwan pressed her lips together and picked up the dress in her hand, raising an eyebrow. But I need to change first. Fu Tingye's lips curved into a smile, his eyes filled with affection. He reached out to take the dress from her hands. Baby, you're injured. Let me help you with this. Shen Xingwan sighed inwardly. Shed only scraped her skin a little. It wasn't as if Shed lost the ability to take care of herself. Oh well, she decided to let him have his way. 10 minutes later, Shen Xingwan shivered slightly, glaring at the man in front of her who was grinning mischievously. She gave him a sharp look and pushed him away. You bit me. Fu Tingye's eyes twinkled with amusement as he adjusted her dress for her. Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered, Baby, should I blow on it for you? Hearing this, Shen Xingwan immediately became vigilant, standing up quickly and heading for the door. This guy. If he kept blowing, they probably wouldn't be able to leave the house. I'm going for a walk, she announced. Fu Tingye chuckled softly as he watched her leave. He was utterly smitten with this little woman. Adjusting his demeanor, he followed her downstairs. The next morning, Song Shulan was playing mahjong with a few friends when her phone started ringing incessantly. Reluctantly, she fished it out of her bag. When she saw it was her daughter calling, her expression softened instantly. Vivi, what's wrong? She asked. Mom, come home quickly, something's happened. Bai Zui's anxious voice came through the phone. Song Shulan was baffled. What could possibly have gone wrong? Just as she was about to ask for clarification, the call abruptly ended. Left with no choice, this was her precious daughter. After all, she apologized to her wealthy companions and hurried off. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence, Bai Yahui was sitting on the living room sofa, seething with anger. Bai Shuai stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. That morning, she had casually checked her phone, only to find the internet flooded with rumors about Bai Yahui, chairman of Bai Group, being cuckolded. Even worse, there was a viral post claiming that Bai Shuai was not actually his biological daughter. Terrified, she didn't even dare to leave the house. She stole a glance at Bai Yahui, her emotions a mix of panic and dread. What if she truly wasn't his daughter? Everything she'd enjoyed for the past 20-something years would vanish like a bubble. 20 minutes later, Song Shulan walked in with a bright smile. Seeing Bai Yahui still at home, she looked puzzled. Vivi, why are you just standing there? Yahui, why aren't you at work? Smack. Bai Yahui stood up and delivered a heavy slap across her face. You shameless woman. How dare you come back? Song Shulan, caught off guard, fell against the coffee table. Mom, are you okay? Bai Shuai hurried over to help her up. Eyes red with tears, Song Shulan stared at Bai Yahui in disbelief. Bai Yahui, how dare you hit me? You actually hit me. Are you even human? Furious, she lunged at him with fists and kicks, but Bai Yahui shoved her aside with disdain, glaring at her with loathing. He couldn't be bothered to argue further, and tossed a stack of documents that had been anonymously sent to his email onto the floor. You disgusting woman. Look at what you've done. Pack your things and take this illegitimate child with you. Get out of my house. His thunderous rage filled the room. Song Shulan froze, then picked up the papers to read. Her face instantly turned pale. Yahui, it's not like that. Someone must be framing me. You have to believe me, your husband and wife. Impossible. There was no way Bai Yahui would believe her. She couldn't admit to this. Bai Yahui sneered coldly, grabbing her by the throat. You still have the audacity to deny it? Do I need to show you more proof? He shoved her aside, pulled out his phone, and played an audio recording. It was a conversation between Song Shulan and another man. I don't care. Wei Wei is your daughter, and now she's been ruined by that woman from the countryside. She stays cooped up at home, too afraid to even step outside. Bai Yahui, that useless coward, is no help at all. You have to avenge our daughter. All right, I understand. I'll take care of it, so stop worrying, came Song Shulan's voice through the phone. Hearing this, Bai Shuai collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless, frozen in place. Impossible. Impossible. How can this be? She repeated to herself, unable to accept the truth. Her expression frantic, she crawled over to Song Shulan and asked, Mom, this isn't true, is it? Seeing things had come to this point, Song Shulan decided she had nothing left to lose. After all, she had no feelings for Bai Yaoi anymore. She stood up, took a few steps closer to him, and smirked mockingly. That's right. Wei Wei isn't your daughter. So, how does it feel? Angry? Resentful, she taunted, seeing the fury in Bai Yaoi's wide eyes. A sense of revenge coursed through her as she continued. When I married you, I had no choice. I even thought about living a good life with you. But what about you? Did you ever truly care for me? You always kept your distance, preferring to stay at work rather than come home. Don't think I didn't know you had a woman you adored outside of this marriage. But too bad for you. When she finished, Song Shulan threw her head back and laughed loudly. Bai Yaoi, seething with rage, glared at her coldly. Clutching his chest, he suddenly slapped her hard across the face. Get out. Take that illegitimate child and get out of the Bai family, he roared. Bai Shuoi panicked instantly. She ran to him, grabbing his hand as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Dad, please don't kick us out. We've been a family for over 20 years, she pleaded. If they were thrown out, where would they go? She couldn't leave the Bai family. Bai Yaoi shook her hand off forcefully, his eyes blazing with anger. Through gritted teeth, he spat, Don't call me Dad. I'm not your father. Then, turning to his assistant, he ordered coldly, Freeze their accounts. I don't want to see them here after sundown. And prepare the divorce papers for her to sign. Without a trace of emotion, Bai Yaoi took a deep breath and walked away. Yes, sir, the assistant replied calmly, pulling out the prepared divorce papers. Madam, please sign, the assistant said, placing the papers and a pen in front of Song Shulan. Still fuming, Song Shulan grabbed the pen and signed her name without even glancing at the document. She didn't care anymore. In fact, she felt a sense of relief after signing. The assistant, relieved that the process went smoothly, gave her a quick glance before leaving with the signed documents. Bai Shuoi stood frozen in place, completely drained. After a long moment, she wiped her tears and looked at Song Shulan. Mom, what do we do now? Song Shulan took her daughter's hand, pulled her to the couch and held her close, gently patting her back. Don't worry, Weiwei. Bai Yaoi is nothing but a useless coward. He doesn't deserve to be your father. Let's pack our things, I'll take you to your real father. Now that she had signed the divorce papers, Lu Xiaoyan would surely take them in. My father. Bai Shuoi looked at her mother, her emotions conflicted. She still hadn't dealt with Shen Xingwan, that woman from the countryside, and now this had happened. She couldn't accept it. Song Shulan, understanding her daughter's thoughts, scoffed disdainfully. Your father is Lu Xiaotan, a powerful and wealthy man in M country. He'll help you get your revenge and protect us both. Humph. The Bai family? I couldn't care less. Hearing this, Bai Shuoi felt a bit more at ease. She nodded reluctantly, there was no other choice now. The next day at noon, the scorching sun blazed down, and the air was stiflingly hot. Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan arrived at the hospital, carrying lunch. In the VIP ward, Fu Yiming and Grandma Fu were lying in bed, watching a television drama. Grandma Fu was deeply engrossed in the show, dabbing her tears with tissues as she sighed. Why can't people who love each other just be together? Why are there always so many misunderstandings? Meanwhile, Fu Yiming leaned against his pillow, staring at the ceiling in frustration, his phone in hand. He had given up hope of his grandmother letting him change the channel to watch a basketball game. Now, he couldn't even focus on watching videos on his phone. Clearly, choosing to share a ward with his grandmother had been a terrible decision. Grandma, it's fictional. It's not real. You don't need to get so invested, he said helplessly. Grandma Fu sniffled and shot him a glare. What do you know, you little rascal? Of course, I know it's fake. Do you even understand what art is? Art is inspired by life. Fu Yiming gave a helpless smile and shrugged. All right, as long as it makes you happy, Grandma. He found himself at a loss for words and could only silently put on his headphones. Not long after, the door to the hospital room opened, and Shen Xingwan and Ji Yunyan walked in carrying lunch. Grandma, how are you feeling today? The moment Grandma Fu saw her dear granddaughter-in-law, her kind face lit up with a wide smile. Mama Pinyin, you're here. I'm feeling much better, just a bit bored. Shen Xingwan placed the insulated food container on the table beside her and smiled gently. This is a special soup the kitchen prepared for you. Let's eat first, and after that, I'll keep you company for a chat. Leaning against the hospital bed, Grandma Fu looked at Shen Xingwan, her cloudy eyes full of warmth and joy. Having a granddaughter-in-law like you is such a blessing. That rascal Fu Tingye just rushed in earlier, barely said a few words, and left in a hurry. All right, let's eat. Grandma's stomach is growling. Grandma Fu sat up on the bed with anticipation, suddenly lighting up her expression as she looked at Shen Xingwan. She chuckled. When are you and Tingye going to give Grandma a little great-grandchild to play with? That would definitely cure my boredom. Fu Yiming covered his face, finding his grandmother adorably mischievous. Thankfully, as the youngest, he wasn't the one being pressured to have kids. Grandma, even if my brother and sister-in-law have a child, it's not like they'd be giving it to you to play with. Do you think a baby is a toy? Grandma Fu turned to glare at him. You talk too much. Ji Yunyan watched Grandma Fu behaving like a playful child and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly as well, suddenly finding Grandma Fu's suggestion somewhat reasonable. She picked up the soup from the table, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to Grandma Fu's lips. Alright, it'll give you a great-grandchild to play with one day. But for now, let me feed you some soup. In truth, Shen Xingwan didn't mind the idea of having children, but that mischievous man at home wasn't keen on having anyone disrupt their peaceful life together, so he always made sure to take precautions. Hearing this, Grandma Fu's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly drank the soup Shen Xingwan fed her. Good. Oh my, why does the soup taste so delicious today? Grandma Fu took another sip and then sneaked a glance at Ji Yunyan, a mischievous smile crossing her face. Yunyan, that rascal Yiming said earlier that his wound hurts. I think he might strained it while drinking water this morning. Could you help Grandma feed him some food? Fu Yiming's eyes widened in shock, and he instantly turned to look at his grandmother with suspicion. When had he ever said that his wound hurt? He was about to protest but caught the warning look in Grandma Fu's eyes and immediately decided to keep his mouth shut. Shen Xingwan glanced at Fu Yiming with a faint smile but said nothing, continuing to feed Grandma Fu her soup. Ji Yunyan gave Fu Yiming a quick look. He did appear a bit weak lying there on the hospital bed, so she didn't overthink it. Alright, no problem. She grabbed the lunchbox from the table and sat down beside Fu Yiming's bed. Seeing this, Grandma Fu chuckled triumphantly and enjoyed her soup even more. Ji Yunyan, however, had never fed anyone before. Looking at Fu Yiming leaning against the bed, she felt a bit unsure of how to proceed. What do you want to eat? Fu Yiming gave her a casual glance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Grandma said the soup is delicious. How about you feed me some of that? This was the first time he'd ever been fed by someone, so he figured he might as well enjoy it. Ji Yunyan set the food aside, scooped a bowl of soup, and directly brought it to his lips. Without much finesse, she roughly tipped the soup toward his mouth. Drink. Cough. Fu Yiming hadn't expected such a move and immediately started coughing, the hot soup spilling onto him. Seeing him cough so hard his face turned red, Jian felt a pang of guilt. She quickly stood up, grabbed some tissues, and began wiping the spilled soup off his clothes. Sorry. Are you alright? She hadn't meant to do it. She wasn't used to feeding anyone, let alone a man. Fu Yiming looked at the girl leaning close to him, her hands busily dabbing at his clothes. The sudden proximity made his ears turn red with nervousness. This was the first time he'd been this close to a girl. I'm fine. The soup was just too hot, he murmured, turning his head to the side, his voice barely audible. Ji Yunyan cleared her throat and mimicked Shen Xingwan, feeding Fu Yiming bite by bite. When Fu Yiming complained that it was too hot, she even blew on it to cool it down for him. Fu Yiming ate his meal with mixed emotions, remaining silent and unusually obedient. Grandma Fu secretly observed the two of them and smiled in satisfaction. At Jingyuan, Fu Tingye stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his pajamas, listening to a phone call. On the other end, Chen Dong reported, Boss, Song Shulan and Bai Shuawei have been kicked out of the Bai family by Bai Yahui. Early this morning, they boarded a flight to Country M. A cold glint flashed through Fu Tingye's deep eyes as his lips curved into a devilish smirk. Good. Arrange for a plane, it'll go there early tomorrow morning. I bet those two are still dreaming, counting on Lu Shaoan to protect them. Chen Dong responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan stepped out of the bathroom in a spaghetti-strap dress. She glanced at the man and asked, Are you heading out on another business trip? Fu Tingye walked over, scooped her up effortlessly, and gently placed her on the sofa before grabbing a hairdryer. Why didn't you dry your hair again? Shen Xingwan tilted her head up, gazing at him with a faint smile. I wanted you to do it for me. Fu Tingye leaned down and kissed her lips tenderly, his eyes full of affection. Alright. From now on, I'll always dry your hair for you. He began drying her hair skillfully as Shen Xingwan leaned against him, eyes half closed, basking in the moment. A few minutes later, he turned off the hairdryer, pulled her into his arms, and spoke in a low voice. Baby, I have to go abroad tomorrow. Will you miss me? He had to personally deal with those two women and didn't want his beloved to worry. Shen Xingwan smiled faintly, wrapping her arms around his neck before leaning up to kiss his Adam's apple. Of course I will. Fu Tingye's gaze darkened instantly. He lifted her and placed her on the bed, his voice deep and husky. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. How about we do something more meaningful? Shen Xingwan's heart fluttered at the sound of his alluring tone. She gently stroked his face and teased, Mr. Fu. What do you have in mind? Fu Tingye, seeing her feigned innocence, lowered his head and kissed her somewhere deliberately. Didn't you say it hurt yesterday? This way it won't hurt. Without waiting for her response, he captured her lips in a passionate, lingering kiss. Slowly, the two became lost in the moment. Suddenly, Shen Xingwan recalled Grandma Fuss's words at the hospital. Glancing at the item in his hand, she softly said, Grandma mentioned wanting a great-grandchild to play with. How about we skip using that? Fu Tingye didn't pause his actions but chuckled lowly. Baby, we haven't enjoyed enough of our time together yet. I don't want anyone else interrupting us. As for Grandma, we can always give her a doll to play with. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but laugh at his response. A doll? How can that compare to a child? Only you would come up with that. But Fu Tingye didn't give her time to dwell on it. He kissed her again, ensuring she was entirely immersed in the beautiful night. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn appeared that the room finally quieted down. The next morning, Shen Xingwan was awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. Groggily, she glanced at the empty space beside her. She suddenly remembered that during her half-asleep state earlier, he had bid her goodbye before leaving on his trip. She slowly picked up her phone from the bedside table and answered. Hello. On the other end, Bai Tan was stunned by her hoarse voice. Oh my god, Xingjia, what were you up to last night? Why are you still in bed at this hour? And what happened to your voice? This isn't like you. Shen Xingwan shifted slightly, her whole body aching, and couldn't help but think about how tireless that man was. Listening to Bai Tan's endless questions, she didn't bother to respond. When Bai Tan didn't hear anything, she checked the call and, seeing it was still connected, tentatively asked, Xingjia, are you still there? Say something. After a long pause, Shen Xingwan finally responded in a calm tone. What do you need? Bai Tan smiled faintly and didn't continue gossiping. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. Good news. A couple of days ago, the internet was buzzing with rumors about Bai Yahui being cheated on. In a fit of rage, he kicked that White Lotus and her mother out of the house. Those two flew straight to the States early yesterday morning. I'm guessing they're looking for Lu Shan. Shen Xingwan slowly got up, leaning against the headboard. A wicked smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Huh, I didn't expect Bai Yahui to be so decisive. Kicking them out so quickly good. Since those two came knocking on the door, it's time to pay them a visit. Debts must always be repaid. Get me a flight booked. I'm heading back to the States this afternoon. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Bai Tan replied and hung up the phone. Shen Xingwan set her phone aside, dragged her sore body into the bathroom, and soaked in a hot bath. Half an hour later, Shen Xingwan came downstairs and spotted Jinyan in the living room. She walked over and gave her a few instructions, then handed her 2 bottles of medicine. Yunyan, these 2 bottles, one is for Grandma, the white one, and the other is for Fu Yiming. Take them to the hospital. They'll help with recovery. Ji Yunyan took the bottles and nodded. Got it. I'll take care of it. I'll be abroad for the next few days. Please take care of Grandma while I'm gone, Shen Xingwan said as she sat on the sofa. Don't worry, sis. I'll take good care of her. You don't have to stress about it. Anyway, she's been a bit bored at home, and Grandma Fu is funny and charming. She really enjoys her company. Meanwhile in the States, the sun was setting, and the sky grew dim. Song Shulan, with Bai Xiuwei in tow, strutted into a local underground casino in search of Lu Shan. It was peak hours in the casino, bustling with people. The air reeked of a strange mix of smells, and the constant clamor of chatter and dice rolling filled the space. The crowd was a mix of all sorts, some shady, some intimidating. Song Shulan glanced around nervously, her eyes darting in every direction. She clutched Bai Zui's hand tightly as they walked further inside. She had been here once before, and vaguely remembered Lu Xiaotian having an office deep within the casino. Since they couldn't find him elsewhere, they decided to try here. Bai Xiuwei scanned the chaotic crowd, a flicker of disgust flashing in her eyes. She couldn't believe that as the once proud daughter of the Bai family, she had sunk to the point of coming to a casino to beg for shelter. Bitterness surged in her heart, but she was powerless to change the situation. Mom, I don't want to be here looking for that man. Can't we just find a hotel to stay at first? Bai Xiuwei whispered. Song Shulan turned to her, gently patting her back. Wei, be good. We're here to find your father. He'll arrange for us to stay in a villa, and then we can go back to living the way we used to. As Song Shulan spoke, she noticed the lecherous gazes of the gamblers around them, staring openly at her and her daughter. A chill ran down her spine. This place was chaotic and dangerous. Anything could happen here. If Bai Yahui hadn't written in the divorce agreement that she'd leave with nothing and cut off all their financial resources, she wouldn't have been forced to rush to Lu Xiaotian like this. Regret gnawed her. Why hadn't she carefully read that divorce agreement back then? She had played right into that spineless man's hands. Bai Zui's face darkened in displeasure. As she turned her head, She saw a filthy man with dyed yellow hair leering at her, his hand stroking his chin. His expression was so lewd it made her stomach churn. She quickly lowered her head and followed closely behind Song Shulan, trying to avoid attention. Relying on her memory, Song Shulan soon found her way to a building at the back and started heading upstairs. She adjusted her hair and clothes, excitement bubbling in her chest. Just as she was about to knock, someone suddenly grabbed her arm. Who are you? Let go of me. I'm here to see Lu Xiaodong. Song Shulan cried out in pain. Do you think you can just walk in and see Boss Lu? Get lost, the man said coldly, shoving her backward. Caught off guard, Song Shulan stumbled and fell to the ground. She cursed Lu Xiaoshan's lackey inwardly but knew better than to offend him. Forcing a smile, she said, Sir, I'm an old acquaintance of your boss. I urgently need to see him. Could you please do me a favor and let me in? The man glanced at Song Shulan and Bai Shuwei, his face void of expression. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rough. A few of our operations were attacked recently, and there's been a major issue with the munitions factory, causing significant losses. Boss Lu is already in a foul mood, and you two have the nerve to show up here? Bai Shuwei hurried forward to help Song Shulan up. Then, looking at the man, she said firmly, I'm his daughter. You'd better let us in, or you'll regret it. The man paused for a second, then let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his hand, several men in black suits appeared. Throw them out, he ordered in a chilling tone. Song Shulan sensed trouble immediately. Deciding to go all out, she shouted loudly toward the entrance. Lu Xiaodong, get out here. These people are about to throw your daughter out. Hurry up and come out. The man's expression darkened, and he barked, stuff their mouths. How dare they cause such a scene here? Within seconds, both Song Shulan and Bai Shuwei had their mouths covered, and the men in black began dragging them away. At that moment, the door upstairs creaked open, and Lu Xiaodong walked out, his face grave. What's going on? Why is there so much noise outside? Seeing Lu Xiaodong, Song Shulan immediately broke free from the guards and rushed over, her face full of grievance. Lu Xiaodong, I brought Wei Wei to see you, but your men wouldn't let us in. Lu Xiaotian glanced at Bai Shuwei, his expression remaining indifferent. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the guards to step back. Along is one of my trusted men. He was just following my orders. Didn't I tell you not to come here? His tone carried a hint of displeasure as he turned and walked back inside. Song Shulan quickly pulled Bai Shuwei along and followed him in. Her eyes reddened as she spoke in a choked voice. Bai Yaoi found out Wei Wei isn't his daughter. He kicked us out, so we had no choice but to come to you. Lu Xiaoan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. His expression grew darker. How did he find out? Although Lu Xiaotian had already received some anonymous information about the situation, he pretended not to know. Song Shulan hesitated under Lu Xiaoshan's cold, sharp gaze. Swallowing nervously, she stammered, I don't know. He had photos of us, and even recordings of our phone calls. She recalled secretly taking some photos back then, thinking they might serve as leverage against Lu Xiaodan someday. She hadn't expected them to somehow end up online. Lu Xiaodan stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, his eyes devoid of warmth. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He glanced at Bai Shuwei and Song Shulan before turning to Along. Take them to one of my apartments for now. He sneered inwardly. This woman had some nerve, secretly taking photos of him. He'd deal with her properly later. Understood, Along replied, leading the two women away. Song Shulan had originally hoped to stay in Lu Xiaoshan's villa, but now she didn't dare say another word. Silently, she followed Along out. The next morning, inside a seaside villa, Shen Xingwan lounged on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the view outside. Bai Tan, sitting nearby, asked, Xingjia, that mother and daughter are staying in one of Lu Xiaoshan's apartments now. When are we going to pay them a visit? Bai Tan, clearly impatient, continued, Oh, and another thing, Lu Xiaoshan's casinos and arms factories were attacked a couple of days ago. The losses were significant. I doubt he has the energy to deal with that mother and daughter right now. Do we know who's behind it? Shen Xingwan asked, her voice calm but curious. Lu Xiaotian had been a dominant figure in the underworld. It wasn't something just anyone would dare to do. Bai Tan shrugged. No clue. Rumor has it that it's the Night Wolf organization, but there's no solid evidence. Shen Xingwan remained composed, casually picking up her phone to text Fu Tingye. Arrange for some of our guys to bring them to the headquarters secret room. Make sure they're well taken care of. I'll head over later. I'm still tired from the long flight and need a good rest. If the Night Wolf organization truly was behind the attack on Lu Xiaodan, it only meant they'd done her a favor. Bai Tan glanced at the faint marks on Shen Xingwan's skin, then rolled her eyes with exasperation. Fine. I'll handle it. You go ahead and rest. That vixen had actually managed to drag her Xingjia off her pedestal. So inconsiderate. Meanwhile, in another villa by the sea, Fu Tingye was seated at his desk, casually reading the message sent by Shen Xingwan. A faint, charming smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Chen Dong knocked on the door and walked in, placing a stack of documents on the desk. Boss, these are some details about Lu Xiaoyan's activities in the underworld over the past few years. Also, everything you instructed has been taken care of. A few days ago, we arranged a small punishment for him. Right now, he's overwhelmed with business troubles and has placed Song Shulan and her daughter in a small apartment. Fu Tingye picked up the documents, glanced at them briefly, and curled his thin lips into a cold smirk. Send someone to grab those two women. It's time to settle accounts with them. As for Lu Xiaoyan, let's take our time playing with him. Chen Dong nodded. Understood. I'll take care of it. He hesitated momentarily before carefully adding, Boss, since the incident with the young madam a few days ago, some matters here haven't been resolved yet. How about holding a meeting this afternoon? Fu Tingye raised his eyes to glance at him, his expression unreadable. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the ocean. After a pause, he spoke lightly, You arrange it. Hearing this, Chen Dong let out a quiet sigh of relief. Got it. I'll make the arrangements right away. Noon. The sun shone brightly in the clear blue sky. Song Shulan knocked softly on Bai Shuowei's bedroom door, her voice gentle. Wei Wei, are you awake? It's already noon. Let's go grab something to eat. Still half asleep, Bai Shuowei groggily opened her eyes, took a moment to gather herself, and got out of bed to open the door. Mom, what's up? She asked, her tone tinged with irritation. She had just arrived in the area and was still adjusting. She hadn't slept well the previous night and now wanted nothing more than to catch up on her rest. Seeing her daughter's messy hair, Song Shulan reached out to smooth it down. It's already noon. Come out and have lunch with me. You skipped breakfast, and you'll hurt your stomach if you keep this up. Bai Shuowei frowned and turned back toward her bed, flopping down onto it. I don't want to go. I just want to sleep, she grumbled. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she sat up, frustration evident in her voice. Mom, didn't you say Lu Xiaoyan would arrange for us to stay in a villa? Look at where we are now, this shabby apartment. There's not even a servant here. No one cooks and we have to go out to eat. This is ridiculous. Thinking of her previous life of luxury, Bai Shuowei felt a wave of bitterness and resentment. Song Shulan, noticing her daughter's unhappiness, quickly sat beside her to comfort her. Wei Wei, be good. Your father is probably just busy with work. He'll bring us to the villa soon. How about this? He'll go buy some groceries this afternoon and cook for you tonight. For now, let's grab something to eat outside, okay? Can you even cook? What if it's half raw or burnt? Bai Shuowei retorted, pulling the blanket over her head and continuing to sulk. Song Shulan gave an awkward laugh. In hindsight, she realized that, while Bai Yaohui had been indifferent to her emotionally, he had always been generous with material comforts. She had never needed to do housework and had enjoyed a steady flow of spending money. Looking around at the small, empty apartment, a twinge of regret crept into her heart. All right, then you get some more rest. I'll head out to buy a few things and bring lunch back for you, she said softly before leaving the apartment. Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the apartment. Bai Shuowei, still lying in bed, grew increasingly annoyed at the persistent sound. Why would she leave without taking her keys, she muttered, dragging herself out of bed. Glancing at the clock, she frowned in confusion. It takes at least an hour to get to the city and back. Why is she back so soon? Without giving it much thought, she made her way to the door, grumbling as she opened it. Mom, why are you back so? Her words froze in her throat as she came face to face with several men in tactical gear, armed with rifles, stepping into the apartment. Who are you? She stammered, fear gripping her as she instinctively backed away. Just then, a woman also dressed in tactical gear strode in confidently, her sunglasses adding to her commanding presence. It was Bai Tan. She approached Bai Shuowei with a few quick steps, a devilish smirk playing on her lips as she observed the terrified woman. Who we are isn't important, Bai Tan said coolly. What matters is that you offended our boss. Now, my brothers and I are here to take you back for a little chat. Bai Shuowei glanced at the few people inside the room, and her heart immediately filled with panic. She clenched her hands tightly, desperately trying to hide the fear deep within her. Stammering, she spoke, You must have the wrong person. You don't know your boss. I just arrived in M country not long ago. How could I possibly know your boss? A cold chuckle came in response. Oh, don't worry, there's no mistake. You're exactly who we're looking for, Bai Shu. Bai Tan didn't waste any more words with her. She scanned the room quickly but didn't see Song Shulan. Walking up to Bai Shuowei, she demanded sharply, Where's Song Shulan? Bai Shuowei's face paled slightly. She knew she couldn't reveal Song Shulan's whereabouts. Otherwise, no one would be able to save her. Forcing herself to stay calm, she replied, I don't know. I've been sleeping in my room the whole time. I don't know where she went. Bai Tan smirked, taking a few steps closer. Suddenly, she grabbed Bai Zui's chin and said in a cold, detached voice, "Oh? You don't know? That's fine. She can't run far." With that, she released her grip, wiped her hands with a tissue, and tossed it into a nearby trash can before gesturing to the others. "Take her." Seeing this, despair flashed in Bai Zui's eyes. She shouted, "Let me go. I'm Lu Xiaoshen's daughter. You can't just take Mel, let me go." But no matter how loudly she screamed, it was futile. Bai Tan crossed her arms and looked at her as if she were a fool, then ordered someone to gag Bai Shui and drag her away. Meanwhile, Song Shulan had taken a taxi to the city center. She bought some vegetables and rice at the supermarket. After realizing she didn't have much cash left, she stopped by a fast food restaurant, ate a quick meal, and packed some food for Bai Shui. Checking the time, she noticed she had already been out for an hour. Worried her precious daughter might be hungry, she hurriedly flagged down another taxi. Carrying her bags, Song Shulan got into the car and gave the driver an address. Suddenly, she noticed someone sitting in the back seat. Sneaking a glance at the person, her heart sank. Moments later, she realized the car wasn't heading in the right direction. Alarmed, she said, "Driver, this route seems wrong. Did you take a wrong turn?" The man in the driver's seat pressed harder on the gas pedal and let out a cold laugh. "Don't worry. It's not wrong. He had come specifically to pick up this old woman, how could he be mistaken?" Song Shulan glanced at the two men in the car, her body stiffening as she tried to suppress her growing panic. Forcing a smile, she said, "Driver, could you pull over please? I need to get off here, I have something to take care of." At that moment, the man in the back seat pressed a gun to Song Shulan's head, his expression cold and unyielding. "We came here just for you. What, still thinking about getting off? Who are you? Let me go. Two can give you money. How about that?" Song Shulan shut her eyes tightly, trembling as she felt the cold barrel of the gun against her head. Fear consumed her. The man in the back seat curled his lips into a sinister smile. "We don't want your money. We just need you to come with us for a little chat." Without waiting for her response, he raised his hand and struck her unconscious. The night was silent and still, with only a faint crescent moon hanging in the sky. After being knocked out, Song Shulan was taken to a dark underground basement and tied up. Suddenly, the basement door creaked open, and a bright beam of light illuminated the room. Fu Tingye, dressed in a black shirt and trousers, walked in with an air of cold indifference. He sat down on a chair inside, his presence exuding an icy, oppressive aura. "Do you know why you were invited here?" he asked. Startled, Song Shulan slowly opened her eyes, meeting the man's piercingly cold gaze. A chill ran down her spine. Quickly composing herself, she forced a smile and said, "Tingye, it's you. Oh, thank goodness. Auntie was kidnapped and brought here. Please help me get out of here, okay?" Fu Tingye tapped his fingers on the chair, letting out a cold laugh. His eyes were sharp as daggers. Taking a gun from one of his men, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a sharp bang, the bullet pierced through Song Shulan's right knee. "Still playing dumb with me?" he asked in an icy tone. Song Shulan screamed in pain, caught completely off guard by his ruthless action. Cold sweat dripped down her face as blood seeped from her wounded knee. She had heard rumors about Fu Tingye's cold-heartedness and ruthless methods, but now she was experiencing it firsthand. Song Shulan took a deep breath, realizing that this time, she was likely going to fall into Fu Tingye's hands. Her eyes glinted with malice as she slowly spoke. "What's so good about that country bumpkin? She's got you completely bewitched. What does our Wei Wei lack compared to that wench, for you to be so heartless?" Chen Dong, listening from the side, was speechless. This woman really knew how to flatter herself. His boss barely even knew her daughter, so where did this heartless accusation come from? Bang! Another bullet lodged itself into her left knee. "My woman is not someone you are worthy to mention," Fu Tingye said coldly, tossing the gun to Chen Dong. He stood and approached Song Shulan, his voice icy. "Now, tell me, where is Bai Shui hiding?" This mother-daughter duo had previously conspired against his Wan at the Bai family banquet, and yet they showed no remorse. They even had the audacity to borrow men from Lu Shaotian to try to kill Wan, injuring his grandmother and Fu Yiming in the process. These debts needed to be settled. Song Shulan froze for a moment after hearing this. Before she left the house, Wei Wei had still been asleep in her room. Could it be that they hadn't found the apartment yet? Impossible. If Fu Tingye had been bold enough to kidnap her and bring her here, he must have already gone to the apartment. But where could Wei Wei have gone? Seeing her remain silent, Fu Tingye gestured to one of his men. In the next instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. Song Shulan stared at her hand, now pierced through by a dagger, her eyes filled with hatred but her heart gripped by overwhelming fear. "You don't know. I really don't know," she stammered. She truly had no idea. Wei Wei had been asleep in her room when she left. Fu Tingye's cold eyes narrowed, his presence exuding a frost that seemed to freeze the air. He glanced at Chen Dong and spoke indifferently. It seems her tongue is unnecessary. Remove it. How dare she insult his Wanwan? His treasure, whom he wouldn't even scold. Yet this woman had the audacity to curse her? Song Shilin's body collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear as she heard Fu Tingye's calm, cutting words. When she saw him turn and start walking toward the door, panic surged through her. No. She couldn't lose her tongue. Suddenly recalling something, Song Shulan shouted toward the door, Fu Tingye, don't you want to know how your mother died? Fu Tingye paused mid-step, his back still facing her. Slowly, he turned around, his deep, piercing eyes locking onto hers. He walked forward a few steps and sat down in the chair. Speak. What do you know? His gaze was sharp as a blade. Song Shulan let out a sigh of relief, regaining some composure and confidence. If you want to know about what happened back then, I can tell you. But in exchange, you must let me go. Fu Tingye picked up a dagger and threw it. The blade whizzed past her ear and embedded itself in the wall behind her. You think you're in a position to negotiate with me, he sneered. Song Shulan shut her eyes tightly, trembling. She hadn't expected him to be so utterly unyielding. Too used to know your parents. You have to promise not to kill me, she stammered. Fu Tingye leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers casually on the armrest, saying nothing. His entire demeanor exuded an icy indifference. He raised his eyes, signaling for her to continue. Song Shulan took a deep breath, meeting his cold gaze with a flicker of hesitation. She steadied herself and began, her voice shaky. Your mother wasn't due to give birth to Fu Yiming yet when it happened. She was at the hospital for a checkup when she received a phone call. She became extremely agitated and fell down the stairs, which led to severe bleeding. She paused, her voice growing more uncertain. I happened to be at the hospital for a checkup as well and saw it all happen. As for who made that call, I know exactly who it was. Fu Tingye's fists clenched tightly, his face devoid of emotion as he cast a cold glance at Song Shulan. He could tell she was still withholding part of the truth. Without a word, he stood and walked toward the door. Chen Dong followed closely behind, asking, Boss, what should we do with this woman? Keep her locked up. Fu Tingye's voice was devoid of warmth as he replied, her tongue is still unnecessary. Remove it and throw her at Lu Xiaoshen's doorstep. I'll take good care of her. Chen Dong nodded, but then hesitated before asking, what about Bai Shuai? Still no sign of her. No, Chen Dong answered. Our men searched her apartment but found no one. The place was a mess, and the surveillance cameras around the apartment had been tampered with. Chen Dong also found it baffling. According to his subordinates' reports, Bai Shuai should still be sleeping, so how could she just vanish into thin air? That reckless woman really got off too easily. Keep searching, and also investigate what happened to my mother back then, Fu Tingye said coldly, his voice devoid of any warmth. He was determined to uncover the person who had harmed his mother. Meanwhile, in another building, Bai Shuai was confined in a dim room, her mouth sealed with tape and her hands and feet bound. A single faint light cast a shadowy glow into the room. In front of her was a glass enclosure containing a large snake, its tongue flicking menacingly in her direction. Fear gripped her as cold sweat broke out on her back. She dared not even breathe heavily. She hadn't eaten anything since morning, and by evening, all she was given was a single steamed bun. Now, as she looked around at the eerie surroundings, terror consumed her, and hunger gnawed at her stomach. The sound of waves crashing outside, coupled with strange, unidentifiable noises, heightened her anxiety. Why hadn't her mother come to save her? Wasn't Luo Xiaotian supposed to be influential here? Why had she been left to rot in this place for so long? Bai Shuai was seething with hatred. Just then, the door to the room creaked open, and 6 men armed with guns, dressed in tactical gear, entered and lined up on either side. Following them, Shen Xingwan and Bai Tan walked in. Shen Xingwan, dressed in black tactical attire with her hair tied high, held a whip in her hand. She approached Bai Shuai with a faint, mocking smile, scrutinizing her. With the whip, she lifted Bai Shuai's chin and spoke slowly, So, how are you enjoying the hospitality from my brothers? With that, she tore the tape off Bai Shuai's mouth and gestured to her subordinates to untie her. As soon as Bai Shuai saw Shen Xingwan, the woman she despised most, her pupils contracted sharply. She shook off the ropes, staggering to her feet with a look full of resentment. Hospitality? What a joke, she spat. You kidnapped me, locked me in here with that massive black snake I'm terrified of, and yet you act so righteous about it. Shen Xingwan, I really underestimated you. Who knew a country bumpkin like you could pull off something like this? Tell me, which old man are you relying on? Does Yejij even know about this? Bai Shuai sneered coldly. Slap. Before Bai Shuai could react, Shen Xingwan landed a heavy slap across her face. I remember warning you, Shen Xingwan said icily, if I ever hear the words, Yejij, from your mouth again, you'll never speak another word. Do you remember that? Dazed from the slap, Bai Shuwei wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. Despite the other woman's cold, impassive expression, she showed no fear. She had nothing left to lose. Falling into this country bumpkin's hands was just her bad luck. Thinking of the failed attempt to get rid of Shen Xingwan last time, she was consumed with bitterness. Who would have thought this woman had such a resilient life? Not only had Shen Xingwan taken the man she loved, but she had also ruined her life. Bai Shuwei now wished she could skin Shen Xingwan alive. What's the matter? Angry and humiliated? Well, there's nothing you can do about it. I met Yejij first. Bai Shuwei continued to provoke her. Shen Xingwan sat down on a chair brought over by her subordinates, crossing her legs. Her expression remained unreadable, but the aura around her was commanding and oppressive. Bai Shuwei stared at the domineering woman in front of her, trembling with rage. Who exactly was this woman? Shen Xingwan waved a hand, and two men stepped forward toward Bai Shu. What are you doing? Let me go. Bai Shuwei struggled, but moments later, she was hoisted up and hung in midair by the two men. Shen Xingwan narrowed her eyes dangerously, her patience clearly wearing thin. Her voice was icy as she said, "Speak. You arranged for someone to kill us, caused Fu Yiming to get shot, and left Grandma with a broken leg. How do you want to die?" Bai Shuwei shivered slightly at the coldness in her tone, her back damp with sweat. You wretched woman. If you're going to kill me, just do it already. Stop wasting time, she spat defiantly. Shen Xingwan picked up a silenced gun handed to her by one of her subordinates, casually toying with it as she spoke indifferently. Dying won't be that easy. Should I start with your left leg? Or your right? At that moment, Bai Tan quickly snatched the gun from her hands, grinning as he said, Xingjie, let me handle this. I'll show you how much my shooting has improved. Go ahead, Shen Xingwan replied calmly. Bai Tan suddenly became excited. She toyed with the gun in her hand before unexpectedly pulling the trigger in Bai Shuwei's direction. With a sharp whoosh, the bullet grazed past Bai Shuwei's ear. Bai Shuwei let out a startled scream as the bullet zipped by, her heart pounding in her throat. Bai Tan remained calm, glancing down at the gun in her hand. She furrowed her brows, shook her head, and let out a soft sigh. Oh dear, it's been too long since I practiced. I actually missed. My apologies, let me try again. Hearing her nonchalant tone, Bai Shuwei broke out in a cold sweat. This vile woman was clearly trying to torment her. How infuriating. Before she could react, a sharp, searing pain shot through her left leg, quickly followed by the same agony in her right. She cried out, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the blood trickling from her legs. The pain was unbearable. Bai Tan, however, looked thrilled. She raised an eyebrow at Shen Xingwan and asked with a hint of pride, Sister Xing, how's my shooting? Shen Xingwan rested her chin lazily on her hand and replied casually, not bad. Still room for improvement. Bai Shuwei, on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, glared at Shen Xingwan with hatred. If you have the guts, just kill me with one shot. What kind of skill is it to torture someone like this? Shen Xingwan's gaze turned icy as she smirked coldly. What's the matter? Can't take it already? When you schemed against others, did you ever think about the consequences? With that, she stood up and walked leisurely toward a wall on one side of the room. Pressing a button, the wall slowly lifted to reveal a balcony with a railing. Beyond the balcony stretched an endless expanse of dark ocean. What are you doing? Bai Shuwei stammered, trembling as she shut her eyes tight, fear gripping her heart. She wasn't afraid of being killed outright. What terrified her was being tortured to the point of wishing for death. Shen Xingwan's face remained indifferent as she slid one hand into her pocket and took a few steps forward. Her cold eyes locked onto Bai Shuwei, who was now suspended midair. What do you think? When you do evil things, you have to pay the price. Did you really think Fu Yiming would take a bullet for nothing? Or that grandma would lie in the hospital recovering from her injuries without consequences? Her gaze turned even colder as she gave an order to her subordinates. Let her bleed out a bit first, then toss her into the sea to feed the fish. Whether she lives or dies, I don't care. With that, the woman exuded an aura of dominance as she walked straight toward the door. Bai Shuwei panicked, shouting, I'm Lu Xiaoshen's daughter. You can't kill me, or you'll face the consequences. Shen Xingwan paused in her tracks and turned slightly, her expression full of disdain. With a faint smirk, she replied, Lu Fan? And who does he think he is? Go tell Lu Xiaotian that Bai Zui's life is mine to take. Her voice was filled with authority as she spoke. Without sparing another glance, she strode away confidently. Bai Shuwei was frantic now, screaming and cursing, Shen Xingwan, you'll die a horrible death. You're nothing but a country bumpkin, a lowlife. When Fu Tingye finds out how cruel you are, he'll definitely abandon you. But no matter how much she yelled, it was futile. What was meant to happen would happen. Meanwhile, Shen Xingwan had left the building and arrived at an outdoor training field. She stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the area. Despite it being nighttime, there were still people visible, engaged in physical training. Boss. Several people passing by greeted her respectfully. Shen Xingwan responded with a faint nod before turning to Baitan behind her. Still no news on Song Shulan? No, Baitan replied. Our people traced her movements and found she disappeared after shopping in the city center. Shen Xingwan fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, before heading toward another building ahead. Keep an eye out for any updates. What about Luosu? When will he be back at headquarters? Baitan casually looped her arm through Shen Xingwan's as they walked. He went to the Middle East for a mission not long ago. Things over there are a bit tricky, but he should be back in the next couple of days. Good. Once he's back, make sure he stays at headquarters to rest for a while, Shen Xingwan instructed. She stopped walking and turned to look at Baitan, a smile playing on her lips. Are you coming back to S City with me this time? If you want to go, make sure to wrap up your current tasks. Last time, when Luosu had to leave for a mission, you rushed back to headquarters in such a hurry to cover for him. Baitan blinked, then immediately burst into laughter. She wrapped her arms around Shen Xingwan's waist, her expression a mix of excitement and a hint of grievance. Hee. I didn't even get to enjoy myself last time I went to S City. If anyone understands the people, it's you, Xingjia. Don't worry, I'll behave myself and won't cause you any trouble. You're my idol, I just adore you. She had been stuck here for so long, bored out of her mind, with no missions to take on, just pacing around aimlessly every day. Shen Xingwan, seeing that Baitan was about to put on another dramatic performance, shook her head helplessly and headed straight for the elevator. Hey, Xingjia, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Baitan followed her cheerfully. The next day, the first light of dawn spilled over the earth. Inside a luxurious villa, Lu Xiaotian had just woken up when someone knocked on his door. He glanced at the woman still sound asleep beside him, his expression turning sour as he got up to answer. What's so urgent that you're banging on my door? You're getting more and more out of line. Apologies, Master Lu, for disturbing your rest, his subordinate, Along, explained respectfully. But this matter is beyond my ability to handle, so I had to report it to you. Lu Xiaodan closed the bedroom door softly and headed upstairs to his study. Speak in the study. Pushing open the study door, Lu Xiaodan sat down at his desk, picked up a cigar, lit it and took a puff. What is it? Along glanced at him and said, early this morning, Song Shulan was dumped at the villa's entrance. I checked on her and found her seriously injured. Her tongue is gone. It's a pretty gruesome sight. Lu Xiaoshan's hand paused slightly with the cigar, but his expression remained indifferent. He simply asked, any idea who's behind it? Not yet. I reviewed the surveillance footage but didn't see anything suspicious. Also, Bai Shuai has fallen into the hands of S Group. They've clearly stated they intend to take her life. Lu Xiaoshan's brows furrowed as he suppressed his rising anger. Crushing the cigar into the ashtray, he stood and walked to the window, staring at the rising sun with a chilling gaze. These people are truly audacious. Yet, there was nothing he could do. S Group was one of the most feared international organizations, with its mercenaries known for their unmatched prowess. Their leader, White Fox, was said to be internationally protected and highly valued by global authorities. Narrowing his deep-set eyes, Lu Xiaodan took a long breath. It seemed his so-called daughter's fate was now out of his hands. Take Song Shulan to the hospital. You know how to handle her treatment, I don't need to spell it out. His voice was sharp and dangerous. That woman had schemed against him when he was in danger years ago, and later used it to blackmail him. Now, her actions had caused him significant business losses. This debt had to be settled. Understood. I'll take care of it right away, Along responded promptly before leaving the study. Lu Xiaodan sat down on the sofa, tilted his head back in thought for a moment, then returned to his bedroom. Elsewhere, for the next 2 days, Shen Xingwan stayed at the headquarters, handling internal matters and organizing affairs at the base. Once everything was in order, she and Baitan boarded a private jet and returned to S City the following day. Nighttime. A gentle breeze swept through the air, and a light drizzle danced gracefully. By the time the two returned to Jingyuan, it was already past 10 p.m. Ji Yunin was still sitting on the couch watching TV. When she noticed Shen Xingwan and Baitan entering, she happily got up to greet them. Sis, you're back. Shen Xingwan glanced around the room before sitting down on the couch. Why are you still up? Where's Uncle Wang? She asked casually. Ji Yunin smiled. I was waiting for you to come back. I told Uncle Wang to rest early. He was following me around, trying to get updates on your whereabouts. It was driving me crazy. So I told him you were abroad for a conference and wouldn't be back for a few days. Then I sent him off to bed. Baitan tossed her bag onto the couch and leaned back with a smirk. That old man actually went to bed early for once? That's a rare sight. When I stayed here before, I noticed how nosy he could be. Ji Yunin chuckled at her comment before pulling the two of them toward the dining room. You must be hungry. I had dinner prepared, come eat. Shen Xingwan looked at the steaming dishes on the dining table, all her favorites, and felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She had mentioned to this girl yesterday afternoon that she'd be back tonight, but she hadn't expected her to prepare such a lovely meal so late and wait for her in the living room. Thank you. Bai Tan, seeing the spread of delicious food, suddenly felt her hunger intensify. She immediately scooped herself a bowl of soup, took a sip, and looked at Ji Yanyan with a satisfied smile. Yanyan, you're so thoughtful. Love you. Ji Yanyan scratched her head shyly at Bai Tan's praise. After a long day of flying, Shen Xingwan and Bai Tan were exhausted, so after finishing their meal, everyone headed to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the weather cleared up, and sunlight streamed into the house. When Shen Xingwan went downstairs after waking up, she was met with the puzzled gaze of Butler Wang. Young madam, weren't you supposed to be abroad for an academic exchange for a few more days? How come? Butler Wang's voice trailed off as he watched Shen Xingwan descend the stairs, his expression full of confusion. Just yesterday, Yunyan had told him that the young madam was still abroad and wouldn't be back for at least 3 more days. How was she suddenly standing in front of him now? Hearing his words, Shen Xingwan paused, glanced at the smirking Jianin nearby, and replied calmly, "The event ended early." Butler Wang tugged at the corner of his mouth but didn't say more, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Shen Xingwan paid him no further attention, heading straight to the dining room to pull out a chair and sit down. "Yunyan, come at breakfast." "Where's Bai Tan?" "Still not up?" Shen Xingwan asked as she began eating. Ji Yanyan sat down beside her, glancing at Butler Wang's conflicted expression and letting out a small laugh. "She said she wants to sleep in and told us not to wait for her," Ji Yanyan replied. "Butler Wang, please set aside breakfast for Bai Tan. She can eat whenever she wakes up." "Skipping breakfast isn't good for her," Shen Xingwan instructed. "Understood," Butler Wang replied. He then hesitated before adding, "The old madam and young Master Yiming mentioned that they're not comfortable staying in the hospital and would prefer to recover at home. I've confirmed with the doctors that they're okay to be discharged. Young madam, should we proceed with the discharge, or should they stay for further treatment?" Shen Xingwan took a bite of her breakfast, thinking that it had been several days since she last visited her grandmother. The hospital must be dull for her. "Let's go to the hospital after breakfast and arrange for their discharge," she decided. It's the end of June, and the students are leaving school for the summer. Things are relatively quiet now, so it's a good time to bring Grandma home to recuperate. "Very well," Butler Wang said, a smile spreading across his face. After breakfast, the 3 of them headed to the hospital. Since Bai Tan was still asleep, Shen Xingwan didn't wake her, instead instructing the staff to remind her to eat breakfast. Not long after their car left Jingyuan, Shen Xingwan received a message from Fu Tingye. "Fu Tingye, Wan, I've just landed. I'll be home soon." Shen Xingwan's lips curved into a smile as she quickly replied, "Shen Xingwan, Mr. Fu, head straight to the hospital. I'm on my way there now." The response came almost instantly. "Fu Tingye, got it." An hour later, at Mingjing Hospital, Shen Xingwan was still in the car as they entered the hospital grounds. From the window, she immediately spotted Fu Tingye, dressed in a crisp shirt and trousers, standing confidently at the entrance. His striking looks were drawing plenty of attention from the women passing by. Butler Wang stopped the car, letting Shen Xingwan out before driving to the parking lot. Shen Xingwan walked quickly toward Fu Tingye, her eyes brimming with joy. "When did you get here?" Fu Tingye, seeing the woman had been longing for, pulled her into a tight embrace. "Just now." "I missed you, sweetheart," he murmured in his deep, magnetic voice. Shen Xingwan wrapped her arms around his waist, a soft laugh escaping her lips. "I missed you too," she said, tilting her head up to plant a quick kiss on his lips. "Did you feel that?" she asked playfully. Fu Tingye's eyes darkened as he gazed at the lively, enchanting woman before him. He leaned down and gave her lips a gentle bite. "Not quite enough. How about we go home later, and you let me feel it properly," he whispered teasingly into her ear. Shen Xingwan glared at him, signaling for him to behave, especially in broad daylight. "Why are you alone? Didn't Chen Dong come with you?" she asked, changing the subject. Fu Tingye's eyes glimmered with amusement as he noticed Butler Wang and Ji Yunyan approaching. Taking Shen Xingwan's hand, he began leading her into the hospital. "He went to buy something for me. Grandma mentioned she's bored, so I thought I'd bring her a gift," he explained. Moments later, the group arrived at the VIP ward. At that moment, Song Jingyan was changing Fu Yiming's bandages. Noticing their arrival, he greeted them warmly. "Brother Yi Sheng, when you're here. Just in time, Grandma Fu and Yiming want to be discharged. I checked them over, and there's no major issue. They can recover at home." "All right," Fu Tingye responded calmly, then instructed Butler Wang to handle the discharge paperwork. Shen Xingwan took the bouquet from Butler Wang and walked over to Grandma Fu. "Grandma, how have you been feeling these past few days?" Grandma Fu's face lit up with a warm smile as she admired the beautiful flowers. She gently inhaled their faint fragrance, clearly in good spirits. Grandma feels much better. But staying in this hospital every day is so dull. Can you take Grandma home? Shen Xingwan chuckled. Alright, let's go back to Jingyuan. You can recover there. It'll give you acupuncture daily to help with your legs, and there'll be more people around to keep you company. Grandma Fu glanced at Fu Tingye, who stood silently like a statue. Shaking her head, she sighed. It's true the granddaughter-in-law is always more thoughtful. But I'm afraid this old lattice presence might upset someone. Maybe I shouldn't go after all. Hearing his grandmother's words, Fu Yiming widened his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't expected his grandmother to be so sly. With an amused look, he turned to watch Fu Tingye, clearly anticipating some drama. Fu Tingye sighed and rubbed his temples before replying, Grandma, you're the Empress Dowager of this family. No one would dare be unhappy about it. Just then, Chen Dong entered, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Boss, I got it, he said, panting slightly. Had visited several malls to find what his boss wanted, though he couldn't quite understand why. After all, there weren't any kids in the family, so why buy something like this? Fu Tingye took the box without a word and walked over to Grandma Fu. Handing her the gift, he said, You mentioned feeling bored, so I got you a little something to pass the time. Grandma Fu's aged face immediately brightened with a smile. Oh, this is for me? Yes, it's for you, Fu Tingye confirmed. But since you're about to be discharged, maybe you should wait until you get home to open it. No way. I want to open it now. My grandson rarely gives me gifts, so now that he has, I'm curious. She couldn't help but wonder what had prompted her usually stoic grandson to suddenly give her a gift. With excitement, Grandma Fu carefully untied the ribbon on the box. But as she unwrapped it, her smile froze. Holding up a beautiful doll dressed as a little girl, her expression grew complicated. She turned to Fu Tingye, pointing at the doll in disbelief. Well, what is this? Is this for me? Isn't this a toy for children? Fu Tingye remained composed and replied matter-of-factly, It's a doll. You said you wanted something to play with like a child. Since I'm not planning to have kids anytime soon, I thought I'd get you a doll instead. It can sing and talk pretty neat, right? The rest of the group couldn't hold back their laughter. Shen Xingwan covered her face with her hand, exasperated. She hadn't expected this man to actually buy a doll. Shed thought he was joking when he mentioned it the other night. Song Jingyan, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard, walked over and patted Fu Tingye on the shoulder. Brother, impressive. Fu Yiming, lying on the hospital bed, clutched his abdomen, trying to suppress his laughter. Brother, my wound just started healing. Don't make me laugh so hard that it tears open again. This was the first time had seen his usually serious brother act so comically. Fu Tingye glanced at him indifferently and said coolly, If it tears, well, just stitch it up again. Fine. Fu Yiming muttered, choosing to stay quiet. His brother was still the same old tyrant. Meanwhile, Grandma Fu sat on the hospital bed, her face darkening. Gritting her teeth, she picked up the doll and hurled it at Fu Tingye. You little rascal. Are you trying to drive your grandma crazy? Fu Tingye caught the doll midair, cleared his throat, and continued playing dumb. What's wrong? Grandma doesn't like girls? Do you prefer boys? I can always get you another one. Grandma Fu leaned back against the hospital bed, patting her chest with her hand. You little rascal. Ugh. You're going to drive me mad. Fine, do whatever you want. Bring over the doll. She frowned and shot Fu Tingye a disapproving glance, clearly annoyed. Still, she couldn't just leave the doll behind. Seeing this, Fu Tingye chuckled softly. He wheeled over a wheelchair, carefully lifted Grandma Fu, and placed her in it. Alright, let's go home. Grandma Fu pouted, deliberately turning her head away. She grabbed Shen Xingwan's hand, her expression instantly softening into a gentle smile. Wan, you push me, okay? I really don't want to see that rascal right now. Humph. He thinks a doll can make up for everything. How could he? What I want is a great-grandchild. A great-grandchild. Shen Xingwan stifled a laugh, raising her eyebrows at Fu Tingye before taking hold of the wheelchair. This man was unbelievably endearing, she couldn't help but adore him. Alright, Grandma, I'll push you. With that, after Wang the butler finished the discharge paperwork, the group headed straight back to Jingyuan. The night breeze carried a hint of warmth. After dinner, everyone retired to their respective rooms to rest. Shen Xingwan, however, went to Grandma Fu's room to perform acupuncture. Sharing dinner with the younger generation had made Grandma Fu particularly cheerful tonight. 20 minutes later, as Shen Xingwan finished removing the needles, Grandma Fu couldn't stop smiling as she looked at her. The more she looked, the more fond she felt of her. Who would have thought this young woman was not only a professor at a prestigious university, but also had such remarkable medical skills? That old man truly had sharp eyes. Back then, when he chose such a wonderful wife for that rascal, I didn't expect it to be this good. When I join him someday, I'll have to give him a good compliment. Wan, How are you so capable? That boy, Ai, is incredibly lucky to have married you. Grandma Fu exclaimed as she pulled Shen Xingwan to sit beside her after she finished. Shen Xingwan smiled gently, finding the elderly woman before her absolutely adorable. Her heart felt warm. Grandma, he's wonderful too. At least, in her heart, he was. Grandma Fu nodded, her expression suddenly tinged with melancholy. Yes, that boy is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. His biological mother passed away when he was very young, and he had a tough childhood. Later, due to certain events, he became even more withdrawn. But luckily now he has you. In the past, the relationship between Fu Tingye and his father had deteriorated to the point of estrangement after his father married Sun Ruoyun. Over the years, the boy had grown increasingly distant and cold, rarely returning to the family home after reaching adulthood. But now, seeing her grandson smile more and show more warmth, Grandma Fu felt deeply comforted. Even though the doll he gifted her earlier made her want to smack him, deep down, she appreciated the gesture. Grandma, don't worry. I'll take good care of him and always stay by his side, Shen Xingwan said, her heart aching as she listened to Grandma Fu recount Fu Tingye's childhood. Grandma Fu patted her hand affectionately, her smile full of kindness. Good. As long as you two are happy, that's all I need. After putting away her acupuncture kit, Shen Xingwan stayed to chat with Grandma Fu for a while. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Wan, is Grandma done with her acupuncture? Fu Tingye entered the room. Shen Xingwan stood up, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Yes, it's done. Do you need something? He walked over, took her hand, and looked at her with a gaze full of affection. Nothing, just thought we could go back now. Grandma Fu glanced at him, pretending to be upset. What, worried I'll keep your wife here and not let her go? It hasn't even been that long, and you're already so eager to come find her. Standing there calmly, Fu Tingye said earnestly, Grandma, you've just been discharged. It's better to rest early, it's good for your health. Grandma Fu, was this boy genuinely concerned about her health, or was he just thinking about his wife? Turning her head, Grandma Fu picked up her cane and lay back down on her bed. She waved her hand dismissively at Fu Tingye. Fine, take your wife and go. I am a bit tired and should get some rest. Shen Xingwan glanced between the two, chuckled softly, and said her goodbyes to Grandma Fu before leaving the room with Fu Tingye. In the master bedroom, Fu Tingye held Shen Xingwan's hand as they entered. The moment they crossed the threshold, he pinned her gently against the wall, his intense gaze fixed on the woman before him. Shen Xingwan reached up to pinch his cheek lightly, chuckling, Mr. Fu, why are you staring at me like this? Fu Tingye lowered his head and planted a soft kiss on her lips, his voice deep and tinged with a trace of grievance. I haven't seen my darling for days. I need to make up for it. Shen Xingwan couldn't help but think how childish this man could be at home, always needing to be coaxed. She tugged at his shirt, stood on tiptoes, and gave his alluring lips a quick peck. Later. Let me shower first. She had barely taken 2 steps when Fu Tingye pulled her back, turning her around and pressing her onto the sofa. Darling, I heard from Butler Wong that you've been abroad for an academic exchange these past few days. How is it? Did you have fun? Shen Xingwan wrapped her arms around his neck, a glint of amusement in her eyes. She raised an eyebrow and replied, It was all right, I guess. Just missing one thing new. Hearing her words, Fu Tingye's gaze darkened. His Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his head suddenly, capturing her lips in a tender, passionate kiss. How could he not adore this woman? After a long moment, he finally pulled back, scooping her up in his arms effortlessly. He carried her toward the bathroom, his voice low and magnetic. Come on, let's shower together. Shen Xingwan looked at him with a smile. You haven't showered yet? Been waiting for you, darling, he replied, his voice husky, full of allure. The night stretched on, the moonlight streaming into the room, casting a dreamy, ethereal glow. Inside, the sounds of passion ebbed and flowed until they gradually subsided in the early hours. The next morning, Shen Xingwan woke to find Fu Tingye still beside her. She nestled closer into his embrace, her voice soft. Don't you have to go to the office today? Fu Tingye's expression was warm as he smiled. Darling, it's the weekend. He leaned down, pressing a kiss to her dark, silky hair, then got up and lifted her into his arms. Hungry? Let's freshen up, then head down for some breakfast. Shen Xingwan nodded in agreement from the comfort of his arms. All right. By the time the two of them came downstairs, it was already 10 a.m. In the living room, Grandma Fu, Ji Yinyan, and Bai Tan were chatting and watching TV. Xingwan, you're up. Grandma Fu greeted her warmly as soon as she noticed her coming down. She then turned to Butler Wang, instructing him, Quick, bring out breakfast. Don't let Xingwan go hungry. Right away, Butler Wang replied with a smile, heading toward the kitchen. Shen Xingwan walked over and sat beside Grandma Fu. Grandma, did I sleep in too late? She asked sheepishly. She then added teasingly, Blame it on that rascal from last night that wore me out, and I couldn't get up this morning. Grandma Fu chuckled, her face lighting up with joy. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Oh, nonsense. It's not late at all. I understand you young people have your lives. After breakfast, you can even take a nap if you'd like." Seeing Grandma Fu's cheerful smile, Shen Xingwan nodded with a grin. "All right, I'll nap after eating." At that moment, Fu Tingye walked over from the dining room, taking her hand and leading her away. "Xingwan, let's get you something to eat first. My darling must be starving." Grandma Fu watched them with a growing smile, pleased by the couple's affection for each other. She then suggested Ji and Yan accompany her for a stroll in the garden. Bai Tan, uninterested in joining, stayed on the couch, tapping away on her laptop. A short while later, Qin arrived at Jingyuan in his flashy blue Ferrari. Parking the car at the entrance, he swaggered into the house. Spotting Bai Tan on the sofa, he adjusted his hair in the reflection of the glass, a smile playing in his eyes as he walked over. "Little sister Bai Tan, didn't you leave? What brings you back?" he teased. Bai Tan turned to glance at him, clearly unamused, and rolled her eyes. Setting her laptop aside, she propped her head on her hand, her expression indifferent. "Bro, I don't like how you said that. What do you mean back again? Do I live in your house now?" Qin Yu twirled his phone in his hand, grinning mischievously as he sat down beside her. His charming, flirtatious eyes sparkled. "You misunderstood me, little sister. It's just that I haven't seen you in so long, so I was excited, that's all." Bai Tan, unimpressed by his antics, ignored him and turned her attention to her phone, starting a game. Meanwhile, Fu Tingye and Shen Xingwan finished breakfast and walked over. Fu Tingye gave Qin Yu a suspicious look. "Why are you here again? Are you here to mooch a meal?" Qin Yu immediately protested, feigning indignation. "Brother Yi, what's with that tone? Here again? I haven't seen you in days. Missed you. My legs just brought me here on their own." Fu Tingye raised an eyebrow but said nothing, leading Shen Xingwan away. Qin Yu was feeling a bit troubled. The truth was, he had come here to escape a matchmaking session. His grandfather had arranged for him to meet 20 potential partners today, and just the thought of it gave him a headache. With nowhere else to go, he had quickly fled to Jing'an. Bai Tan crossed her arms and stared at Qin Yu with a faint, amused smile. Shen Xingwan glanced at Qin Yu, her eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that this guy was planning to set his sights on her family's little demon spirit? Fu Tingye, listening to Qin Yu's words, had a dark expression on his face. He glanced at Qin Yu with a cold, indifferent look and said icily, "I have a wife. I don't need you meddling. Get lost." After saying that, he took Shen Xingwan's hand and headed straight upstairs. Qin Yu watched the man's cold figure disappear and felt baffled. He didn't think he had said anything wrong. "Hey, Yega, where are you going?" "I just got here. We've barely exchanged a few words, and you're already leaving?" Fu Tingye, clearly impatient, responded curtly, "I'm going to sleep with my wife. Do you have a problem with that?" Hearing this, Qin Yu's peach blossom-shaped eyes lit up instantly. "Whoa, that's intense. No problem, no problem. Go sleep, go sleep." He waved them off with a grin. After that, Qin Yu remained seated on the sofa, not moving. He glanced at his phone and saw a string of missed calls, shaking his head in exasperation. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he reached out and tugged on Bai Tan's sleeve, looking at her with an aggrieved expression. Bai Tan, engrossed in her mobile game, didn't even look up. She shook off his hand impatiently, clearly annoyed. "What are you doing?" "I'm in the middle of a game. Thanks to you, I'm about to lose." Ignoring her protests, Qin Yu snatched the phone from her hands and said with a serious expression, "Bai Tan, my dear little sister, I have a business proposal for you. Interested in hearing it?" Hearing the word business, Bai Tan perked up immediately. She pursed her lips, recalling how she had easily earned 200,000 yuan from this guy before. Her interest was piqued. "Oh, I'm interested. Tell me, what kind of deal are we talking about?" A fleeting smile crossed Qin Yu's lips. He leaned in closer, looking pitiful as he recounted how his family had pressured him into marriage and arranged for 20 matchmaking sessions, forcing him to flee. For a moment, Bai Tan furrowed her brows, feeling as if she had experienced the ordeal herself. She leaned closer, patted Qin Yu's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, and said decisively, "Buddy, just tell me what you need me to do. I'm taking this job." Qin Yu beamed at her, his eyes full of amusement. "Really? You mean it?" Bai Tan nodded seriously, staring at him. "Absolutely. You're a regular customer, so I'll even give you a 20 discount." "You poor thing." Qin Yu stifled a laugh, his expression tinged with mock embarrassment. "Actually, it's nothing too complicated. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and come home with me to deal with my grandfather. That's all." Hearing this, Bai Tan's mind raced with excitement. It turned out to be so simple. From Qin Yu's earlier expression, she had thought it was some monumental task, like getting married for real. "All right, no problem. Bai Tan pretended to ponder for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. As for the price, just pay me 100,000 yuan. Since you're a regular, I won't overcharge you. I did fleece you last time after all, so consider this a gesture of goodwill. Looking at her money-loving expression, Qin Yu shook his head and chuckled. Raising an eyebrow, he said, deal. Not long after, Bai Tan glanced at her phone, smiling from ear to ear as she saw the payment notification from Alipay. She was thrilled. Wow, I just made another 100,000 from this guy. I almost feel bad about it. Maybe I'll give him a freebie next time. Clearing her throat, she turned to Qin Yu and said, hey, the money's in. I'm ready to go anytime. To thank my loyal customer, I'll do one thing for you for free. Think about it and let me know. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and asked casually, anything? As long as it's not illegal in-game, Bai Tan replied with a shrug. Don't worry, I won't ask you to break the law. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he stood up. I'll head back now and report to the old man. I'll come pick you up this afternoon for dinner. Seeing how pitiful Qin Yu was for being forced into marriage, Bai Tan waved him off. Alright, go on then. The sooner you deal with this, the better. The summer afternoon was both scorching and silent. Inside the study, Fu Tingye sat at his desk, focused on handling the backlog of work from the past few days. Just then, Chen Dong knocked on the door and entered, holding some documents. Did you find anything? Fu Tingye glanced at him briefly, then continued working on the files in front of him. There's news from Country M. They say Bai Shuowei was captured by people from the S group, and it seems she's already been executed, Chen Dong reported. Fu Tingye's face betrayed no emotion upon hearing this. That woman fell into the hands of S group. Her fate must have been miserable. Still, not being able to personally avenge Wanwan feels like letting her off too easily. Chen Dong, noticing Fu Tingye's silence, placed the documents on the desk and cautiously continued. Also during her university years, Madame was quite close to Sun Ruoyan. But for some reason, they grew distant later on. One thing is certain, though Sun Ruoyan has coveted your father for a long time. Back in the day, Fu Jinyao was dashing, wealthy, and very popular with women. Sun Ruoyan was one of those women. Leaning back in his chair, Fu Tingye looked up at Chen Dong, his demeanor icy. Go on, he instructed. Meeting Fu Tingye's cold gaze, Chen Dong felt a shiver down his spine. He continued, at a banquet back then, your father was drunk and later taken to a hotel to rest. The next morning, Sun Ruoyan was found lying naked in bed beside him. Somehow, this incident was leaked, but the old master suppressed it immediately. At the time, Madame was pregnant with Fu Yiming. Based on the investigation, it seems she was unaware of the incident. The Sun family was influential back then, and not long after Madame's passing, Sun Ryun's father brought his pregnant daughter to your family's doorstep. Due to various reasons, your father was forced to marry her. As for the phone call Madame received before her accident, we've been unable to trace its contents due to the passage of time. It's been nearly 2 decades, and without the phone itself, it's challenging to investigate further. Chen Dong explained cautiously. It's clear that Madame must have learned about the incident while at the hospital, which led to her emotional distress and ultimately her fatal fall down the stairs. However, retrieving the details of that phone call remains difficult. Fu Tingye's eyes narrowed dangerously. His fists clenched tightly, and the air around him turned icy. Find a way to uncover the contents of that call, and investigate Sun Ruoyan thoroughly. His tone was commanding and left no room for negotiation. He was determined to make those responsible for his mother's death pay. Understood. Chen Dong replied before leaving the study. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, while inside, the atmosphere remained heavy and oppressive. Fu Tingye rested his hands on his temples, his eyes shut tightly, lost in thought. Moments later, Shen Xingwan entered with a cup of coffee, knocking lightly before stepping in. Seeing the man's somber expression, her heart ached as if it were being squeezed. You're awake. Fu Tingye noticed her and gestured for her to come closer. Shen Xingwan set the coffee down gently on the desk and walked over, sitting on his lap and placing her hands on his shoulders. Yes, I made you a cup of coffee, she said, smiling softly as she nodded toward the cup. Earlier, she had seen Chen Dong leaving with a grim expression and, out of curiosity, had asked about the situation. That's when she learned that Fu Tingye was investigating his mother's past. Fu Tingye pressed a light kiss to her lips before picking up the coffee and taking a sip. Is it bitter? Shen Xingwan asked, gazing at him intently. Placing the cup down, Fu Tingye wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist. His voice was steady as he replied, No, it's not bitter. Ever since you came into my life, everything has been sweet. Shen Xingwan chuckled softly, letting him hold her. She would be by his side for all the days to come. By evening, the setting sun painted the entire sky in hues of red. Outside the Qin family villa, Bai Tan sat in the car, nervously fidgeting with her fingers as she stared at the house in front of her. She suddenly felt a wave of apprehension. Bai Tan, we're here. Let's get out of the car, Jinyu said as he parked and raised an eyebrow at her. Bai Tan glanced at him, her lips twitching slightly. I'm feeling a bit nervous all of a sudden. Let me calm down for a moment. This was her first time meeting someone's family in such an official capacity. Despite being hired for this role, she couldn't suppress the anxiety bubbling inside her. Seeing her flustered state, Jinyu chuckled softly. He leaned over to unbuckle her seatbelt, then stepped out of the car and walked around to her side, holding out his hand to help her out. Come on, with me here, they wouldn't dare do anything to you, he reassured her with a smile. After Bai Tan got out of the car, she glanced around, took a deep breath, and allowed Jinyu to lead her toward the house. Well, since she had taken on this job, she might as well help solve the problem properly. But before they had taken a few steps, a female voice called out from behind, "Brother, you're back?" Qin Shuang stood behind them, her eyes lighting up as she noticed her brother holding a girl's hand. She had been shocked earlier that morning when she heard her brother was bringing his girlfriend home. After all, her eternally single brother suddenly having a girlfriend? It was completely unexpected. No warning signs at all. Qin Yu turned around just in time to see Qin Shuang rushing over, arms full of shopping bags. Why are you shouting so loudly? Where have you been this time? What do you mean? I just went shopping with my classmates. Why are you calling it running wild? Qin Shuang pouted. It's summer break and there's no school. Staying home all day is so boring. After explaining, she turned her attention to Bai Tan, grinning excitedly. Sister, so you're my brother's girlfriend? She walked up and grabbed Bai Tan's hand, clearly thrilled. Bai Tan looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked slowly, do you know me? She couldn't recall ever meeting such an adorable girl before. Qin Shuang beamed, her dimples showing, and explained, I saw you in M country before. You were with Sister Xingwan. Hearing this, Bai Tan nodded slightly. Now that she mentioned it, Bai Tan did vaguely remember. Sister Xing had once accidentally saved a girl who later insisted on making her an honorary sister. So, that girl turned out to be Qin Yu's little sister. At that moment, Qin Yu's mother stepped out of the house. Seeing a girl standing next to Qin Yu, she rubbed her eyes and immediately broke into a wide smile. Oh my. Qin Yu, bring her in already. Why are you standing at the door? She shot a glance at Qin Yu before waving at Bai Tan. Come in, dear. Come in. Qin Yu's mother gave Bai Tan a quick once-over and seemed very pleased. Not bad. She thought Bai Tan was pretty lively and didn't have the air of a spoiled rich girl. Noticing his mother staring unabashedly at Bai Tan, Qin Yu simply held her hand and led her inside. In the living room, Grandpa Qin sat on the sofa, leaning on his cane, and stared at Qin Yu and Bai Tan in disbelief. Qin Yu, is this really your girlfriend? You're not just lying to this old man to make me happy, are you? He found it hard to believe that his perpetually single grandson had been claimed so suddenly. Qin Yu slid an arm around Bai Tan's shoulders, gently scratching her arm and giving her a meaningful look. He was clearly signaling her to do something to convince Grandpa Qin. Bai Tan gave Grandpa Qin a hesitant smile before turning to Qin Yu, looking slightly confused. Seeing him persistently raising his eyebrows at her, she sighed inwardly. After a few seconds, she finally understood what he wanted. Clearing her throat, she reluctantly leaned in and gave Qin Yu a light peck on the cheek. Qin Yu smirked and, noticing that everyone was still frozen in place, staring at them, decided to take things up a notch. He turned Bai Tan's face toward him and planted a firm kiss on her lips. Now you all believe me, don't you? Qin Yu said, clearly in a good mood. Bai Tan's eyes widened as his face suddenly loomed large in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat for a moment. Oh my gosh. Did this guy just kiss her on the lips? Her first kiss was just stolen like that? Feeling awkward, she glanced at the others, gave a sheepish laugh, and then turned to glare at Qin Yu. She was fuming inside, what a loss. Qin Yu, however, acted as if nothing had happened, casually keeping his arm around her shoulders. Grandpa Qin, Qin Yu's father, and Qin Yu's mother all burst into laughter at the scene. Grandpa Qin asked eagerly, young lady, what's your name? How old are you? Qin Yu's father chimed in, where's your family from? How long have you been dating Qin Yu? Qin Yu's mother added warmly, has Qin Yu ever bullied you? If he has, tell me, and I'll give him a good scolding. Qin Shuang teased, sister-in-law, my brother's been a boring single guy forever. Please be patient with him. Bai Tan sat on the sofa, surrounded by their enthusiastic questions and beaming faces. She felt a bit overwhelmed by their warmth and cheerfulness. Forcing a smile, she replied, Grandpa Qin, my name is Bai Tan, and I'm 21 years old. Qin Yu, noticing how his family was practically treating Bai Tan like a national treasure, sighed and rubbed his temples. Picking up a banana from the table, he peeled it and handed it to Bai Tan. Qin Yu turned to the group and said, Grandpa, Dad, are you guys conducting a census or something? Asking so many questions, aren't you tired of it? Don't scare my girlfriend away. And Mom, it's so late already, shouldn't you check on dinner in the kitchen? Don't let my girlfriend go hungry. After speaking, Qin Yu glanced at Qin Shuang, who was munching on an apple nearby, and sternly said, Shuanger, stop gossiping in front of my girlfriend. You're in your second year of college now. If you're bored over the summer, maybe consider joining Dad at the company as a secretary for some early career training. Hearing him repeatedly refer to her as girlfriend so naturally and smoothly, Bai Tan was caught off guard and coughed a few times in shock. Oh my gosh. His acting skills far surpass mine, she thought. Noticing her coughing, Qin Yu reached out to pat her back, then poured her a glass of water and held it to her lips. Here, drink some water. Don't choke. Qin Grandpa, Qin Jingxian, and Qin Mother exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. The old man tapped his cane on the floor and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Looks like this boy has finally figured it out, knows how to cherish and protect his wife now. Qin Shuang, still holding her apple, took a big bite and clung to Bai Tan's hand with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, you see how my brother bullies me. Looking at the adorable and lovable Qin Shuang, Bai Tan couldn't help but smile. Tugging on Qin Ye's sleeve, she said earnestly, Qin Yu, your sister is so cute. How could you suggest she work as a secretary? She should be pampered at home. Hearing this, Qin Shuang immediately beamed with joy. Sister-in-law, you're the best. During dinner, Qin Yu was almost entirely ignored. Resting his head on one hand, he leisurely watched as everyone enthusiastically doted on Bai Tan, a faint smile playing on his lips. Sister-in-law, this is delicious, have some more. Qin Shuang used serving chopsticks to place a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs onto Bai Tan's plate. Girl, this fish is pretty good too, give it a try. Qin Grandpa pushed a plate of steamed fish toward her. Qin Mother ladled out a bowl of soup and remarked meaningfully, here, try the soup I made. It's been simmering all afternoon, it's very nourishing. Bai Tan felt a warm glow in her heart at the family's friendliness and easygoing nature. She didn't hold back and ate and drank freely, enjoying herself thoroughly. After dinner, she got along well with the Qin family, chatting with them in the living room. Later, Qin Shuang gave her a tour of the house, and before leaving, Bai Tan and Qin Mother even exchanged WeChat contacts. In the Ferrari, Bai Tan glanced at Qin Yu, who was outside the car taking a phone call, and couldn't help but sigh. Working with this guy is actually pretty great. Not only is the commission high, but the work environment is also incredibly harmonious. Except for that kiss, everything else is perfect. Meanwhile, at the Fu family's old residence during dinner, Sun Ruoyan looked across the table at Fu Zhenyao, whose expression was somber. She spoke slowly, Zhenyao, I went to the hospital today to visit Mom and Yiming. I didn't expect Tingye to arrange their discharge and take them directly back to Jing'an. When should we go and bring Mom back? Fu Zhenyao's face remained impassive as he listened. After a moment, he set down his chopsticks and replied in an indifferent tone, no need. Mom is doing well there. I've been to Jingyuan, and she seems very happy there. Besides, I heard that Shen Xingwan, that girl, knows some medical skills, so there's no rush to bring her back. Hearing his detached response, Sun Ruoyun felt a pang of disappointment. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it on Fu Qingqing's plate. Eat more. After so many years, this man was still so cold toward her. Did he really have no feelings for her at all? That woman had been dead for nearly 20 years, yet he still couldn't forget her? A surge of bitterness filled Sun Ruoyun's heart. She had loved this man for over 20 years, only to find that despite all her efforts to marry him, he had never once touched her. Fu Qingqing noticed her mother's troubled expression and, in an attempt to comfort her, placed a piece of meat on her plate. Thank you, Mom. You should eat more too. Fu Zhenyao remained silent throughout dinner, his expression neither warm nor cold. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and headed straight to the study. Later, Sun Ruoyun, feeling dejected, returned to her room. Sitting alone in the cold, empty bedroom, she couldn't help but shed a tear. Ding, her phone buzzed with a new message. Wiping her tears, she took a deep breath, composed herself, and opened the message. Someone has been secretly investigating what happened back then. Be careful. The words sent a chill down her spine, and she froze in place, feeling a wave of dread wash over her. Why, even after all these years, couldn't that woman let her rest in peace? Why was she still unable to find happiness? In terms of family background and appearance, in what way was she inferior to that orphan? Why, after all this time, did Fu Zhenyao's heart still belong to her alone? Sun Ruoyan stared at the photo of Fu Zhenyao in the room, her face twisted with rage as memories flooded her mind, filling her with hatred. Humph. Who would have thought? Like father, like son. Both Fu men fell head over heels for a woman with no family, loving her as if their lives depended on it. She threw her phone onto the bed with a sneer and muttered to herself, investigate all you want. No matter how much digging you do, that woman isn't coming back to life. Besides, it's been so many years, I refuse to believe you'll find anything. She let out a cold laugh. Huh. I have Qingqing as my bargaining chip. Even if they find something, the Fu family can't do anything to me. 2 days later, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Early in the morning, Shen Xingwan received a message from Jiang Jining, inviting her to a monthly team dinner at her studio that evening. Thinking it had been a while since she'd seen her friend, Xingwan agreed. Since she'd never visited the studio before, she decided to head there that afternoon to catch up. Wow, Xingjie, what a rare sight. Finally decided to drop by for a visit, huh? Jiang Jining teased as she led Xingwan upstairs to her office, handing her a bottle of water along the way. Xingwan accepted the water, her eyes sweeping over the studio's unique design. Not bad, she remarked with a nod. Jining couldn't help but laugh at her friend's authoritative tone. So, what do you think, boss? Want to invest a bit more and help me expand the place? Xingwan sat down on the office sofa, raising an eyebrow. Sure, as long as you've got a solid plan. Jining shrugged. Forget it. I don't want to overwork myself. I'm already swamped as it is, and with Song Jingyan pestering me whenever I get a moment's rest, I can't afford to take on more. Oh, by the way, how's your arm? Did they catch those people? Jining asked, pulling up Xingwan's sleeve to check the scar, which had faded to a barely noticeable mark. Suddenly, she remembered Fu Tingye's anxious expression at the hospital and burst out laughing. Xingwan, puzzled by her laughter, took a sip of water and replied lightly, "It's been taken care of." While she hadn't personally dealt with Song Shulan, the woman had been captured by the Night Wolf organization, crippled, and thrown to Lushan. It was a fitting punishment. Jining wasn't surprised. With Xingwan's capabilities, it would have been unusual if she hadn't resolved the issue. Xingjie, I heard your man bought a doll to appease Grandma Fu and avoid the whole pressure to have kids thing. That's hilarious. Jining laughed, recalling Song Jingyan's animated retelling of the story. Honestly, that's pretty clever. I might use that trick myself someday. Propping her chin on her hand, Xingwan couldn't help but smile at the thought of her husband's antics. He's just being considerate, not wanting me to go through unnecessary stress. But I have a feeling this joke isn't going away anytime soon. Sensing an impending wave of lovey-dovey talk, Jining quickly switched the topic to her studio, introducing its current projects and discussing design ideas with Xingwan. Half an hour later, Jining's assistant knocked on the office door and entered. Ms. Zhang, I've booked a well-known Chinese restaurant. Everyone else is already there. Shall we head over? Jining nodded with a smile, gathering the papers on her desk. All right, let's go. You can ride with me. Got it, the assistant replied before leaving to grab her things. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Jiang Jining's studio had a small team of about 10 people, all seated around the table. A young woman, seated beside Xingwan, suddenly lit up with excitement. Wow, you're so pretty. Are you the new architectural designer Ms. Jiang hired? Your aura is amazing. Xingwan glanced at her. She looked to be in her early 20s, probably an intern Jining had recently recruited. Xingwan smiled faintly. No, I'm just her friend. The young woman laughed and continued chatting. Oh, I see. Well, I'm studying architectural design myself. My biggest dream is to become a famous architect someday, just like my idol Wan Feng. Jiang Jining heard their conversation and glanced at Shen Xingwan with a faint smile, but said nothing. Since Shen Xingwan preferred to keep a low profile, Jiang Jining hadn't introduced her identity to the other employees. Oh, your idol? Shen Xingwan turned to the girl with a smile in her eyes. The girl perked up immediately, resting her chin on her hand as she turned slightly to explain. Wan Feng is a world-renowned architectural designer. Her design style is truly unique. She has a distinctive perspective on both traditional Chinese and modern architecture. Plus, her structural designs are bold and innovative. But since you're not in design, you probably wouldn't understand what I'm talking about. Shen Xingwan remained calm and gave the girl a faint smile. Well, keep it up. Maybe you'll surpass her one day. After dinner, everyone gradually left. Jiang Jining checked her watch and realized it was still early. Not wanting to go home just yet, she tugged on Shen Xingwan's arm. Xingjie, it's still early. How about we go to a karaoke place and sing? Seeing the anticipation on Jiang Jining's face, Shen Xingwan couldn't bring herself to refuse and agreed. All right, I'll call Bai Tan to join us. She'd definitely be interested. Half an hour later, the three of them were seated in a private room at a karaoke bar. Bai Tan excitedly went to pick songs. Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've sung. Tonight, I'm going all out. Jiang Jining opened a bottle of beer on the table, took a sip and quickly chimed in, count me in. Tonight, the three of us are going to have a blast. Seeing how happy the two were, Shen Xingwan leaned back on the sofa and said, all right, it'll just be your audience then. Jiang Jining and Bai Tan each grabbed a microphone and unleashed their inner karaoke stars. After singing 10 songs in a row, they finally decided to take a break and hydrate. Bai Tan handed the microphone to Shen Xingwan. Xingjie, your turn. Shen Xingwan raised an eyebrow and took the microphone. All right then. The moment she started singing, Jiang Jining and Bai Tan were utterly stunned. Oh my gosh. Xingjia, you should consider starting a side career in singing. That was way too professional. Bai Tan exclaimed, munching on some fruit. Jiang Jining, captivated by the beautiful melody, lit up with excitement. She grabbed her phone, recorded a video, and posted it on her social media. Gotta capture my sister's shining moments. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, in the top floor office of the Fu Corporation's building, Fu Tingye had just finished a meeting and walked into his office. He found Song Jingyan and Qin Yu sitting there. Standing at the doorway, he looked at them with a puzzled expression. Why are you two here again? My time is precious. It's so late, why aren't you home instead of occupying my office? Already annoyed from working overtime and missing time with his wife, Fu Tingye was further irritated by their presence. Song Jingyan, staring at his phone with a blank expression, pointed to Qin Yu beside him. This guy said he's treating us to drinks tonight. I'm here against my will. I haven't even had time to spend with my girlfriend. Come on, Yiga, Qin Yu said with a cheeky grin, crossing his legs. It's been ages since the three of us hung out. Isn't this a chance to reconnect? Fu Tingye shot him a glance, walked over to his desk, and tossed the documents in his hand onto it. Not interested. Song Jingyan, who had sent several messages to Jiang Jining without receiving a reply, was in a low mood. Me neither. My girlfriend hasn't responded to me for hours, I need to check on her. Qin Yu, frustrated by their lack of enthusiasm, muttered, Are you two even my brothers? Why is everyone so whipped these days? Then he turned to Song Jingyan. And you're secretly dating Jiang Jining now? Not a single hint. Now it's just me, the lone single guy among us. Song Jingyan ignored him, scrolling through his phone until he came across the video Jiang Jining had just posted. He clicked on it, and a soft, melodious voice filled the room. What song is that? It's pretty good. Qin Yu leaned back on the sofa, tapping along to the beat. With a playful smirk, Song Jingyan pointed toward Fu Tingye at the desk. No idea it's his wife singing. Fu Tingye heard a woman's melodious singing coming from the phone. It was like a gentle spring breeze, soft and soothing, making him feel utterly at ease. Skeptical, he got up and walked over, casting a glance at Song Jingyan before snatching the phone from his hand. When he saw his wife, dressed in a flowing white dress, holding a microphone and singing with heartfelt emotion, a spark lit up in his eyes. At that moment, it felt as if her singing wasn't just a song but a spell tugging at his heartstrings. Without hesitation, Fu Tingye grabbed his things and headed for the door. I don't have time for you guys anymore. I need to pick up my wife. Oh, and tell Jiang Jining to delete that video immediately. My Wanwan is mine alone. Qin Yu, curious, snatched the phone to take a look. When he caught sight of Bai Tan in the video as well, his delicate brows arched with amusement. Are you done yet? Give me back my phone. Song Jingyan anxiously grabbed the phone back from Qin Yu and shouted toward the door, Brother Yi, wait for me. I'm coming too. I need to pick up my girlfriend. Qin Yu stared blankly for a moment, stunned that the phone had been taken from his hands. Seriously? These two just ditched us for their women. In the private room, the three of them continued singing for over 2 hours. Finally, Jiang Jining and Bai Tan began to feel tired, so they decided it was time to head home and get some rest. Star, you guys wait for me outside. I'll go settle the bill, Jiang Jining said cheerfully with a smile. All right. Shen Xingwan picked up her bag from the sofa and noticed Bai Tan still sitting there. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, What? You don't feel like leaving yet? Bai Tan forced a smile and awkwardly replied, My stomach feels a little upset. I'll just quickly use the restroom. She felt slightly embarrassed. Could it be the cold beer she drank earlier? But she hadn't even had that much. Seeing Bai Tan's pained expression, Shen Xingwan suppressed her laughter and waved her hand. Go on, hurry up. I'll wait for you outside. The night breeze was cool and refreshing. Shen Xingwan strolled outside, feeling relaxed, but suddenly stopped and turned around. She caught sight of 3 men leaning casually against a car with their arms crossed. She blinked in surprise before walking toward them with a smile. What are you doing here? Fu Tingye pulled her into his arms, his gaze filled with warmth and affection. Baby, I'm here to take you home. Shen Xingwan looked up at him. All right, but we need to wait for Bai Tan. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Tingye scooped her up and placed her in the car. Shen Xingwan, both amused and exasperated, looked at him. Mr. Fu, Bai Tan hasn't come out yet. It's fine. There are still 2 people here to take care of her, Fu Tingye replied, then instructed Chen Dong to drive off. When Jiang Jining came out, she glanced around, puzzled about where Shen Xingwan had gone. Just then, Song Jingyan approached, one hand in his pocket, and took her hand. Stop looking. She's already left. I'll take you home. Jiang Jining couldn't help but marvel at how these men managed to find them here. Remembering how she hadn't replied to his messages all afternoon, she cast a sidelong glance at Song Jingyan, who was smiling faintly. She suddenly had a bad feeling that her waist might be in trouble tonight. Without a word, She obediently followed him. 10 minutes later, Bai Tan finally emerged, only to find the place completely empty. Hands on her hips, she glared at the passing cars in frustration. Where is everyone? Did they just leave? Yep, they're gone, a voice suddenly said from behind her. Qin Yu appeared out of nowhere, patting her shoulder. Startled, Bai Tan turned to see his handsome face. What the heck? Are you human or a ghost? How did you just pop up out of nowhere? You scared me. If they had been somewhere more secluded, she might seriously consider taking him down. Qin Yu tilted his head, his peach blossom eyes full of mock grievance. Bai Tan, everyone else left in pairs, but I stayed here to wait for you out of kindness. And now you're yelling at me? That's just heartbreaking. Bai Tan crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at him. Did I ask you to wait? Unbothered by her response, Qin Yu grinned and stepped closer. Nope, I decided to wait all on my own. Then, draping an arm over her shoulder, he raised an eyebrow. Bai Tan, since everyone else paired up, why don't we make a pair too? Bai Tan swatted his hand away and gave him a once-over. In your dreams. We're strictly business partners. Unfazed, Qin Yu continued teasing with his signature smile. Isn't that the same thing? I'll give you everything I have, including my money, and hire you for life. Hiring you as my wife counts too, right? Bai Tan's eyes twinkled with amusement as she coolly replied, apart from you yourself, the rest of the offer does sound tempting. I'll think about it. With that, she walked straight toward Qin Yu's Ferrari. Qin Yu stood there, momentarily stunned. Did his undeniably good looks no longer hold any sway? Was it time for some maintenance? No, wait a night had have to put on a face mask. Winning over his future wife was serious business.